The prince of the underworld, Yuheng, is reluctantly bound to a quick travel system, tasked with being a mere background character and support in various small worlds. System: Your Highness, please adhere to the script and play the role of a mere tool. Yuheng: This plot is so ridiculous that even a dog would shake its head. I want to pursue a no-CP, male lead storyline. Chapter 1. The popular celebrity and the fading film emperor. Teacher Shubai, did you just roll your eyes because you think his acting is poor? Yuheng, facing the main character, the male lead and the male supporting role, made this bold statement, and in an instant, the entire recording studio fell into a profound silence. The cameras swiftly turned towards Shubai, and the barrage of comments erupted. What the f*** is Yuheng out of his mind? Even the $400 expression has collapsed. 400 is a derogatory term, no typo intended. Nonetheless, I've dug out a villa with my toes just from this. Sugary content, but can this be aired on the mainland? Wait a moment. An irritable senior X, a straightforward top star. I seem to be able to ship this. Tentatively extends chopsticks. Ladies in front, shipping anything just balances the nutrients. Count me in. The two above must be starving duck. Yuheng speaks boldly. Yuheng, my internet mouthpiece, you're still bold. Shu Bai's expression shattered instantly, yet he forced a smile that was utterly insincere. Which of your eyes saw me roll my eyes? Yuheng tilted his head, smiling innocently. My apologies, perhaps I misjudged. Shu Bai scoffed. I suggest you visit an ophthalmologist. No longer playing along, he snatched his luggage from Gong Yu and, without looking back, ascended the stairs, the wheels of the suitcase clattering sharply against the steps. Wow, 400 is really acting tough. What given the courage? Is it Liang Jingru? With that suitcase-pulling demeanor, I believe he could truly confront the director. Laughing emoji. I'm dying of laughter at 400's defensive. Look, peak acting. ISNR 400 film emperor, supposed to be shelved. How is he back? 3 years ago, he confronted the director. This time, he can't take it out on my Yuheng. If you're saying Shu Bai is violent, go watch the complete video. From back then, before chatting nonsense, playing the gentle junior, Gong Yu stood awkwardly, about to follow. Suddenly, Yuheng leaned in, innocently lowering his voice. Hey, did I say something wrong? His tone was sincere, but his eyes sparkled with mischief, as though he had anticipated this scenario all along. Gong Yu forced a smile. It's fine, Teacher Li. Teacher Shu Bai is a good person and won't mind these things. Even he didn't believe his own words. Yuheng nodded, his tone regretful. Alas, it's my fault. I'm too straightforward. Gong Yu. He simply couldn't continue, wishing for someone to rescue him. The barrage of comments rolled furiously again. Haha, Yuheng, what are you pretending for? I can see your smirk through the screen. This kid is clearly being mischievous, so blatantly bad. Newbie Junior, where's my CP? I have such a significant CP. Is it be right from the start? Fastest BCP in history, trending soon. After causing a stir, Yuheng reclined casually on the soft sofa in the center of the living room. He casually grabbed a bag of chips from the coffee table, munching away, the crunching sound echoing in the silent room. However, in his mind, his system 0090 was on the verge of a meltdown. 0090, Your Highness. The script requires you to silently support Shu Bai and Gong Yu, not to sabotage the setup right from the start. Yuheng crunched on the chips, nonchalantly replying. The script is so absurd that even a dog would shake its head. I'm opting for a no-CP, male lead story. 0090. But this is a dual male lead narrative. Where does your male lead script come from? If there isn't one, then I'll create it myself. Yuheng crossed his legs, exuding a lazy arrogance, continuing his internal conversation with the system. 0090, understand this. I am the top star now, whose popularity is the highest in this variety show. 0090, it's Your Highness. Then that settles it. Yuheng chuckled. Our task is to maintain this advantage. Whether it's the main character or the supporting role, they should all step aside. No one shall climb over me by promoting a CP. 0090's mechanical voice, surprisingly infused with a hint of humanity, broke down. Your Highness, this truly won't work. Then sever the contract. Yuheng decisively interrupted. I'll return to the underworld to continue being my prince. You can find whoever you want. 0090 fell silent for a few seconds, then spoke in a peculiar tone. Your contract was personally signed by the head of the Quick Travel Bureau and your father, King Yin. Once established, it cannot be severed unless it expires automatically. Then don't concern yourself. Li Yuheng impatiently ended the dialogue. In the original plot, the main character, Shu Bai, was initially a talented film emperor, but notorious for his bad temper. 3 years ago, he was exposed for acting big and assaulting the director, leading to a 3-year shelving by his agency. And now he had faded into obscurity. The agency was heavily promoting the newcomer Gong Yu as the male lead in the program, arranging for Shu Bai to create buzz by pairing with him in this romantic variety show. On the surface, it was a chance for Shu Bai to redeem himself from negative news, but in reality, it was to extract his remaining value and pave the way for Gong Yu. Behind all this, another secret lurked. Gong Yu was privately maintaining a romantic relationship with the agency's boss. According to the original plot, Gong Yu was supposed to actively promote during the show, but found himself attracted to Shu Bai's true personality, gradually blurring the lines between acting and reality. After the show concluded, Gong Yu's popularity surged. But once the agency's boss discovered his genuine feelings, the pressure on Shu Bai intensified, preventing his contract termination. After a series of upheavals, Gong Yu ultimately sacrificed his career to be with Shu Bai, achieving a happy ending. The key point was that Shu Bai remained unaware of Gong Yu's ongoing relationship with the agency boss. Thus, upon reading this plot, Li Yuheng directly criticized, even a dog would shake its head. In this world, Li Yuheng is a sensational top star, having debuted at 25 and reached his peak, excelling in film, television, and music with a fiercely loyal fan base, often appearing on trending lists. His persona is labeled as straightforward and arrogant, presenting as a sunny idol, but possessing a sharp tongue and a penchant for instigating trouble, which the audience adores. He is exceptionally skilled in his craft, yet his temper is even more difficult than Shu Bai's. The capital supports him, and he himself is a form of capital, unaffected by harsh criticisms from haters as he secures endorsements effortlessly. Indeed, Li Yuheng merely needs to play himself. This could be considered a privilege of his status as the prince of the underworld. After all, his identity is prestigious. Li Yuheng nodded in satisfaction, catching a glimpse of Gong Yu standing not far away, occasionally glancing his way, seemingly contemplating whether to greet him, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Would you like some?" Li Yuheng waved the bag of chips. As Gong Yu approached, he maliciously added, "But I won't give you any." Gong Yu's expression froze instantly, forcing a smile. "Teacher Li, you're joking." "Who's joking with you?" Li Yuheng scoffed, tossing the last chip into his mouth. "This is a limited edition sea salt flavor. It's my last pack." Gong Yu is truly pitiful, but I can't help but laugh out loud. "Newbie, who did I offend? Can the top star act as he pleases?" "Yes, he can." Li ruled, defying urban legend Yuheng. 1. Li Yuheng's ships are off limits. 2. Do not believe anything Li Yuheng says. 3. Remember the first 2 rules. Has Li Yuheng taken something today? Why is he targeting the newbie so much? Do not speak carelessly about what you do not understand. We, Hengzi, treat everyone this way, all right? Authentic and unpretentious. I adore his audacious demeanor. Gong Yu, feeling awkward, dug his toes into the ground. He cast another glance toward the staircase, ultimately dragging his suitcase resignedly as he began his ascent. Meanwhile, in a room on the second floor, Shu Bai had just set his suitcase down and was preparing to unpack, his hands laden with toiletries and clothes. At that moment, he heard the sound of Gong Yu's suitcase wheels rolling up the stairs. Shu Bai paused, suddenly recalling that he had forgotten to close the door upon entering. He had no desire to allow Gong Yu into his room at this juncture, whether to explain or to continue the uncomfortable charade. In a moment of panic, he disregarded the items in his hands and instinctively lifted his foot, gently kicking the ajar door in an attempt to close it. However, perhaps due to the open window creating a draft, the door, propelled by both the wind and the force of his kick, slammed against the doorframe with a resounding bang that surpassed his expectations. Startled by the noise, Shu Bai blinked at the now-closed door and shrugged nonchalantly. As long as it was shut, Yuheng observed Gong Yu's retreating figure, a hint of derision flashing in his eyes. The system's voice echoed in his mind once more, "Prince." Gong Yu is the protagonist's partner. You need to supplement. Enough, Li Yuheng coldly thought to himself. How can a worthless individual who relies on hidden rules to climb the ranks be worthy of being the protagonist? He was about to continue his retort to the system when the sound of a suitcase rolling once again reached the entrance of the villa. 3 female guests entered in succession. Leading the group was Jiang Wei, strutting in high heels, her sunglasses perched atop her head, clad in a sharp outfit. Upon entering, her eyes immediately landed on Li Yuheng, slouched on the sofa, and she rolled her eyes at him in a signature manner. Oh, what mischief is the top influencer up to now? I was checking hot searches on the way here, and your name was all over the front page. Li Yuheng remained motionless on the sofa, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Wei. Ah, his cousin, the current leading star in the entertainment industry, known for her sharp tongue and straightforwardness. She posed no threat to him and was thus a suitable sparring partner. Unperturbed, he tossed a grape into his mouth. What can I say? It's a natural disposition for trending topics. You can't envy it. The comments section erupted. Ah, Wei Wei has arrived. Laughing to death, these two instantly clash. The only female star brave enough to confront Li Yuheng in person without being besieged by fans. Zhao Wen trailed behind, dragging her suitcase, casting a curious glance upstairs. I just arrived and already heard someone slam a door. Who's so audacious? The show has barely started, and the temper is already flaring. Li Yuheng reflected on the storyline and offered Zhao Wen a polite yet meaningful smile. Your idol. Chapter 2. The popular top star and the past glory actor. Upon hearing the words your idol, Zhao Wen's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Without even setting down her suitcase, she dashed towards the staircase, exclaiming, Teacher Shubai? Is it really Teacher Shubai? The last female guest, Yukiki, entered with a pink Hello Kitty suitcase. Her spirit exuberant as she waved, Hello everyone, I am Yukiki. Her round, almond-shaped eyes scanned the living room and noticeably narrowed when she spotted Li Yuheng lounging on the sofa. Nevertheless, she mustered her courage to greet him. Hello, Teacher Li. I am your fan. Li Yuheng merely nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Wei, seizing the moment, wrapped her arm around Yukiki's shoulders, saying, Ignore that silly one. Come on, let us go upstairs and drop off your luggage. She deliberately swayed past Li Yuheng, almost stepping on his limited edition sneakers with her high heels. Li Yuheng clicked his tongue, quipping, Jiang Wei, are you blind? Who is blind? Jiang Wei retorted. Wasn't it you who made the esteemed actor slam the door just now? Thank you. This has nothing to do with you, Li Yuheng replied lazily. His mood decidedly sour. Jiang Wei quipped, Ah, today is yet another day of stable performance for you. Isn't it? At this point, all 6 guests had arrived, 3 men and 3 women, the quintessential configuration for a dating show. It was evident to any discerning observer that the program was originally intended to center around heterosexual couples. However, the protagonist management insisted on steering the narrative towards a male-male pairing, investing a substantial sum to become the show's primary sponsor, all in hopes of elevating their young talent's fame through sensationalist tactics. Consequently, the production team was sweating bullets behind the monitors. As the initial romantic encounter between Ganya and Shu Bai had been thrown into disarray by Li Yuheng's interference, the director's assistant quietly inquired if they should remind Teacher Li. The director, exhaling a cloud of smoke, sighed, You go? Earning money is tough. Dealing with this is even tougher. The assistant recoiled slightly. Everyone in the industry knew of Li Yuheng's formidable reputation. Offending him could jeopardize not only job opportunities, but also one's very presence in the entertainment world. Yet, his immense popularity compelled the production team to invite him regardless. He was a double-edged sword. If utilized correctly, he could elevate the show, but if mishandled, he could just as easily dismantle it. Regretting their decision now was futile. The sound of a door opening from upstairs heralded Shu Bai's descent. His expression stern, followed closely by the awkwardly smiling Gong Yu and the exuberant Zhao Wen. Teacher Shu Bai, I am your devoted fan, Zhao Wen exclaimed, jogging to keep pace. That look you gave Injustice took me 3 months to master. Shu Bai paused, his demeanor softening slightly. Thank you. At last, someone genuinely appreciated the craft rather than merely seeking to stir up drama. Could you please sign this for me? Right on the Blu-ray disc I brought. Zhao Wen clasped her hands together in earnest supplication. Shu Bai nodded, his gaze sweeping across the living room. Upon spotting Li Yuheng sprawled on the sofa, his expression cooled once more. Li Yuheng, ever the provocateur, seized the moment to retort, "Did you finish your ophthalmology appointment?" Teacher Shu Bai, with a smile that barely concealed his irritation, Shu Bai replied, "No need to concern yourself." "Don't." Li Yuheng straightened his posture, a sincere smile gracing his face. "I know the best ophthalmologist at Xiehe. Would you like an introduction?" He remarked, "Shu Bai truly ought to consult an eye specialist. How could he possibly have developed an interest in Gongyu? Is it merely because of his surname? Must he rely on me as a mere emotional tool? Even if he were gay, his taste in men surely cannot be this poor. Li Yuheng is not gay. He genuinely cannot comprehend this situation. Ha ha ha. The bamboo shoots on the mountain have all been taken by Hengzi, 400, now entering combat readiness. The tension between these two is palpable, yet I find it utterly delightful. Continue the mutual tearing apart." Shu Bai took a deep breath and turned to Zhao Wen. "Where's your disc?" Li Wen suddenly, "Yeah. Shu Bai, brain dead. Bullet screen. Hengzi, are you unwell?" "Ha ha, 400, my fists have tightened. Help. What is this, a childish quarrel? The average age cannot be more than 3. Why does this duo somehow exude an aesthetic reminiscent of a battlefield?" Zhao Wen stifled her laughter, her shoulders trembling, as she hurriedly fished out a meticulously preserved blue light disc from her bag, presenting it respectfully to Shu Bai. Shu Bai accepted the pen and inscribed his name on the cover, his handwriting sharp and vigorous, embodying his uncompromising spirit. "Thank you, teacher." Zhao Wen cherished the disc like a treasure. Esteemed teachers, let us begin with a brief self-introduction. In the living room, 6 guests sat in a circle. Li Yuheng claimed a single sofa, lazily sinking into its embrace, his long legs casually crossed, exuding an air of comfort, as if he were in his own home. "I'll start," Jiang Wei declared, removing her sunglasses, her lips curving into a slight smile, radiating a regal presence. "I am Jiang Wei, 25 years old, an actress known for my work in Chang'an 12 Nights." She paused, adding meaningfully, "Currently single. But I have no intention of seeking a partner here. I'm merely here for enjoyment." Li Yuheng chimed in, "I suppose it's my turn?" He suddenly smirked. "Li Yuheng, 25 years old, an actor. I won't bother mentioning my representative works. They're trending every day anyway. Currently single." He deliberately mimicked Jiang Wei's tone, asserting he also had no intentions of finding a partner on the show. He was simply here for fun. Jiang Wei rolled her eyes, clearly unimpressed. "Li Yuheng, are you imitating me?" Li Yuheng closed his eyes and twisted his body, his tone teasing. "Li Yuheng, are you imitating me?" "Jiang Wei." Zhao Wen burst into laughter, quickly raising her hand. "I'm Zhao Wen, 23 years old, a stand-up comedian known for tonight's ADS. Although the audience often yells for me to step down, I am currently single." She winked mischievously, "But I can end that status at any moment. Please assign me a partner." Yukiki cupped her face with both hands, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. "Hello, everyone. I'm Yukiki, 22 years old, a newcomer actress recently featured as the second female lead in Summer Sweetheart. I hope to make good friends here." Shu Bai leaned back on the sofa, his tone unembellished. "I am Shu Bai, an actor. As for my representative works, that was 3 years ago. I want to mention it." A sudden wave of awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere. Li Wen suddenly chocolat, shattering the silence. "Teacher Shu Bai, you are being excessively modest. Justice, Undercurrents, and Homeward Bound. Which of these is not a celebrated classic? If you claim not to have any representative works, then we, the younger generation, would surely be ashamed to even remain in the entertainment industry." Upon first encountering Shu Bai, he had instructed System 0090 to thoroughly investigate Shu Bai's standing in this world, which indeed warranted commendation. Shu Bai narrowed his eyes, seemingly discerning whether the words were sincere or laced with sarcasm. Li Yuheng met his gaze with unfeigned composure, his smile radiant and refreshing. What was he gazing at? He was genuinely stating the facts, harboring no ill intentions. Shu Bai had prepared himself for ridicule, yet was unexpectedly met with an array of praise. Moreover, Li Yuheng appeared quite earnest, devoid of any mocking undertones. This left Shu Bai momentarily at a loss, the sharp retorts he had rehearsed caught in his throat. Clearing his throat, he adjusted his posture to mask the fleeting disarray. Am I deaf? Li Yuheng is praising someone, and that someone is Shu Bai? From mutual disdain to commercial flattery. All it takes is an introduction. Hold on, this isn't commercial at all. Yuheng's compliments are quite specific. He has truly watched them. Damn, this strange chemistry is surfacing again. Why has the atmosphere between these two suddenly become so peculiar? Is it becoming more palatable? Could this be scripted? The directing team was equally astonished, hastily signaling the cameraman to zoom in, fearful of missing even the slightest nuance of expression. Li Yuheng caught every subtle reaction, finding it inexplicably amusing. Eventually, Shu Bai awkwardly averted his gaze. I am undeserving. This is your era, Li Yuheng. This remark, initially tinged with sharpness, oddly conveyed a sense of reluctant acknowledgement in that moment. Not at all. Li Yuheng tilted his head. The entertainment industry is vast enough to accommodate us all, especially those dedicated newcomers. Ultimately, all eyes, both overt and subtle, converged on Gong Yu. Gong Yu revealed a perfectly rehearsed smile. Hello, everyone. I am Gong Yu, a rookie actor, and it is an honor to participate in this program alongside esteemed seniors. How old are you? Li Wing in Kirat Kazwadi. Gong Yu paused momentarily, then obediently replied, 22. Oh, then indeed, we should address you as senior. Li Yuheng cast a meaningful glance at Shu Bai. After all, wasn't Shu Bai also 30? Yet, as the words left his mouth, he belatedly realized how they might sound like a jab at Shu Bai's age. He truly meant no offense. In the eyes of the prince of the underworld, who had lived for centuries, 28 and 30 were virtually indistinguishable, both falling under the category of youth. His intention was merely to highlight the age gap between Shu Bai and Gong Yu. Shu Bai interjected, I am 28. Close enough, Li Yuheng pressed on, attempting to smooth over the conversation with humor, rounding up, that makes you 30. Shu Bai silently rolled his eyes. According to Li Yuheng's calculations, he could also round up to being Li Yuheng's father. However, he is utterly indifferent to age. He eagerly anticipates reaching 30, ideally wishing to leap directly into his 50s or 60s. At that stage, he could proudly embrace the role of a cantankerous elder, unrestrainedly confronting anyone who displeases him, armed with the universally accepted excuse that age brings irascibility. In this ambiguous phase of life, he must still consider the appropriateness of his outbursts. Once he reaches 60, he envisions himself swaggering through the village with a cane, ready to berate any neighbor who carelessly discards trash. What a delightful prospect. The director hastily seizes the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's dinner arrangements will be determined by a draw. A staff member approaches with a cardboard box. According to the original script, there would be some underhanded maneuvering to ensure that Shu Bai and Gong Yu end up in the same group, thus igniting their kitchen flirtation. Li Yuheng squints, and, as the first person draws a slip, he subtly flicks his finger, manipulating the magnetic field within the box with a deftness that borders on the supernatural. Your Highness, you cannot cheat. Who is cheating? I am merely optimizing resources. No one shall ascend to my pinnacle of popularity by exploiting a manufactured couple, regardless of the phantoms that may lurk in the presence of this prince of the underworld. They must reveal their true forms. He, Li Yuheng, was born to be the leading man, eschewing cliches and forging his own flamboyant path in life. Shu Bai reaches into the box and retrieves a slip of paper. The director takes it, his expression subtly shifting as he announces, Li Yuheng and Shu Bai, in the same group. Silence envelopes the room. Gong Yu suddenly looks up, his face paling. Zhao Wen gasps, while Jiang Wei bursts into laughter. Director, are you certain this pairing won't blow up the kitchen? Shu Bai grips the slip tightly, his knuckles whitening. He yearns to shove the paper down Li Yuheng's insufferable throat. Turning to face Li Yuheng, his gaze sharpens. You? Li Yuheng shrugs, looking skyward. Fate. Fate my foot. It's clear that you tamper with the draw. The atmosphere buzzes with anticipation. The kitchen tonight is destined for chaos. With a resigned sigh, Li Yuheng rises, brushing off his pants. Let us go, teacher Shu Bai. I hope your culinary skills surpass your acting prowess. Shubai responds with an impassive expression. I hope your mouth is cleaner than your face. While the quality of his acting remains uncertain, one thing is clear. Li Yuheng possesses the most audacious mouth in the entertainment industry. The comment section erupts. What a disastrous pairing. The director must be doing this on purpose. Let the battle commence. Shubai also stands and strides towards the kitchen. Li Yuheng and Gong Yu, one openly seeking conflict, the other covertly scheming for a romantic angle. Both are equally maddening in their own unique ways. He now finds himself standing before two unsightly piles, tasked with choosing one to consume. One is dry, the other runny. It hardly matters. They are both excrement, and one cannot reasonably expect either to be more palatable than the other. Li Yuheng leisurely followed behind, deliberately bumping into Gong Yu as he passed, uttering, "Excuse me." The petite figure staggered slightly, forcing a smile as he responded, "Careful, teacher Li." Li Yuheng cast a sidelong glance at him, remarking coolly, "You play the part rather convincingly." A jolt of alarm coursed through Gong Yu's mind. Is this person a mind reader? Does he know the curses I harbor within? The director announced, "Gong Yu, you, Kiki, you're in a group." Yu Kiki's eyes sparkled with excitement as she scampered over, exclaiming, "Gong Yu, hello, how wonderful. We are both newcomers and can look out for each other." She chuckled shyly, adding, "I may not be the best in the kitchen, but I excel at making instant noodles." Gong Yu, feeling a twinge of disappointment for not being paired with Shubai, was interrupted by Yu Kiki's enthusiasm and quickly regained his composure. "Hello, Yu Kiki, thank you. Instant noodles are quite good, simple and quick. Beyond a mere thank you." His barren mind struggled to conjure any other words to navigate this chaotic situation. His gaze uncontrollably drifted towards Shubai. His official pairing had been snatched away by that popular bully. Observing this, Li Yuheng obstructed his line of sight, inwardly scoffing. This mere newcomer dares to vie for his position at the apex? What being the protagonist's partner? Let him dream his grand dreams. Jiangwei Zhaowen. You're in a group. Upon hearing her name, Zhaowen immediately beamed and nestled beside Jiang Wei, affectionately draping an arm around her shoulder. "How splendid, Wei Wei. We're a team. I was just thinking your airport street shoot from last week was simply stunning. Your suit look was both striking and beautiful." Jiang Wei's lips curled slightly, pride evident in her demeanor. "Oh, that shoot? You have quite the taste." "Of course. Here's the plan. During cooking, you'll mainly showcase your goddess charm, while I'll keep the atmosphere lively, ensuring our group is filled with laughter. How does that sound for a perfect division of labor?" "Ha! A dynamic duo of extroverts." Zhaowen's social skills are impressive. She instantly bridged the gap. Wei Wei seems to appreciate it. After all, everyone enjoys compliments. Zhaowen, hurry back to the stand-up stage. I can't enjoy my meals without your punchlines. The director raised a megaphone to elaborate on the rules. Each group must complete 3 dishes within an hour, after which all guests will vote to determine the best pairing. The winners will gain priority selection for tomorrow's date. Upon hearing the word date, Shubai frowned slightly. The mere thought of having to go on a date with Gong Yu was irksome. Who would want to date that hypocritical individual? Li Yuheng trailed leisurely behind, suddenly halting as he passed the director's team. Is the voting system real name or anonymous? The director wiped his brow. Anonymous. Li Yuheng responded with a meaningful "oh," adding, "Then be sure to keep a close watch on the ballot box, lest certain individuals inadvertently submit multiple votes." The director's team collectively froze. Li Wen Ravalati Noirli. Just wait until I expose the little schemes of the director's team. Hengzi is directly confronting him, laughing to death. Hengzi is completely unafraid of offending anyone. Who exactly are you referring to? Elaborate. In the kitchen, Shubai had already tied on his apron and was washing his hands. The water flowed with a loud, splashing sound, and his slender fingers appeared somewhat pale in the cold water. Li Yuheng leaned against the doorframe, observing him. Shubai had a striking physique, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist. The apron cinched tightly accentuated his waistline. However, the most captivating aspect was his aura of aloofness, akin to a feral cat ready to scratch at any moment. Li Yuheng's gaze shifted slightly. Are you out of your mind? Without turning his head, Shubai flicked the droplets of water from his hands, splattering a few onto Li Yuheng's face. standing there like a door god. He was quite an eyesore. Does he expect me to offer him incense? Li Yuheng wiped his face and chuckled. Teacher Shubai, are you always this confrontational? Shubai replied. Whether I am confrontational depends on whether the person opposite me is deserving of my courtesy. Someone like you, if it weren't for the recording, I would have already splashed a basin of vegetable wash water over you. Li Yuheng nodded nonchalantly, and after washing his hands, he picked up a kitchen knife, admiring his reflection. Thoroughly pleased. Pure and untainted, factory fresh, honest and straightforward. If he were in ancient times, he might have earned the title of jade-faced young scholar. Teacher Shubai, he suddenly turned, the knife glinting ominously as he cleared his throat, assuming a scholarly demeanor. May I ask if this face of yours is an original factory model or an upgraded version? Shubai, pausing in his vegetable washing, asked, What do you mean? Is this fool looking for trouble again? The rumors of his plastic surgery had circulated for ages, and Li Yuheng had his own share. Could it be that Li Yuheng was envious of his good looks? My agent always tells me, look at Teacher Shubai, with that bone structure and proportion. He was born to do this, unlike you, who relies solely on youth and reckless antics. Thus, I wanted to inquire whether your appearance is natural or, well, a product of postnatal enhancements. Is Hengzi being sarcastic or complimenting? 400 was indeed rumored to have undergone surgery. That knife gleams ominously. I am frightened, JPG. Shubai maintained a stoic expression, slowly turning off the faucet, droplets cascading down his defined fingers. He faced Li Yuheng, suddenly breaking into a chilling smile. I am factory settings, but teacher, your understanding of cosmetic surgery is quite profound. Have you experienced it firsthand? Given Li Yuheng's face, it was hard to believe he had never gone under the knife. What was he so smug about? If Li Yuheng continued to act this way, he wouldn't mind giving him a little touch-up. Oh, look at what you're saying. I'm still young. I certainly lack the experience of Teacher Shubai. Li Yuheng feigned innocence, blinking playfully. After all, when you debuted, I was still in elementary school. Shubai's smile instantly froze. He narrowed his eyes. Young? No wonder you speak without thinking. It turns out you haven't fully developed. As for developmental issues, Li Yuheng subtly glanced down, assured that he had matured in all the necessary areas. With his attributes, who wouldn't call him perfect? Shubai remarked, this person is truly infuriating. With a mouth so sharp it makes one want to strike. Bullet comments. What kind of absurdity is this? Help, what are they saying? Cameraman, get a close-up. The mechanical voice of 0090 screamed frantically in Li Yuheng's mind. Your Highness, you have truly angered Shubai. His rage level has skyrocketed. Li Yuheng calmly twirled the kitchen knife. What is the rush? Can he really hit me? He merely wishes to observe Shubai's expression when he is incensed, to ascertain whether he is indeed that cat. If so, why pretend not to recognize him? Apologies? What is there to be apologetic about among good brothers? Perhaps he simply forgot. After all, not everyone possesses the ability to remember a face seen only once. But why should he forget? He is hardly a face that blends into the crowd. Suddenly, Shubai seized the rolling pin from the countertop and slammed it down onto the cutting board before Li Yuheng. Bang! A thunderous sound reverberated through the entire kitchen. Oh no, it's about to escalate. Is 400 about to recreate the infamous scene from 3 years ago when he assaulted the director? Help! Teacher Shubai, calm down. If anything happens to Li Yuheng's face, the entire nation will not stand for it. 400, can a violent man just exit the entertainment industry already? Li Yuheng glanced down at the rolling pin deeply embedded in the cutting board. With such strength, it's no wonder Shubai could send the director to the hospital back in the day. This fiery temper and skill are so familiar. The kitchen fell into a chilling silence. Li Yuheng, are you seeking death? Unfazed, Li Yuheng replied. What? Afraid to own up to your actions? Tilting his head with a smile, I actually admire you. That director truly deserved it. Shubai appeared momentarily taken aback, fixating on him with suspicion. What do you mean by that? How does he know the details? Literally. Li Yuheng shrugged, suddenly raising his voice. Teacher Shubai, should we slice the potatoes into strips or cubes? Please wash them first. Shubai furrowed his brow at the potato he had been forcibly handed, momentarily bewildered by the abrupt change in topic. What has happened? Cameraman, Is your microphone malfunctioning? The director's team looked equally perplexed and hurried to check the equipment. 0090. Your Highness, were you just attempting to clear Shubai's name? But aren't you supposed to be following the script of a non-CP male lead? Li Yuheng methodically sliced the potatoes, the blade producing a crisp rhythm against the cutting board. Clear his name? I am merely curious about the truth of that incident. With a flick of the knife, the potato strips fell precisely into the plate. Netizens love to dig up old scandals, and I merely cast out bait. Naturally, someone will follow suit to investigate. He casually added, Shubai is merely a faded film emperor now, posing no threat to me. I have my own rhythm. You need only observe. 0090. Li Yuheng pushed the sliced potatoes towards Shubai. You cook. Shubai frowned. Why should it be me? Li Yuheng, I can't do it. Shubai. He glared at the unevenly sliced potato strips with disdain. You dare call this potato strips? Li Yuheng innocently shrugged. It's my first time. Teacher Shubai, please be forgiving. First time? With a cold, disdainful smile, Shubai retorted, who were you pretending to impress while wielding that kitchen knife? You excel at showmanship. Yet reveal your true self when it comes to cooking. Li Yuheng interjected, showing off, huh? Being charming is a lifelong endeavor. What's wrong with a little display? Noting the deepening frown on Shubai's face, he leaned in provocatively, lowering his voice. Could it be that Teacher Shubai can't even fry an egg? Chapter 4. The popular star, Top versus. The past his prime movie Emperor Shubai slammed the frying pan onto the stove with a resounding clang, causing the nearby soy sauce bottle to tremble. Step aside, you're in the way. Li Yuheng promptly stepped back, maintaining a playful demeanor. Go for it, Teacher Shubai. I believe in you. Shubai, too indifferent to even roll his eyes, ignited the stove and poured in the oil in a fluid motion. Once the oil was hot, he tossed in a handful of minced garlic, releasing an enticing aroma. Li Yuheng leaned closer and inhaled deeply. Wow. Teacher Shubai, you've got some skills. Be quiet. Shubai replied curtly without turning around. Keep talking, and I'll toss you in the pan too. Li Yuheng, undeterred, pressed on. What flavor do you prefer, Teacher Shubai? Spicy or sweet and sour? I can adapt to anything. Steamed full, freshly prepared. Shubai shot back with a cold smile, the spatula clanging against the iron pan. Li Yuheng tilted his head, feigning innocence as he surveyed the surroundings. Where is it? There are no ingredients here. His gaze finally landed on Shubai, realization dawning as he elongated his tone. Oh, it's right here, isn't it? Shubai's grip on the spatula tightened, veins bulging, as he envisioned chopping Li Yuheng into 18 pieces to be stir-fried. Yet, he couldn't fathom stooping to argue with this simpleton. He wasn't here to engage in a battle of wits with a child. The company executives had made grand proclamations about giving him a chance to redeem himself and pair up with Gong Yu to restore his image. But in truth, Shubai couldn't care less. His sole desire was to endure this variety show and then sever ties with the agency, returning to his hometown to tend to the fields. As for Gong Yu, his exaggerated acting and wandering gaze screamed of insincerity. Shubai had initially contemplated cooperating, but the thought was unbearable. The company had insulted his intelligence by pairing him with such a character. This absurd pairing was of no interest to him. He would rather cultivate cabbage. With that thought, Shubai angrily added a generous pinch of salt to the pan. Suddenly, Li Yuheng piped up, Teacher Shubai, may I ask if the two moles beneath your right are drawn on? Shubai ignored him, maintaining a stoic expression as he plated the stir-fried potato shreds and pushed them aside. Li Yuheng promptly offered the second dish's accompaniments, presenting neatly cut carrot and bell pepper strips, the knife work impeccable. Shubai raised an eyebrow at the meticulously sliced vegetables, catching the fleeting change in Shubai's expression. Li Yuheng immediately adopted a theatrical flair, tossing his imaginary bangs. How about that? Are you stunned by my talent? He dramatically placed a hand on his forehead. Some people are just born with extraordinary gifts. Li Yuheng, the quintessential male lead, was undoubtedly impressive. Come on, praise me. This is hilarious. Yuheng's narcissism is acting up again. Help! Where does he get this confidence? Ha ha ha. It's just chopping vegetables. Why is he putting on a show? Shubai, with an impassive expression, accepted the meticulously arranged plate of side dishes, turning to continue his cooking. The spatula scraped against the iron wok, producing a jarring sound, as if it were venting the restlessness of its master. Why has this person fallen silent? Has he succumbed to insecurity? Li Yuheng furrowed his brow slightly, empathetically shifting the topic. Teacher Shubai, may I inquire if the two moles beneath your right eye are drawn? This question had already been posed 6 times. Why is he silent? How dare a mere protagonist show such disrespect to the prince of the underworld? Ridiculous. Did he think this would make him relent? Teacher Shubai, may I inquire if the two moles beneath your right eye are drawn? Finally, Shubai could no longer endure it. He slammed the spatula down with a thud. They're natural. Will you never cease? Li Yuheng blinked and suddenly fell silent as a chicken. Oh, thank you. The kitchen was instantly filled only with the sizzling sound of the oil. Shubai cast a suspicious glance at him, surprised that this annoying creature had indeed quieted down. He resumed stirring, feeling a lightness in his movements. Li Yuheng stood quietly beside him, his fingertips subtly moving, a wisp of imperceptible ghostly energy quietly reaching toward Shubai. His eyes brightened. Indeed, it was as he suspected. The package belonged to his good friend. Your Highness, what are you doing? Unauthorized use of ghostly energy is against the rules. Mind your own business, child. How can a system that has lived for thousands of years be considered a child? In his youth, Li Yuheng, feeling bored, had once secretly ventured into the human realm and lived for a time as a dog. Yes, a real dog. Unfortunately, just as he infiltrated the realm of stray animals, he encountered an untransformed cowcat. The two immediately clashed, battling from the streets to the alleys, from trash cans to rooftops, resembling a dog-cat version of a fighting championship. Amidst their brawling, they forged a revolutionary friendship, with Li Yuheng even learning to curse in cat language. Alas, their joyous days were short-lived. His father, the king of hell, tracked him down using a parental GPS and whisked him back to the underworld by the scruff of his neck, leaving him embarrassed. Before departing, Li Yuheng, concerned that his good brother might perish in a fight before maturing, secretly granted it an invincible buff, ensuring it could not be killed, though it would still end up yowling for being beaten. As for why he hadn't utilized ghostly energy upon their first meeting, must he even be asked? He had forgotten. When he first saw Shubai on the variety show, that cold visage, the impatient gaze, and that tone capable of silencing anyone were all too familiar. So familiar that it stirred a sense of discomfort within Li Yuheng. After all these years, this individual remained unchanged. It became clear that this person had entirely forgotten him. This realization inexplicably irritated him, and the joy of reunion was swiftly overshadowed by a sense of suffocation. Caught up in his displeasure and attempts at probing, he had completely forgotten about any notions of detection, until later, watching Shubai get so vexed that he was nearly jumping, that familiar, irritable demeanor became increasingly apparent. And it suddenly dawned on him, wait, shouldn't I confirm something? Thus, there emerged that faint, clandestine aura of mischief. Ultimately, it wasn't a matter of strategy, nor was it fear of exposure. It was simply that he had been so flustered by that individual that he had momentarily forgotten. Li Yuheng narrowed his eyes, mentally commanding 0090, little system, investigate whether Shubai is also a tasker. The mechanical voice of 0090, tinged with confusion, replied, Your Highness, Shubai is merely an ordinary protagonist. The system records indicate no abnormalities. Impossible. Please check again more thoroughly. With a hint of resignation, 0090 scanned once more. Indeed, there are no abnormalities. Shubai, age 28, was held back 3 years ago due to an incident involving assaulting a director. He is now a washed-up movie star, known for his volatile temperament yet commendable acting skills. Wait a moment, little system. Li Yuheng suddenly shifted his tone, laced with a touch of teasing. Does the Quick Travel Bureau's system have a classification? The systems of the Quick Travel Bureau are categorized by function, with CS being the lowest level and S being the highest, typically assigned to high-risk taskers. May I be so bold as to inquire about your level? The voice of 0090 lowered slightly. Be level, soon to transition to a level. Ah, that explains it. Li Yuheng's tone carried a sense of understanding and mild mockery. 0090 seems somewhat defensive. Your Highness, what do you mean by that? Is there something wrong with the B-level system? My database integrity is at 987, with a fault rate of only 0.003. And I have been recognized as an outstanding system by the Quick Travel Bureau for 3 consecutive years. Before it could finish, Li Yuheng muted the voice of the system in his consciousness. He picked up a cloth and, while wiping the table, feigned indifference and asked, "Teacher Shu Bai, did you have any good friends or bad friends when you were young?" Shu Bai swiftly plated the stir-fried dishes with clean, agile movements. Hearing Li Yuheng's question, he did not look up. No. Li Yuheng raised an eyebrow. Is Teacher Shu Bai really that reclusive? Not even childhood friend? None of your business. Shu Bai pushed the plate toward him, then turned to walk away, threatening, "Keep talking, and I'll drop it on your head." Chapter 5. The popular dominant X, the washed-up movie star. After several attempts at probing, Li Yuheng found that Shu Bai remained unresponsive. Consequently, he mentally prepared himself, ultimately making the decision to engage in an act that was entirely uncharacteristic of his aloof persona. In the spirit of brotherhood, he was willing to go all out. Just as Shu Bai plated the second dish, Li Yuheng stealthily approached, seizing the moment when the cameraman was focused on other guests. Leaning in close to whisper in his ear, "Meow, do you remember that mutt by the trash can back in the day?" Shu Bai whirled around, nearly smashing the pepper shaker against Li Yuheng's nose. "What on earth is wrong with you? Did you record this show and catch feline distemper?" Li Yuheng nimbly stepped back 2 paces, pretending to adjust his collar. "Teacher Shu Bai, your hearing is astonishing." Shu Bai's face contorted in displeasure. "Li the old shit. Are you hallucinating from recording the show? Coming over to mimic a cat like some illiterate is even more absurd than a brain-dead AI-generated video." Li Yuheng scrutinized Shu Bai's flawless profile, secretly grinding his molars. This is rather peculiar. Given that cat's temper, it should have been furious upon hearing the feline language. Yet its current reaction is clearly devoid of any recollection. TSK, how dull. He sulkily grabbed a cucumber from the fruit platter beside him, took a hefty bite, the crunch echoing in the air, while casting a mournful gaze at Shu Bai. "After all these years, you've completely forgotten me?" Shu Bai felt uncomfortable under Li Yuheng's penetrating stare, perplexed, and shot him a glare in return. Li Yuheng swiftly devoured the cucumber, tossing the remnants into the trash bin with a flick of his wrist. Shu Bai turned away, just as he picked up the pan to prepare the third dish, only to find it suddenly snatched from his grasp. Li Yuheng had stealthily moved to his side, seizing the pan with ease. "Allow me to take care of this." With a single hand, Li Yuheng spun the pan with fervor, the spatula dancing at his fingertips, a perfect moment to showcase his true culinary prowess. Noticing Shu Bai's commendable execution of the previous 2 dishes, a sense of urgency welled up within Li Yuheng. Even though they were once good brothers, he could not allow his spotlight to be overshadowed. Shu Bai crossed his arms, observing with a disapproving expression, "Did you not just claim you couldn't cook? What a deceit! How could the talents of a genius be deemed deceitful?" Li Yuheng retorted, striking the pan against the stove, flames leaping forth. This was a strategic display of hidden abilities. Shu Bai watched with a mix of skepticism and intrigue as Li Yuheng moved with the grace of a seasoned chef, the sizzling oil and aromatic spices filling the air with a tantalizing allure. "Have you taken any lessons?" he inquired, his gaze flickering with doubt. Without turning back, Li Yuheng fabricated a tale. "Of course. My great-grandfather used to cook for the King of Hell." Shu Bai burst into laughter. "Huh? Cooking for the King of Hell? What a tale. Even the king would rise from the underworld to applaud such a fib." "Your Highness, you mustn't reveal your identity." Li Yuheng nonchalantly juggled a spoon. "What is there to panic about? Who would believe such nonsense? Besides, I just made it up." "Then how did you learn to cook?" "Just picked it up after clandestinely learning from you," he replied with a grin. Being a genius means one learns swiftly. Li Yuheng had no great-grandfather, spending his days in the underworld in slumber. Thus he had never acquired culinary skills. However, seeing the resemblance in Li Yuheng's demeanor, Shu Bai paid it no mind and settled down to rest. Li Yuheng observed his silhouette, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Since he had confirmed that Shu Bai was indeed that cat from years past, he could not allow the protagonist to be entangled with that scoundrel Gong Yu. His brother, Li Yuheng, would not allow such a disgrace. The three groups of guests gradually completed their dinner tasks. The trio from Gong Yu's group presented dishes that were visually stunning, with Yu Kuku fervently capturing the moments on her phone. Gong Yu, you're truly impressive. Her eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, these sweet and sour ribs appear even more professional than those from a restaurant. Gong Yu modestly smiled. I often cook at home. Practice makes perfect. Yet, his gaze inadvertently drifted toward Shu Bai. His first bite of sweet and sour ribs had to be savored by Shu Bai, marking the beginning of their sweet bond. Yuheng, quick-witted and agile, interposed himself like a wall, obstructing Gong Yu's line of sight, and deftly seized the most exquisite piece of rib from the platter with his chopsticks, declaring, allow me to taste. Gong Yu's expression changed dramatically. Nearly losing his gentle smile, Li Lao, The first bite was meant for his CP, Shu Bai, his sweet plan. The taste was quite pleasant. Li Yuheng chewed a couple of times and pretentiously commented, perhaps a bit too much sugar. It's excessively sweet. Gong Yu's lips twitched slightly. Maybe my taste leans towards the sweeter side. No wonder. Li Yuheng exchanged a meaningful glance with him. So your Mediterranean ex-boyfriend has quite the sweet tooth. Gong Yu, who have I offended? Li Yuheng seems a bit unwell. Is it amusing to target newcomers? Laughing to death. Is Gong Yu's fanbase this fragile? Are Yuheng speaking the truth is called targeting? Is this the quality of Li Yuheng's fans? Senior bullying newcomers and still having a reason? Gong Yu has such a good temper. If it were me, I would have turned hostile by now. Oh, this is called bullying? A glass heart should consider avoiding the entertainment industry. The barrage of comments instantly became a chaotic mix. In the program's control room, the director observed the soaring viewership ratings and the explosive comments, silently wiping his sweat. Should we cut this segment or not? The assistant director replied, if we cut it, the audience will flood our official blog. Let's keep it. At that moment, the camera swept over Shu Bai, who was seen lowering his head, pressing his lips together, his shoulders suspiciously shaking a couple of times. Li Yuheng caught a glimpse of Shu Bai's reaction and suddenly leaned in closer. Teacher Shu Bai, do you find this amusing? Shu Bai immediately managed his expression. It is quite funny, but you are even more ridiculous. Li Yuheng responded, how can your tongue be sharper than before? Jiang Wei and Zhao Wan, the sister duo, presented 3 exquisite home-cooked dishes, plated as elegantly as those served in restaurants. I handled the chopping, while Wei Wei did the frying. Zhao Wan proudly introduced. We call this the beauty and the beast combination. Jiang Wei shot Zhao Wan a glance. Who are you calling a beast? Zhao Wan quickly amended. The beauty and beauty combination. A wave of laughter flooded the comments. When it was time for Li Yuheng and Shu Bai's group to present, the atmosphere of the dining table noticeably shifted. Li Yuheng casually leaned back against the chair and raised his chin towards Shu Bai. Teacher Shu Bai, please. Shu Bai maintained a stern demeanor as he placed the 3 dishes on the table. The first dish was Shu Bai's spicy and sour shredded potatoes, golden in color, adorned with red chili peppers and green onions, exuding a fragrant aroma, albeit with unevenly cut potato shreds. The second dish was Shu Bai's fish-flavored shredded pork, showcasing meticulous knife skills and rich sauce. The third dish was an impromptu dish prepared by Li Yuheng, grilled fish. Literally grilled, the fish was charred black like coal, with only a few spots revealing the original flesh. The dining table fell into an immediate silence. Jiang Wei stared at the charred fish. Is this feces? No, I misspoke. What is this? That dark lump could easily be mistaken for coal. Zhao Wan dramatically clutched her chest. Heavens, this fish met a tragic end. Which stove god did it offend in its lifetime? Yu Kiki cautiously prodded the charred fish with her chopsticks, trying to lighten the mood. Actually, it smells quite nice. Teacher Li's first attempt at cooking is impressive, although it looks like a disaster. Shu Bai glanced at the blackened grilled fish, his lips twitching slightly. It resembles charcoal mixed with soy sauce. Li Yuheng was still stubbornly asserting, this is volcanic rock grilled fish, prepared with Michelin 3-star techniques. If Michelin were to witness your culinary endeavors, the tires would surely burst in disbelief, Shu Bai retorted mercilessly. Li Yuheng, undeterred, wandered about with his plate, seeking someone to taste his creation. Mr. Zhao, would you care to try? It's my innovative method. Zhao Wan recoiled in horror. No, I'm on a diet. Jiang Wei, a little favor? Get lost. I'm afraid of poisoning. Miss you? I'm a vegetarian. At that moment, he approached Shu Bai, his eyes oddly pleading. Teacher Shu Bai. Shu Bai frowned, initially intent on dismissing him. However, this usually arrogant fellow displayed an unexpected vulnerability, causing a flicker of surprise and discomfort within him. Fine, give it here. Shu Bai finally relented. Li Yuheng promptly offered the plate. Shu Bai picked up a piece of what was still recognizable as fish belly and, under the gaze of onlookers, placed it in his mouth. It's utterly salty, Shu Bai remarked. You seasoned it as if salt were free. Impossible. Li Yuheng immediately tasted it himself, his expression contorting as he struggled to swallow. All right, perhaps I might have overdone the salt a tad. Yet, he couldn't shake the nagging doubt. This fish, from the moment it hit the pot, had been carefully monitored with just a pinch of seasoning at each step, lest he err in flavor. Moreover, before serving, he had deliberately added several spoonfuls of sugar to mask the fishy taste and balance the saltiness. Logically, the dish should have had a sweet and salty profile, even leaning towards sweetness. Why then did it taste so overwhelmingly salty? Li Yuheng stared at the dark piece of fish in the plate, lost in contemplation. Regardless of the outcome, it was certainly not the fault of the Prince of Hell. It must be the fish's inherent saltiness. Bad fish, good Li Yuheng. Shu Bai scoffed lightly, pushing the plate back and curling his lips into a mocking smile. Is this what you call true skill? Li Yuheng attempted to salvage his dignity before his friend. Mistakes are the mother of success. In that case, your mother must be quite prolific, Shu Bai quipped. Those failed fish you clandestinely cooked in the kitchen earlier must all be attributed to your mother. Huh, so that's how it is. So Shu Bai is giving him face because Li Yuheng practiced secretly? Indeed, Shu Bai granted him some leeway due to his discreet practice. Since Li Yuheng seized the pot, he had displayed an uncommon seriousness. Although he boasted of being a genius, he repeatedly tasted and adjusted the flavors, failing several times before managing to produce something somewhat palatable. In truth, when Li Yuheng ruined the first fish, Shu Bai was already convinced that his prior claims of culinary prowess were mere fabrications. As for the few steps he executed with uncanny familiarity, Shu Bai harbored serious doubts that Li Yuheng had only mastered those initial techniques. Nonetheless, Shu Bai generally showed more leniency towards those who genuinely endeavored. While the final dish had indeed flopped, it was permissible to grant him a measure of respect for his earnest attempts. Chapter 6. The rising star's pursuit of the past film emperor. Suddenly, Gong Yu rose from his seat, pushing the sweet and sour ribs he had prepared towards Shu Bai. Shu Bai, do give this a try. Li Yuheng swiftly interposed with his chopsticks, effectively blocking Gong Yu's dish. Shu Bai doesn't relish sweet flavors, he asserted, turning to Shu Bai with a raised eyebrow. Right? Initially, Shu Bai had no intention of indulging, but Li Yuheng's interference ignited a rebellious impulse within him. Who are you to make decisions on my behalf? He glared at the chopsticks obstructing his view and, in a sudden movement, swatted Li Yuheng's chopsticks aside, seizing the ribs Gong Yu offered. He was determined to taste them. Even if the ribs were laced with poison, he would swallow them before Li Yuheng's very eyes. At worst, he would emerge a hero 18 years hence. A glimmer of triumph flickered in Gong Yu's eyes. Li Yuheng narrowed his gaze, and just as Shu Bai was about to take a bite, he spoke up. Gong Yu, is that sauce on your hand from the restroom? Gong Yu froze, instinctively rubbing the webbing between his thumb and forefinger. Wait, what? Could it possibly be? Don't spread baseless claims. Our Gong Yu is impeccably clean. Shu Bai's movement halted. He did not eat, slowly lowering his chopsticks. He had not truly intended to eat, merely seeking to oppose Li Yuheng. Yet, upon witnessing Gong Yu's reaction, the ribs suddenly lost their allure. Gong Yu forced a smile, explaining, it's just a little chili residue from cutting. Li Yuheng suddenly leaned closer to him, covering the microphone, and in a hushed tone that only the two could hear, whispered, the storage room on the third floor is rather stimulating. Isn't it? Gong Yu's pupils dilated. After completing his dinner task, he had indeed been summoned by his ex-boyfriend for a private 10-minute session in the storage room. At the beginning of the show, when he and Shu Bai were feigning intimacy, Li Yuheng's overzealous approach had flustered his ex-boyfriend into rushing over to the production team. Li Yuheng nonchalantly pushed a plate of grilled fish toward Gong Yu. In the spirit of reciprocity, why not sample my creation, Mr. Gong? Gong Yu's expression stiffened. But faced with the cameras, he had no choice but to forcefully pick up a piece. The moment it entered his mouth, his expression management crumbled entirely, his face contorting in distaste. How is it? Li Yuheng inquired with a cheerful smile. Gong Yu struggled to swallow, managing a strained smile. It's quite distinctive. Li Yuheng nodded in satisfaction. If you like it, do have more. With that, he added a sizable piece to Gong Yu's bowl. Gong Yu realized with utmost certainty that Li Yuheng was being deliberately vindictive. This was surely an act of retribution for his earlier gesture of offering ribs to Shu Bai. Gong Yu, I thank you and your entire family. Ha! This is pure psychological warfare. Poor Gong Yu. Oh dear, are Gong Yu's fans back again? Is tasting a dish considered suffering? In the end, Gong Yu refrained from eating, for his formidable director had arrived. As the director observed the situation spiraling out of control, he swiftly seized the microphone. We shall commence an anonymous vote. Each individual is entitled to cast one vote for the group they deem to have prepared the most delectable dish. The staff began distributing small slips of paper and pens. Li Yuheng twirled a pen and suddenly leaned closer to Shu Bai's ear. Whom will you vote for? Shu Bai sidestepped, retorting, What business is it of yours? Are we even acquainted? Li Yuheng lowered his voice. Vote for our group. If we win, I shall let you choose first for our date tomorrow. Shu Bai scoffed coldly. I choose not to go. Li Yuheng raised an eyebrow. Feeling rather haughty, aren't we? Ignoring him, Shu Bai bent down to inscribe a name before folding the slip. The voting results were swiftly tallied. The director announced, the Jiangwei and Zhao Wen group received 3 votes. The Gong Yu and Yukiki group garnered 2 votes, while the Li Yuheng and Shu Bai group received a solitary vote. Li Yuheng immediately raised his hand. Director, I suspect foul play. The director wiped his brow. Mr. Li, that is improbable. They were too wary of you to engage in any shenanigans this time. Li Yuheng narrowed his eyes. Then why did our group only receive 1 vote? Shu Bai clearly voted for us. Shu Bai interjected. I did not vote. Did this fellow possess a selective hearing? Li Yuheng turned to him. Then for whom did you vote? Shu Bai replied. For Jiang Wei and her group. Li Wen Raturta, Li Sten. I shall no longer be your good buddy. Jiang Wei smirked at Li Yuheng. It seems everyone's palate is quite discerning. With a huff, Li Yuheng suddenly reached over to take Jiang Wei's group's dish. The winner shall treat. He could not afford to lose without a fight. Even if he lost the competition, he must win over the taste buds. Jiang Wei quipped. Do you possess any semblance of shame? Li Yuheng replied. Thank you. I already have it and am quite content. I do not require a second. The director continued. According to the rules, Jiang Wei and Zhao Wen are granted the privilege of selecting their date for tomorrow. Now, please proceed to the wish wall and inscribe the names of your desired companions. Jiang Wei and Zhao Wen exchanged a knowing glance, both revealing mischievous smiles. They approached the wish wall in the corner, their backs to the camera as they wrote down names. The director received the slips, his expression shifting. Jiang Wei has chosen Li Yuheng. Li Yuheng halted his chopsticks. What? Jiang Wei raised an eyebrow at him. What's wrong? Not pleased. Li Yuheng squinted. Was that intentional? Jiang Wei shrugged. Who told you to always provoke me? Tomorrow, you'll see how I deal with you. Ha ha ha, mutual sabotage. Wei. Well done. Anticipating how Hengzi will be pranked tomorrow, the director further announced. Zhao Wen has chosen Shu Bai. Shu Bai appeared momentarily stunned. Finally, a sensible person, he felt as though he might weep with gratitude. It was akin to discovering a gold nugget amidst a heap of refuse, or a pearl in a cesspool, or encountering a rational soul among a crowd of lunatics. Zhao Wen clasped her hands. Teacher Shu Bai, grant me the opportunity to successfully pursue my idol. Shu Bai nodded emphatically. All right. Gong Yu's expression soured instantly. Li Yuheng cast a glance at Gong Yu and suddenly smiled. Director, how will the remaining individuals be paired? The director replied. The remaining 2 guests will automatically form a pair. This meant that Gong Yu and Yukiki would be grouped together. Gong Yu forced a smile. Kiki, I'll look forward to your guidance tomorrow. Yukiki nodded enthusiastically. Yes. Gong Yu, you are such a wonderful person. Li Weng silan li skufa, finding indiferenza. Yet, His chopsticks danced with fervor, sweeping away the dishes on the table like a tempest. He particularly targeted the 2 plates of stir-fried vegetables, along with the spoils he had seized from Jiang Wei, shoving everything into his mouth. The scene resembled that of a refugee famished for 3 days, finally encountering sustenance. 0090. Taken aback, inquired, "Your Highness, do you consume food with such fervor, even in the underworld?" Li Yuheng languidly replied in his mind, "Not at all. Is it because the cuisine in the underworld does not suit your palate? Not that. Is it that the underworld's grim reapers do not permit you to indulge? Not all. Do they dare? Could it be that you simply lack appetite in the underworld?" Li Yuheng snorted lightly and replied leisurely, "Because there's nothing delectable." 0090 paused for a moment before adding, "So, it seems you are not only ruthless, but also exceedingly famished. What? Do you have an objection?" "Not all. I merely did not anticipate the underworld's fare to be so dismal. I apologize for your plight." Li Yuheng snorted again and resumed his meal. Shu Bai observed the near-empty plates he had stir-fried, his brow furrowed slightly. "Are you perhaps a reincarnated glutton?" Li Yuheng paused, looking up at Shu Bai with a radiant smile. "Teacher Shu Bai, your culinary skills are simply irresistible." He then exaggeratedly grabbed the last piece of shredded potato, nodding with feigned enthusiasm. This was his first time savoring a meal prepared by a close friend. Though they had since drifted apart, the food was still worthy of enjoyment. Shu Bai, maintaining a stoic expression, averted his gaze, only to hear Jiang Wei coldly interject, "He's been like this since childhood. He could outcompete a pig for food." Chapter 7. The rising star and the faded film emperor. Li Yuheng leisurely swallowed the last morsel, elegantly dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and then turned to Jiang Wei, wearing an infuriatingly smug grin. "Jiang Wei, did a pig steal your food when you were a child? No wonder you're so miserly, harboring a grudge." "Li Weng, present." Li Yuheng cheerfully responded, even adjusting his posture with casual poise, as if awaiting an important proclamation. "What may I assist you with? Are you looking to schedule some time for me to retort?" Jiang Wei took a deep breath, his chest visibly rising and falling, before suddenly transforming his expression, donning a smile so sweet it could be sickening, his voice dripping with sweetness. "I promise to take good care of you on our date tomorrow." Li Wen shuja nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Gong Yu subtly clenched the napkin in his hand, casting furtive glances at Li Yuheng, his eyes betraying a mixture of resentment and fear. However, when Li Yuheng's gaze swept over him with a seemingly knowing smile, he immediately lowered his head in panic, his heart racing. This top star was too uncanny. No one had witnessed what had transpired in the storage room. Yet how could he possibly know? Was he sent by the King of Hell to thwart him? The voice of his former boyfriend echoed in his mind, offering resigned advice. "Li Yuheng has a formidable background. I cannot provoke him. If things get tough, consider shifting your strategy and interact more with Yukiki. In time, the company will find ways to elevate your status." Gong Yu lowered his gaze to conceal the reluctance simmering beneath. Yukika? What warmth could such a naive and innocent newcomer possibly offer him? What he saw was the illustrious aura of the long-renowned film emperor, Shu Bai. "Teacher Gong?" Yukika called him softly, her round apricot eyes brimming with concern. "You look unwell. Are you feeling all right?" "I'm fine." Gong Yu immediately looked up, effortlessly switching to his gentle mode, his smile flawless, as if the darkness that had flickered in his eyes moments before was but an illusion. Perhaps he was simply a bit fatigued. In his heart, he understood that once this variety show concluded, Shu Bai's contract with the company would lapse, freeing the once prominent actor from their grasp. Without Shu Bai as a stepping stone, and with no other popular artists under the company's banner, Gong Yu was acutely aware of his own lackluster acting skills. If the company were to indiscriminately pour resources into him, it could backfire spectacularly, eliciting audience disdain. Thus, he must seize this final opportunity to engage in promotional tactics with Shu Bai. He could not afford to overlook this lifeline. That evening, as it was the guest's first day, the production team had not scheduled any filming tasks. Li Yuheng emerged from his shower to find Shu Bai standing on the balcony. The moonlight bathed him, outlining his slender yet stately silhouette, a hint of crimson at his fingertips flickering in the night. The wisps of smoke rose, causing the two distinctive moles beneath his right eye to appear and disappear in the haze, imparting an air of aloofness and an ineffable sense of narrative. Li Yuheng, drying his damp hair, approached casually. Teacher Shu, may I borrow a light? Shubai glanced at him with a sidelong look, remaining silent as he tossed a lighter in his direction. Li Yuheng caught it, retrieving a lollipop from the pocket of his pajamas. Shubai's expression froze for a moment, then his brow furrowed. Are you out of your mind? Borrowing a light to ignite a lollipop at this hour? Have you hit your head or something? Li Yuheng chose to ignore the comment, calmly placing the lollipop in his mouth. He then, with feigned seriousness, pressed the lighter against the candy, repeatedly clicking it while muttering, Huh? Why one tea at light? Shubai, unable to endure any longer, turned on his heel, eager to leave without another moment's delay. Teacher Shu, Li Yuheng suddenly called out, the teasing lilt in his voice vanishing, replaced by an unusual earnestness. Shubai hesitated for a moment, but did not turn around. 3 years ago, what had truly transpired? Li Yuheng regarded his retreating figure. Shubai's posture stiffened, and without looking back, he replied, ISN it all online? A violent man, throwing tantrums, assaulting the director, and subsequently being shelved. Why does a top star care about gossip? I wish to hear it from you, Li Yuheng insisted. Shubai fell silent for a moment, the night breeze tousling his fringe. Eventually, he let out a cold laugh tinged with self-mockery. Are we so familiar? Teacherly? You might want to focus more on your own affairs. With that, he departed, leaving Li Yuheng alone on the balcony, enveloped in the faint scent of tobacco. Li Yuheng watched Shubai's silhouette fade at the corridor's end, squinting slightly. 0090's voice whispered, Your Highness, this behavior might be out of character. Li Yuheng's gulp internally, silence. Out of character? Is it not reasonable to show concern for a colleague? Do not dilly-dally. Go and ascertain the situation regarding that matter. He paused momentarily, a hint of disdain in his tone. Forget it. I cannot count on you. If you cannot even clarify whether a person is an agent or not, what use is a B-grade system like you? I shall handle it myself. 0090. The infuriating prince of the Underworld. Li Yuheng disregarded the system and pulled out his phone, swiftly scrolling through the screen until he found a contact labeled Universal Wong and dialed. The call was answered almost immediately. Hello, it's me. Investigate the complete account of the incident 3 years ago where Shubai assaulted the director. I want every detail. He glanced toward Shubai's room, murmuring to himself, I suspect my brother has been wronged. The following morning, as Li Yuheng descended the stairs while yawning, Jiang Wei, dressed in a striking red dress, leaned against the bar in the living room, twirling a car key between her fingers. Upon seeing him, she remarked, Ah, the top star finally deigns to rise. Let us go. Li Yuheng sank into the sofa, lazily responding, So eager? One might think you are off to snatch a limited edition. Jiang Wei twirled the key with finesse, rolling her eyes. Eager? Hardly. Everyone else has already set off. It's just us two unfortunate souls left behind. Hearing this, Li Yuheng reclined back even further, saying, But I'm terrified, Miss Jiang, with your driving skills that resemble a bumper car's. I am genuinely concerned for my personal safety. Just as Jiang Wei was about to retort, she noticed that the filming crew had not yet followed them in, suddenly lowering her voice and shifting the topic. Li Yuheng, why were you so hostile towards Shubai yesterday? Li Yuheng blinked innocently. Am I at odds with him? Our exchanges are merely friendly and profound academic dialogues, sparking the flames of thought. I even praised his classic works. Have you forgotten? Jiang Wei scrutinized him for several seconds, as if searching for a revelation on his face, before finally sighing, her tone laced with complexity. After this program, Shubai will completely retire from the industry. Li Yuheng's hand, poised to retrieve his phone, hesitated slightly. His contract is expiring, and he will not be renewing it. Jiang Wei toyed with the car key, her voice softening. I've heard he has even prepared his house back home, ready to return to farming. Li Yuheng queried, How do you know this so well? Jiang Wei shrugged, her expression tinged with helplessness. My agent used to have a decent rapport with his agent, so I know a bit. His agent is also caught in a difficult position, facing pressure from above, making certain matters hard to navigate. So, Could you perhaps temper your actions a little? He asked, leaving. After all, can we grant him some peace? Her words felt somewhat awkward, clearly unfamiliar to her. It wasn't that she didn't want to assist Shu Bai. She had heard snippets from her agent about his plight and felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, in this industry, one often finds that goodwill does not always translate into actionable support. Jiang Wei, raised in privilege and accustomed to a smooth journey in the entertainment realm, possessed a certain capriciousness. However, when compared to Li Yuheng's background, which was inherently intertwined with substantial capital, she felt a distinct disparity. There were murky waters she could not wade through, lacking the requisite strength to do so. At most, she could only attempt to persuade her reckless cousin not to tread on someone who was already prepared to depart. Li Yuheng glanced at her for a couple of seconds and suddenly chuckled. He stood up, exaggeratedly stretched his limbs, and the joints emitted a subtle crack. All right then. Aren't we off to a date? Let's go. Teacher Jiang, my safety is in your hands today. Jiang Wei scrutinized him with suspicion, sensing something unusual about him today. Yet she couldn't quite put her finger on it. The two exited in succession, the barrage of comments instantly filled with anticipation and excitement. Ah, finally the date segment. Wei Wei looks stunning today. That red dress is killing me. Hengzi looks incredibly handsome in that casual outfit. Those collarbones are lethal. Jiang Wei drove a red sports car, and Li Yuheng unceremoniously took the passenger seat. As he fastened his seatbelt, he suddenly inquired, "Where to?" "The amusement park." Jiang Wei pressed the accelerator, and the car roared to life, darting forward. She shot him a sideways glance. "Are you afraid of heights?" "It's not too late to back out now." Li Yuheng scoffed, reclining casually against the seat. "Afraid of heights? I dare to jump around on the beams of the Underworld." Jiang Wei retorted, "You're starting that nonsensical talk again, aren't you?" She was too weary to engage in banter. As they cruised onto the highway, Jiang Wei casually turned on the car's music, and coincidentally, it was one of Li Yuheng's upbeat hits. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yuheng boasted, "Oh, Miss Jiang, turns out you're a fan of mine, setting it as your car's music?" Jiang Wei smirked, her gaze unwavering. "You're overthinking it. It's on shuffle. Next time, I suggest you avoid such catchy songs. They tend to clutter my playlist." Li Yuheng chose not to expose her little ruse and turned to admire the rapidly retreating scenery outside. After a while, he seemingly nonchalantly fiddled with an inconspicuous device within the car, discreetly cutting off the internal recording power. Then he spoke, his tone considerably more serious than their earlier chit-chat. "Why is Shu Bai so resolute about withdrawing from the industry? Is it because of that incident 3 years ago?" Jiang Wei cast a surprised glance at the suddenly silent recording indicator, then shot Li Yuheng a sidelong look before responding. "I heard she was disheartened. That incident was a catalyst. She probably realized a lot of things afterward and found it pointless. She has long wanted to leave. So why the delay? Bound by contract." Jiang Wei replied, deftly maneuvering the steering wheel to overtake another car. "Do you think everyone can act freely like you? Capitalists care about your whims?" His temperament is stubborn, and he has offended many. This time, it seems the company is trying to squeeze out his remaining value, forcing him to participate. The conditions are likely quite harsh. Li Yuheng's expression turned cold. Forcing him? Not sure of the specifics, but it's certainly not a pleasant situation. Jiang Wei glanced at the navigation. "We're here." The vibrant entrance of the amusement park and the towering Ferris wheel loomed into view. Li Yuheng exited the car, closed the door, and suddenly turned to Jiang Wei, saying, "Thanks." Jiang Wei, who was just unbuckling her seatbelt, fumbled and nearly broke the clasp. She looked up abruptly, regarding Li Yuheng as if he were an extraterrestrial. "Did you take the wrong medicine this morning? Or have you been possessed by something unclean?" Li Yuheng flashed her a dazzling smile, one that could easily grace a toothpaste advertisement, with 8 sparkling teeth glimmering in the sunlight. "It's nothing. Just thought the weather is splendid today, perfect for indulging in Miss Jiang's day plans." A sudden sense of foreboding washed over Jiang Wei. Why did we just lose connection? Must have been a technical glitch. The screen went black for a few minutes. Help. Those two together are just too eye-catching. Wake up, folks. They are cousins. What? How come I didn't know that? 5 minutes later, Jiang Wei's premonition materialized. "Li Yuheng, come down here." Jiang Wei stood beneath the drop tower, stamping her feet in frustration. Li Yuheng waved at her. Come on up. Aren't you the one who wanted to scare me? Jiang Wei gritted her teeth and replied, I'm afraid of heights. Li Yuheng clutched his chest dramatically, feigning shock. Oh my. Audience, did you hear that? The illustrious star Jiang is actually afraid of heights. This is exclusive news. Quick, take screenshots. Record it. Trending topic alert. Jiang Wei is afraid of heights. Chapter 8. The popular top-tier male, lead X the past his prime, movie emperor Li Yuheng. Jiang Wei lowered her voice in a threatening manner. You wait. Hearing the threat from below, Li Yuheng looked down and made a cheeky face at Jiang Wei, challenging her. What are you waiting for? Come on up. Let us both enjoy the heights together. Suddenly, Jiang Wei turned to the staff, whispering a few words. What is Wei Wei planning? Is she going to forcibly shut down the equipment? This is hilarious. Yuheng has really annoyed Wei Wei today. The drop tower slowly started up, and Li Yuheng ascended smoothly in his seat, enjoying the cool breeze. Just as he was about to reach the pinnacle, ready to embrace the sensation of weightlessness, a slight mechanical glitch occurred, and the entire apparatus came to a halt. Li Yuheng found himself unexpectedly suspended 50 meters above the ground. The once gentle breeze now became aggressive, rushing into his open collar and tousling his hair. Jiang Wei stood below, hands on her hips, triumphantly calling out to him, Li, top tier. How does it feel up there? Is the air particularly fresh? Is the view breathtaking? Li Yuheng glanced down at the diminishing crowd and buildings beneath, felt the wind rushing into his collar, and suddenly chuckled. Not bad, just a bit chilly. He leisurely pulled out his phone, not his personal one, but a camera securely tethered by the production team. Do not imitate him, adjusted the angle. Even seeking out the best light, and began taking selfies. Family, who understands? Being dangled like a kite by my cousin on a drop tower. Haha, I'm about to laugh myself silly. Yuheng, calmly taking selfies, documenting life. Well done, Wei Wei. Watching him appear so carefree from below made Jiang Wei's fists clench. Get down here. Li Yuheng shrugged in midair, his movements somewhat restricted. Yet his expression was perfectly exasperated. I wish I could, but didn't you shut the machine down? Jiang Wei, gritting her teeth, gestured to the staff, lower him down. The drop tower descended slowly, and just as Li Yuheng's feet touched the ground, Jiang Wei charged over with an imposing presence. Li Wing, what is wrong with you? Wasn't it you, Miss Jiang, who wanted to prank me? Am I not cooperating fully with this performance? I didn't even manage my expressions. It's utterly genuine. Li Yuheng raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with a teasing provocation. Cousin, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but your prank skills could use significant improvement. It's too straightforward, lacking in artistry. Jiang Wei ground her teeth in frustration, glaring at him fiercely, and through clenched jaws spat out a curse. No wonder you're single. The King of Solitude. Li Yuheng raised a hand to adjust his slightly disheveled collar, standing tall with an expression as determined as if he were ready to join a party. What's wrong with being single? The King of Solitude pursues a PhD, contributing to a beautiful China. Jiang Wei. The barrage of comments erupted in laughter. Ha! What the hell? Building a beautiful China. The King of Solitude meme, although late, has arrived. Li Yuheng. I'm proudly single due to my own merits. Jiang Wei. Fine, you're tough. She turned to leave without a trace of reluctance. I'm off to ride the carousel. You can continue your noble endeavor of building the country here. Li Yuheng shrugged, hands in his pockets, standing still as he enthusiastically recommended to her retreating figure. The carousel is so dull, moving at a snail's pace. The giant swing over there is much more thrilling. Have you considered it? Or perhaps a roller coaster? Jiang Wei shot him the middle finger without looking back. The filming crew exchanged glances, and the director's team urgently conferred through their headsets, ultimately deciding to split into two groups. One team would follow the clearly agitated Jiang Wei to the carousel area, while the other would remain to film Li Yuheng. Li Yuheng waved casually at the cameras that remained. All right, don't follow me anymore. I'm going to grab a drink. You all can film some scenery of the amusement park. The staff hesitated, but the audience wants to see you. Then film my back as I buy coffee, he replied, turning away and heading towards the beverage area, his demeanor nonchalant, his steps easy, entirely unconcerned whether the cameras were keeping pace. I'm dying of laughter, the production team. This guest is so hard to manage. Is he tired of being filmed? As for our Li Yuheng, he has always been like this, free as the wind. I love it. Li Yuheng purchased a cold coconut latte at the beverage shop, sauntering leisurely to a relatively secluded resting area. After sitting down, he took out his personal phone and dialed a number. Have you found out? He inquired directly. A respectful voice came from the other end. Young Master Li, we have indeed found information. There were circumstances surrounding that incident 3 years ago. The director who was assaulted, surnamed Liu, has a terrible reputation in the industry, preying on novice actors, and if his hidden rules fail, he makes things difficult for them on set. So, why did Shubai hit him? Based on the recollections of several temporary workers present at the time, the director had attempted to force a new female actress into his lounge for a private rehearsal. When the girl resisted, he slapped her. Shubai happened to pass by and, without wasting words, immediately intervened. What about the video evidence? The original surveillance footage was suppressed by Liu's associates, but we located a private backup from a staff member present at the time. Although the angle is somewhat skewed, the process is captured clearly. It has been sent to your encrypted email. Li Yuheng acknowledged with a sound, hung up the phone, and opened his email. The screen wavered and the angle was askew, yet it was sufficient to discern the scene. A middle-aged man was violently pulling a young girl, who was struggling in terror, only to be slapped to the ground. In the next moment, Shubai rushed into the frame, delivering a punch to director Liu's face. The two engaged in a scuffle, ultimately resulting in Liu being beaten to a pulp, fleeing in disgrace. Shubai then helped the girl to her feet, coldly uttering something before turning to leave. Just as suspected, Li Yuheng closed the video and commanded in his mind, 0090, process this video and obscure the girl's face. Then, post it on all major social platforms with the highest level of anonymity, titling it prominently, "The Truth from 3 years ago. Complete footage of the Shubai assault incident exposed." Utilize all available promotional resources. I want it trending at #1 within half an hour. 0090. Your Highness, this will interfere with the plot development. Oh, what nonsense is this? Allowing a righteous person to suffer for 3 years while the real scum roams free. What kind of plot is that? I, Li Yuheng, am here, and the narrative shall unfold according to my rules. 0090 fell silent for a moment. But in the original plot, Shubai was indeed shelved because of this incident, leading to his later encounter with Gongyu. And so what? My brother has been wronged like this, and I am supposed to adhere to the script. Watching him get entangled and exploited by someone like Gongyu? 0090. Do you think that is possible? 0090. Understood, Your Highness. Executing the command now. Li Yuheng paid no further heed to the system, tilting his head back to gulp down a large sip of iced coffee before rising to return. As he rounded the decorative shrubbery of the break area, he spotted Jiang Wei standing by the railing surrounding the carousel, gripping it tightly, her face as pale as death. Li Yuheng approached, his tone dripping with unrestrained astonishment. Is it possible, Miss Jiang? The carousel is hardly tall, and it spins so slowly. Are you truly afraid? It's not the height you fear, but the embarrassment I sent it. Jiang Wei gritted her teeth, tiny beads of sweat forming on her forehead, as she struggled against the churning in her stomach, managing to squeeze out an explanation. I get motion sickness. Li Wing? A genuine look of confusion crossed his face. Motion sickness? Are you dizzy from the spinning carousel or from the horses themselves? Jiang Wei took a deep breath, feeling that the soothing music and the up and down motion of the carousel only intensified her nausea. Once the carousel starts spinning, I feel dizzy and want to vomit. Li Yuheng remained silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly burst out laughing. Jiang Wei, you truly are a marvel. I've seen people get motion sickness from cars, boats, and planes, but you're the first I know who gets it from a carousel. Jiang Wei shot him a fierce glare, about to retort when her expression suddenly changed. She covered her mouth and hurriedly dashed toward a nearby trash can. Li Yuheng shook his head, pulling a pack of tissues from his pocket, leisurely following her. Once Jiang Wei had finished, he appropriately offered her the tissues. All right, don't sacrifice your dignity to suffer in silence. Sit on that bench over there and drink some water. Deska, fragilomans. Did Wei Wei really get dizzy on the carousel? I can't stop laughing. Though they bicker, their relationship seems quite good, doesn't it? Seated on the bench, Jiang Wei sipped her mineral water to calm her nerves. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. She glanced at it, and her expression shifted slightly as her fingers swiftly navigated the screen. Shubai was trending. Li Yuheng lifted his coffee cup, feigning ignorance, and casually remarked, "Oh, what scandal is it this time? Have netizens unearthed another old photo to alter?" Jiang Wei opened the trending list, her brow furrowing as she scrolled down repeatedly. It's not a scandal. It's a complete video of that incident from 3 years ago that has surfaced. The entire internet is denouncing director Liu, and many are apologizing to Shubai. She looked up at Li Yuheng, her gaze laced with suspicion. "Could it be that you had a hand in this?" He had inquired about the matter earlier. Li Yuheng maintained his composure, leisurely sipping his coffee before responding. "Me? I hardly possess such capabilities. I'm no hacker capable of infiltrating a filming location surveillance system from years past." Jiang Wei appeared unconvinced by his explanation. Yet, his demeanor was so unflappable that after scrutinizing him for some time, she found no flaw in his facade and merely huffed in resignation, setting her doubts aside for the moment. After a brief pause, she exhaled softly, her voice low and tinged with a sense of relief and reflection. At last, Shubai can clear her name. Li Yuheng remained silent, reclining against the back of the bench, gazing up at the amusement park's azure sky as he finished the last sip of his coffee. The sunlight was somewhat blinding, causing him to squint slightly. On the return journey, the atmosphere between them grew noticeably quiet. The trending topic was rapidly gaining traction. Shubai assaults director. The truth revealed. Heroism leads to blacklisting. Director Liu should exit the entertainment industry. Each entry was accompanied by tags, such as explosive or trending, signifying an intense level of discussion. Although the complete video had undergone facial blurring, the identity of the assailant and the context of Shubai's actions were unmistakably clear. Public sentiment had completely reversed. The media that had previously taken delight in her downfall and the netizens who had followed suit were now being scrutinized and criticized, with countless individuals flooding Shubai's long-silent social media accounts to offer their apologies. Li Yuheng scrolled through his phone, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. However, as he anticipated, the matter would not conclude so simply. Before long, new entries began to emerge. Video source questioned, "Is there someone behind Shubai?" The turnaround is swift. "Is there a conspiracy?" Shortly thereafter, several influential marketing accounts published posts in unison, raising doubts. Why, after 3 years? Has such a clear on-site video suddenly surfaced? Was it edited? Why is the publisher completely anonymous? Could this be a carefully orchestrated attempt by Shubai's team to stage a comeback or even to promote this dating show? Online trolls began to engage, attempting to muddy the waters under the relevant topics. Why reveal it now? Just as Shubai's contract is expiring and she's participating in a dating show. How convenient. Who knows if the video is edited? Perhaps Shubai provoked first? An anonymous release? There must be something to hide. How is the small system handling this? The voice of 0090 conveyed a sense of urgency and trepidation. "Your Highness, we are encountering some difficulties." The opposing party has reacted swiftly, employing advanced network protections and counter-tracking measures that seem beyond the capabilities of a typical entertainment industry firm. "I am attempting to breach their defenses, but it requires time." Li Yuheng replied, "The intricacies behind this matter are likely more profound than he perceives. Director Liu may merely be a superficial player. The true adversary who seeks to thwart Shubai's resurgence might be someone else entirely." He decisively ordered a halt to the forced breakthrough and shifted their strategy. Utilize the highest level of anonymity to package the original video data and the means of acquisition. Then send it anonymously to several reputable media outlets and seasoned investigative journalists known for their rigor and commitment to uncovering the truth. Ensure the pathways appear sufficiently discreet and natural, as if they were leaked inadvertently. Simultaneously, steer public scrutiny towards director Liu's numerous misdeeds, unearthing his history of harassing other actors and oppressing staff to create a collective backlash. Emphasize the potential existence of a protective umbrella behind him. After a brief pause, Li Yuheng added, Monitor Gong Yu and the movements of the company behind him closely, as well as anyone who may have had past grievances with Shu Bai. I suspect this situation is linked to Shu Bai's impending severance from his original company. Certain individuals may not wish to see him depart unscathed, perhaps seizing this opportunity to utterly crush him or extract the last vestiges of his value. 0090 responded, "Understood. Executing the new plan. Your Highness, I assure you we will complete the task this time." The tone was markedly more vigorous than before. Yuheng severed his connection with the system and rubbed his temples. Toppling a major figure in this circle was no simple feat. The war of public opinion, the technological battle, and the underlying capital intrigues were intricately interwoven. A single explosive video could only stir temporary tumult. Without a sustained chain of evidence and narrative guidance, it could easily be countered by adversaries. Yet, Yuheng was never one to shy away from complications. "What's the matter?" Jiang Wei inquired, observing his slightly grave profile. "Have you seen the skeptical comments?" "Yes," he replied. "It's quite normal," Jiang Wei said calmly, her tone tinged with an air of detached familiarity. "This is how the industry operates. The truth often holds little significance. What truly matters is whose voice resonates louder and whose narrative is more believable. There are certainly forces at play that do not wish for Shu Bai's situation to resolve so effortlessly." She looked at Yuheng, her gaze complex. "Sometimes, it's not about a reluctance to help. It's that assisting may bring about complications far greater than refraining, potentially dragging the helpers down as well." After a moment of silence, Yuheng suddenly asked, "Is there a way to assist him without burdening others?" Jiang Wei paused, then let out a wry smile. "Where is such a fortunate scenario to be found?" Yuheng, do you fancy yourself a superhero? Can one single individual truly combat the entrenched rules and vested interests of the entire industry? Yuheng shrugged, offering no reply, and turned his gaze back towards the window. Chapter 9. The popular leading man x the outdated film emperor. Meanwhile, Shu Bai and Zhao Wen had chosen the art museum as their rendezvous point. Zhao Wen, brimming with excitement, eagerly pulled Shu Bai through the various exhibition zones, akin to an ardent fan reveling in a moment of triumph, chattering incessantly. "Teacher Shu Bai, you must see this." Zhao Wen halted before an enormous abstract painting, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as her fingers animatedly gestured in the air. The colors, the brushwork, the oppressive yet luminous tones. They remind me so much of that scene in Dark Surge where you sit alone on the rain-soaked dock during that 3-minute silent monologue. Doesn't it feel remarkably similar? Initially, Shu Bai had been rather indifferent. But upon Zhao Wen's precise mention of Dark Surge, a performance he cherished yet one that seldom received such intricate analysis from the audience, his gaze flickered with interest, finally settling on the artwork. The painting depicted a vortex of deep blue and dark red, a struggle for light emerging from the depths of despair. Yet, at the very heart of that profound darkness, wisps of vibrant color fought their way through. Indeed, it bore a striking resemblance to that silent, restrained, yet powerfully charged sense of despair and defiance. Surprised, he turned slightly to regard the exuberant stand-up comedian beside him. "You remember it quite well," he remarked. Zhao, when straightened her posture, grinning broadly, "Of course. I've been your devoted fan for 10 years, a true aficionado. I've analyzed that scene no fewer than 50 times. I've scrutinized every subtle expression." A fleeting smile tugged at the corners of Shu Bai's lips, quickly replaced by a look of heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you," he thought silently, acknowledging her appreciation. At last, someone had understood the depth of his craft. As they made their way to the lounge area, Zhao Wen eagerly perused the art museum's commemorative album. Suddenly, her phone vibrated violently, as if possessed. Curious, she glanced at it, and her eyes widened in shock, nearly dropping the device. "Teacher Shu Bai, you're trending." Shu Bai, lifting a paper cup to take a sip, paused at the remark, his brow furrowing instinctively. What now? He thought, anticipating yet another wave of slander. Could they conjure new forms of insult? How tiresome. Zhao Wen excitedly thrust her phone towards him. "No, this is about the truth behind that incident from years ago. Someone has released the complete video." Shu Bai was taken aback, accepting the phone. On the screen played the full account of the incident from 3 years prior, where he had confronted director Liu. The comments section erupted. Wow, so Shubai was protecting someone? Liu should have been dealt with long ago. But who was that person? The video is blurred. So curious. Does anyone in the industry know? Whisper it to me. I won't tell anyone. Someone has already pieced together the timeline. Search for the keywords yourself. Shubai has been wronged for 3 years. Those who lambasted Shubai back then should apologize. But were there no detractors? Shubai's gaze skimmed the screen and indeed spotted a few snarky remarks. Who knows if this isn't just a 400-word whitewashing post? The video surfacing so conveniently? Who would believe there's no one behind it? Staring intently at the small screen, his fingers tightened unconsciously, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. The truth had been unveiled. The truth that had been delayed for 3 years was unexpectedly laid bare before everyone. However, where did this video come from? Zhao held her breath, cautiously observing his expression. Teacher Shubai, are you all right? Shubai inhaled deeply, as if attempting to suppress the discomfort in his chest. Then returned the phone to Zhao 1, his voice regaining its calmness, perhaps even overly so. I'm fine. He stood up and walked toward the floor-to-ceiling window, turning his back to Zhao 1, silently gazing at the serene courtyard of the art museum outside. Zhao 1 refrained from disturbing him, quietly standing in place, allowing Shubai his space. After a considerable time, Shubai finally turned around, his gaze having returned to tranquility. Apologies for the delay. Let us continue the exhibition. Since we are here, we shouldn't let the ticket money go to waste. He adhered to a simple set of values. Zhao Wen nodded eagerly, refraining from further inquiries. Instead, she noticeably slowed her pace, no longer chattering as before, but quietly accompanying Shubai to finish the remaining exhibition. By the time the 3 groups of participants returned to the villa, it was already noon. The production team had prepared a lavish lunch, and the 6 guests sat around a long table, the atmosphere subtly charged. As the Yuheng entered, his gaze immediately honed in on Shubai in the corner like a radar. There he sat, his expression more severe than usual, even tinged with a barely perceptible tension. His right hand unconsciously tapping lightly on the smooth tabletop, the rhythm somewhat erratic. The trending incident had evidently escalated, yet Shubai appeared anything but relieved. Rather, he resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Why does Teacher Shubai look so grim? Li Yuheng pulled out a chair and sat beside him. Could it be that Zhao Wen's fervor for celebrity has frightened you? At that moment, Zhao Wen, who was pouring juice for everyone, nearly spilled the orange juice onto the tablecloth in her startled reaction, quickly protesting, Teacher Li, I'm quite composed. Thank you very much. I'm a civilized fan. Shubai lazily lifted his eyelids, casting a disdainful glance at Li Yuheng, his tone dry as he remarked, safer than that amusement park ride of yours. Li Yuheng raised an eyebrow. Oh, so you're keeping tabs on my activities? Aware that I went to the amusement park for the drop tower? This realization inexplicably lifted his spirits for a moment, and he intended to press on with the conversation. Teacher Shubai, would you care to try this shrimp? Gone, you suddenly insert a plate between the two. I specifically asked the kitchen to reduce the salt. As he spoke, he leaned slightly forward, inadvertently bumping the plate against Li Yuheng's coffee cup resting on the edge of the table. The cup toppled, dark brown liquid spilling forth, splattering across Shubai's shirt sleeve, quickly dampening a small patch of fabric. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Gong Yu immediately displayed a panicked expression, fumbling to grab a paper napkin from the table, his fingers unintentionally brushing against Shubai's wrist, which had been stained by the coffee. Let me help you wipe that. Shubai jerked his hand back sharply, the napkin fluttering to the ground. The entire dining room fell silent in an instant, save for the faint sound of utensils clinking. All eyes, along with several cameras, were suddenly focused on the epicenter of this minor clash. Shubai pushed the chair away and stood up, his movements infused with evident reluctance. I'm full. I'm leaving, he muttered to himself, cursing inwardly. Gong Yu wore a stiff expression, forcing a smile, his voice tinged with grievance. Teacher Shubai, it was just an accident. Please don't be angry. The director behind the monitor, nearly jumping out of his skin, shouted into the intercom, quick, cut the shot. Sweet do you kaka. Just capture her doing anything. The camera hurriedly shifted to Yu Kuku, who was nibbling on chicken wings. The girl looked up, her bewildered blinking instantly dissipating the tension in the air. However, amidst this brief chaos, the coffee that splattered on Shubai-'s wrist caused a visible rash to erupt, spreading rapidly around his skin. His brow furrowed, his breath became uneven and noticeably labored. Yet he held on, turning to escape this suffocating environment. Damn, what a hassle. More medication to take. In that moment, Yuheng seized his wrist. Are you allergic? Shubai shook off his hand, the motion weak due to his discomfort. His voice strained with a suppressed wheeze. Who are you to meddle? It was then that Gong Yu belatedly grasped the gravity of the situation. His face turning pale as he stammered, I didn't know you were allergic to coffee. I'll call a doctor right away. Step aside. Li Yuheng, uninterested in further discourse, shoved the obstructive Gong Yu aside and firmly grasped Shubai's arm, leading him toward the stairs. You have medication in your room, right? Let us go up. Shubai's steps faltered, his breathing increasingly labored, yet he struggled to free himself from Li Yuheng's grip, insisting. I can walk on my own. I'm simply allergic, not incapacitated. Internally, he roared. Li Yuheng glanced back at him, his usually indifferent face now flushed with an unusual hue, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his lips drained of color. He scoffed, save it. You're wheezing like a broken bellows. If you keep stalling, you might as well lie down right here. Before Shubai could react, Li Yuheng bent down, slipping his arm under Shubai's legs and around his back, effortlessly hoisting him onto his shoulder as if carrying a gas canister. You! Shubai's startled exclamation was cut short by the jostling. Amidst the gasps of the guests, Li Yuheng swiftly ascended the stairs, 3 steps at a time. Zhao Wen and Yu Kuku both rose simultaneously, their faces etched with concern. Is teacher Shubai all right? Should we call an ambulance? Jiang Wei observed Li Yuheng's retreating figure, thoughtfully stroking his chin. Oh my gosh, a Princess Carrie. Wake up, that's a sack-carrying rescue. Just a passerby. Is this a deliberate act by the newcomer? Don't misinterpret. Gong Yu clearly had no idea. Deserved it. Who knows if that video of him hitting someone was staged back then. Laughing to death, this boyfriend power from Hangzi, I'm directly swooning. Li Yuheng kicked open the slightly ajar door to Shubai's room and strode inside, unceremoniously placing him on the bed. As soon as Shubai touched the bed, he curled up uncomfortably, his breathing rapid, large patches of alarming red rashes appearing around his neck and collarbone. Li Yuheng turned to rummage through the bedside cabinet. Where did the medicine go? Shubai, with great difficulty, lifted his finger towards the left drawer. His voice hoarse and weak that side. Don't mess with my stuff. He wished to shout, but lacked the strength. Li Yuheng opened the drawer and quickly retrieved the allergy medication and a topical spray. He deftly poured a cup of warm water and returned to the bedside. Here, take this. Shubai struggled to prop himself up, reaching for the cup, but his fingers trembled violently as they barely brushed the cup's surface. The pill slipped from his fingertips and fell to the floor. Damn it, what a nuisance, Li Yuheng muttered under his breath, retrieving another pill. With one hand, he pinched Shubai's chin, compelling him to slightly part his lips, swiftly inserting the pill inside, while with the other hand he brought the cup to his lips, urging him to swallow. Shubai coughed, his eyes reddening as he glared at him fiercely. Li Yuheng, unfazed, grabbed the spray and aimed it at Shubai's reddened wrist, releasing a cooling mist that made Shubai instinctively flinch. Why do you wear black every day? Do you fancy the brooding handsome guy vibe? After catching his breath and feeling the swelling in his throat ease somewhat, Shubai replied hoarsely, I like it. Who let you in anyway? Wearing black makes me look slim. Is that a problem? Plus, it hides dirt. If I hadn't come in, you'd be lying here in shock. With tomorrow's trending news declaring the washed-up actor's unexpected demise, suspected to be a plot by a newcomer, Li Yuheng tossed the spray onto the bed, placing his hands on his hips, looking down at him with authority. Take off your shirt. Shubai, bewildered, questioned his hearing due to the allergy. You have rashes on your back. I've seen them. Li Yuheng impatiently pointed to his back. If you don't treat it, it'll fester and scar. We're all grown men. What are you shy about? Hurry up. Shubai stared at him for 2 seconds, realizing he lacked the strength to argue and understood that his back might be in a more serious condition. He finally said, "Turn around." Yuheng rolled his eyes dramatically, muttering as he turned away, "So dramatic. Seriously, we used to fight while running around naked as kids." The sound of fabric rustling reached his ears. Gazing at his empty palms, his thoughts drifted. When he had lifted Shu Bai earlier, the surprising lightness felt akin to a feather, with only a thin layer of muscle covering the bones. A faint scent lingered, entirely different from the heavy sensation of carrying the rough men, black and white impermanence. In the underworld. "All right." Shu Bai's voice broke through his reverie. Yuheng turned back. Shu Bai sat on the edge of the bed. His black shirt bunched around his waist, revealing a smooth and elegant back. The outline of his shoulder blades was distinct, and the slight indentation of his spine added to the allure. However, the large, irregular red bumps scattered across his back marred the overall beauty, transforming what could have been a remarkably handsome male physique. Chapter 10. The popular top X the washed-up actor. Yuheng's gaze fixated on Shu Bai's back. An unexpected thought striking him. It resembled a bar of white soap, indented in the middle and gradually widening towards the ends. He dismissed the incongruous soap advertisements from his mind, seized the allergy spray, and directed a few sprays onto the glaring red rash. Bear with it. It might be a bit chilly. The muscles of Shu Bai's back instantly tensed, yet he remained silent. Chilly? It itches like hell, he muttered irritably to himself. Yuheng's gaze fell upon the several pale but distinctly shaped old scars near his scapula, resembling marks made by a sharp object. "How'd you get these wounds?" Shu Bai's voice was muffled. "I got them while filming." "Why all the questions? Are you conducting a census?" Yuheng's fingers gently traced the scars, his brow furrowing slightly. "What kind of film? An action movie? Did the props malfunction?" Such injuries in such a concealed and perilous location are painful just to look at. Shu Bai turned his head, a hint of warning in his eyes. "Teacher Li, is your curiosity a bit excessive? Do you want me to give you a couple of symmetrical cuts on your back too?" Yuheng withdrew his hand and shrugged. "Fine, I want to ask." He picked up the spray and applied another couple of sprays, his mouth running incessantly. "But I must say, Teacher Shu, your constitution is rather delicate. A mere brush with coffee seems akin to being splashed with acid. Who would dare invite you for afternoon tea? One might as well carry allergy medication as a gift." Shu Bai replied, "There's no need for your concern. Just mind yourself and don't choke on the coffee." Yuheng observed his stubbornly defiant head and suddenly found it somewhat amusing. Despite being so weak he might collapse at any moment, he was stubborn enough to be abrasive. It was oddly amusing, and an impish thought surged forth. Intentionally mischievous, he dipped his fingertip in ointment and delicately traced it across Shu Bai's back. Shu Bai jolted, as if electrocuted, and swiftly turned his head, glaring with indignation, his ears suspiciously flushed. "Yuheng, what are you doing?" Yuheng's eyes widened in feigned innocence. "Applying medicine. Teacher Shu, I am merely ensuring an even application to enhance absorption." "Why such a strong reaction?" He blinked, his tone tinged with grievance. "Is my hand too heavy?" Shu Bai was nearly exasperated to the point of breathlessness, gritting his teeth. "Do you need to write on my back to apply medicine?" Yuheng feigned surprise. "Oh, what did I write?" Shu Bai thought to himself that he certainly couldn't say it felt like someone was scribbling turtle on his back. This childish fool. Is this the demeanor of a top-tier celebrity? Seeing that he had rendered Shu Bai speechless, Yuheng decided to retreat with a smile, sealing the ointment. All right. The medicine is applied. Teacher Shu, take good care of yourself, and aim to be lively tomorrow. I shall take my leave and not disturb your recovery." Just as he reached the door, Shu Bai's raspy yet clear voice suddenly pierced the air. "About the trending topic, was it you? Recently?" The only person who had inquired about that matter and possessed the capability was Yuheng. Yuheng paused momentarily, turning with a nonchalant smile adorning his face. Digging into his ear. "What did you say, Teacher Shu? The wind is too strong. I couldn't hear clearly." "What trending topic?" Shu Bai leaned against the headboard, his face still pale, but his eyes locked onto him intently. "You disappeared for a full 17 minutes at the amusement park today under the pretense of buying drinks." 17 minutes, sufficient time for a top-tier public relations team to orchestrate and execute a flawless exposure of the truth. His fingers unconsciously clenched around the bedsheet beneath the quilt, reflected his inner turmoil. If it truly was you behind this, I am grateful. However, let's find a way to retract it. Yuheng raised an eyebrow, as if he had heard an utterly absurd joke. Retract it? Why? Do you not wish for the truth to surface? Do you not yearn to shed the label of a violent man that has clung to you for 3 long years? Shubai curled his lips in a sardonic smile, questioning whether this industry operates on truth. Yuheng, after all this time, surely you cannot still be so naive? A video may temporarily sway public opinion, but it cannot alter the fact that I have been deemed a pawn by the capital. When they discarded me, it was not due to the fabricated nature of that edited video. It was because I proved to be disobedient, obstructing others' paths, unwilling to relinquish my share during the division of the pie. Director Liu was merely a catalyst, or perhaps just a convenient tool. There were others who wished to eliminate me back then, not just him. Yuheng scrutinized him, suddenly letting out a derisive laugh. So you concede? You willingly bear the stigma of being labeled a violent man and retreat from the industry? Shu Bai's lips curled into a mocking arc. After 3 years, I have long ceased to care about how others criticize me. Let them hurl insults. It won't cost me a piece of flesh. He had resolved to take action, knowing that the worst outcome would be to withdraw from the industry. The leading actor had secured his accolades, earned sufficient wealth, and paid every cent of taxes owed. With a clear conscience, he paused, swallowing hard, his tone now imbued with something else. Moreover, that actress from back then is still active in the industry. She has worked hard to reach her current status and gain some recognition. Now that the video has surfaced, even with blurring, it won't be long before she is unmasked, and her Weibo account is likely in ruins. Furthermore, she had reached out to me in the past. Yuheng, she contacted you? Shubai, yes. Using her own alternate account, she expressed a desire to help me clarify things, mentioning that her agent was strict and that she did not have access to her main account. Eventually, that alternate account was also silenced. I told her to let it go. Yuheng listened in silence, the amusement on his face gradually dissipating. He fixed his gaze on Shu Bai for several seconds, then scoffed, the sound tinged with a hint of frustration. So you accept this? You willingly carry this blame into your retirement? Still hoping to play the role of the silent martyr, protecting this and that? Shu Bai's pupils constricted sharply. What do you understand? She was only 19, freshly entering the industry, powerless and vulnerable. What could she have done in that situation? I had considered the consequences when I confronted Director Liu. The worst that could happen was to step away from it all. I entered this industry to act, not to compete with a bunch of unscrupulous individuals for scraps. His chest heaved violently, the allergic rash seemingly spreading further due to his emotional upheaval, yet he was unperturbed, locking eyes with Yuheng. I take responsibility for my actions, but there is no need to drag others down with me. I am more aware than anyone of how tainted this industry is. Do you think that the release of that video merely slaps Director Liu's face? It strikes the faces of all those who sought to take advantage of the situation to crush me and seize my resources. Do you truly believe they would allow this matter to pass so easily? Yuheng abruptly interrupted him, stepping back to the bedside and firmly grasping Shubai's wrist without allowing for any protest. Shubai instinctively struggled, yet his wrist was gripped tighter. Leaning in, Yuheng pressed closer, declaring, Shubai, listen well, the video was not released by me, but I must admit it was beautifully timed. Before he could finish, his phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. Annoyed, he fished it out, intending to silence it, but paused upon catching a glimpse of the notification on the screen. His expression shifted subtly as he released Shubai's wrist, swiftly unlocking the phone and focusing intently for a few seconds before emitting an ambiguous chuckle. Look at this. Yuheng turned the screen toward Shubai, revealing a freshly trending topic on Weibo. The entry titled Ying Qinghe Responds to Events from 3 years Ago was rapidly gaining traction. The associated post came from a verified account belonging to the actress Ying Qinghe. The post was succinct, regarding the matter from 3 years ago. I owe Shubai a thank you and an apology. I am grateful for his support in my time of helplessness, and I regret my silence born of cowardice until now. I am no longer the 19-year-old girl I once was. This time, I will speak the truth as I have witnessed it. Accompanying the text was a photograph of a handwritten letter, elegant yet forceful in its script. Yuheng scrolled down to the comment section. The top comments revealed a decidedly unkind shift in public sentiment. Why speak up now? Were you earlier? Is this just a bid for attention? Noticing Shubai's resurgence? How amusing. Why not clarify back then? Now that the tide has turned, you suddenly find your courage? Now that you've spoken, who knows if this is just a new script? Shubai stared at the glaring comments, his lips pressed into a straight line. The turmoil in his chest from their earlier confrontation was now stifled by a heavy weight. Yuheng withdrew his phone, not glancing back at the screen, his gaze settling on Shubai's face. Shubai, your protection of her back then was an act of compassion. Her decision to speak now is her own. You both bear responsibility for what you believe is right. This is true equality, a reciprocal protection, not a one-sided sacrifice or burden. This industry is tainted and rotten, relying on more than just the truth. However, it is precisely for this reason that we need individuals who dare to speak the truth and are willing to pay the price for it. If everyone chooses silence out of fear of the consequences, the truth will never see the light of day. Decayed matters will continue to rot, dragging down more innocent souls. Yuheng took a step closer to the bedside, locking his gaze on Shubai's somewhat dazed eyes. You, Shubai, may choose to disregard your reputation, to exit the spotlight with grace, feeling no remorse. But what of the person you protected? And those who may have faced similar fates, but lack the courage to speak out? Your silence, your acceptance, might be interpreted by some as complicity. They may think that employing such despicable tactics to eliminate dissent carries little consequence. After all, even an esteemed actor like Shubai eventually acquiesced, did he not? Shubai abruptly raised his eyes, colliding with Yuheng's clear and unwavering gaze. Qingha has now emerged, and although some may claim she is merely riding the wave of popularity, she has at least shattered the cycle of silence. Many have rallied in her support, praising her courage and re-examining the truths of 3 years past, such as the power of voice. The echoes of a struggle that once resonated solely within you are now joined by at least 2 others, along with that poignant video, which can attempt to counteract the injustice. Shubai, do not always bear the burden alone. In those bygone events, you were neither the perpetrator nor a burden to anyone. You were a victim and a person of valor. Qingha's statement serves as both her support for you and her own reckoning. You deserve this support and are entitled to an unblemished truth. Do not claim indifference to other scorn. You care deeply. You care about fairness and justice. Otherwise, you would not have acted as you did back then. Now, the principles of fairness and justice are beginning to echo, so do not hastily extinguish this flicker of hope. I do not wish to lead you into naivety, believing that everything will transform instantaneously. I merely wish to convey that someone is willing to stand alongside you, even if their strength appears insufficient. Do not barricade every path before you. Sometimes, accepting the support of others and fighting side by side is also an act of courage. The room fell silent, leaving only the soft sounds of their breathing. After a considerable pause, Shubai finally exhaled. Why are you telling me all this? This fellow, often so irreverent and combative, surprisingly articulated a compelling rationale. Yuheng raised an eyebrow, his momentary seriousness melting away into that familiar, teasing grin. Why? Perhaps because. He turned back toward the door, hand resting on the doorknob, before glancing back at Shubai and winking. I cannot abide those who, despite possessing great ability, choose to hide within their shells, believing they are safeguarding the world. It is quite wasteful. Oh, and you're rash. The shape resembles a woeful crying face. It troubles me to behold. You ought to consult a psychologist. No need to thank me. With that, he gracefully opened the door, exited, and closed it in one fluid motion. Shubai thought to herself, that fleeting moment of finding this person reliable must surely be the result of the allergy medication impairing my judgment. Yet oddly enough, the tension that had gripped her shoulders for an afternoon, or perhaps for 3 years, inexplicably loosened at that moment. Even more astonishing, her lips seemed to betray her, curling upwards against her will. By the time she realized she was smiling, the mirth had already crept into her eyes. Shubai promptly pressed her lips together. Was there to laugh about? Outside the door, Gong Yu stood with his hand raised, poised to knock. Upon seeing Li Yuheng emerge suddenly, his expression faltered, and he quickly adjusted his demeanor, forcing a smile that blended worry with a touch of ingratiation. Teacher Li, how is Shu Bai? Li Yuheng cast him a sidelong glance, his tone frosty. She won't die. Gong Yu was momentarily taken aback by his demeanor, struggling to maintain his smile. His voice now tinged with caution. May I go in and see her? After all, it was because of me. She just fell asleep. Do not disturb her. Li Yuheng directly interrupted, not sparing even a fleeting glance, as he strode past Gong Yu's shoulder and headed straight for the staircase, leaving behind a crisp silhouette. Gong Yu stood frozen in place, his smile utterly stiffening, gradually fading away, leaving only a cloud of gloom. Downstairs, upon seeing Li Yuheng descend, Zhao Wen was the first to rise, her voice laced with concern. Teacher Li, is Teacher Shu Bai all right? Li Yuheng pulled out his original chair and sat down, casually picking up his chopsticks. Yes, he took his medication and is resting. Yukiki leaned in and whispered, Teacher Li, is coffee allergy particularly severe? I noticed Teacher Shu Bai seemed quite uncomfortable. Li Yuheng speared a piece of rib. It depends. Mild cases might develop rashes, while severe ones could lead to shock. In extreme cases, he paused, casting a meaningful glance at Gong Yu, who was just arriving from the stairs. It might necessitate calling an ambulance. As Gong Yu reached the table, he heard this, and his complexion paled further. Yukiki immediately leaned in with concern. Teacher Gong, you look unwell. Are you sure you're all right? Should you take a break? Gong Yu managed a strained smile, one that was more sorrowful than tender, his voice striving for steadiness. I'm fine, just feeling quite guilty and remorseful. Li Yuheng remained focused on his ribs, mumbling without lifting his head. You should feel guilty. Remember next time, don't meddle with uncertain things, especially those belonging to others. Gong Yu's expression stiffened. I'm sorry. I truly didn't know Teacher Shu Bai was allergic to coffee. Had I known, I would never have Zhao Wen suddenly slammed her hand on the table, rising with a booming voice to break the tense and awkward atmosphere. Clearing her throat, she plastered on a professional fake smile. Dear audience, oh no, I mean esteemed colleagues. The atmosphere coordinator Zhao Wen is here. Seeing everyone so somber, I shall perform an impromptu stand-up to lighten the mood. She instantly adopted Gong Yu's gentle yet somewhat aggrieved tone, pinching her voice to mimic, I truly didn't know. Then, abruptly darkening her expression, furrowing her brows, she transformed into a cold, Shu Bai-like demeanor and spat out one word, get lost. Puffed. Yukiki, who was sipping soup, couldn't contain herself, and the soup sprayed forth as she clumsily grabbed a napkin to wipe her mouth, her face flushed crimson. Jiang Wei raised an eyebrow, a bemused smile playing on her lips as she observed Zhao Wen. Zhao Wen, aren't you just stirring the pot, intent on igniting a third world war? Of course not, Wei. Zhao Wen immediately donned a cheerful expression, turning to the now pale-faced Gong Yu, her tone dripping with sincerity. Teacher Gong, please don't mind. I simply found the tone and rhythm of your earlier apology incredibly infectious and memorable. It's absolutely prime material for stand-up comedy. My professional instincts kicked in, and I couldn't help but feel thrilled. She jested, having observed the precise and clever manner in which that cup of coffee was handled. To claim it was entirely unintentional would be absurd. How dare one covertly scheme against her idol? Did they truly believe no one was watching? Who couldn't engage in a bit of sarcastic banter? Gong Yu's face had completely lost its composure, alternating between shades of green and white, his lips twitching as he forced out a few words through clenched teeth. Teacher Zhao, truly, you are quite humorous. Zhao Wen responded with an even more radiant smile. Thank you for the compliment. Life does require a sense of humor, doesn't it? Chapter 11. The popular dominant the past his prime actor Li Yuheng leisurely finished the last bite of his rib, discarding the bare bone into the bone dish. He wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth with a napkin, then raised his gaze, his eyes landing on the quail-like figure of Gong Yu across the table, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of his lips. Speaking of humor, he successfully drew the attention of the entire table. Teacher Gong, do you know why that cup of coffee just happened to spill on Teacher Shu Bai? Gong Yu stammered, I truly was careless. What on earth did Li Yuheng want? He genuinely did not know that Shu Bai was allergic to coffee. He merely intended to create a moment of closeness with Shu Bai through the coffee, generating some CP vibes. Because of gravity, Li Yuheng interjected with utmost seriousness, concluding, if Newton knew his discovery was this useful, even the coffin lid would not hold. Ha! What the hell, gravity? Yuheng is on fire today. Gong Yu, who did I provoke? Zhao Wen's eyes lit up, like a weasel catching a whiff of a melon, eagerly seizing the opportunity. Then by this logic, if teacher Shu Bai is allergic to coffee, should we blame Mendeleev? After all, who insisted on including caffeine in the periodic table? Beside them, Yukiki, quietly sipping water, timidly raised her small hand, softly correcting, 1-1. Mendeleev was arranging the table of chemical elements, which seems unrelated to caffeine. Zhao Wen waved her hand grandly, her expression exuberant. Oh, don't mind the details. It's all in the realm of scientists. In any case, this blame must rest squarely on the shoulders of the scientific community. Jiang Wei set down her fork with a cold chuckle, casting a pointed glance toward the trembling director's team not far away, in my opinion. It's all the program team's fault. Her voice was not loud, yet it carried a clear note of accountability. Who allowed them to brazenly place coffee on the dining table? What kind of safety measures were in place? The innocent director's team? Wei, precisely targeted. Program team, caught off guard. I give full mark for this blame game. Just as the blame was about to be firmly placed on the program team's shoulders, Li Yuheng leisurely sipped his soup, cleared his throat, and suddenly interjected. Excuse me, may I interrupt? Just to correct a small detail. That cup of coffee was a coconut latte I purchased at the amusement park. The entire room fell silent. Director's team, Teacher Li. Must I report to you every time I buy a cup of coffee? Li Yuheng wore a smug expression, his eyes suggesting. Do you have a problem with that? Zhao Wen's eyes darted around before she suddenly slammed her hand on the table, feigning a moment of revelation. The case is cracked. The real mastermind behind all is none other than our teacher Li. Li Yuheng calmly picked up a piece of glistening braised pork, stuffing it into his mouth, nodding as he chewed. Indeed, it was me. I predicted that Gong Yu would tremble and that Shu Bai would be allergic when I bought the coffee. I am a master of time management, having crossed over to stir up trouble. Yukuku was amused by the absurdity of the conversation, breaking into a smile as her almond-shaped eyes curved into crescent moons. These individuals were truly entertaining. Jiang Wei rolled his eyes in exasperation, unwilling to comment. Do refrain from embellishing your own visage. You might just bring it crashing down upon your feet. Observing that the topic had galloped into the stratosphere, the director hastily seized the microphone, endeavoring to rein in the unruly stallion. Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down. We have a crucial group activity scheduled for this afternoon. Once the crowd's attention was reluctantly redirected, the director formally announced, in order to foster mutual understanding and strengthen our bonds, we shall engage in a classic segment of Truth or Dare this afternoon. Li Yuheng paused with his chopsticks. Oh, Truth or Dare, such a staple of variety shows. Yet, he understood that such segments were prone to mischief, particularly with someone as devious as Gong Yu present. However, given that Shu Bai appeared half dead at the moment, Gong Yu was unlikely to conjure any trouble. He languidly leaned back, sinking into the plush chair. Director, teacher Shu Bai is still resting. How can we play this game with one less participant? The director, clearly prepared for this eventuality, wore a sheepish smile. Teacher Shu Bai can join us whenever he feels ready. We can commence without him, and he can participate once he has feeling up to it. Jiang Wei promptly punctured the director's optimistic illusion. What if he remains unwell and fails to come down? It was evident that starting this game, just after Shu Bai had recovered, was aimed at him. The director chuckled awkwardly. Well, playing with 5 is also quite enjoyable, haha. Li Yuheng scoffed, about to retort, when footsteps suddenly echoed from the staircase. Shu Bai descended, adorned in a turtleneck sweater, his complexion still pale, but his steps steady, looking significantly more invigorated than before. TSK, Li Yuheng thought to himself. So eager to face the music? Zhao Wen was the first to leap up. Teacher Shu Bai, how are you feeling? Shu Bai nodded. Thank you for your concern. I took some medicine and am feeling much better. His gaze swept across the dining table, noticeably cooling when it landed on Gong Yu, before ultimately resting on Li Yuheng for a brief moment, only to casually shift away. Li Yuheng noted the turtleneck, evidently chosen to conceal the rash on his neck, and the curve of his lips deepened slightly. Quite the proud one. As always, he was a brooding enigma. Shu Bai was internally lamenting. The noise downstairs is akin to a bustling market, and they dare to play truth or dare. Do they not find the chaos sufficient? Initially, he contemplated remaining in his room to feign death, but reconsidered. Best to come down and keep an eye on things. After all, he had to ensure that Li Yuheng did not turn his allergic misadventures into comedic anecdotes for all to hear. The director, as if granted a reprieve, raised his voice with newfound vigor. Splendid. Teacher Shu Bai has joined us. Let us commence the game without delay. The staff swiftly arranged 6 chairs in a circle at the center of the living room. The director placed an empty bottle on the small round table in the middle, beginning to articulate the rules. The rules are simple. When the bottle ceases to spin, whoever the mouth points to must choose between truth or dare. Should one refuse to comply, they shall be required to drink a cup of our specially concocted punishment beverage. As the director's voice resonated, the staff brought forth a cup containing an exceedingly dubious deep green liquid. Yu Cuckoo stared at the concoction, her little face contorting in dismay, her voice trembling slightly. This is rather terrifying, isn't it? Li Yuheng cast a fleeting glance at the bitter melon juice, then at Shu Bai, before unexpectedly seizing the cup and gulping it down in one swift motion. In the next moment, he coughed violently, his face contorting as if he had swallowed an entire lemon along with a packet of bitter herbs, clutching his throat and producing a cacophony of coughs. What on earth is this? Poison concentrate? The director stifled a laugh, striving to maintain an air of seriousness. Teacher Li, the game hasn't even commenced yet. What are you drinking? Li Yuheng slammed the cup down emphatically. Replace it. Whoever drinks this shall ascend to the heavens. Exchange it for orange juice. The director and his team exchanged glances, ultimately yielding to the formidable presence of Li Yuheng. The dreadful green liquid was swiftly replaced with ordinary orange juice. Haha. Hengzi is self-inflicting pain, laughing to death, and he has already downed a cup of bitter melon juice before it even began. Director's team, is this a stroke of luck? The game finally commenced in earnest. The director spun the bottle, which rolled around a few times before gradually slowing, ultimately wobbling to a stop before Yu Cuckoo. Nervously fidgeting with her fingers, she declared, I choose truth. The director produced a stack of question cards. Please draw one. Yu Cuckoo drew a card and quietly read aloud. What is your ideal type? Her face flushed as she cast a furtive glance at Gong Yu, thinking, gentle, considerate. Someone who cares. Gong Yu timely offered a gentle smile. Li Yuheng scoffed, his voice neither loud nor soft. What poor taste. Yu Cuckoo's face reddened even further, this time out of embarrassment. Shu Bai's gaze flitted between Yu Cuckoo and Gong Yu, a glimmer of understanding crossing his eyes. However, did Li Yuheng's mouth come with a rental agreement? Yet, he wasn't entirely wrong. In the second round, the bottle pointed at Zhao Wen. Zhao Wen boldly slapped her thigh. Daredevil, I fear nothing. The director instructed, please imitate a classic expression from one of the guests present. Zhao Wen's eyes darted, her smile vanishing in an instant. With a steely gaze, she slightly retracted her chin, her lips pressed into a harsh straight line. She struck a pose reminiscent of Shu Bai's iconic death glare in Justice, her voice seething. You, try saying that again? Shu Bai. The room erupted in laughter. Shu Bai helplessly rubbed his forehead, questioning his life choices. Did I truly appear so fierce back then? This expression looks less like a police officer and more like a serial killer who just escaped from a mental institution. Zhao Wen nodded vigorously, her expression earnest. Indeed. Teacher Shu Bai, I witnessed a child sitting in front of me in the cinema, terrified by your gaze, bursting into tears and scattering popcorn everywhere. Shu Bai, excellent. Now, I resemble not only a serial killer, but also a part-time child intimidator. My career has truly been colorful. Li Yuheng, reveling in the spectacle, interjected with a mischievous tone. Teacher Shu Bai, how would you rate Zhao Wen's imitation? Is it on point? Shu Bai shot him a glance. A faint smile gracing his lips. Certainly more accurate than yours. Li Yuheng displayed a keen interest. Shall I give it a try as well? In an instant, he retracted all semblance of jest, his brow slightly furrowed, his gaze vacant, and the corners of his mouth turned down in a manner that radiated irritation and impatience. With a distinctly displeased tone, he remarked, Li Yuheng, are you courting death? It was strikingly reminiscent of the exasperated outburst that Shu Bai had uttered earlier in the kitchen. Li Yuheng quipped, what do you think? My imitation is quite accurate. Isn't it? Shu Bai retorted. Accurate? That's merely your attitude. What I possess is charisma. What you exhibit is merely provocation. There's a fundamental difference, you know? At that moment, he yearned to hurl the orange juice before him at the insufferable face across the table and perhaps even draw a turtle on it. The audience erupted with laughter. Help. It's too similar. Hengzi's imitation skills are phenomenal. In the third round, the bottle pointed towards Gong Yu. With his characteristic gentle smile, Gong Yu declared, I choose truth. The director inquired, what is the one thing you regret the most? Gong Yu's gaze flickered momentarily, his eyes cast downward as if genuinely contemplating. After a few seconds, he raised his gaze, imbued with just the right amount of wistfulness and regret, and softly stated, I suppose my greatest regret is not having entered this industry sooner. It feels as though I've missed out on a great deal and lost the best opportunities to learn from some truly outstanding seniors. As he spoke, his eyes subtly directed towards Shu Bai. However, Shu Bai remained expressionless, too apathetic to offer even a glance, turning his gaze away as if he hadn't heard a word. All he wanted to say was nonsense. Sinyo? Learning? Was it about how to ride on coattails without incurring wrath, or how to take coffee without spilling it on others? Ridiculous. Li Yuheng, observing from the side, suddenly let out a cold laugh, which echoed sharply in the somewhat quiet atmosphere. Gong Yu's answer is truly impeccable, he remarked with an edge of sarcasm. Gong Yu turned to Li Yuheng and asked, Li Laosher, what do you mean by that? Li Wang Shuja, nonchalantly. I'm complimenting you, Gong Laosher. Your answer is comprehensive and emotionally astute. Can't you tell? The atmosphere momentarily froze. The director quickly interjected, Next round. Next round. Let us continue. Chapter 12, The Popular Top Versus. The faded film emperor, as the game proceeded, the empty bottle rolled across the table, coming to rest perfectly aligned with Jiang Wei. She brushed her hair aside and decisively stated, Dare. The director opened the task card and read, Please call the third contact in your call log and say, I miss you. Jiang Wei raised an eyebrow, swiftly retrieving her phone, her fingers deftly navigating to her call history. Upon glancing at the name of the third contact, her expression instantly became somewhat inscrutable. She stared at the screen for 2 seconds before expressionlessly uttering the name, Li Yuheng. A subtle silence enveloped the room. Li Yuheng, who had been idly toying with a napkin on the table, lifted his head, his eyebrows arching high. An knowing smile graced his lips. Oh, what a coincidence. Jiang Wei, uninterested in banter, directly pressed the dial button. Almost simultaneously, Li Yuheng's phone on the table vibrated, the screen illuminating with Jiang Wei's name, the debt collector cousin. He leisurely picked up the phone and, under the gaze of everyone, activated the speakerphone. Hello. Jiang Wei spoke into his phone, his tone utterly flat. I miss you. On the other end, Li Yuheng stifled a laugh. Oh, I miss you too, cousin. Jiang Wei abruptly hung up, slamming the phone onto the table, and turned to the director, his gaze icy. Are you satisfied now? The director's team erupted in laughter, commenting on the amusing banter between the cousins. As the next round commenced, the bottle finally pointed at Li Yuheng. Leaning back, he crossed his legs and nonchalantly declared, Dare. The director rubbed his hands together, seemingly anticipating this moment, and loudly read from the task card. Please pick up the nearest guest and perform 5 squats on the spot. Li Yuheng surveyed the surroundings. To his left sat Jiang Wei, who, upon meeting his gaze, immediately shifted several feet away, throwing him a fierce glare that seemed to say, Touch me, and you'll regret it. To his right was Shu Bai, who, sensing the scrutiny, didn't he even lift his head. Touch me, and you're finished. Li Yuheng sighed, his expression seemingly resigned, yet a glimmer of cunning sparkled in his eyes. Just when everyone expected him to back down, or choose another target. He unexpectedly rose, bending down before Shu Bai could react, his arms slipping through Shu Bai's knees and around his back, lifting him with sudden force. What the hell? Why is this lunatic going off script? Shu Bai exclaimed, instantly irate and struggling against the hold, pressing his arms against Li Yuheng's chest, his face a mix of surprise and fury. Hey, don't move. Li Yuheng tightened his grip, leaning in to whisper in a tone only the two could hear. Laced with a hint of pride, I just saved your life. Shouldn't you repay me? Just cooperate. 5 squats will be over in no time. Shu Bai paused, momentarily stunned by the absurd logic, forgetting to retort. Li Yuheng smirked, not allowing him a moment to respond, and began to squat, lifting Shu Bai effortlessly. 1 squat, 2 squats, 3 squats. His movements were steady and powerful, devoid of any sign of exertion, as if he were cradling a mere feather rather than a man over 6 feet tall. After completing the 5 squats, Li Yuheng gently set Shu Bai back in his chair, even smoothing out his wrinkled shirt, only to have Shu Bai swat his hand away. Resuming his seat, Shu Bai glared daggers at Li Yuheng, grinding his teeth. Just wait. Once this show is over, I'll make sure to knock your head sideways. You'll rue the day. Li Yuheng, now back in his seat with a beaming smile, teased, Teacher Shu, you're surprisingly light. Do you not eat well? That is not acceptable. Your health is paramount. Shu Bai retorted, what does it matter to you? Am I eating your rice? The comments from the audience erupted in confusion. Why has the dynamic suddenly shifted? Weren't we expecting a fierce rivalry? Why does it feel like a flirtation instead? To be fair, despite the size difference, the way he carries him has its charm. Guys, step back. No shipping allowed. Why does everyone look like a couple? Do not ride on my popularity, Hanzi. We, Hanzi, are uniquely beautiful. Thank you. Laughter erupted as someone questioned the clarity of certain fans' vision, pointing out that it was Li Yuheng who initiated the embrace. The spectacle of fans quarreling resembled the main characters bickering playfully, inviting further mockery. Gong Yu's expression was as grim as if he had consumed something distasteful, his countenance betraying a tumult of emotions. He observed the flushed tips of Shu Bai's ears and Li Yuheng's smug demeanor, feeling an overwhelming sense of envy that twisted his gut. How could Shu Bai not resist? He had allowed Li Yuheng to hold him, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor of keeping others at arm's length. Why was this so? The game continued, and the bottle pointed toward Shu Bai. Suppressing the urge to kick someone away, he coldly declared truth. The director handed him a question card. He drew one casually, lowering his gaze to read, what behavior do you despise the most? Without hesitation, he cast a glance at Gong Yu and bluntly uttered, hypocrisy. Gong Yu's smile faltered, struggling to maintain his composure as discomfort flickered in his eyes. What did this mean? Was it aimed at him? Li Yuheng, intrigued, interjected mischievously, eager to stir the pot. Mr. Shu Bai, your answer is rather vague. Could you elaborate? Specifically, what kind of hypocritical behavior is most intolerable to you? Shu Bai fixed his gaze on Li Yuheng for 2 seconds before pulling a sardonic smile, leisurely responding. For instance, meddling in others' affairs. Li Yuheng accepted the jab with a grin, thinking to himself how ungrateful the little white-eyed wolf was. As the game progressed into its latter stages, the atmosphere grew slightly more congenial. However, Li Yuheng noticed that Shu Bai frequently tugged at his turtleneck, his fingertips brushing against the neckline, his brow furrowed. Clearly, the allergic rash was still itching and causing him discomfort. Seizing the moment when everyone's attention was diverted by Zhao Wen's playful imitation, he discreetly retrieved a small vial from his pocket and slipped it into Shu Bai's hand. Shu Bai felt a chill in his palm and looked down at the unfamiliar bottle, frowning as he silently inquired, what is this? Poison? Li Yuheng Han Leonat Kluze. Lowering his voice, unusually serious. It's a special remedy, effective for various allergies, quickly alleviating itching and swelling. Rest assured, it's not toxic. Holding the cool porcelain vial, Shu Bai paused before quietly thanking him. He figured he might as well try it. The itch was unbearable. If it proved ineffective or harmful, he would settle the score later. Li Yuheng's lips curva into a suplasmila. 0090 chimed in with a disapproving tone. Your Highness, where did you acquire this medicine? From the Underworld, Li Yuheng replied nonchalantly. 0090's mechanical voice rose in alarm, filled with shock and reproach. Your Highness, you are violating the rules again. Mortal realms cannot utilize underworld remedies. Are you trying to ascend? Li Yuheng shrugged off the concern with a dismissive click of his tongue. Oh, what a fuss over nothing. It's merely an external anti-itch ointment. What consequences could it possibly entail? Besides, as the prince of the underworld, is it so wrong to carry a piece of home with me? You all are far too strict with your regulations. Furthermore, he added with a hint of mockery, I am from the underworld. Why would I wish to ascend? To sip tea with the Jade Emperor? How utterly amusing. Help! His host is exceedingly difficult to manage. In the penultimate round, the bottle once again pointed towards Li Yuheng. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, dare to take the challenge. The brave male protagonist, fearless and invincible. Charge ahead. The director promptly drew a task card, a glimmer of amusement dancing on his face. Please select a guest present to engage in a 10-second gaze, during which neither party may laugh. Li Yuheng surveyed the surroundings, his gaze lingering on Shu Bai for a fleeting second before ultimately settling on Jiang Wei. Cousin, shall we cooperate? He inquired. Jiang Wei immediately crossed her arms and turned her head away. Do not approach me. Li Yuheng then glanced at Zhao Wan, who clasped her hands together, a pleading expression adorning her face. Teacher Li, please don't choose me. My threshold for laughter is alarmingly low. Kiskiviko timidlu shrongbuk. He bypassed Gong Yu entirely. Engaging with Gong Yu was out of the question. Finally, his attention returned to Shu Bai, who wore a face of refusal. I refuse. Staring into Li Yuheng's eyes, I fear the repercussions. Li Yuheng provocatively teased him. Are you truly so frightened to meet my gaze, Shu Bai? Could it be that you harbor some guilt? Ah, perhaps my dashing looks have left you awestruck? Shu Bai retorted, your provocation is ineffective against me. Yet, the tension in his jawline betrayed his composure. Li Yuheng shrugged, suddenly placing a hand on Shu Bai's shoulder, forcibly turning him to face himself. Then it shall be you. Come now, my dear friend. Shu Bai exclaimed, what? Again, the director's team was taken aback. The comments section erupted in disbelief. Li Yuheng disregarded Shu Bai's almost murderous glare and gazed directly into his eyes, beginning the countdown. 10, 9, 8. Shu Bai was compelled to maintain eye contact. The depths of Li Yuheng's pitch-black eyes were mere inches away, clearly reflecting his own startled expression. He instinctively attempted to avert his gaze, only to have Li Yuheng grasp his chin. Do not shy away. Shu Bai protested, remove your hand. You scoundrel. 7, 6, 5. Time flowed silently in their mutual gaze. Shu Bai realized that Li Yuheng's eyes were, in fact, quite captivating, perfectly shaped with slightly upturned outer corners. When not smiling, they bore an arresting sharpness. When focused on another, they even conveyed an illusion of deep affection. In that moment, the darkness of his eyes clearly reflected Shu Bai's somewhat dazed expression, albeit unfortunate in its association with a deranged visage. 4, 3, 2. Just as the countdown approached its conclusion, Li Yuheng suddenly blinked rapidly with his left eye, silently mouthing, do you find my eyes beautiful? Admit it. You two are entranced by the profound allure of the male protagonist's gaze, willingly conceding defeat. Remember, succumbing to Li Yuheng is no disgrace. After all, he was born with the script of the protagonist, his eyes imbued with the vastness of the stars and the power of 1,000,000 volts. How could an ordinary person withstand such a force? Shu Bai paused, then quickly regained his composure, glaring at him fiercely. 1. Time is up, the director announced with excitement. Li Yuheng immediately released his hold, returning to his languid demeanor. Even feigning a compliment, Shu Bai, your eyes are quite enchanting. A little praise for a good friend, lest he succumb to self-doubt. Shu Bai, thank you. But your eyes are not particularly appealing, so please do not harbor any jealousy towards me. Li Yuheng. Meanwhile, Gong Yu maintained a gentle smile on the surface, while internally she felt as if she were on the verge of losing control. Here we go again. This oblivious interaction. When did they become so familiar with each other? Em dying. What an ambiguous atmosphere. Pinching the chin, locking eyes, forming shapes with mouths. I'm going crazy. Solo fans, cease your attempts. This pairing is set in stone. I have swallowed the key. The barrage of comments was instantly overtaken by shippers, drowning out the rebuttals of the solo fans in a wave of jubilation. From this moment on, no matter how hard the solo fans tried to regain their foothold, they could not reclaim the barrage, as the shippers' comments flooded the screen, officially marking the birth of this couple. The game reached its final round. The bottle spun once more, and all eyes followed its mouth. It gradually slowed down, ultimately coming to a stop directly in front of Shubai. He had given up resisting. Truth or dare. Today was rather unfortunate. It felt like a cosmic misalignment. Was it due to the ill-fated Gong Yu and the eccentric Lai Yuheng disrupting his aura? The director handed over the question card. Shubai casually drew one, lowering his gaze. Come on, what other ridiculous questions could there be? As he read the question aloud, the atmosphere in the room noticeably froze for a moment. If you could return to the past and change one thing, what would you choose? A sudden silence enveloped the room. Gong Yu's eyes flickered, seemingly eager for him to express regret or a desire to alter past events. Jiang Wei, Zhao Wan, and Yukiki looked at him with apprehension. The event from 3 years prior had recently resurfaced due to the complete video becoming public, sparking renewed discussions about the truth behind Shubai's wrongful accusations. In this moment, the question felt like a deliberate deep-sea bomb thrown by the production team. Shubai's fingertips tightened slightly on the card as he fell silent for a few seconds, with only the faint sound of the wind outside and the breaths of the crowd filling the air. Then, he spoke with a hint of nonchalance. I would not change anything. Lai Yuheng, who had been lazily leaning against the chair, suddenly straightened up, slightly tilting to the right as he fixed his gaze on Shubai. Unaware of Lai Yuheng's attention, Shubai continued. I was the one who hit. I was the one who made the choice, and I should naturally bear the consequences. If given the chance again, I would likely make the same decision. Only this time, I might hit harder, sending that scoundrel straight to the ICU, sparing him the strength to distort the truth. Although it later turned out to be a futile effort that left me in a mess, looking at that pig-like face always made my fists clench involuntarily. Gong Yu appropriately exhibited a touched expression. Her voice choked. Teacher Shubai is truly so adorably foolish. Lai Yuheng cheerfully interrupted her, his tone casual, but his gaze profound. However, sometimes being a bit foolish is quite nice. It's far better than living in torment like some shrewd schemers. Shubai cast him a sidelong glance, choosing not to respond, but inwardly scoffed. You're the foolish one. Your entire family is foolish. Chapter 13. The popular star and the past prime actor as Gong Yu observed Li Yuheng and Shu by preparing to immerse themselves in an atmosphere replete with flamboyant gestures. He hastily summoned a smile imbued with cordiality and humility. Teacher Shubai acted out of desperation back in the day, which is quite understandable. How ironic it was that he and Shubai were the ones feigning a romantic connection. Why was this Li Yuheng so fiercely competitive? He seemed even more flamboyant than the rest. Who exactly was peddling these exaggerated sentiments? Li Yuheng raised an eyebrow, casting a languid glance in Gong Yu's direction. You certainly possess a knack for understanding, don't you? But when did your opinion become relevant? You've already caused an allergic reaction. Should you not retreat to a more tempered environment? Gong Yu's smile froze, akin to cement solidifying on his face. The director, sensing the palpable tension crackling between the two, swiftly intervened with a megaphone. All right. The game of truth or dare concludes splendidly today. Thank you all for your splendid participation. You've all worked hard. The group, as if released from a spell, dispersed in haste. Shubai, his expression devoid of emotion, stood up, yearning to retreat to his room and distance himself from this eccentric assembly. However, just as he took a few steps, that insistent voice echoed behind him. Teacher Shubai. Shubai halted, too weary to turn around, his voice laced with palpable impatience. What is it? Li Yuheng lazily waved his diamond-encrusted phone, its screen gleaming under the light. Shall we exchange WeChat? Shubai thought. What sort of mind is this? A social marauder, perhaps? After merely 2 days of acquaintance, he was requesting personal contact information. Slowly, he turned to face Li Yuheng. Are you, by any chance, unwell? Are we that familiar? Why would I add you on WeChat? Are we to exchange New Year greetings? Li Yuheng replied. It's a requirement from the production team. The 6 guests need to form a work group for easier communication. The unspoken implication was clear. This was an official procedure, not his whimsical fabrication. With a cold expression, Shubai reluctantly retrieved his phone from his pocket, unlocked it, and displayed the QR code, handing it over. An official procedure, is it? Very well. I shall add you. Afterward, I shall block you. Li Yuheng, satisfia. Scan the code and send a friend request, which was accepted almost instantaneously. He opened Shubai's profile. The avatar was pitch black, and the nickname simply read by. Stark in its simplicity, bordering on indifference. Scrolling through the moments, which were visible for 3 days, revealed a void. How dull. He whimsically changed Shubai's contact name to Good Friend Cat and meticulously selected a sticker he deemed appropriate for their initial friendly exchange. Shubai's phone vibrated within his pocket. Upon retrieving it, he noticed the screen illuminating with a new message notification. He opened it to find a dog holding a rose JPG. What an archaic and tacky sticker. I doubt even elementary school students use this anymore, Shubai remarked, slowly raising his gaze to meet Li Yuheng's. The complexity of his expression unmistakable. How old are you? Li Yuheng, with a cheerful smile, tucked away his phone. My psychological age is 3. My actual age is 25, but my physiological age depends on which aspect teacher Shubai is inquiring about. Shubai closed his eyes, suppressing the impulse to hurl his phone at him, and turned to leave. Li Yuheng strolled into the kitchen, reaching into the refrigerator for an apple, taking a sizable bite. 0090 remarked softly, Your Highness, you truly resemble someone attempting to flirt. Li Yuheng choked slightly on the apple juice, coughing a couple of times, and fervently retorted in his mind, Nonsense. Do you understand the meaning of encountering an old friend in a foreign land? Do you comprehend the essence of male camaraderie? Besides, we have always interacted this way. 0090 responded in the past. No wonder he was reluctant to play the role of a mere tool initially. It seems he had taken an interest first. Shubai returned to his room, locking the door behind him, leaning against the door panel and exhaling deeply. Today had been tumultuous and chaotic. The trending news reversed. Director Liu apologized, and Li Yuheng's ambiguous actions and words swirled in his mind like a tangled mess. Particularly, Li Yuheng. This individual was utterly unpredictable, despite having only known each other for 2 days. He had burst into Shubai's life like an unreasonable bandit brandishing a 40-meter-long sword, grinning as he inquired if Shubai was surprised. He seated himself by the bed, picking up his phone and gazing at the newly added contact labeled Li Yuheng, feeling as if the device was burning in his hand. As he opened the chat window, that silly dog, clutching a rose, remained there, tongue lolling, eyes vacant, as if silently mocking him. Didn't he see this coming, did you? I'm still here. Shubai stared at the dog for 3 seconds, his expression growing increasingly menacing. His finger drifted to the upper right corner, selecting the profile page, his gaze landing on the red option to block the contact. Perhaps it was time to sever ties. After all, once the show concluded, he would return to his hometown to farm, and he would no longer have any interactions with these individuals, particularly this social terrorist named Li Yuheng. The sooner he blocked him, the better. Delaying would only lead to trouble. As long as he remained in the workgroup of 6, he could receive program notifications. He pressed his finger down. Just as he was about to touch the screen, his phone vibrated suddenly, akin to a fish in its death throes. And 2 new messages popped up. Li Yuheng, sharing the song Sunny, Cheerful Boy. Li Yuheng, Shubai, a pre-sleep recommendation, a soothing melody, effective against all forms of unhappiness. No need for thanks. Shubai, in exasperation, forcefully turned off the screen and tossed the phone onto the bedside table. Fine. If he blocked this lunatic and the man discovered it, who knows what kind of nonsense would ensue. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, he only needed to endure a few more days. Once the program concluded, he would promptly purchase the earliest flight back home, bidding farewell to the entertainment industry and to Li Yuheng and his ilk. However, mere seconds later, Shubai abruptly sprang up. Enduring for a moment may lead to tranquility. Yet the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. His face contorted in a fierce grimace. He suddenly broke into a twisted, maniacal smile. Grabbing his phone, he unlocked it and before blocking Li Yuheng, he opened their chat window and sent one final message. Bye, Sonny, cheerful boy. You seem quite self-aware. I suggest listening to the Great Compassion mantra alongside it for enhanced effect. It's particularly effective for those with a less than normal mindset. Li Yuheng. A recommendation from Shubai is surely a gem. I shall download it now. Tomorrow morning, the villa will play it publicly, purifying our souls as we joyfully welcome the dawn. As Li Yuqing reached the stairway, an arm suddenly emerged from the side, blocking his path. Jiang Wei withdrew her hand, crossed her arms, leaned against the wall, and raised an eyebrow at him. Shall we have a chat? Sure, Li Yuqing replied. The two made their way to the villa's backyard. The night breeze was cool, and Jiang Wei expertly lit a slender cigarette, taking a deep drag and exhaling a wisp of smoke. Without any preamble, she cut straight to the chase. Li Yuqing, be honest. What on earth do you intend to do? Li Yuqing blinked, his eyes appearing particularly innocent under the moonlight. What do you mean by intend to do? Why is Miss Jiang speaking so cryptically today? Stop playing coy. Ever since we first met yesterday, you've been eyeing Shu Bai like a fighting cock. Today, during the game, you subtly aided him, and the trending topic was rather fortuitous, wasn't it? Your little schemes might fool those fans before the screen. But do you think you could deceive me? I ask you, was that video from 3 years ago orchestrated by you? After finishing the last bite of his apple, Li Yuqing casually tossed the core into a trash bin 5 meters away and wiped his hands of the juice. Then, dramatically fanning his hand in front of his nose, he pinched his voice in an exaggerated manner, adopting a tone that could infuriate anyone. Oh dear cousin, could we extinguish this second-hand smoke first? My priceless olfactory system cannot endure this. It harms my throat and affects my future concerts. Jiang Wei was nearly provoked enough to shove the cigarette in his face. But ultimately, she extinguished it angrily in the nearby ashtray. Li Yuqing, I am discussing serious matters with you. All right, let us discuss serious matters. Li Yuqing's expression suddenly turned earnest. I genuinely have no ulterior motives. I just find Shu Bai rather intriguing and amusing to tease. I simply wish to befriend him. Is that a crime? Jiang Wei regarded him skeptically. Is that all? What else could it be? Jiang Wei scrutinized Li Yuqing for a long moment before letting out a sigh. Throughout their lives, Li Yuqing had always maintained a nonchalant demeanor, appearing to get along with everyone while harboring a deeper sense of caution than anyone else. When had he ever proactively approached someone, especially with such persistence? Yet, she found herself unable to discern his true intentions. Was Li Yuqing's peculiar interest in Shu Bai genuine affection, or merely a fleeting whim, treating him as a novel toy? After all, she had never witnessed Li Yuqing express fondness for anyone, leaving her uncertain about how he would act when enamored. Fine, Jiang Wei finally conceded. I don't care what your intentions are, just don't add fuel to the fire. Hey, how am I adding fuel to the fire? Shu Bai had attempted to clarify the truth 3 years ago. According to Li Yuqing's latest information, Shu Bai had sought evidence and reached out to the media, trying to present the matter transparently. But what was the outcome? The video was suppressed, witnesses were threatened or bribed, and statements issued were drowned in silence, attracting more slander and accusations of victimhood. The iron curtain of capital and public opinion is not easily torn apart by a single individual. That failure seemingly extinguished the last flicker of warmth in Shu Bai's heart, eroding any remnants of his inclination to engage in disputes or demand justice against the injustices he had faced. Thus, he ultimately chose silence, departing completely once the contract expired. Li Yuheng's current endeavor is merely to fulfill what Shu Bai could not achieve back then, or rather, what was forcibly prevented from being realized. He seeks to clarify the truth for Shu Bai, ensuring that when he departs, he does so unburdened by unwarranted stigma and grievances. Is it truly right to watch him leave wronged, allowing the real culprits to continue their carefree existence? Li Yuheng does not share this belief. He operates solely based on his own convictions, indifferent to others' opinions on right or wrong. What Shu Bai could not accomplish does not imply that he, Li Yuheng, is incapable. The iron curtain of that era may not be as impenetrable today. Even if the situation escalates, he is prepared to bear the consequences. Just as Jiang Wei was about to counter, her phone rang abruptly. She glanced at the caller ID, her expression shifting. It's my agent. She stepped aside to answer, and Li Yuheng vaguely caught phrases like public relations statement. Moments later, Jiang Wei returned, her expression complex. Director Liu has just issued a public apology, acknowledging his misconduct from years ago and stating that Xu Bai acted heroically. Li Yuheng was not surprised. Oh, so soon? It seems that while justice may be delayed, it has not been absent. Jiang Wei scrutinized him. Are you certain this has nothing to do with you? Li Yuheng waved his hand, exasperated. Do I possess such extraordinary abilities? To remotely influence a director from across mountains and rivers? Cousin, you greatly overestimate my powers. Jiang Wei scoffed, turning to leave. Her feelings of uncertainty deepened. You best remember, she glanced back at Li Yuheng, Xu Bai is not a mere plaything for you. If you wish to cherish him, do so sincerely, without any tricks. Watching Jiang Wei's graceful, yet imposing figure vanish behind the door, a slight smile crept upon Li Yuheng's lips. He sent a directive to 0090. Little system, please investigate where our esteemed Director Liu is currently enjoying his leisure. 0090 responded. Young master, what are you plotting this time? I must remind you, excessive interference with the characters of the little world. Li Yuheng interrupted. Enough of the chatter, just conduct the search. I'm merely concerned about my cousin's recent circumstances, fostering harmony between realms, you understand? After a brief pause, 0090 appeared to conduct a search. Director Liu is currently vacationing at a 5-star hotel in Sanya. Vacationing? Quite leisurely indeed. He let his fingers dance slightly, a wisp of ghostly energy drifting towards the distance. Meanwhile, in Sanya, by the edge of a luxurious hotel's infinity pool, Director Liu, sporting a beer belly, reclined comfortably on a sunbed, sunglasses shielding his eyes from the sun, a chilled coconut drink in hand, humming a cheerful tune. Suddenly, he felt a chilling breeze sweep over the back of his neck, as if someone had blown a gust of frigid air from Siberia. Before he could react, he was abruptly propelled forward by an unseen force. With a splash, the hapless Director Liu plummeted into the deep end, akin to a stone sinking into water. Help! He cried out. Gulielu, I cannot swim. He flailed wildly in the water, his expensive sunglasses long lost to the depths. After swallowing several mouthfuls of pool water tainted with the scent of disinfectant, he was finally rescued by a lifeguard who hurried to his aid. Panting heavily, he lay sprawled on the pool's edge, his expensive shirt clinging to his corpulent frame. Before he could utter a curse, a sudden, piercing pain shot through his backside. Ouch! Director Liu cried out, clutching his rear. What was that? Who bit me? The lifeguard and nearby guests stared at him in bewilderment. The pool was crystal clear, devoid of any creatures, not even a minnow. Director Liu, there's nothing in the water, the lifeguard cautiously remarked. Liu, in a state of terror, discovered a row of tooth marks on his backside, as if savaged by a wild beast, yet there were no animals in sight. There must be a ghost, he shrieked, bolting back to his hotel room. Li Yuheng strolled back to the villa's living room, his spirits high, as if he had merely taken a leisurely walk in the backyard. The only ones left were Zhao, Wen, and Yukiki, still lounging on the sofa, engrossed in a tedious variety show, laughing uncontrollably. Where is everyone? Li Yuheng Gazwali Yinkidat, pouring himself a glass of water. Zhao, Wen pointed upstairs, her gaze fixed on the television screen. They've all retreated to their rooms, probably exhausted. Suddenly, she turned her head, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. By the way, Teacher Li, what were you and Sister Wei discussing in the backyard? It seemed rather mysterious. Li Yuheng took a sip of water. Oh, nothing significant. Merely some family disputes regarding alimony and inheritance. Zhao responded with a puzzled oh. The answer seemed too far-fetched, leaving her momentarily speechless. By the way, Teacher Li, did you know Teacher Xu Bai prior to this? Li Yuheng looked slightly surprised. Why do you ask? Zhao Wen replied, her tone conspiratorial. It just seems like the atmosphere between you two is rather peculiar, unlike that of strangers. Oh my, Teacher Zhao, your observations are quite astute. Yukiki interjected suddenly. I think so too. Although you and Teacher Xu Bai often bicker, it feels different from how you interact with others. Li Yuheng cast her a significant glance. Yukiki, one may indulge in food with little consequence, perhaps merely a stomach upset. However, words are not to be trifled with. The waters in this circle run deep. Be cautious not to choke on them. Yukiki nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. Soda. I was just rambling. Please don't take offense, Teacher Li. Seeing that he had successfully intimidated her, Yuheng smirked and waved his hand dismissively, indicating he bore no ill will, then began to wander aimlessly through the expansive villa. Before long, he found himself standing before a slightly ajar door, a faint scent of wood and dust wafting from within. He pushed the door open, revealing a music room. In the center of the room stood a black grand piano, its lid open and inviting. Yuheng approached and idly pressed a few keys. The clear, melodious notes danced through the stillness of the room, the sound pure and resonant, emanating from a well-maintained instrument. 0090 suddenly interjected. Your Highness, do you still play the piano? Yuheng let out a light snort, his fingers gliding over the smooth keys. What, do you look down upon ghosts? Chapter 14. The popular top-tier performer X the past his prime, film emperor, not at all. Yuheng replied as he sat before the piano, listlessly poking the keys, producing a cacophony devoid of coherence. Suddenly, as if struck by a bolt of inspiration, his eyes sparkled with life, and he transformed entirely. He extended his hand, theatrically adjusting an imaginary bow tie and smoothing out non-existent wrinkles in his attire. After completing this ritual, he held his breath, his fingers poised above the keys, before dramatically descending upon them. Boom! Your Highness, are you certain you can play? Hush. Yuheng closed his eyes, raised a finger, and intoned solemnly 0090, silence. You are witnessing the spontaneous soul creation of a world-class pianist. At this moment, you should feel unparalleled honor, not produce noise. Yuheng was completely enveloped in his own realm. His fingers began to dance wildly upon the keys, his elbows soaring high and then crashing down. He swayed violently with a non-existent melody, his expressions fluctuating between ecstasy and anguish, embodying the essence of a mad artist interpreting an epic lament. If Beethoven were to have a spirit, he might very well rise from his grave, infuriated enough to strangle him. Finally, after a tempest of chaotic strikes, he abruptly withdrew his hands, freezing in place, his chest gently rising and falling. After a moment of lingering resonance, he elegantly rose and turned towards the empty expanse of the piano room, as if a rapt audience were seated before him. With his left hand over his heart, he executed a profound bow. The wisps of hair on his forehead fell with emotion, casting a melancholic shadow under the imaginary spotlight. Uncle! Uncle! He suddenly exclaimed, clapping fervently for himself before hastily covering his mouth. Oh, my apologies. A true artist should not be so impolite. One must maintain composure. Composure. The performance is not yet over. He then retrieved a napkin from his pocket, pretending to dab at the corners of his eyes. The silence from System 0090 was deafening. After a prolonged pause, it finally asked in a tone tinged with pity, Your Highness, would you like me to assist in contacting a mental health facility? Yuheng instantly broke character, the air of the artist vanishing without a trace. He casually closed the piano lid and turned to sit on the piano bench, his back to the instrument. His hands rested on the smooth surface of the lid. His long legs stretched languidly before him as he tilted his head back, languidly complaining, boring, the audience is far too unenthusiastic. It severely hampers the artist's performance. Your Highness, 0090 urged earnestly. If you wish to play the piano again next time, perhaps you should learn first. Fortunately, it was a break time, and there were no cameras following, or else the system would have had to spare Yuheng the embarrassment. He waved his hand dismissively. No need to learn. If I have spare time, I would rather sleep. Art is about talent and soul, not mere technique. Just as he intended to embark on another improvisation, the door to the piano room was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Shubai stood at the door, his face cold. On such a fine afternoon, instead of resting. You are here, making a racket? That clamor was so loud that I could hear it clearly from the second floor. I thought the crew was conducting renovations downstairs. Yuheng's fingers, suspended in midair, paused as he turned to face the entrance, his face instantly transforming into a dazzling smile that could blind the unprepared. Oh, teacher Shubai, have you come to admire my private concert? You're just in time. The second half is about to commence. Shubai stepped inside, shutting the door behind him and momentarily sealing off the cacophony. He raised a finger to his ear. I have come to beseech you. For mercy's sake, please cease. If I endure any longer, my coffee allergy will worsen, and my ears will be the first to succumb. Apologiza, Li Yuheng revia insincerely. Shifting to one side of the piano stool to create ample space, patting the seat as if to welcome him like an old friend, but you must wait your turn. Come, don't be shy. Sit here. That was merely a warm-up. Now I shall play something truly soothing for you to cleanse your ears. Shubai stared at him, suspicion written across his face. Are you certain it will be soothing and not funeral-like? The kind that sends me off? Li Yuheng retorted. One can only find out through experience, after all. Shubai scoffed, perhaps unable to tolerate Li Yuheng's smug demeanor any longer or simply curious about what new antics he might unveil. He surprisingly moved closer. He settled at the opposite end of the piano bench, deliberately angling his body outward, maintaining a safe distance, as if ready to flee at a moment's notice. Li Yuheng's fingers descended once more onto the keys, unexpectedly producing a smooth melody. It was the theme from the film Return, which Shubai had starred in 3 years prior, a film that not only earned him the title of Best Actor, but also revealed the harsh realities of the industry. Shubai's body stiffened momentarily. He turned sharply to gaze at Li Yuheng's profile. You can actually play a proper piece? That's more astonishing than the sun rising in the west. Li Yuheng, with his profile facing Shubai, kept his gaze lowered to the black and white keys. The corners of his mouth, usually curved with playful banter, were now pressed together, exuding a quiet earnestness. His long fingers glided slowly across the keys, movements fluid and measured. He was not displaying virtuosity. Indeed, his playing was rather simplistic, yet each note landed perfectly, clean and gentle. He immersed himself in the music, his shoulders relaxed, posture at ease, yet emanating an indescribable focus. In that moment, he appeared unexpectedly handsome. You, Shubai's voice carried an unmistakable astonishment. When did you learn this? Is it possible that Li Yuheng has a twin brother who plays the piano? The one who just performed that dreadful piece was him. And now, this is another? Li Yuheng's fingers did not falter. His eyes remained fixed on the keys as he casually replied, In my dreams. An old man with a white beard taught me there, claiming I possess musical talent, a rare genius born once in a century. Not playing the piano would be a tremendous loss to human artistry. Shubai interjected, Your Highness. 0090 was equally astonished. Were you not just, it still recalled that cacophonous onslaught. Do not underestimate the spirits, he said. The prince of the underworld can learn the piano in a heartbeat. As the final notes faded, tranquility enveloped the room, a stark contrast to the earlier exuberance. Shubai shifted his gaze toward the window, his hands on his lap tightening momentarily before relaxing. Something within his chest tapped gently, repeatedly, a sensation both unfamiliar and bothersome. He mused inwardly that the performance was quite commendable, yet this did not alter the fundamental truth that the individual before him was, at heart, quite eccentric. Drawing a deep breath, as if finally resolving something within himself, he turned to Li Yuheng with a direct gaze. Why do you assist me? Li Yuheng turned. His expression, one of bewilderment. Assist with what? With unwavering intensity, Shubai held his gaze, recalling the viral video from 3 years past. Do not feign ignorance, nor spin tales of an elderly sage. He had eliminated all possibilities, leaving only Li Yuheng, the most unpredictable suspect likely to orchestrate such a thing. Li Yuheng chuckled lightly. Leaning in closer, Shubai, are you perhaps overly self-important? Why would I help someone who challenges me daily? Startled by the sudden proximity, Shubai instinctively leaned back but quickly steadied himself, holding his head high. That video was mere coincidence. Li Yuheng interrupted, shrugging nonchalantly, sitting upright with an air of disinterest. Perhaps it was unearthed by one of your fervent admirers. In this day and age, the power of netizens is boundless. They can even unearth childhood photos of stars in embarrassing attire, let alone a video. Of course, it was he who had done it, and he took pride in it. Yet he remained silent. Shubai scrutinized him for several seconds, clearly unconvinced by this narrative, but Yuheng had made it evident he did not wish to confess. So he ceased his inquiries. Rising to his feet, the overhead light cast his elongated shadow across Yuheng, who remained seated. At this moment, their positions shifted, their lines of sight realigned. Shubai lowered his gaze while Yuheng raised his. This arrangement mirrored Yuheng's previous stance in Shubai's room, now roles reversed, as if the initiative had returned to Shubai. Yet, he felt no sense of control. The individual before him, even while seated, exuded a languid assertiveness, as though prepared to seize the upper hand at any moment. Regardless of your involvement, thank you, he said, turning to leave. Yet upon grasping the doorknob, he hesitated momentarily. Without looking back, Shubai tossed a dark leather box in Yuheng's direction with an effortless motion, as if discarding something of little value. Here is a token of gratitude, he added. Yuheng instinctively raised his hand to catch it. The box felt warm to the touch, imbued with the lingering warmth of the other's grasp. Puzzled, he opened the clasp to reveal a pair of sunglasses resting within. The frames, crafted from lightweight titanium, boasted sleek, flowing lines, while the lenses shimmered with a unique, polarized hue under the light of the piano room. The inner side of the temples bore a discreet brand emblem, reminiscent of a limited collaboration from an elusive luxury brand. As he lifted his head, Shubai had already stepped out through the door. Yuheng, grasping the evidently expensive and exquisitely tailored sunglasses case that perfectly aligned with his tastes, gazed at the sunglasses within, momentarily entranced. After a brief pause, a smile involuntarily crept across his lips, widening with each passing moment. Just then, 0090's ethereal voice resonated. Your Highness, do you know what you currently resemble? Yuheng, in high spirits, continued to admire the sunglasses. What do I resemble? A conqueror of the world? No, 0090 coldly shattered his fantasy. You resemble a resplendent chrysanthemum blooming gloriously under the sun, one that is exceptionally large and full. Yuheng's smile instantly froze, morphing into a furious scowl. Nonsense. This is simply the joy of a prince. Your Highness, you're not developing feelings for Shubai, are you? What? Yuheng sprang up from the piano bench, his face a mask of shock. 0090. How can a system possess such vile thoughts? This is merely brotherly affection. Do you understand what it means to stand by your brother, even at the cost of your own life? 0090's mechanical voice brimmed with skepticism. Are you certain it's not sacrificing your brother for beauty? Nonsense. Enraged, Yuheng paced around the piano room. Am I not the dignified prince of the underworld? What beauties have I not encountered? Why would I fall for a mere cat demon, and a male one at that? After a moment of silence, 0090 queried. Your Highness, do you know what you resemble now? What now? Yuheng raturta, irritata. You resemble those stubborn, proud, romance-obsessed protagonists who refuse to admit their feelings while simultaneously slapping themselves in the face with their own actions. Yuheng, his expression darkened, strode purposefully towards the door. Halfway there, he abruptly turned back, furiously playing a segment of the funeral march. This is for your wretched system. 0090 remained silent. Yuheng stormed out once more. Upon reaching the corridor, he suddenly halted, his furious demeanor swiftly dissipating into a relaxed yet shrewd expression. Right, he commanded within his mind, his tone now calm. What is that brat gone you up to? 0090 dutifully scanned. In his room on the second floor, engaged in a phone call with his manager. Based on energy fluctuations, he appears quite agitated, with the topic seemingly revolving around tomorrow's filming. Yuheng, Eabasdrop, unable to manage the insufferable system. Could he not handle that little rascal Gongyu? Though 0090 felt this encroached on privacy, especially considering the other party wasn't exactly virtuous. It reluctantly connected the listening channel. Gongyu's voice resonated with suppressed agitation and resentment. That Yuheng is such a nuisance. From day one, he has targeted me at every turn, and now he keeps hovering around Shubai. I must find a way to force him out of the program. Otherwise, all our previous arrangements will be in vain. Yuheng, a middle-aged male voice responded, likely his manager, tinged with exasperation and caution. Don't act impulsively. I've already warned you. Li Yuheng's background is far from simple. The waters run deep. I have exerted all my connections to investigate, yet I've been unable to uncover his true background. It is only known that even the upper echelons of the company treat him with utmost courtesy. Such a person is not to be trifled with. So what shall we do? Gong Yu's voice was fraught with urgency. Let us remain still for now. Avoid any direct confrontation. Tomorrow, there will be a water-based game segment, correct? A sinister chuckle escaped the middle-aged man's lips. With a multitude of people and an array of equipment, isn't it rather commonplace for a minor accident to occur, provided we execute our plan deftly? Causing him a bit of distress and temporarily withdrawing from the recording, won't that present us with an opportunity? Gong Yu fell silent for a few seconds, and when he spoke again, his voice bore a hint of resolve and anticipation. Are you certain you can manage this? Rest assured, leave it to me. All you need to do is act your part as the gentle junior in front of the camera and interact more with Shu Bai. The call concluded. Li Yuheng let out a cold laugh before severing the connection. He instructed, back up that recording from earlier. 0090. Young master, are you going for entrapment? Li Yuheng stresha langitli. As evening descended, the director's team suddenly summoned the 6 guests to gather on the lawn outside the villa. As Li Yuheng strolled over leisurely, he discovered that everyone else had already assembled. Shu Bai had donned a loose black hoodie, its collar standing upright and concealing his neck, evidently. The allergic rash had nearly subsided, though his expression remained devoid of emotion, exuding an air of aloofness that discouraged approach. Gong Yu stood at a distance from Shu Bai, occasionally casting seemingly casual glances in his direction. His face maintained a gentle smile, as if the anxious person from the phone call earlier was not he. Good evening, esteemed guests. The director, holding a megaphone, endeavored to cultivate a relaxed and jovial atmosphere. Tonight, we have a special segment called Secrets Beneath the Pillow. Yukuku immediately clapped in delight, her eyes sparkling. How romantic it sounds. The rules are simple. The director continued to explain. Each guest will enter the villa individually. Write a message or draw a picture for someone on the prepared cards, and then anonymously place them beneath that person's pillow. If 2 individuals select each other, they will automatically become partners for tomorrow's special activity. Zhao, when promptly chimed in with enthusiasm, rubbing her hands. How thrilling. Isn't this just a roundabout way of confessing? You directors are quite bold. Jiang Wei, however, crossed his arms and candidly critiqued. The format feels somewhat cliched. I haven't played something like this since elementary school. Feigning ignorance to Jiang Wei's remark, the director began to arrange the order. We will proceed according to age, from youngest to oldest. Yukuko will go first, followed by Gong Yu, Zhao Wen, Jiang Wei, Li Yuheng, and finally, Teacher Shu Bai. Li Yuheng, who had been lazily admiring the evening sky, turned his gaze towards the director upon hearing this, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Director, your arrangement is rather intriguing. Following the order of age, ending with Teacher Shu Bai. ISN, to your implication a tad too obvious? The last time he remarked on Shu Bai's age, it was because he had lived for centuries, perceiving everyone as mere children. How audacious for this ordinary director to engage in age ranking and subtly stir the pot. Chapter 15. The popular Alpha x the past glory Omega. Shu Bai cast a cold glance at Li Yuheng, his tone unwavering. No need for insinuations. I'm indeed older than all of you. Li Yuheng immediately approached with a grin. Teacher Shu Bai, age is truly no obstacle. A youthful mindset is what matters most. Look at my mentality. I am eternally 18. Shu Bai, with an expressionless demeanor, scrutinized his smug countenance and coolly retorted. Then your mentality seems rather juvenile. I suggest you return to elementary school to retake moral education. The atmosphere in the room plummeted to sub-zero, prompting the director to awkwardly intervene, his voice trembling. Esteemed teachers, for the sake of fairness, shall we draw lots to determine the order? Li Yuheng, snapping back from the blow, scoffed and cast a sidelong glance at the director. If it had been arranged this way from the start, we wouldn't be in this predicament. All this fuss was unnecessary. The director felt an internal stream of tears. Why must he be the outlet for their frustrations? The game commenced. Yukiki was the first to enter the villa, bouncing in with exuberance, but soon emerged with flushed cheeks, her gaze darting as if caught in mischief, quickly stealing a glance at Gongyu. Gongyu, perceiving the signal, smiled gently at her. Although he identified as gay, he keenly grasped every potential opportunity. The barrage of comments instantly divided into two factions. Ah, I ship this. Innocent newcomer and gentle senior. Speechless. Speechless X2. Li Yuheng lounged lazily in his chair, yet his eyes, seemingly equipped with GPS, subtly fixated on Shu Bai. Shu Bai felt a wave of discomfort under his gaze, his brows knitting together. What are you staring at? Just observing which fortunate soul teacher Shu Bai intends to bestow his precious sentiments upon. Certainly not you. Coincidentally, Li Yuheng raised his chin defiantly and huffed. I had no intention of writing for you either. With that, he turned to the director, his voice booming. Director, is it permissible to write for oneself? My love for myself is profound. The director, taken aback by this unexpected query, stammered, theoretically, yes, it is possible. Li Yuheng nodded in satisfaction, his hand waving grandly. Then I shall write for myself. Upon hearing this, Shu Bai's lips twitched, and he muttered two words, narcissistic. Li Yuheng's ears perked up, immediately catching this remark. He straightened his posture, indignantly declaring, this is called self-appreciation. It is a full affirmation of one's own worth. Teacher Shu Bai, you must broaden your horizons. When it was Li Yuheng's turn to enter, he strode in with an air of nonchalance, confidently making his way into the villa. He casually picked up a card and flamboyantly inscribed, to the most handsome version of myself. Today, I am still the universe's unrivaled charm. Love you, my dear self. Until tomorrow, your loyal fan, Li Yuheng. Having completed his note, he admired his handwriting with satisfaction, then added a large, cheerful, smiley face. 0090, he commanded inwardly. Scan and see if there are any cards slipped under Shu Bai's pillow by others. 0090 obediently executed the directive. Scan complete, Your Highness. Currently, there is nothing beneath teacher Shu Bai's pillow. Li Yuheng, filled with fervor, nodded and tucked the card beneath his pillow. Excellent. Truly splendid. The pristine pillow lay empty. Yet Li Yuheng had cast a solemn vote for himself. This marked his first triumph. While Shu Bai had yet to achieve any accolades, Li Yuheng had already secured a victory. Placing him ahead, this constituted a second win. With Shu Bai having nothing to show, Li Yuheng now carried the momentum of two victories, a clear advantage. This was a third win. As his successes compounded, his spirit soared. This was a fourth victory. At this moment, Shu Bai was likely racking his brains outside, caught in a dilemma, while Li Yuheng reveled in a cascade of good news. This was a fifth triumph. Shu Bai, still perplexed and without a plan, found himself outmatched. While Li Yuheng had already secured his victory, 5 wins. The outcome was determined. Shu Bai's defeat became evident, and Li Yuheng stood invincible. Gazing down upon the competition, this was a 6th victory. A slight smile graced Li Yuheng's lips, his eyes gleaming with confidence. His momentum was unstoppable. Shu Bai, merely a speck of dust on his path to greatness. This was the aura of an unrivaled protagonist. 0090 silently observed the prince as he staged a grand inner spectacle within his mind, its mechanical voice imbued with bewilderment. What is wrong with your self-love, Your Highness? Li Yuheng retorted in his consciousness. I am so remarkable, so radiant. How could I vote for anyone but myself? That S called self-assurance. Do you understand? 0090. It did not comprehend, yet it was profoundly astonished. When it was Shu Bai's turn, he entered the villa with a solemn expression. He picked up the card and pen, pausing momentarily as if contemplating deeply. Then, expressionless, he inscribed his name and decisively slipped the card beneath his pillow. 0090 reported in real time. Your Highness, Shu Bai also voted for himself. Li Yuheng raised an eyebrow, displaying a proud expression. My brother indeed possesses integrity. Next, Gongyu entered to write his card. Outside, Jiang Wei lightly nudged Zhao Wen with his elbow. lowering his voice. Comrade Zhao, what is your take on this heartfelt contest? Zhao stroked her chin, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned detective analyzing a case. Silly girl. She must be riding to some palace. Her gaze is utterly smitten. She has secured the basic points. Jiang Wei nodded, adopting the pose of an examiner. And what about that particular contestant? How do you perceive their intentions? Zhao Wen's brow furrowed deeper, revealing her difficulty. This contestant is quite astute. Their acting skills, well, still in development. Their thoughts are elusive, making it hard to ascertain. This is tricky. She shook her head, as if confronted with the conundrum of the century. Jiang Wei scoffed lightly, elegantly smoothing his hair, and gestured toward Shu Bai in the distance. Comrade Zhao, you have yet to explore the depths of the subject. One must look beyond the surface. Though there appears to be a seemingly disruptive condition, the true key to solving the problem is often clear and requires no intricate calculations. The answer is already inscribed upon the face of the question, is it not? Zhao Wen's eyes lit up with realization. Oh, I understand. Teacher Jiang. It was my perspective that was too narrow. I overlooked the most prominent known conditions. I shall endeavor to study harder and reinforce my knowledge. The two exchanged a knowing glance, their lips curling into a mysterious smile characteristic of adulthood. Meanwhile, Yu Kiki, who had been attentively eavesdropping, glanced from Jiang Wei to Zhao Wen, inquiring, Sister Wei, what were you discussing? What topic? What conditions? Is there a quiz today? I thought we were just here to have fun. Jiang Wei and Zhao Wen turned their heads in unison, their expressions instantly shifting to one of gentle concern, akin to that of caretakers for a preschooler. Jiang Wei reached out, affectionately tousling Yuki's hair. It's nothing, Kiki. The elder sisters are merely discussing a rather intricate reading comprehension. You are still young. It's perfectly all right if you don't understand. Zhao Wen leaned in closer, adopting the tone of a caring older sister, her voice laced with worry. Kiki, do tell me honestly, have you been wearing colored contact lenses these past few days? Are the diameters too large, perhaps affecting your vision? Yukiki, bewildered, responded, huh? As the game concluded, the director's team began tallying the rather amusing results. The director, holding the compiled notes, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, read aloud in a halting manner. The statistical results are as follows. Yukiki voted for Gong Yu. Li Yuheng voted for himself. Shu Bai voted for himself. Gong Yu voted for Shu Bai. Zhao Wen voted for herself. And Jiang Wei voted for herself. With a grim determination, he summarized, thus, only Yukiki and Gong Yu engaged in a unilateral choice. The other four instructors all opted for themselves. An awkward silence enveloped the room until, unable to contain themselves, someone burst into laughter, followed by a chorus of chuckles. The barrage of comments erupted. All are narcissistic. Love yourself. See you tomorrow. I can't breathe. What a bizarre outcome. Wei Min. Sister is uniquely beautiful. Hongzi. I love myself the most. No faults to find. 400. Don't cue me. Just uniquely beautiful. Amidst the heavy awkwardness, the director announced the grouping arrangements for the next day, which effectively meant no change, as they remained in their original teams. Gong Yu's expression soured instantly, akin to having swallowed a fly. It was a far more unpleasant experience than consuming excrement, for while the fly feasted on filth, he found himself in a position of vulnerability, akin to a mantis caught unawares by a yellow bird. He had hoped this segment would allow Shu Bai to perceive his affections, even if only through a courteous acknowledgement, thus sparking some conversation. To his dismay, Shu Bai preferred to vote for herself, a faded star, rather than grant him, a rising luminary, any semblance of opportunity. In stark contrast, Li Yuheng was in high spirits. Stretching languidly with satisfying pops emanating from his joints, Director, what time do we gather for departure tomorrow? 9 o'clock in the morning. The director eagerly replied, wishing to conclude this awkward segment as swiftly as possible. The crowd dispersed, yet Gong Yu hastened a few steps, intercepting Li Yuheng, who was leisurely chewing on a lollipop. At the corridor's corner, Teacher Li, have I inadvertently offended you in some manner? In the control room, the assistant director, witnessing this scene, sprang to his feet in alarm. Quick, cut to another screen. Run an advertisement. This segment absolutely cannot air. It will take responsibility if something goes awry. The director, flustered, hit the switch, and the live broadcast abruptly transitioned to an advertisement for a yogurt brand, featuring a young lady beaming sweetly at the camera. In the dimly lit corridor, Yuheng leisurely sucked on a lollipop, his eyebrows remaining unfurrowed as he slowly shifted the candy from one cheek to the other. After letting the lollipop dance at the edge of his lips, he languidly spoke. What brings you to such a conclusion, Teacher Gong? Gong Yu clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms as he struggled to maintain a composed tone. Since the beginning of the program, it seems you have harbored some grievances against me. If I have inadvertently offended you, I sincerely apologize. His voice was soft, laced with a hint of subservience. Yuheng scoffed, his tongue flicking to shatter the candy. He twirled the stick nonchalantly between his fingers, leaning against the wall with an air of casual indifference, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Teacher Gong, you are overthinking. I am a person of rather forthright disposition. My words may not always be palatable, but I treat everyone the same way, not just you. He paused, leaning in slightly to close the distance, his voice taking on a subtle, oppressive edge. Or perhaps, Teacher Gong, it is your own conscience that troubles you, leading you to feel that others are targeting you? Gong Yu's face drained of color, forcing himself to counter. What do I have to feel guilty about? Yuheng suddenly drew closer, a fleeting coldness flickering in his gaze. For instance, the secrets of the storage room? Gong Yu's pupils constricted, staggering backward until his back collided harshly with the wall, his voice trembling. What nonsense are you spouting? That never happened. Yuheng straightened, resuming his nonchalant demeanor, even taking the time to dust off his sleeves with an air of leisure. Teacher Gong, it's getting chilly. You ought to wear more layers. We wouldn't want to jeopardize your lucrative endeavors, would we? The entertainment industry is fraught with peril, but even murky waters cannot drown those who truly know how to swim and understand where to dive. With that, he turned away, hands tucked into his pockets, sauntering off and leaving Gong Yu standing there, pale and motionless. At that moment, the live stream, which had been abruptly cut, ignited a frenzy in the comment section. What just happened? Where's the corridor camera? Director, come out. What could possibly be unfit for my esteemed VIP membership? Gong Yu has stopped Yuheng. What are they discussing? We need the camera back. I'm guessing Gong Yu got roasted by Yuheng. Just look at that face. Ha! Delightful. Program team, have some decency. Switch the camera back. Upon returning to his room, Yuheng casually flicked the lollipop stick into the trash, collapsing onto his bed as he retrieved his phone to scroll through trending topics. Li Wen, Expusa. 10 seconds of eye contact. Explosive. All narcissists. Trending. 3 years ago, the truth revealed. Yuheng's piano performance, a catastrophe. Yuheng clicked his tongue, pausing at the last topic, intrigued. Who has such talent to capture candid shots? I recall the cameras were off at that moment. He murmured to himself. The leading post was from a well-known gossip blogger, Entertainment Octopus. Breaking news. Top star Yuheng impromptu plays the piano in a reality show villa. His extraordinary skills met with a playful jab from the acclaimed actor Xu Bai, likening it to a slaughter. Footage has leaked. Watch now. In the video link, one can witness the moment when he was lost in the ecstasy of his performance in the practice room, only to be interrupted by Xu Bai's teasing remarks as he entered. His exaggerated gestures and expressions have been captured in animated GIFs, accompanied by phrases such as the artist's breakdown and soulful performer, which are being fervently shared. Yuheng furrowed his brow and quietly lamented to the phone screen. These mere mortals have no comprehension of true artistry. This is what I call immersive performance, an emotional eruption. Do they even understand? Your Highness, are you certain this is not performance art? At this moment, the phone truly felt embarrassed for Yuheng. It was utterly verbose. He opened the comment section. Haha, help. I laughed so hard that the sound-activated lights within a 10-mile radius have illuminated for me. Yuheng, elegance never out of style. The next second, bang, 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 furiously smashing the piano. Teacher Xu Bai's remark about slaughtering pigs was pure genius. Spot-on critique. I can't breathe from laughing. Though past his prime, his wit remains sharp as ever. Am I the only one who finds their contrasting presence One irritable and disdainful, the other a silly clown. Strangely compatible? To the sister ahead. You are not alone. The horizontal and vertical CP Super topic welcomes you. It's all love for the irritable acting emperor and the silly trending star. Investing here is a win. Li Yuheng's hand trembled, causing his phone to hit his face. What is this horizontal and vertical CP? Chapter 16. The popular top-tier performer X the past prime film emperor, he hastily clicked on the so-called horizontal and vertical is love super topic. And the pinned post immediately dominated his entire screen. The 9-grid collage showcased various angles of the moment he had playfully lifted Shu by earlier today, each snapshot perfectly timed. With the central image adorned with a large, gaudy red character for happiness. The accompanying text was even more garish. Happy wedding. Please voluntarily scan the code to pay your share. Supporting Alipay, WeChat, and UnionPay. Li Yuheng stared at the vibrant red character and the rapidly scrolling congratulatory comments, feeling an inexplicable warmth uncontrollably surge to his ears. He abruptly locked the screen and flipped the phone face down on the bed, as though it were a scalding hot potato. Moments later, he irritably picked it up again, opened his manager's WeChat, and typed with fervor, immediately, right now, get rid of that horizontal and vertical super topic. Now, his manager replied in an instant. The tone imbued with familiar exasperation. What's wrong now? Less chit-chat. Just do it. After a brief pause, the manager sent a live data update regarding that super topic. The follower count seemed to have taken off like a rocket, skyrocketing at an astonishing rate every second. Boss, remain calm. Forcibly shutting it down would only send heat to the opposing side and make us appear insecure. A cool-headed approach is the best strategy. He smirked as he replied. Cool-headed approach? Fine. Then hire some bots to vigorously suppress those chaotic CP posts. Manager, boss, are you sure about this? This tactic seems a tad juvenile and likely to incite a backlash. Li Yuheng did not respond further, tossing the phone toward the bedside and collapsing onto the bed, staring at the ceiling. He stared blankly at the ceiling for a moment, suddenly flipping over to sit up, picking up his phone to open Shubai's WeChat. Li Yuheng hesitated for a moment before typing, Teacher Shubai, have you seen the trending topic? And hit send. The next second, a small red exclamation mark appeared next to the message. Message sent, but the recipient has declined it. Li Yuheng was taken aback. Had he been blocked? He was actually blocked by Shubai. On what grounds? He instinctively believed that Shubai had blocked him due to the CP fan issue. A wave of inexplicable grievance and anger surged within him. He, Li Yuheng, a prominent figure in the industry, needed to ride on the coattails of a faded movie star's popularity? He was not like that blood-sucking character, Gong Yu. Li Yuheng stared at the glaring red exclamation mark, his finger hovering over the screen for a few seconds before he suddenly smiled. Oh, you want to block me? He rolled out of bed, slipping on his slippers as he headed outside. 0090 cautiously poked its head out. Your Highness, where are you going? To find the cat. If I don't stir up some trouble tonight, sleep will be out of the question. Li Yuheng strode down the corridor and stopped in front of Shubai's door, knocking 3 times. There was no response. He knocked again, this time with a bit more force. A voice came from inside. Who is it? A delivery person. Go away. Leaning against the doorframe, Li Yuheng lazily replied, Teacher Shubai, isn't it a bit unkind to treat a concerned neighbor this way? The door swung open abruptly, revealing Shubai with damp black hair, clearly just out of the shower, dressed in loose black pajamas. His expression was sour. What do you want? Li Yuheng shook his phone, the screen still displaying the red exclamation mark, and accusatorily demanded, Why did you block me? I don't need a reason to block anyone. Of course you do. Li Yuheng feigned seriousness. What if my public image is severely affected? Can you afford to compensate for that loss? Shubai pretended to close the door. Then go sue me. Li Yuheng reacted swiftly, quickly sticking his foot in the door gap. Wait, Teacher Shubai. Is this how you treat someone who just saved you from an allergic crisis in front of so many people? Isn't that a bit ungrateful? Shubai looked down at the obstructive foot. If you don't want it, just say so. I can help you contact organ donation services for a good cause. Benefactor? You moved him for the sake of the show, didn't you? And who has such a bothersome benefactor? Li Yuheng pressed his advantage, leaning against the doorframe to push the door open wider, a cheeky grin spreading across his face. Teacher Shubai, do you realize the consequences of casually blocking a top-tier celebrity? Shubai lifted his eyelids and stared at him quietly. What consequences could there be? Is Li Yuheng going to incite a fan mob against me? Don't be ridiculous. In the next moment, Li Yuheng suddenly sprang into action. He seized Shubai's wrist and pulled him aside while deftly nudging him back. Seizing the moment when Shubai stumbled back, he slipped through the door with the agility of a slippery fish, quickly locking the door behind him. Shubai was unexpectedly pinned against the door. His lower back pressed against the protruding doorknob, causing him to gasp in pain, his brows furrowing tightly. Li Wing, what on earth are you doing? Damn, how could this lunatic possess such strength? At 28, my back can hardly withstand this. Li Yuheng had successfully breached the enemy territory, pivoting to lean against the door with both hands, trapping Shubai between his chest and the door. His face drew alarmingly close, warm breath brushing against Shubai's face. Shubai forced himself to maintain a cold demeanor, glaring back defiantly. Then, the other party made an exceedingly childish face, accompanied by a sound effect. Hee, ignoring me? Scared you to death. Shubai thought, what on earth is he so nervous about? This is merely a grown child. Am I guarding against a fool who makes silly faces? It seems insanity is indeed contagious. Slap. Li Yuheng clutched his nose, staggering back 2 steps, eyes wide in disbelief. Did you just hit me? You hit me without picking a day? Shubai pushed aside the still nursing Li Yuheng, rubbed his lower back, and turned to enter the room, coldly declaring, get out, I need a rest. Hurry up. Remaining any longer, he feared he would lose control and truly strike Li Yuheng. Li Yuheng watched his retreating figure, grinding his molars, then suddenly lunged forward, knocking Shubai down onto the soft bed from behind. You! Shubai groaned under the weight, ready to curse. But Li Yuheng had already fully descended upon him, hands braced on either side of his head. The proximity was overwhelming, his breath caught, instinctively turning his head away, only to have Li Yuheng grasp his chin and pull him back. You slapped me and think it ends here? Li Yuheng lowered his voice, feigning ferocity. Yet the glimmer in his eyes betrayed a different sentiment. Shubai's heart skipped a beat at this sudden intimacy, his pupils narrowing in surprise. However, he quickly steadied himself, narrowing his eyes defiantly in return. What then? Do you wish to retaliate? He endeavored to ignore the irregular fluttering in his chest, attributing it to irritation caused by the fool. Li Yuheng was about to continue his threats when an inexplicable itch suddenly assailed his armpit, causing him to sit up and scratch. Just as Shubai prepared for a counterattack, Li Yuheng swiftly scratched the itch and returned to pinning him down, striving to regain his stern demeanor, though his intimidation had already diminished significantly. Apologize to me. Shubai gazed intently at the close-up face of Li Yuheng, which appeared somewhat comical due to its enforced fierceness, yet still bore a hint of stubborn childishness. After a brief silence, the sense of guilt that had arisen from blocking him resurfaced. Forget it. Why quibble with someone who hasn't graduated from kindergarten? He sighed and replied in a dry tone. I'm sorry. Li Yuheng was taken aback, huh? The response he had prepared faltered. Was that it? An apology? What happened to the fierce resistance, the verbal sparring, the back and forth? Shubai gazed at him impassively, yet beneath the impatience lay something else, fleeting and elusive. Can you roll off me now? Why is he lying here? Pinned down by a man? Has he lost his mind? Li Yuheng was momentarily taken aback by the sudden apology, forgetting what he had intended to say. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Shubai's face, and under the warm yellow light by the bedside, the 2 tiny moles beneath Shubai's right eye stood out distinctly, as if someone had playfully dotted them with a pencil. Li Yuheng swallowed hard, his voice unexpectedly hoarse. Is this a genuine apology? Shubai replied, what else? Do you want me to write a self-critique? Hurry up and get up. Stop looking at me like that. Li Yuheng stared at him for a few seconds before suddenly releasing his grip and turning to sit on the edge of the bed, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. All right then, considering your earnestness, I forgive you. Shubai immediately sat up, straightening his wrinkled collar, casting a disdainful glance at Li Yuheng. Can you leave now? Li Yuheng leaned back against the headboard, casually picking up Shubai's phone from the pillow. First, Take me off your blacklist. Shubai retorted, is this never-ending? Seeing that Shubai remained unmoved, Li Yuheng shook the phone. Should I do it myself? What is the password? Shubai scoffed, go ahead and try. Li Yuheng raised an eyebrow and typed in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Incorrect. Birthday? He entered Shubai's date of birth. Still incorrect. Shubai crossed his arms, watching coolly, though a secret tension brewed within him. Take a guess. If you get it right, it counts as your loss. Suddenly, Li Yuheng had a flash of insight and entered 000000. The phone screen unlocked with a response. Shubai? Li Yuheng triumphantly shook the unlocked phone. I knew it. Someone like you, who dislikes trouble and is a bit laid back, would most likely set such a password. Shubai, irritated by the accurate guess, snatched his phone back. Get out. Li Yuheng, undeterred, leaned in closer, whispering in his ear, don't. First, unlock me from the blacklist. Otherwise, I'll stay here tonight. Shubai felt discomfort from the breath and the proximity, wanting to escape the strange atmosphere as quickly as possible. He swiftly tapped on the screen a few times before tossing the phone back onto the pillow as if it were a hot potato, coldly stating, done. Are you satisfied? Can you leave now? Li Yuheng picked up his phone and sent Shubai a sticker of a frizzy-haired cat, captioned, Don't mess with me. Shubai's phone lit up, indicating the message had been delivered. Li Yuheng nodded in satisfaction and finally stood up. All right then, I won't disturb teacher Shubai's rest any longer. Good night. He walked to the door, hand on the doorknob, then turned back, wearing that infuriating smile. Oh, just a reminder, if you blacklist me again, I will return. Next time, it won't just be a knock on the door. Chapter 17. The popular top and the past his prime actor the room fell utterly silent. Shubai sat on the edge of the bed, resting his elbows on his knees. After a few seconds, his shoulders suddenly slumped and he lowered his head, raising a hand to cover his face. A brief, suppressed laugh escaped through his fingers, as if he could no longer contain it. Idiot. The muffled sound lingered in his palm. It was uncertain whether he was cursing the one outside the door or the one within. As dawn broke, Li Yuheng awakened. Restlessly tossing in bed, he decided to sit up abruptly, exclaiming, this wretched variety show doesn't even allow one to sleep in. Your Highness, you clearly woke up on your own, came a voice. What do you know? This is called self-discipline of the biological clock. He swung his legs off the bed, brushed his teeth, and padded towards the door in his slippers. The villa was eerily quiet. The other guests had yet to rise. As he passed the kitchen, he noticed faint noises and lights emanating from within. He paused, crouched slightly, and peered inside. There stood Shubai, in front of an open refrigerator, holding a carton of milk, seemingly about to drink. Upon hearing the noise, he glanced back at Li Yuheng before returning to his previous demeanor. Li Yuheng straightened up and sauntered in confidently. You're up early, teacher Shu. Without turning around, Shubai replied, Li Yuheng leaned closer, noticing the milk carton in Shubai's hand. Drinking cold milk on an empty stomach? Teacher Shu, your lifestyle is quite punk. Aren't you afraid of stomachache later? So what? Li Yuheng shrugged, casually retrieving a yogurt from the fridge, tearing off the lid, and licking it, just showing concern for a colleague. Shubai observed his lack of pretense with a slight twitch of his lips, his tone dripping with evident disdain. Is this the image of a top-tier celebrity? Li Yuheng finished licking the yogurt lid. Frugality is a traditional virtue of the Chinese people. I'm setting an example and promoting positivity. Shubai was rendered speechless. Turning to grab a cup. Quick as a flash, Li Yuheng snatched the milk carton from his grasp. Wait. Don't drink it cold. Let me heat it for you. This fellow couldn't be drinking cold milk. He recalled a time when he cleverly managed to procure a bag of cold milk, only to lose a scuffle with Shubai, who then drank it and suffered a terrible bout of diarrhea, nearly collapsing from it. Ultimately, he had to use his own strength to remedy the situation. What a pity that bag of milk was. Shubai was momentarily taken aback as Li Yuheng skillfully poured the milk into a small pot, igniting the flame, executing the task seamlessly. Li Yuheng, are you sure you can heat milk? Absolutely, it's a family tradition. Just watch. The milk soon warmed, a delicate layer of milk skin forming on the surface. Li Yuheng poured it into a cup and handed it to Shubai. Here, drink it while it's hot. Little cat named Meow Meow. Shubai stared at the steaming cup, hesitating to take it. Noticing his reluctance, Li Yuheng nudged the cup closer, teasingly adding, "Rest assured, teacher Shu. My milk heating skills are so good, even the king of hell praises them. It's completely safe and reliable." Only then did Shu Bai accept the cup, his fingertips brushing against the warm cup's surface as he took a sip. The temperature was perfect, neither too hot nor too cold. "Thank you." Li Yuheng waved his hand dismissively and began rummaging through the fridge. "What should we have for breakfast?" "I'm starving." "I don't know. Are you really that hungry?" Li Yuheng pulled out several eggs and bacon from the fridge, turning to grin. "I'm a reincarnation of a starving ghost." Shu Bai grimaced, holding the milk as he prepared to leave the kitchen. Just as he reached the doorway, Li Yuheng suddenly called out, "Hey, don't go. Can you lend me a hand? Want some fried eggs?" "My treat." "No, thanks." Li Yuheng was immediately possessed by his inner actor, letting out a sigh filled with a sense of betrayal. Alas, the world has declined, and humanity is not what it used to be. Even a heartfelt breakfast invitation from a colleague had to be declined in this indifferent world. Shu Bai, unable to endure his theatrical lamentation, turned sharply and marched back. Snatching the egg from his hands, "Stop the noise. I'll fry it. If you attempt it, you might as well blow up the kitchen." Li Wen's skema sukshada. And he instantly broke into a radiant smile, casually handing over some bacon. "Thank you. Do fry a few more slices. I have a hearty appetite. I'm still growing." Shu Bai received the bacon, unable to resist a teasing remark. "Glutton." With a serious expression, Li Yuheng shook a finger. "No, I'm a top-tier star." Shu Bai retorted, and still an award-winning actor. The eggs and bacon sizzled in the frying pan, the golden edges of the egg curling slightly, while the fat from the bacon was rendered out, releasing a bold and enticing aroma that soon filled the entire kitchen. Li Yuheng, unable to remain idle, leaned against the counter, watching as Shu Bai skillfully flipped the eggs. Suddenly, he inquired, "Shu Bai, do you often cook for yourself?" "Yes," Shu Bai replied, not lifting his gaze, focused on the food in the pan. "Why? Isn't ordering takeout more convenient? Just a few taps and deliciousness arrives. In the underworld, even that is unattainable. Takeout isn't clean." Shu Bai gently pressed the bacon with the edge of the spatula, producing an even more enticing sizzle. "Wow, I never guessed. Shu Bai, you're quite health-conscious and value quality of life. A refined boy, indeed." Noticing that the bacon was nearly done, Shu Bai deftly plated it alongside the perfect sunny-side-up egg, creating a simple yet appetizing colorful arrangement. He placed the dish in front of Li Yuheng. "Enjoy your meal, glutton." "Silence your mouth. Thank you for the hospitality, Shu Bai. You are truly handsome, kind-hearted, and skilled. A living bodhisattva of our time. My idol." Li Yuheng's face lit up with joy, and his mouth spilled forth a series of exaggerated compliments as he reverently accepted the plate. Then, before Shu Bai could react, he swiftly pinched 2 slices of bacon between his fingers and stuffed them into his mouth. "You!" Li Yuheng grimaced, his teeth biting into the hot bacon. And while gasping for air, he quickly chewed, wiping his hands with a napkin. "Pardon my manners. I'm just so hungry." Shu Bai remained silent, simply choosing not to respond. He turned to sprinkle some salt on his own eggs and began his breakfast. Li Yuheng devoured his meal with the fervor of a tempest, patting his belly in satisfaction. With an excess of energy to expend, he wandered around the modest kitchen, exploring every nook before declaring, "Shu Bai, I'm off to exercise." Shu Bai, still focused on his meal, nonchalantly acknowledged with a distracted HM, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. The troublemaker was finally leaving, and the world would regain its tranquility. Thus, Li Yuheng ambled out of the villa with an air of carefree abandon. The morning air crisp and fragrant with the scent of grass and foliage. He strolled leisurely, unknowingly drifting towards the conspicuous RV of the director's team. Gazing at the tightly shut car window, Li Yuheng squinted slightly, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. He raised his hand and, with no hesitation, began to rap forcefully on the window while shouting in a panicked tone, "Director, Director, something's wrong. The car is leaking oil. It's going to explode. Hurry out." Inside the RV, chaos ensued, accompanied by the thud of heavy objects hitting the ground and frantic exclamations. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing the director, his belt unfastened and his complexion ashen. "Where?" Where's the leak? Li Yuheng feigned concern, pointing dramatically at a conspicuous puddle beneath the RV. Look, it's leaking profusely, creating quite a hazard. The director focused intently and exclaimed, Teacher Li, that's just condensation from the air conditioning. It's water from last night. Li Yuheng nodded in sudden understanding, though his smile turned somewhat frosty. Oh, I thought perhaps someone had leaked something more insidious, deliberately splattering it on others' wounds. Like a certain meticulously crafted question from yesterday. How dare a mere director conspire against him? The director stammered an explanation. Teacher Li, it's all for the sake of the show's effect. It's in the script. I couldn't care less. If you attempt such a stunt again, I'll ensure the entire nation sees how you handle a leak. Li Yuheng retorted before leisurely strolling away, leaving the director sweating profusely in his wake. Your Highness, are you threatening the director? Let us call it a gentle reminder. The sun had risen, and the other guests were likely awakening. As Li Yuheng prepared to return to the villa, he heard a mocking laugh ahead. Childish. He halted, turning towards the voice. Shu Bai had appeared at the villa's entrance, holding the unfinished glass of milk, his gaze tinged with disdain. Li Yuheng smirked and, mimicking Shu Bai's tone, leisurely replied, Childish. Hey, some individuals criticize others for being juvenile while sneaking out to watch the spectacle themselves? You seem quite engaged, Li Yuheng thought to himself, fully aware that in terms of immaturity, they were equally matched. In their past escapades, neither was innocent. Typically, Shu Bai would devise the schemes, while Li Yuheng executed them. Their camaraderie seamlessly orchestrated, resulting in a series of mischievous endeavors. Back then, Shu Bai was a playful calico cat, while Li Yuheng was a beagle often reprimanded for being too noisy. Together, they formed a notorious duo, causing headaches throughout their neighborhood. Their most infamous escapade was the string of breakfast stand thefts that shocked the community. Shu Bai would scout the area, perched atop the pancake stand at dawn, signaling with his tail as the owner turned to knead dough. In an instant, Li Yuheng would dash out, snatching the most coveted meat-filled pancakes, and afterward, they would retreat into an alley to divide their spoils, bickering over crumbs as the stray dogs, drawn by the scent, took advantage of their mess. Chapter 18. The popular the declining movie emperor later. The stall owner sensed something amiss and installed surveillance cameras, ultimately capturing the nefarious antics of the two habitual offenders. In the footage, a calico cat perched atop a utility pole, overseeing the operation from a lofty vantage point, while a beagle stealthily approached the stall. At the moment it seized a baked flatbread, it was scalded and shook its head vigorously, yet it stubbornly refused to relinquish its prize. In the end, clutching the steaming flatbread, it darted away, leaving behind the furious shouts of the stall owner. Once the video was shared online, netizens humorously dubbed them the best criminal duo of the year, with some even adding a soundtrack reminiscent of Mission Impossible. As Li Yuheng reminisced about the incident, a smile involuntarily crept across his lips. When Shu Bai noticed him grinning unexpectedly, he frowned and inquired, What are you laughing at? Li Yuheng snapped back to reality and shrugged. Nothing, just thinking of something delightful. Shu Bai cast a suspicious glance his way before turning back towards the villa. Li Yuheng followed suit, and the two entered just as Zhao Wen, who had just awakened, appeared. Wow, Teacher Shu Bai, Teacher Li, you're up so early, Zhao Wen exclaimed, rubbing her eyes. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of something delightful. What does that smell? It's so fragrant. Li Yuheng pointed towards the kitchen. Eggs and bacon. You'll have to cook for yourself. With a cheer, Zhao Wen dashed into the kitchen. Did Teacher Shu Bai make it? I want some. Shu Bai glanced at Li Yuheng, who blinked innocently. I didn't say anything, came his retort. Shu Bai scoffed lightly before heading upstairs to change. Li Yuheng watched him depart and suddenly called out, Teacher Shu Bai? Shu Bai paused, turning back to face him. Li Yuheng grinned widely. We have water games today. Don't wear too little, or you might catch a cold. Mind your own business, Shu Bai replied, continuing upstairs without a backward glance. Li Yuheng shrugged and flopped onto the sofa in the living room to play on his phone. Before long, other guests began to rise, and the villa buzzed with activity. Jiang Wei descended the stairs, yawning, and upon seeing Li Yuheng sprawled on the sofa, raised an eyebrow. Oh, up so early? Li Yuheng did not lift his gaze. The early bird catches the worm, he replied. More like the early worm gets eaten by the bird, Jiang Wei retorted, laughing. Li Wing Kipat. This cousin of mine is not worth keeping. Yu Kiki and Gong Yu came down together, chatting and laughing, appearing to be on good terms. Li Yuheng cast a sidelong glance, internally scoffing. Keep pretending. How amusing, little one. The production team soon called for everyone to gather, preparing to depart for the water park. The 6 guests boarded the show's vehicle, journeying towards their destination. On the way, Li Yuheng deliberately sat beside Shu Bai, who shifted closer to the window, displaying his disdain. Unfazed, Li Yuheng pulled out his phone and began playing a match 3 game, the sound effects blaring loudly. Shu Bai could no longer tolerate it. Could you possibly turn the sound off? Li Yuheng, still engrossed, replied, I cannot. This helps me stay alert. Taking a deep breath, Shu Bai retrieved his headphones from his pocket and donned them, closing his eyes to rest. Li Yuheng glanced at him, a smirk playing on his lips, and discreetly lowered the volume. 0090. Young master, what is the necessity of this? Li Yuheng, you wouldn't understand. That's what makes it entertaining. 0090. The system found it absurd but couldn't help but feel that this reasoning was quintessentially Li Yuheng. Shu Bai had his eyes closed, yet his brows were slightly furrowed, as if he sensed a change in volume. However, he ultimately refrained from speaking, merely increasing the volume of the music in his headphones, completely isolating himself from the outside world. Li Yuheng, upon witnessing this, smiled more profoundly, his fingers gliding swiftly across the screen, as if the recent childish antics had elevated his spirits. 0090 silently recorded the data. Prince's perplexing behavior 1. When the vehicle arrived at the water park, the sun shone brightly, and the cerulean surface sparkled under its rays. The director, holding a megaphone, announced, Dear teachers, today's aquatic games will be divided into 3 segments: water volleyball, floating bridge racing, and ultimate diving. The winning team will be rewarded with a sumptuous dinner in priority for tomorrow's date. Li Yuheng lazily raised his hand. Director, may I abstain? The director wiped the sweat from his brow. No, you may not. Li Yuheng sighed. Very well. I shall reluctantly participate for the sake of dinner. Shu Bai sneered. What a show. Li Yuheng turned to him. Teacher Shu Bai, do you have an issue with me? Shu Bai replied, I have grievances with the air. Li Yuheng chuckled. Haha, the prince is always ready to retort. Laughing to death, Li Yuheng has once again met his match in front of Shu Bai. Fans of the pairing rejoice. He cast a glance at Gong Yu, who was engaged in a hushed conversation with the production staff, occasionally glancing in their direction. Li Yuheng narrowed his eyes and whispered to 0090, little system. Keep a close watch on that Gong Yu fellow. 0090 responded. Rest assured, Your Highness. The water volleyball segment soon commenced. The 6 guests remained in the same 3 groups. Li Yuheng with Jiang Wei, Shu Bai with Zhao Wan, and Gong Yu with Yu Keke. Li Yuheng stood in the shallow water, observing Shu Bai's team opposite him, and suddenly shouted, Teacher Shu Bai, please show mercy. Shu Bai coldly scoffed and raised his hand for a powerful spike. The volleyball struck the water with a resounding splash, drenching Li Yuheng's face. He wiped his face exaggeratedly, exclaiming, Murderer! Shu Bai retorted, Get lost. The competition continued, and Li Yuheng and Jiang Wei displayed impressive teamwork, swiftly securing the first round. The second round featured Gong Yu's team against Shu Bai's. Gong Yu exhibited an unusually enthusiastic demeanor on the court, several times inadvertently colliding with Shu Bai during plays, even attempting to support his waist, only to be met with Shu Bai's cold avoidance. Li Yuheng, standing at the sidelines, felt his gaze grow increasingly frosty. This Gong Yu truly had no shame. How dare he persist in his audacity, shamelessly encroaching upon his brother? Did he truly consider Shu Bai a mere stepping stone for their pairing? Always trying to latch on, a bloodsucker. Goodness, such a wretched creature. Did he believe himself to be some precious golden koi? 0090 interjected. Your Highness, your murderous aura is quite overwhelming. Li Yuheng, stop it. Silence. During a break in the game, Gong Yu unexpectedly approached Shu Bai, whispering, Teacher Shu Bai, how about we collaborate in the floating bridge segment later? Shu Bai frowned. Collaborate? Gong Yu smiled. Indeed, Teacher Li's team is too strong. We could join forces to eliminate them first. Shubai shot him a cold glance, not interested. The company coerced him into participating in this variety show, threatening that failure to attend would result in contract termination, and insisted he maintain a cordial demeanor towards Gongyu while even collaborating to promote a fictional romance. He had endured this indignation. But how far could Gongyu possibly go? As Shubai turned to leave, he was abruptly grasped by Gongyu's wrist. "Teacher Shubai, don't be so aloof." Gongyu murmured, feigning a smile. "The company hopes for more interaction between us. Look at the corner. Although we can't hear what they're saying, oh my." Gonyu's grabbed his wrist. "The Yubai CP is blossoming." Are the blind in the front not noticing how unpleasant Shubai looks? Is this really a blossoming romance? Can Gonyu stop trying to overshadow my unique Shubai? If you don't want a hand, you can chop it off. Laughing to death, some people can only rely on sucking blood to survive. As a casual observer, the script of this variety show is too transparent. Shubai's gaze turned icy, and just as he was about to shake off Gongyu's hand, a figure suddenly intervened between them. Yuheng seized Gongyu's wrist with such force that Gongyu's expression instantly shifted. "Teacher Gong, are we supposed to include offstage interactions in this water game?" Chapter 19. The popular leading man X the past his prime, film Emperor Gongyu winced and released his grip, forcing a smile. "Teacher Li, you misunderstood. I was merely discussing strategy with Teacher Shubai." "Does discussing strategy require pulling and tugging?" Yuheng scoffed, turning to Shubai. "How is your allergy? Are you all right?" Shubai rubbed the spot on his wrist where Gongyu had touched him, now marked with a faint red trace. He frowned. "I'm fine." Yuheng's gaze darkened as he scrutinized the mark. Gongyu stepped back awkwardly. "I apologize. I didn't realize Teacher Shubai's skin was so sensitive." "Didn't he realize?" Yuheng mocked. "Have you forgotten so quickly about yesterday's coffee allergy?" Teacher Gong's memory must be failing him. Gongyu was rendered speechless. His face contorted as if he had swallowed a swarm of flies. Observing Gongyu's discomposure, Shubai suddenly chuckled. Yuheng turned to him, raising an eyebrow. "Oh, Teacher Shubai can smile?" Shubai immediately suppressed his laughter, adopting a stern expression. "I'm human. Why shouldn't I smile?" Yuheng grinned. "Then Teacher Shubai should smile more often. It looks quite nice." Shubai cast a complex glance at Yuheng. Although he was a once-renowned film emperor past his prime, he had acted in numerous productions and understood the intricacies of human psychology. The more he observed Yuheng, the more it seemed like he harbored feelings for him. Shubai quickly dismissed this absurd notion. Yuheng was not a typical person. His thought processes differed from the norm, bordering on naivete, making it unwise to interpret his actions through conventional reasoning. He likely found amusement in teasing him or simply wished to provoke him. With a cold expression, Shubai turned and walked away, deciding to distance himself from this eccentric individual. Yuheng watched Shubai's retreating figure, stroked his chin, and turned to Gongyu with a beaming smile. "Teacher Gong, see you on the floating bridge later." Gongyu felt a chill run down his spine from Yuheng's smile and nodded stiffly. The next event, the floating bridge race, was an individual competition. The director shouted through a megaphone. "Next up is the floating bridge race. 6 teachers are competing fiercely, racing from the starting point to the finish line. The first to seize the flag emerges victorious. Beware, the floating bridge sways, and anyone who falls into the water is disqualified." Yuheng flexed his wrist and suddenly challenged Shubai with a raised eyebrow. "Shubai, dare to have a match?" Shubai, adjusting his wrist guard, responded with a cold smirk. "Childish." Yuheng pressed on. "What? Afraid of losing to me?" Shubai met his gaze with sharp eyes. "Are you certain you wish to humiliate yourself?" "Oh wow." Zhao immediately hopped over, urging, "What is the wager? What is the wager? Loser drinks bitter melon juice?" Jiang Wei crossed his arms, chuckling derisively. "If Yuheng loses, he'll have to give me his limited edition sneakers." Yuheng retorted, "Cousin, that is a bit harsh." Shubai scoffed lightly. "If you're afraid, just say so." "Who is afraid?" Yuheng declared, stripping off his jacket to reveal his muscular torso. The contours of his muscles sharply defined in the sunlight. "The loser will wash everyone's socks tonight." The crowd fell silent in an instant. Zhao slowly raised her thumb. "You're ruthless, all right." Kiki clapped excitedly, "Washing socks. What a fitting punishment. I support this." She turned to Gong Yu. What do you think, Gong Yu? Gong Yu forced a smile. It's, quite interesting, his gaze flickering, clearly distracted. The comments immediately seized upon his unusual demeanor. Why does Gong Yu look constipated? Is he out of touch? What else with the nonsense? Our Gong Yu is just quieter. Laughing quiet? He was chatting merrily with Yukiki yesterday. What else with the aloof act today? Wow, what you all focused on? Li Yuheng's physique is mesmerizing. Gong Yu's fans, stop it. Clearly, he is upset about Li Yuheng and Shu Bai's interaction. Why don't you lie down on the road and serve as a speed bump? Everyone quiet. Follow my command. All of you, take off your underwear. To the one in front, stop acting crazy. Give me 20,000. Shu Bai's expression momentarily froze, and he gritted his teeth. Are you out of your mind? Li Yuheng flashed a grin, revealing his sharp canine teeth. What is wrong, Shu Bai? Are you scared? Shu Bai fixed his gaze on him for 2 seconds before suddenly beginning to unbutton his shirt. Fine, prepare to wash socks. The comments erupted. Ah, he is taking off his clothes. What a delightful perk. Director, add a drumstick? Shu Bai's physique is surprisingly impressive. His collarbone is killing me. Li Yuheng watched as Shu Bai removed his shirt, revealing fair skin and a slender waist. He unconsciously swallowed hard, awkwardly averting his eyes. He glanced at his own smooth arms, lost in thought. How could Shu Bai have so many moles? 2 at the corners of his eyes, 1 on his collarbone, another on his left shoulder blade, scattered across his shoulders like someone had carelessly sprinkled sesame seeds. Comparing with himself, his skin was pristine, as if meticulously polished. Not a single mole to be found. The more he pondered, the more frustrated he grew, his brows furrowing tightly. How absurd. Was he truly losing in the mole department? Reluctantly, he seized Shu Bai's arm, narrowing his eyes to scrutinize closely, as if determined to find a flaw. Shu Bai, taken aback by the sudden move, raised an eyebrow. What are you doing? Li Yuheng fell silent for 2 seconds, then boldly declared, Let me check if you marked this with your own pen. Shu Bai frowned, shaking off his hand. Are you simple-minded? Li Yuheng remained rooted in place, increasingly indignant. No, he had not lost. What did having more moles signify? This was a trivial contest. The more he pondered, the more justified he felt, standing a tad taller. He let out a cold snort, raising his hand to pat his sturdy arm, thinking, what is wrong with having no moles? A lack of moles signifies being clean and unencumbered. Shu Bai, with his multitude of moles, resembled a canvas marred by fate's pen, perhaps a mere draft from a past life. And he, naturally perfect, without a flaw. The more Li Yuheng thought about it, the more pleased he became, even stealing a few more glances at himself, growing increasingly satisfied. Now, this was true highbrow aesthetics. Shu Bai's flamboyant appearance clearly lacked the gravitas required. The director announced the commencement of the competition, and the 6 guests took their positions on the floating bridge. The bridge, composed of several inflatable pads, swayed gently with the waves, giving it an unstable appearance. Yukiki nervously gripped the handrail. I might not make it. Zhaowen patted her shoulder. It's all right. I'll guide you slowly. Gong Yu stood at the outer edge, casting a cold glance at Li Yuheng and Shu Bai. The whistle blew, and the competition began. Li Yuheng and Shu Bai surged forward almost simultaneously, racing across the floating bridge with agility, completely unfazed by its motion. Wow! Zhao, one exclaimed in astonishment. Are these 2 part monkeys? Jiang Wei leisurely followed behind, commenting, 2 lunatics. Midway on the bridge, Li Yuheng and Shu Bai matched each other stride for stride, neither yielding ground. Shu Bai impressive skills. Li Yuheng sidestepped a splash of water. Shu Bai smirked. Not as impressive as Li, the top star's antics. Suddenly, Li Yuheng reached out, pretending to shove Shu Bai, then I 1T hold back. Shu Bai nimbly dodged, grabbing Li Yuheng's wrist and pulling him forward. You go down first. Chapter 20. The Rising Star Top, X the past his prime, film emperor Li Yuheng lost his balance. Teetering on the brink of falling into the water, but in a last-ditch effort he clutched Shu Bai's waist, and they both plunged into the water together. Splash! Water erupted as they fell simultaneously. Chaos ensued on the floating bridge, with Zhaowen laughing heartily. Mutual demise. The barrage of comments flooded the screen. A tragic love. This is a tragic love. The CP is getting married today. Off to the bridal chamber. Not really. Someone in front. Put on some pants. Li Yuheng surfasa, wiping his face clean, only to find Shu Bai emerging not far away, his dark hair slicked against his forehead, droplets glistening in the sunlight as they cascaded down his chin. He swam over, grinning. Shu Bai, it seems we'll be washing socks together tonight. Shu Bai splashed him with water. Get lost. Ultimately, the victor of the floating bridge race was Yukiki. The young girl, trembling, completed the course and, noticing that the others had all fallen into the water, raised her flag in bewilderment. Gong Yu stood in the shallow water, his expression dark enough to draw droplets. He initially intended to accidentally push Shu Bai off the floating bridge and feign a rescue to create physical contact, but unexpectedly, Li Yuheng disrupted his plan. Upon returning to shore, Li Yuheng, shaking the water from his hair, approached Shu Bai and asked, "Hey, were you just trying to murder me?" Shu Bai, drying his hair without raising his head, retorted, "Did you die?" Li Yuheng, "Rubia, no." Shu Bai concluded, "Then it doesn't count as murder." The director announced the ultimate challenge of the day, the 5-meter diving board. Each guest would take turns diving, with judges scoring based on the execution of the dive and the splash created, contributing to the final score. Upon hearing the words dive, Gong Yu's eyes flickered, and a barely perceptible cold smile curved his lips. The opportunity had arrived. He quietly stepped aside and whispered to his manager over the phone, "Is everything arranged?" The manager smirked slyly. "Don't worry. Li Yuheng's diving board has been tampered with. As soon as he jumps, he will definitely take a hard fall." Gong Yu nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent." After hanging up, he cast a glance at Li Yuheng, who was laughing with Jiang Wei, and maliciously thought, "Li Yuheng, you better break a leg and exit the show." Li Yuheng was already aware of Gong Yu's underhanded tactics, standing beneath the diving board with his hands in his pockets. He lazily listened to the director explain the rules, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on his lips. As the diving segment officially commenced, the order was determined by drawing lots. Yukiki was the first to go, nervously standing at the edge of the board, closing her eyes to take a deep breath before completing a simple straight dive, creating a sizable splash that earned her a score of 6. Zhaowen followed, executing a backflip into the water. Although not perfectly executed, her courage was commendable, earning her a score of 7. 5. Jiang Wei was next, standing at the edge of the board before suddenly performing a crisp 360-degree twist into the water, creating minimal splash, which astonished the judges, who awarded her a score of 9. Gong Yu was 4th. He feigned elegance while ascending the diving board. Yet his mind was calculating Li Yuheng's impending misfortune. He casually performed a straight dive, receiving a score of 7. Shu Bai was the 5th to dive. Standing at the edge, his black swimsuit accentuated his fair skin, showcasing his smooth and muscular physique. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly executed a neat 1.5 somersault, entering the water with almost no splash. The audience gasped in awe. The judges excitedly raised their scores. 98 points, the highest score of the day. Li Yuheng stood below, watching as Shu Bai emerged from the water, his damp black hair clinging to his forehead, droplets sliding along his jawline, sparkling in the sunlight. He squinted and suddenly smiled. "Well, that is rather impressive." At last, it was Li Yuheng's turn. Gong Yu stood nearby, unable to suppress a smile, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Let him fall. The more disastrous, the better. Li Yuheng leisurely approached the diving board, deliberately stepping on it to test its stability. The production team watched him anxiously, fearing he might cause trouble again. However, Li Yuheng merely stretched languidly, then suddenly propelled himself off the board with a powerful kick. Crack! The board shattered instantly. Li Yuheng lost his balance, plummeting through the air at an awkward angle. Gasps filled the room. Su Bai, Jiang Wei, Zhao Wen, and Yuki's pupils dilated in shock. Splash! Li Yuheng crashed into the water, creating a massive spray. The audience fell silent. This was it. Something had gone wrong. The production team turned pale, rushing forward. Quickly, save him. Gong Yu stood by, elated internally, yet feigning concern. Oh dear. How could this happen? Just then, amidst the chaos, a splash echoed. The water's surface erupted as Li Yuheng emerged, shaking the water from his hair, grinning. Wow. The quality of this diving board leaves much to be desired, doesn't it? The entire crowd froze. Gong Yu. Yes, unscathed, Li Yuheng leisurely swam to the shore, effortlessly pulling himself up with one hand, wiping the water from his hair, and cheerfully addressing the production team. Directors, perhaps it's time to upgrade your equipment? The production team was drenched in cold sweat. Li Yuheng, are you all right? Li Yuan geschragd, fine. Just a broken board that nearly cost me my life. His tone was casual, yet his gaze turned icy as it swept over Gong Yu. Gong Yu felt a chill run down his spine, forcing a smile. Truly, Li Yuheng is blessed with good fortune. Li Yuheng smirked, suddenly striding towards Gong Yu, grasping his wrist firmly, lowering his voice. Gong Yu, did you think I would break my leg? Gong Yu's pupils contracted. What are you talking about? Li Yuheng let out a cold laugh, yanking him towards the diving platform. Come on, Gong Yu, let us take a dive together and see if all diving boards are this fragile. Gong Yu turned pale with fear. No, that's unnecessary. Li Yuheng narrowed his eyes. What is the matter? Feeling guilty. Gong Yu was labias through la desperately. Li Yuan. Let go of me. The production team panicked, rushing to intervene. Li Yuheng. Calm down. Let us talk this through. Li Yuheng snorted, shaking off Gong Yu, turning to the production team with a fierce gaze. Review the footage, inspect the diving board, and find out who tampered with it. Otherwise, this show will not continue filming. Chapter 21. The popular top versus the past his prime, film emperor. The production team was instantly thrown into disarray, hastily sending someone to check the diving board. Gong Yu's face turned ashen, struggling to maintain composure. Li Yuheng. What do you mean? Do you suspect it was me? Li Yuheng sneered, cutting him off. Gong Yu, your manager just called you, didn't they? Gong Yu's pupils widened in shock. How do you know? Li Yuheng, uninterested in further conversation, pulled out his phone and played a recording. Have all the arrangements been made? Gong Yu's voice. Rest assured, Li Yuheng's jumping board has been tampered with. Once he leaps with force, he will surely fall hard. Agent's voice. The audience gasped in shock. The director's team changed color instantly, halting the recording and restraining Gong Yu and his agent. Gong Yu was utterly flustered, his voice trembling. This recording is a fabrication. Li Yuheng, you are framing me. Li Yuheng let out a scornful laugh, his gaze icy. Framing? The broken board is a fact, and the recording is also a fact. Your agent's recent conversation record remains. Shall we verify it? Gong Yu's complexion turned ashen, his lips quivering, unable to articulate a word. Shu Bai stood nearby, brow furrowed, casting a complex glance at Li Yuheng. When did he record this? 0090, silently lamented. The prince is fishing with the law. Gong Yu has walked into his own trap. The barrage exploded. This newcomer actually intended to harm Li Yuheng? Wow, what a shocking revelation. Where are Gong Yu's fans? Come out and defend him. I always said Gong Yu isn't a good person. After an urgent discussion, the director's team decided to hand over Gong Yu and his agent to the police for investigation and announced the suspension of Gong Yu's recording privileges. You Kiki, frightened? Asked Zhao Wen in a hushed voice. Did Gong Yu really do such a thing? Zhao Wen scoffed. The recording is out. Can it still be false? Jiang Wei crossed his arms and glanced at Li Yuheng. You are quite capable, even managing to obtain the recording. Li Yuheng shrugged, his tone casual. Just lucky. Shu Bai approached, speaking softly. Did you know all along? Li Yuheng raised an eyebrow. What else? Wait until he truly injures me? Shu Bai stared at him for 2 seconds, then suddenly chuckled. You do value your life. Li Yuheng grinned. Of course, I haven't lived enough yet. Is everything truly fine? Li Yuheng smiled broadly. Worried about me? Shu Bai's expression turned cold immediately. Consider my question unasked. Li Yuheng paid no mind, casually draping an arm over his shoulder. Come on, teacher Shu Bai, let us head back and wash some socks. Shu Bai. That evening, the production team made a sudden adjustment, canceling Gong Yu's footage and issuing a statement condemning his actions. Shu Bai stood alone in the shadow of the villa's backyard, smoking. The sparks flickered in the darkness, and amidst the swirling smoke, the 2 small moles beneath his right eye appeared and disappeared. The agent's earlier phone call echoed in his mind. Shu Bai, the higher-ups wish to extend your contract. Now that public opinion has reversed, It is an opportune moment for your resurgence. He let out a cold laugh, extinguishing the cigarette but on the railing. A resurgence? It was merely an acknowledgement of his renewed commercial value. Lighting another cigarette, he heard footsteps approaching from behind, and without turning, Shu Bai said, "Keep your distance." Teacher Shu Bai is quite irate. Li Yuheng's languid voice drifted over, shaking 2 cans of beer in his hand. "Care for a drink?" Shu Bai frowned, not interested. Li Yuheng opened the tab himself, the foam spilling over and wetting his fingers, which he carelessly licked. "I heard your agent called. Were you eavesdropping?" Shu Bai spun around abruptly. "Just passing by." Li Yuheng shrugged. "Your conversation was rather loud." He took a gulp of beer. "Are you considering renewing your contract?" Shu Bai paused for a moment, then suddenly laughed. "What, is the top star offering to introduce me to resources? Under the moonlight?" Li Yuheng's eyes gleamed with an intense darkness. "If you beg me, I might consider it." "Dream on." Shu Bai turned to leave, only to have his wrist seized. "Hey!" Li Yuheng's voice took on an unusually serious tone. "If you need help, just say so." Shu Bai pulled away from his grip, his gaze complex. "No need. I can manage." He paused. The barefoot have no fear of the one in shoes. Li Yuheng scrutinized him for a few seconds before suddenly laughing. "All right, that's quite bold." He raised his beer can in a toast to the barefoot. Shu Bai remained silent, yet did not depart. Thus they stood beneath the moonlight, one drinking, the other smoking, in an oddly harmonious tableau. Li Yuheng abruptly coughed, unsure whether it was from the smoke or the alcohol. Shu Bai glanced over, extinguished his cigarette, and crushed it underfoot. Li Yuheng raised an eyebrow. That cigarette was still pretty long. Why throw it away? What a waste. Shu Bai ignored him, reaching for the other beer can in Li Yuheng's hand, pulling the tab and taking a sip, grimacing at the taste. "Disgusting." Li Yuheng asked, "What?" Shu Bai shoved the beer back into his hand, his tone disdainful. "Beer is terrible. Baijiu is much better." Li Yuheng chuckled. "Oh, so Teacher Shu has standards?" Shu Bai maintained a cold demeanor. "The alcohol content is too low. It lacks potency." Li Yuheng shook the beer can playfully, grinning mischievously. "I never would have guessed that Teacher Shu indulges in tobacco and alcohol in private." Shu Bai shot him a sidelong glance. The 2 small moles at the corners of his eyes, particularly prominent under the moonlight. "None of your business." "Wow, so irritable," Li Yuheng remarked, finishing the last sip of his beer, the aluminum can crumpling in his palm. "By the way, I know the director has a bottle of Yamazaki 25. Shu Bai turned to leave. "It's in his RV fridge," Li Yuheng called after his retreating figure. "Are you going to steal it?" Shu Bai paused, then raised his middle finger without looking back. Li Yuheng laughed, his shoulders shaking. Once Shu Bai had walked far away, Li Yuheng took another swig of beer. It was only when he set the can down that he realized it was the very one Shu Bai had sipped from and then returned. His own had long been emptied. He stared at the remnants of Shu Bai's lip print on the can for a few seconds, then inexplicably took another large gulp. Despite being the same brand, this can possessed an inexplicable sweetness. Li Yuheng, feeling irritated, wiped his mouth yet could not help but continue to pour it down his throat, as if seeking to validate something. It was not until the last drop slid down his throat that he abruptly came to his senses, staring pensively at the empty can. Just as he was about to speak, he found his signal blocked by an expressionless Li Yuheng. He casually crumpled the 2 empty beer cans, the metal emitting a faint deformation sound, before accurately tossing them into a nearby trash can. The night breeze lifted the hem of his clothing as he shoved his hands into his pockets, walking unhesitatingly into the brightly lit villa. As soon as Li Yuheng stepped into the living room, he was confronted by Jiang Wei. "Oh, back from your little drinking escapade?" Jiang Wei leaned against the stair railing, her red lips curling slightly. "Was the Yamazaki 25 good?" Li Yuheng maintained his composure. "What Yamazaki?" "I was drinking beer." Jiang Wei rolled her eyes, then suddenly lowered her voice. "About that situation with Gongyu, how do you plan to resolve it?" Li Yuheng raised an eyebrow. "What, is my cousin concerned for me?" "Get lost." Jiang Wei delivered a kick, expressing his concern that Li Yuheng might play recklessly. Li Yuheng shrugged nonchalantly, assuring him of his discretion. Jiang Wei scrutinized him for a few seconds before exclaiming, "You've been quite attentive to Shu Bai lately, haven't you?" Li Yuheng paused momentarily, feigning innocence. "Have I?" Jiang Wei scoffed. "When have you ever shown such enthusiasm for anyone else? I've known you for 25 years, and I've never seen you pour a cup of plain water. Li Yuheng turned to ascend the stairs, remarking, I've grown older. My personality has changed. Jiang Wei called out to him. You and tea happen to be blooming like an iron tree, would you? Chapter 22. The rising star top, the formerly famous actor bottom, Li Yuheng abruptly halted. Spinning around in shock, Jiang Wei. What nonsense fills your mind? He strode back, poking Jiang Wei's shoulder emphatically. I, Li Yuheng, a top star, need a bloom? I am already the most dazzling flower in the entertainment industry. Jiang Wei, taken aback by his audacious declaration, retorted, have some self-respect. Li Yuheng snorted dismissively and headed toward Jiang Wei's room, stating, I can't be bothered to argue with you. Compensate me for my emotional distress. Jiang Wei was momentarily stunned before reacting. Hey, what are you doing? Li Yuheng had already entered her room, purposefully heading for the bedside table, Jiang Wei's snack drawer. He yanked it open and swiftly grabbed a handful of lollipops, stuffing them into his pocket. Jiang Wei dashed over to reclaim her treats, exclaiming, Li Yuheng, are you a bandit? You're stealing from me. Li Yuheng nimbly evaded her grasp, casually pilfering 2 bags of chips as he raised an eyebrow. What? Are you unwilling to part with a few candies, cousin? Fuming, Jiang Wei stomped her foot. Those are my limited edition cola-flavored ones. Give them back. Li Yuheng had retreated to the doorway, unwrapping a lollipop and popping it into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, too late, the evidence has been destroyed. He then exaggeratedly crunched down on the candy. Jiang Wei hurled a pillow at him, shouting, get lost. Li Yuheng burst out laughing as he dashed out, colliding with Zhao Wan, who was exiting her room. Zhao Wan stared in disbelief at the snacks in his arms and the lollipop in his mouth. Li? Teacher Li? Unfazed, Li Yuheng nodded seriously. Good evening, Zhao boss. I came to restock for my cousin. With that, he turned gracefully, leaving Zhao Wan in a state of confusion. He sauntered back to his room, tossing his spoils onto the bed before heading to the bathroom. After showering, Li Yuheng returned with his hair still dripping. He casually draped a towel over his head, sitting cross-legged on the bed to begin opening the chips. Crunch, crunch. On the left side of the bed, Li Yuheng chewed noisily, the towel on his head tied into a bow. On the right side, Li Yuheng, with a lollipop in his mouth and the towel wrapped thrice around his neck, commented, Can you keep it down? You're disturbing my contemplation of life. Contemplation. My foot, rolled his eyes, stuffing another chip in his mouth. You just can't admit it. He shifted the lollipop from one cheek to the other. Admit what? That I, the illustrious prince of the Underworld, have developed feelings for a tomcat? I shot back coldly. At that moment, the real Li Yuheng in the center of the bed was suddenly choked by a chip, coughing dramatically. Nonsense, B exclaimed, jumping up, pointing the lollipop stick at A. That was brotherly love. In childhood, we once shared the bond of pilfering pancakes. A sneered, Brotherhood? You stole someone else's beer? Brotherhood? You stared at their mole? Brotherhood? You. Silence yourself. B lunged to cover A's mouth, and the two became entangled in a scuffle upon the bed. The real Li Yuheng suddenly sprang up from the bed, his bare feet meeting the chill of the floor as he spun thrice before burying his face into the pillow with a muffled roar. Damn. A sudden chill swept over Li Yuheng's features as he abruptly stood from the bed. Barefoot, he approached the window, perching himself on the sill, striking a pose akin to a melancholic protagonist. The moonlight streamed through the glass, casting a silvery sheen upon him. In silence, he retrieved a lollipop, unwrapped it, and placed it delicately in his mouth, mimicking the act of drawing on a cigarette. He tilted his head slightly, squinting, his tongue caressing the candy sphere before he took a gentle lick. TSK. Outside, the night was profound, and his expression mirrored the darkness. A and B had ceased their wrestling, squatting beside him, each emulating his posture, together indulging in their lollipops with a shared melancholy. A remarked, Admit it. B retorted, Be quiet. Li Yuheng ignored them, lost in his silence, deeply and continuously savoring the lollipop through the entire night. A total of 36 lollipops, until the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, piercing through the clouds, resting upon his lashes. He finally moved his stiff neck, slowly exhaling a phantom smoke ring. His voice hoarse as he spoke. He conceded. He had developed an affection for Shu Bai. He had fallen for his childhood companion. the one with whom he had stolen pancakes. And he was a tomcat. Yuheng sighed, leaping down from the windowsill and casually tossing the last lollipop stick into the trash. He picked up his phone and dialed the legal department's number. "Hello, old Zhang. Have we secured the evidence for the intentional assault case against Gongyu?" A steady male voice responded from the other end. "Young Master Li, all evidence has been collected. The traces of sabotage are evident. And the surveillance captured footage of Gong Yu's manager tampering, along with that recording. The evidence chain is quite complete." Yuheng narrowed his eyes. "Proceed with a thorough lawsuit." "Understood. Furthermore, it has come to our attention that Gong Yu's agency, Xingyao Entertainment, has severed ties with him. The company's owner, Ing Yushi, is attempting to distance himself from Gong Yu." Yuheng scoffed. "Distance himself? Does he think that will allow him to evade consequences? Let's release the evidence of Ing Yushi's entanglements with Gong Yu online. Let this pair of age-divergent lovers gain their moment of notoriety. Neither the old nor the young will escape unscathed." A moment of silence lingered on the line. "Young Master Li, Ing Yushi has backing. Targeting him could provoke significant repercussions." "Backing?" Yuheng chuckled. "Do I lack that little bit of capital?" "Understood." Yuheng decided against sleep, brushing his teeth before beginning to dress. Standing before the mirror, he rummaged through his wardrobe, trying on various outfits until he ultimately chose a deep V-neck black shirt, the collar plunging to his chest, revealing the subtle contours of his collarbone. I pointed at him. "Isn't that a bit ostentatious?" He stroked his chin. "Not formal enough." Yuheng rolled his eyes and switched to a plain white t-shirt, simple and refreshing. A remarked, "Too bland." He added, "You look like you're heading to the market." Yuheng irritably tossed aside his clothes and exclaimed, "Be quiet. I will choose for myself." Ultimately, he selected a dark green silk shirt, striking a balance between understated elegance and sophistication. He ruffled his hair in front of the mirror, spritzed on some cologne, and even ventured to groom his eyebrows. 0090 could no longer contain himself. "Your Highness, are you preparing to walk the red carpet?" Yuheng replied, "What do you know? This is called image management. But it's only 6 in the morning, and the program doesn't start recording until 9:0090 retorted. Ignoring him, Yuheng continued to perfect his look. He practiced a few smiles in the mirror, but found them too artificial, ultimately deciding to maintain his usual aloof demeanor. Be natural, he murmured to himself. And be squatted in the corner, watching him with exasperated expressions. After fussing over his appearance until 7:30, Yuheng finally felt satisfied. Taking a deep breath, he opened the door to head downstairs, only to collide with the newly awakened Yukiki. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, Yukiki widened her gaze upon seeing Yuheng. "Li, Teacher Li, you look so handsome today." Yuheng smirked slightly. "Yes, I know." Chapter 23. The top star in the past film emperor, Yukiki, stood frozen, observing Yuheng stride confidently down the stairs, muttering softly, "Why does Teacher Li seem so peculiar today?" Today, the production team had surprisingly prepared breakfast with an array of delectable dishes laid out. Steaming buns, golden, crispy youtiao, and fragrant soy milk. Yuheng sauntered into the dining area, discovering Shu Bai already seated and sipping soy milk. He straightened his posture, deliberately choosing to sit across from Shu Bai, and cleared his throat. "Good morning, Teacher Shu." Shu Bai did not lift his head. Yuheng stared at him for a few seconds before abruptly extending his hand. "Could you pass me a plate?" Shu Bai finally looked up, raising an eyebrow. "Don't you have hands?" Yuheng retorted, "I have a cramp in my hand." Shu Bai let out a cold laugh and casually slapped a plate down in front of Yuheng. "Here." Yuheng's eyes brightened at the sight of the plate. Shu Bai had passed him plate. Roughly translated, that meant he was cooking for him. Even more loosely interpreted, that meant they were living together. However, upon picking up the plate, he remained rooted in place. "Teacher Shu, your attitude leaves much to be desired. We have washed socks together. After all, we should be amicable." Shu Bai scoffed. "With you?" "Indeed." Yuheng stepped closer, lowering his voice. "And consider this. We are a top star and a film emperor, a collaboration of strong talents, which would surely yield great program effects." Finally, Shu Bai regarded him with a direct gaze. "What exactly do you want?" Yuheng flashed a radiant smile. "Nothing much. I simply find you quite interesting, Teacher Shu. Shu Bai scrutinized Li Yuheng for a few seconds, then unexpectedly pinched his chin, turning it left and right. Li Yuheng was momentarily taken aback. Huh? Releasing his grip, Shu Bai remarked expressionlessly, I wonder if your brain has taken in some water. Li Yuheng felt his ears flush with heat for being handled so, and he feigned calmness as he swatted Shu Bai's hand away, snorting, Teacher Shu, it's rather inappropriate to be so hands-on so early in the morning, don't you think? Having spoken, he feigned nonchalance, tossing his hair with an air of confidence as he seated himself gracefully to partake in breakfast, his movements as elegant as though captured in an advertisement. Shu Bai let out a derisive laugh, lowering his head to resume sipping his soy milk. CP fans are ecstatic. The main character is dispensing sweetness. How amusing. Some fans see romance in everyone. 400 fans, stop trying to save face. Your idol has been past their prime for years and can only cling to trending popularity. Can the fans of Li Yuheng refrain from being so obnoxious? Do we Shu Bai need to cling to anyone? Enough bickering. May I inquire, whom is Hengzi dressing so ostentatiously for today? On the surface, Li Yuheng appeared tranquil, yet within a tempest raged. He solemnly addressed the small system 0090 in his mind. Did you see that? 0090. See what? Li Yuheng took a bite of his bun. His gaze profound. Shu Bai likes me. 0090. The more Li Yuheng pondered, the more certain he became, continuing his analysis. He just deliberately pinched my chin. That is blatant seduction. Ha! Men cannot escape the allure of this prince. 0090. Your Highness, is it possible that Shu Bai merely thinks you've lost your mind? Li Yuheng scoffed. What do you know? This is a classic case of feigned retreat to entice. 0090. Even the system found this absurd. The more Li Yuheng contemplated, the more plausible his theories seemed, his eyes growing increasingly profound. Shu Bai must have been plotting this for some time. No wonder they bickered on the show. Was it not a quintessential tactic to draw attention? How cunning. Li Yuheng reveled in his thoughts, a triumphant smile unfurling uncontrollably, even altering the rhythm of his bun eating. Shu Bai glanced at him, brow furrowed. What are you smiling about? Li Yuheng quickly suppressed his grin, adopting a facade of solemnity as he sighed. Nothing much. Merely finding this bun quite delectable. Shu Bai, you're insane. Disinterested in further engaging with Li Yuheng, he returned to his breakfast. Yet Li Yuheng was ensnared in his own deductions. Savoring a sip of soy milk as he continued conversing with 0090 in his mind. Little system, should I offer him a chance? 0090. What chance? Li Yuheng smiled slightly. The chance to pursue me. 0090. Suddenly, it wished for a shutdown button. Li Yuheng grew increasingly convinced of the viability of this plan. If Shu Bai truly harbored feelings for him, then it was only fitting that he observe closely. After all, he was the prince of the underworld. Not just anyone could be worthy of him. If Shu Bai genuinely wished to court him, he must display some sincerity. 0090 could no longer contain itself. Your Highness, did you not proclaim an intention to follow a non-CP male lead narrative? Li Yuheng replied with a dismissive smile. Little system, your perspective is too narrow. He elegantly wiped the corner of his mouth, asserting in his mind. How could a dual male lead not be considered a grand male lead? United in strength, they shall be unstoppable. That is the true essence of a grand male lead. 0090. Understood, grand male lead. At that moment, Jiang Wei plopped down beside Li Yuheng, nonchalantly snatching the fried egg he had been eyeing, raising an eyebrow. Oh, dressing so flamboyantly today. Are we off to a blind date? Li Yuheng, with his chopsticks empty, shot her a glare and demanded, return it to me. Jiang Wei stuffed a fried egg into her mouth and mumbled defiantly, no way, I'll drive you mad. Zhao Wen approached with a tray, her eyes darting between Li Yuheng and Shu Bai, and suddenly lowered her voice conspiratorially. Teacher Li, is there something unusual about your outfit today? Li Yuheng coughed lightly, feigning calmness. What do you mean? When am I not handsome? Yu Kiki, sipping her soy milk, interjected. But Teacher Li even wore perfume today, and it's a woody scent, so mature. Li Yuheng's ears flushed, and he slapped his chopsticks on the table. Can't you all keep your mouths shut while eating? Shu Bai, observing the commotion with indifference, suddenly stood up. I'm done. Li Yuheng immediately followed suit. I'm done too. Jiang Wei rolled her eyes. You still have 3 buns untouched on your plate. Li Yuheng maintained his composure. I suddenly lost my appetite. Without a backward glance, Shu Bai walked out, with Li Yuheng hurrying to catch up, the two of them exiting the dining hall in tandem. Zhao Wen, biting her chopsticks, sparkled with gossip. Did you all notice? Teacher Li is acting particularly strange today. Jiang Wei scoffed. When has he ever acted normally? Yukiki whispered. But it seems Teacher Li is especially attentive to Teacher Shu. Jiang Wei leisurely stirred her soy milk, her red lips curving into a smirk. Some people are just dragging it out deliberately, thinking no one can see through it. Zhao Wen immediately leaned closer. What insider information does Wei Wei know? Jiang Wei cryptically sipped her soy milk. The Buddha says it cannot be spoken. Chapter 24. The popular lead X the over-the-hill film emperor outside the villa. Shu Bai sat down beside the pool on a lounge chair and took out his phone to scroll through Weibo. Li Yuheng followed him, casually taking a seat next to him, and inquired, What are you looking at? Shu Bai, not lifting his head, replied, Trending topics. Li Yuheng leaned in closer. Oh? What is trending? Shu Bai turned his phone screen towards him. See for yourself. The screen prominently displayed Li Yuheng and Shu Bai, drowning in a tragic romance. The accompanying image captured the moment they fell into the water together from a floating bridge yesterday, dramatically showcasing their intertwined figures amid splashes, evoking a tragic beauty in their apparent demise. Li Yuheng stared at the photo for a few seconds before suddenly laughing. Not bad, the shot is quite good. Shu Bai retrieved his phone with a sardonic laugh. Your fans are already arranging a ghost marriage for us in the fan club. Li Yuheng raised an eyebrow. Is there such a delightful affair? Shu Bai questioned, and Li Yuheng quickly corrected himself. I meant, this rumor is utterly absurd. Shu Bai cast a fleeting glance at Li Yuheng, locked her phone, and turned her gaze towards the distant swimming pool, her tone unembellished. Teacher Li, let us speak plainly. Li Yuheng's heart skipped a beat, yet he maintained an impassive facade. What does Teacher Shu Bai wish to convey? He pondered internally. So, soon? Is she about to confess her feelings? The rhythmic thumping of his heart echoed loudly in his chest, audible even to himself. However, upon reflection, he deemed it somewhat hasty. He was not yet prepared. Too rash. He, the illustrious Li Yuheng, the top-tier star, the leading man, the prince of the underworld, could hardly be pursued so easily. At the very least, he ought to prepare a bouquet. He was certainly not someone who could be easily won over. Truly, even a dog would nod in agreement. It was imperative that no one overheard. Li Yuheng caught a glimpse of Jiang Wei and others enjoying breakfast inside the villa, and he exhaled in relief. However, his relief was short-lived as he noticed a cameraman approaching with a camera. Alarm bells rang in Li Yuheng's mind. No, absolutely not. Such a pivotal moment as a confession should not be subjected to the scrutiny of outsiders. This was a private moment meant solely for the two of them. He immediately fixed the cameraman with a piercing glare, a look that conveyed a clear threat. Approach at your peril. Startled by his sudden intensity, the cameraman wisely redirected his focus to others. Once the area was clear, Li Yuheng relaxed his taut shoulders and feigned calmness as he regarded Shu Bai. Shu Bai turned her head, her gaze unwavering. You are at the pinnacle of your career, with resources aplenty. I know you have no intention of riding the coattails of a fading actor like me. Conversely, I have never contemplated leveraging a top star to regain fame. Li Yuheng interjected. I would? It seemed he shared that sentiment as well. Shu Bai slightly furrowed her brow, seemingly having not caught his previous mumbling. What? Li Yuheng snapped back to attention, straightening his posture. I meant to say, Teacher Shu Bai truly possesses conviction. He paused, suddenly shifting the tone of the conversation. But how does Teacher Shu Bai know that I do not wish to ride your wave? Shu Bai appeared momentarily taken aback. Huh? Seizing the moment of her distraction, Li Yuheng leaned in closer, lowering his voice. What if I actually do wish to ride your wave? Shu Bai narrowed her eyes, a dangerous smile gracing her lips as she leaned in closer to Li Yuheng, so near that he could see his own reflection in her pupils. Very well, she said, her voice low and tinged with provocation. If you have the audacity, then go ahead. Li Yuheng's breath caught in his throat before he could respond. A sharp pain suddenly shot through his foot. Ouch! Shu Bai had swiftly retracted her foot, standing above him with a superior gaze. Did you manage to ride it? Are you satisfied? Li Yuheng grimaced in pain, yet could not suppress a laugh. Teacher Shu Bai, your method of riding is rather violent. Shu Bai smirked, turning to stride back towards the villa. Li Yuheng watched her retreating figure, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He leisurely followed, hands tucked into his pockets, casually remarking, Teacher Shu Bai, why the rush? Wait for me. Shu Bai, without looking back, replied curtly, Scram. Li Yuheng, unperturbed, followed closely behind, occasionally humming a few off-key notes of a song. As he followed Shu Bai into the villa, he was immediately greeted by a cacophony of gasps emanating from the living room. The director and assistant director suddenly shouted in unison, Cut! Urgent! Switch to commercials. The control room descended into chaos as the director frantically severed the live feed, redirecting it to a yogurt advertisement. Meanwhile, the crew on set hastily pulled out their smartphones, and a chorus of astonished murmurs filled the air. My goodness! Zhao Wen exclaimed, springing up from the sofa with her phone in hand. Is that a compromising photo of Gong Yu and his company boss? Jiang Wei, sipping his coffee with elegance, nearly spluttered at the revelation. What nonsense is this? Yukiki, her cheeks flushed, covered her eyes, yet couldn't resist peeking through her fingers. This is too much. Shu Bai halted, glancing back at Li Yuheng, who innocently raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Teacher Shu Bai, please don't wrongfully accuse me again. I lack such prowess, he said, pulling out his phone and feigning surprise at the trending topic. Wow, how explosive. The topic revealed a grid of strikingly clear photos featuring Gong Yu and a balding middle-aged man in intimate settings within a hotel room, spanning a duration of 6 months. Goodness gracious. Gong Yu's fans, where are you? Isn't your brother supposed to be a pure newbie? Isn't Yusher married? Doesn't this count as infidelity? For those wondering, Yusher divorced last year, but it's confirmed he has been financially supporting a young star. Shu Bai stared at the screen, his brow furrowed in contemplation. No wonder. Li Yuheng leaned in for a closer look, dramatically covering his eyes. Oh dear, that is quite an eyesore. Teacher Shu Bai, please refrain from viewing. You might develop styes. Shu Bai quietly locked his phone, turning to stride toward the sofa. Zhao Wen immediately leaned closer, excitedly waving her phone. Teacher Shu Bai, did you see? Gong Yu is actually involved with Yusher. Isn't he nearly 50? Jiang Wei gracefully set down his coffee cup, a smirk playing on his lips. An old bull indulging in tender grass, not fearing the risk of choking. Yukiki added softly, but Gong Yu seems to be the old bull. The room fell silent in an instant. Zhao Wen's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, Gong Yu is the older one. Jiang Wei raised an eyebrow. Who would have guessed? Shu Bai, expressionless, sat down and picked up the remote, increasing the volume. Li Yuheng took the opportunity to sit beside him, crossing his legs. Teacher Shu Bai, you appear utterly unperturbed. Shu Bai fixed his gaze on the television screen, his tone matter of fact. What concern is it of mine? Li Yuheng narrowed his eyes. Oh, I thought you had a good rapport with Gong Yu. Finally, Shu Bai turned to face him. Li, what else with your cryptic remarks? Just as Li was about to retort, the director burst into the living room, drenched in sweat, clutching his phone. Teachers, urgent annoncement. The program recording is suspended. The room fell silent once more. Zhao Wen's eyes widened. What? Why? The director hesitated, struggling to deliver the news. Yusher, the very same, has just been exposed for alleged misconduct involving power and sexual favors. He has been taken by the police for investigation. He is the primary financial backer of our program. But now that the funding chain has been severed, the station has decided to suspend recordings. You could gasp softly, oh my. Jiang Wei raised an eyebrow and looked at Li Yuheng. What a coincidence. Li Yuheng feigned innocence. What's wrong? This time, it truly has nothing to do with him. It seems that the old man has offended someone, and others have added fuel to the fire. Shu Bai stood up calmly. When do we depart? The director rubbed his hands together. This afternoon, a vehicle will arrive to take all the teachers. I apologize for this unexpected situation. Li Wen suddenly interjecta, directo. How will the penalty for breach of contract be calculated? The director was taken aback. Huh? Li Yuheng lazily leaned against the sofa. The recording period is explicitly stated in black and white in the contract. Now, with a unilateral halt, you must provide an explanation, no? The director's forehead glistened with more sweat. The station will compensate according to the contract. Li Yuheng nodded in satisfaction and turned to Shu Bai with a wink. Teacher Shu Bai, isn't this a windfall for you? Aren't you happy? Shu Bai exclaimed, what? The program has suddenly stopped airing? I haven't finished watching the drama between Gong Yu and Ying Yushi. How can it just stop? It's hilarious. The financial backer is out, so the program is doomed, right? No. I still want to see Hangzhou CP sweeten things up. The barrage of comments was filled with lamentations, yet the live stream had been cut off, leaving only a black screen and scrolling advertisements. The production team began to pack up their equipment, and the guests returned to their rooms to gather their belongings. Li Yuheng sauntered leisurely to Shu Bai's room door, leaning against the frame. Teacher Shu Bai, do you need help packing? Shu Bai, folding clothes, did not look up, no. Thank you. Li Yuheng uninvitedly entered the room, casually picking up a book from the bedside and flipping through it, The Complete Guide to Scientific Poultry Raising. Teacher Shu Bai is quite diligent. Shu Bai stiffened, snatched the book back, and stuffed it into the suitcase. Let us stick to the matter at hand. Li Wing Shuzha. Can I just come to see you if there is nothing else? Have you finished? You can leave now. Li Yuheng showed no intention of departing. Instead, he closed the door and boldly sat at the edge of the bed, his long legs swinging casually, causing the mattress to dip slightly with his movements. Teacher Shu Bai. He tilted his head with the sudden halt of the program. What are your plans next? What about his confession? Where is it? Where? Shu Bai's fingers folding close. Paused momentarily, the fabric wrinkling in his palm. Return home. His voice was calm as a still pond, not even lifting his eyelids. And then, Li Yuheng pressed on, lightly tapping his toes against the floor. Farm. Shu Bai placed the neatly folded clothes into the open suitcase, meticulously smoothing the collar. Li Yuheng's thoughts finally shifted back to normalcy as he raised an eyebrow, a light chuckle escaping his throat. Are you really planning to withdraw from the industry? So decisively? Shu Bai finally straightened up, the lock of the suitcase clicking crisply in his hand. Otherwise, he turned, his silhouette framed in the morning light filtering through the curtains, casting a faint golden outline. To remain in this circle, only to be toyed with by others? Li Yuheng suddenly propped himself up on the mattress, tilting his head back, showcasing the elegant lines of his neck. He fixed his gaze intently on Shu Bai, saying, Teacher Shu Bai, are you aware that public opinion has shifted dramatically? 3 of the top 10 trending topics are vindicating you. And those who spread rumors are now deleting their posts and apologizing. As he spoke, he extended his leg and lightly kicked the suitcase beside him, shifting the conversation. Are you truly willing to withdraw, just like that? Shu Bai, upon hearing this, merely cast him a fleeting glance, responding coolly. One must learn to prioritize contentment over desire. Only then will happiness accompany one throughout life. The room fell abruptly silent, the only sound being the faint ticking of Li Yuheng's watch. A soft reminder of an unspoken countdown. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Is that so? Shu Bai withdrew his gaze, his tone calm yet indifferent. This industry can elevate you to the heights of adoration today, only to cast you into the depths of disgrace tomorrow. He paused, a hint of mockery glimmering in his eyes as he recalled the fragmented video that had circulated online 3 years prior. Now those who vociferously defended his innocence were the same ones who had once condemned him most vehemently. Li Yuheng did not respond, merely raising an eyebrow, his gaze unwavering. Shu Bai pressed his fingers against his temples and suddenly chuckled, weariness evident in his voice. It's all so hypocritical. Everyone wears meticulously crafted masks, uttering insincere platitudes while engaging in actions that betray their true selves. He shook his head, the smile fading into a cold expression, finally uttering in near silence. It's utterly ridiculous. Li Yuheng abruptly stood, leaning forward, his shadow casting over Shu Bai, the slight opening of his shirt revealing a patch of pale skin just beneath his collarbone. Teacher Shu Bai, A smile broke upon his lips, a sharp curve that contrasted with the intensity of his gaze. Do you crave sincerity? At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Shu Bai's eyelashes fluttered gently, reminiscent of floating duckweed tilting in the rain, droplets silently cascading down the edges. In the afternoon, the production team's bus arrived punctually at the villa's entrance. The 5 guests boarded in succession, and in a bid to maintain excitement, Jiang Wei decided to go live and interact with fans. Hello. Jiang Wei waved at the camera, lamenting the abrupt halt of the show, but expressing gratitude for the wonderful friendships formed. Zhao Wen quickly leaned into the frame, exclaiming, absolutely, especially teacher Shu Bai, who taught me so many acting techniques. Yuheng also sweetly greeted, thank you all for your support during this time. The comment section erupted. Ah, Wei Wei is live. Woman is so adorable. Kek, your mom loves you. As the camera panned to the back row, viewers suddenly noticed Li Yuheng staring intently at Shu Bai's collarbone. What is Yuheng staring at? That gaze, I'm done for. Help, that smoldering look. Shu Bai, sensing the attention, turned with a frown. What are you looking at? Li Yuheng snapped back to reality, quickly pulling sunglasses from his pocket and adopting a serious expression, just admiring the scenery. Ha ha, what a ridiculous excuse. The scenery rests upon the delicate collarbone of Shu Bai, does it not? Li Yucheng adjusted his sunglasses, feigning composure as he gazed out the window. Jiang Wei, ever observant, noticed the shift in the comments and swiftly turned the camera outward. Wow, the weather is splendid today. Yet it was too late. Li Yucheng's gaze had already surged into trending topics. The bus gradually departed from the villa, and Jiang Wei's live stream had long concluded. Nevertheless, Li Yucheng, through his sunglasses, could not resist casting a sidelong glance at Shu Bai. That mole was truly bothersome. He irritably tugged at his collar, mentally chiding himself for his lack of resolve for the 108th time. Suddenly, Shu Bai spoke. Another glance will cost you. Li Yucheng silently retrieved his phone and transferred 888 yuan to Shu Bai via WeChat. Shu Bai's phone vibrated. Upon seeing the transfer notification, his brow arched in surprise. Li Yucheng adjusted his sunglasses, unabashed. It's a deposit. Shu Bai replied, Chapter 26, The Popular Dominant X the Past Glory Actor. User 0090, unable to bear it any longer, commented, Young master, don't you find this embarrassing? Li Yuheng skufa inwarli, raturting dafianli. Amara. Who enticed whom? User 0090 queried. When did Shu Bai entice you? Li Yucheng argued passionately. With that appearance, his collarbone exposed, and that mole, how could it not be enticing? User 0090's mechanical voice faltered. The more Li Yucheng pondered, the more convinced he became, continuing his internal lament. Moreover, he just deliberately tugged at his collar. It's a game of pursuit and retreat. User 0090 interjected. Young master, do you misunderstand the concept of enticing? Li Yucheng feigned ignorance, maintaining his focus on Shu Bai's profile. Shu Bai, feeling increasingly uneasy under his gaze, finally snapped. Is your eye twitching? Li Yucheng adjusted his sunglasses, deadpan. I am contemplating life. What have you concluded? Li Yucheng leanat cruze. Lowering his voice, is Shu Bai deliberately provoking me? Shu Bai, expressionless, withdrew his phone and refunded the 888 yuan. Li Yucheng protested immediately. Hey, does it come with a refund? Shu Bai smirked. Because the service has been terminated. Just as Li Yucheng was about to retort, the bus abruptly braked, causing him to lurch forward, his lips barely grazing Shu Bai's earlobe. Both froze in place. Li Yucheng's brat isha, his senses enveloped by the faint scent of Shu Bai's body wash, mingled with a subtle hint of tobacco. Shu Bai's ears reddened visibly, and he shoved Li Yucheng away. Sit straight. Li Yucheng was pushed back into his seat, his throat involuntarily swallowing. Oh, Zhao, one in the front seat, turned around, a look of suspicion on her face. What are you two up to back there? Li Yucheng feigned nonchalance, just discussing how much longer until we reach the airport. Jiang Wei rolled his eyes, dialing their agent while muttering. You two whispering back there. Who do you think doesn't know? Once the call connected, she immediately switched to her professional demeanor. Hello, sisterly. Yes, the program has ended early. Please head straight to the company. I have several endorsements to negotiate. Yukiki sat by the window, her fingers swiftly gliding across the phone screen, a smile gracing her lips. Amidst the trending topics on Weibo regarding Yuheng's piercing gaze, someone had already captured a moving image from the live broadcast, showcasing Yuheng fixating on Xu Bai. Oh my gosh, I'm utterly obsessed. Who would believe there's nothing between them? The pairing is undeniably real. She subtly glanced back, stealing a look at the two in the rear seat. Xu Bai maintained a stoic expression, gazing out the window, while Yuheng, despite wearing sunglasses, had a noticeable smile at the corners of his mouth. Zhao Wen suddenly leaned in. What are you so happy about? Yukiki quickly locked her screen, blinking innocently. Oh, nothing, just some fan comments. Zhao Wen eyed her suspiciously before lowering her voice. You can't possibly be shipping them too, can you? Yukiki felt her cheeks flush and whispered, Sister Wen. Don't you think they're a perfect match? Zhao Wen slapped her thigh in excitement. I knew it. Sisters. Their hushed conversation was abruptly interrupted by Jiang Wei's sharp gaze. You two, quiet down. After ending her call, she glanced at the rearview mirror, catching sight of the two in the back. With a slight smirk, she remarked, Some people are still figuring things out, yet you've already started shipping them. Xu Bai continued to stare impassively out the window, although a faint blush lingered on his ears. Yuheng fidgeted in his seat and suddenly pulled out his phone, typing furiously. Xu Bai's phone vibrated. A dog holding a rose, JPG. Xu Bai expressionlessly silenced his phone. Undeterred, Yuheng sent another message. What happened earlier was purely accidental. Xu Bai finally replied. I know. Yuheng stared at those two words for a long moment before sending another. But I wouldn't mind to repeat. Xu Bai promptly stuffed his phone into his pocket. Yuheng pouted, turning to face the other direction, though a smile betrayed his composure. As the car entered the airport expressway, Xu Bai suddenly spoke up. You all go ahead. I have some matters to attend to and have rescheduled. Yuheng immediately turned to him. What time did you reschedule to? I'll change mine too. Xu Bai replied, while Jiang Wei scoffed. You little follower. Yuheng maintained his cool demeanor. I'm merely protecting teacher Xu Bai from being harassed by fans. Xu Bai retorted. I think the biggest fan is sitting right next to me. The car gradually came to a halt in front of the airport terminal. Xu Bai was the first to grab his luggage and exited without a backward glance, heading straight into the terminal. Just as Yuheng was about to chase after him, Jiang Wei yanked him back by the collar. Stay put. He clearly has something to deal with. Li Weng's Quinta. How do you know? What gave you the right? Jiang Wei rolled her eyes. His agent just contacted mine, stating that Xu Bai is adamant about going to the company to terminate his contract. It's unfortunate, but there's nothing we can do. She lowered her voice. The president just went in. The company is in chaos, making this the perfect opportunity. Yuheng nodded thoughtfully before suddenly pulling out his phone to make a call. Hello, please help me look into the details of Xu Bai's contract with Xingyao. Yes, right now. After hanging up the phone, he hastily followed the other guests, yet his gaze remained fixated on the direction in which Xu Bai had vanished. Before the Starry Entertainment Company building, Xu Bai looked up at this place he had once yearned for, his expression devoid of emotion as he walked inside. The receptionist, upon seeing him, stood up in astonishment. Teacher Xu Bai? What brings you here? Xu Bai casually nodded and made his way directly to the elevator. The moment the elevator doors closed, he heard the receptionist frantically dialing a number. President Wang. Xu Bai has arrived. In the president's office, Vice President Wang was overwhelmed, grappling with a call from aboard. Upon noticing Xu Bai entering, his complexion turned ashen. Xu Bai, he exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Given the company's current circumstances, what can I assist you with? Xu Bai placed a document on the desk, the termination agreement. Half an hour later, Xu Bai exited the Starry building, a termination notice with an official seal in hand. Standing on the steps, he took a deep breath, the sunlight warming his face. He gazed down at the termination letter, his fingertips gently caressing the paper's edge, suddenly recalling how he had looked the first time he stepped into this company a decade ago. Back then, he clutched a stack of performance recordings from the drama club, his eyes shining with enthusiasm. He had believed acting to be a pure passion. But what followed? He rose to fame, then fell from grace, exalted to a pedestal only to be trampled into the mud. He had acted in poor films, yet also garnered awards for Best Actor. He had been ensnared by capital, and discarded by audiences. Now, he stood there, clutching a termination letter, his heart surprisingly tranquil. With every gain comes a loss. He had lost the pure love for performance, yet learned how to maintain clarity amidst the tumult of fame and fortune. He had lost his freedom, but now he had reclaimed it. Xu Bai folded the termination letter, stowed it in his bag, and looked up at the sky. It was quite pleasant. He stepped down the stairs without looking back. In the airport VIP lounge, Yuheng lounged with his legs crossed, scrolling through his phone. The trending topic of Xu Bai's contract termination with Starry Entertainment was prominently displayed, with a photo of him exiting the building, accompanied by a flurry of jubilant comments. Finally terminated. This dreadful company should have been said goodbye long ago. Which company will Xu Bai sign with next? I heard several are in talks with him. Yuheng stared at his phone screen, a smile creeping onto his lips. He tapped the screen to like the trending post about Xu Bai's termination and effortlessly shared it on his Weibo. Congratulations to Xu Bai on the termination. The future is bright. Feeling it wasn't enough, he opened the comment section to add, some people should stop speculating. He has his own plans. The comment section erupted. Wow. The main character is spreading sweetness. Do you know some insider information, Hengzi? Is this tone suggesting he LL sign with your studio? No. This clearly sounds like an official announcement. Yuheng's smile widened, and he thought to himself, these naive netizens probably have no idea that Xu Bai 1TB signing with any company. He's retiring from the industry to live a pastoral life with him. The mechanical voice of 0090 echoed softly. Your Highness, when did Xu Bai express his desire to retreat to the countryside with you? He conveyed it in his heart. Our thoughts resonate, and thus I heard him. The more Yuheng contemplated, the more reasonable it seemed. As he continued to construct an idyllic vision in his mind. You see, he has terminated his contract and is returning home to cultivate the land. Naturally, I must accompany him. Otherwise, it would be too arduous for him to toil alone. I could assist him in plowing the fields, watering the crops, and fertilizing the soil, while also tending to a few chickens and ducks, perhaps even creating a small pond for fishing. 0090 inquired, Your Highness, do you know how to farm? Li Wing Rupia. I do not, but I am willing to learn. 0090 remarked, Ah, truly worthy of a leading man. Yuheng acknowledged with a faint smile. Just then his phone vibrated, and a special notification from Weibo appeared. Xu Bai. Contract terminated. I am free. Returning home to farm. The accompanying image was a close-up of the contract termination document. The comments section erupted. Farming? Seriously, bro? Oh no. Just cleared my name, and now you are retreating. Simultaneously, Xu Bai's moments were updated, revealing a screenshot of a plane ticket, which contrasted with the Weibo post. Yuheng glanced at the time. There were still 30 minutes until boarding. When he had helped Xu Bai change his flight, he had researched the destination, noted for its picturesque landscapes and abundant tea production, making it an ideal retreat. Growing increasingly restless, Yuheng decided to pace back and forth in the VIP lounge, his mind already formulating ways to persuade Xu Bai to let him accompany him. Plan 1. Shamelessly follow him there and devise a strategy upon arrival. Plan 2. Feign a chance encounter and say, what a coincidence, Teacher Xu Bai, you are here for a vacation too? Plan 3. Lay it all on the table and state, Teacher Xu Bai, I wish to farm alongside you. The more he considered, the more he found the third plan the most plausible, yet he feared Xu Bai might literally kick him into the fields. While he was in this quandary, his phone vibrated abruptly. Jiang Wei. Image. Upon opening it, he discovered a Weibo screenshot sent by Jiang Wei. Yuheng. Xu Bai on the same flight. Comments flooded in. Is Hengzi really going to leave with Xu Bai? No way. Is he truly retreating to seclusion? Help. Is this some kind of elopement literature? Yuheng quickly responded to Jiang Wei. Did you post this? Jiang Wei replied instantly. Nonsense. You liked, shared, and commented. And the netizens unearthed it. Yuheng clicked his tongue and returned to Weibo, realizing that his post-congratulations on your contract termination had been shared millions of times, with the comments speculating whether he intended to retire alongside Xu Bai. He stroked his chin and suddenly smiled. This turned out well, saving him the trouble of explanations. Eventually, Shu Bai would have to get accustomed to the idea of them being intertwined in life. Contentedly, he put away his phone and decided to send Shu Bai a message before boarding. A dog holding a rose JPG. Shu Bai did not respond. Li Yuheng was not anxious. He leisurely boarded the plane, settled into first class, and closed his eyes to rest. His mind already drifting into daydreams of a blissful life farming in the countryside with Shu Bai. In the early morning, he shouldered a hoe while Shu Bai carried a water jug, the two walking side by side along the ridge of the field, morning dew dampening their pant hems, with wisps of smoke rising in the distance. At noon, he squatted in the courtyard holding a bowl, picking at his meal, while Shu Bai casted disdainful glances away. It still offered him a piece of meat. In the evening, he reclined in a rocking chair, counting stars, as Shu Bai sat beside him brewing tea, the aroma mingling with the night breeze, creating a tranquil and pleasant atmosphere. Thus, Shu Bai took charge of growing vegetables while he engaged in the art of stealing them. She prepared meals, and he indulged in pilfering bites. She tended to the chickens, and he absconded with the eggs. A perfect division of labor. The more Li Yuheng pondered over this idyllic life, the more he felt it bubbling with beauty, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. A flight attendant approached, smiling as she inquired, "Sir, would you like a blanket?" Li Yuheng opened his eyes, his spirits lifted as he nodded, "Yes, thank you," just as the flight attendant departed. His phone vibrated unexpectedly. Shu Bai had finally replied, "Get lost." Li Yuheng stared at the message for 2 seconds before bursting into laughter. He leisurely typed back, "Teacher Shu Bai, your attitude is rather inappropriate. We are soon to be neighbors." Shu Bai, question mark. Li Yuheng, what a coincidence, by fate, I am on the same flight as you. Shu Bai, Li Yuheng, moreover, I have checked, your hometown boasts beautiful scenery, perfect for retirement. Shu Bai, Li Yuheng, yes? Shu Bai, are you out of your mind? Li Yuheng gazed at the message, his smile deepening. He tapped the screen with his fingertips, replying slowly, "Indeed, am afflicted with lovesickness." After sending the message, he turned off his phone, leaned back in his seat, and closed his eyes, pretending to sleep. After all, Shu Bai couldn't jump off the plane now. As for what to do upon landing, he could always resort to relentless pursuit. After all, that was his forte. The airplane gradually glided onto the runway, the engines roaring. With his eyes closed and a slight smile on his lips, he thought to himself, this chase has only just begun. Teacher Shu Bai, it's stuffy. I don't want to wear it. Then don't sit, get off. Then help me put it on. Don't you have hands? TSK. Li Yuheng took the helmet and donned it, his fingertips brushing lightly against the strap, deliberately grazing Shu Bai's hand. Shu Bai immediately withdrew his hand, brow furrowing as he turned to mount the motorcycle. Amidst the thunderous roar of the engine, Li Yuheng brazenly wrapped his arms around Shu Bai's waist, the warmth of his palm seeping through the thin fabric. Shu Bai suddenly slammed the accelerator, and the motorcycle shot forward like an arrow, causing Li Yuheng to lean back due to the inertia, only to quickly press against Shu Bai's back, his nose grazing the fine stubble at the nape of Shu Bai's neck. When did this situation spiral out of control? Was it when Li Yuheng doggedly followed Shu Bai out of the airport? Was it when he pretended to be asleep on the bus, his head leaning against Shu Bai's shoulder, seeking comfort? Or was it when he trailed behind Shu Bai to her doorstep, pitifully pleading, "Teacher Shu Bai, I am unfamiliar with this place. Could you bear to let me sleep on the streets?" Throughout it all, Shu Bai never uttered a single "get lost," merely choosing to silently acquiesce to everything, allowing him to board, lean on his shoulder, and even enter to drop off his luggage. Now, the young heir has audaciously wrapped his arms around Shu Bai's waist. The System 0090 observed this spectacle in complete silence. Li Yuheng's narcissistic sayings seemed to hold a kernel of truth. Chapter 28. The Rising Star and the Past Movie Emperor. Is it truly necessary to hold so tightly? Shu Bai's voice pierced through the wind. Li Yuheng rested his chin on Shu Bai's shoulder. "Shu Bai, are you willing to?" The vehicle suddenly veered sharply, the tires screeching against the gravel road. Li Yuheng was tossed to one side, yet his arms tightened their grip, his fingers playfully pinching Shu Bai's abdominal muscles as a warning. "Let go. No, I'll fall." Shu Bai slammed on the brakes, causing Li Yuheng's chest to collide heavily against his back. Both let out a muffled groan as their helmets clashed together. "We have arrived." Shubai swiftly removed his helmet and turned to stride away, navigating through the narrow road ahead. Li Yuheng noticed Shubai's ears were flushed crimson, the shadows cast by his eyelashes trembling ever so slightly in the sunlight. He leisurely followed behind Shubai, taking in the scenery of this quaint southern county. The streets were lined with modest residences, white walls and black tiles, occasionally interrupted by a few modern buildings. Street vendors shouted, peddling fruits, while the aroma of fried delicacies wafted through the air. Shubai expertly turned into a supermarket, and Li Yuheng promptly trailed after him. "What are we buying, Teacher Shu?" he inquired, leaning closer. Without turning back, Shubai replied, "Daily necessities." Li Yuheng immediately grabbed a shopping cart, mimicking his pace like a devoted attendant. Shubai tossed towels, toothbrushes, and slippers into the cart, prompting Li Yuheng to suggest, "How about a couple's set?" Shubai shot him a nonchalant glance and proceeded to the food section. Li Yuheng smirked, placing a couple's item into the cart, and nimbly maneuvered through the aisles, occasionally tossing snacks into the cart. Shubai frowned at the ever-growing pile of junk food, finally unable to contain himself. "Are you a primary school student on a spring outing?" As Li Yuheng reached for a bag of chips on the top shelf, he turned around, flashing a radiant smile. "Teacher Shu, are you expressing concern for my dietary health?" Shubai scoffed and turned to leave. Li Yuheng quickly tossed the chips into the cart and hurried after him. "Hey, wait for me." The duo arrived at the checkout counter, where Shubai retrieved his wallet to settle the bill. However, Li Yuheng interjected, presenting his phone first. "Allow me." "There's no need." Li Yuheng had already scanned the payment code and winked at him. "You've taken me in. What is a mere trifle?" At that moment, the young cashier looked up, her eyes widening in astonishment. You two are?" Li Yuheng's heart skipped a beat, and he lowered his voice. "What do you mean?" The girl excitedly pointed at them. "Aren't you from that variety show?" Li Yuheng and Shubai. The supermarket fell silent as curious onlookers turned to observe. Who would have thought this small county possesses such discerning taste? Li Yuheng reacted swiftly, wrapping an arm around Shubai's shoulder with a cheerful grin. "Oh dear. Mistaken identity again. They say I resemble that star, right, dear?" "Shubai?" Li Yuheng gently squeezed his shoulder and winked at the cashier, saying, "My wife is shy and doesn't like to talk." The cashier, skeptical, replied, "Is that so?" "It certainly seems that way." Li Yuheng swiftly completed the payment, grabbed the shopping bags, and pulled Shubai towards the exit, exclaiming, "Thank you. We'll come again." The two dashed out of the supermarket. Shubai released his hand, questioning, "What on earth are you doing?" Breathless and beaming, Li Yuheng replied, "I'm merely protecting Teacher Shubai's privacy." Shubai scoffed. "Who is your wife?" Li Yuheng leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "What about husband?" Shubai retorted, "You're insane." He turned to walk away. Li Yuheng hurried after him, carrying 2 large bags and cheekily adding, "Teacher Shubai, could you slow down? I'm holding these." Without looking back, Shubai responded, "If you're tired, just drop them." "Absolutely not. This is our dinner," Li Yuheng insisted, quickening his pace to match Shubai's stride. On their way back, rain began to fall. The raindrops pelted against the motorcycle helmet, creating a rhythmic patter. Li Yuheng hummed an off-key tune, his fingers tapping rhythmically against Shubai's waist. "Teacher Shubai, red light," he announced. Shubai halted the motorcycle, droplets sliding down his visor. Li Yuheng's song abruptly ceased as he turned his head toward a parked electric bike. A little girl in a pale yellow raincoat sat on the back, her round eyes curiously fixed upon them. "Hey, little one," Li Yuheng exclaimed, extending his hand to high-five the girl through the rain. "Let us do a high-five." The girl paused momentarily, then erupted in giggles, her innocent voice asking, "Are you superheroes, big brother?" Shubai's back stiffened noticeably. Li Yuheng, unable to contain his delight, responded, "Yes. I'm the Flash, and this one in front is—" "Shut up." Shubai's voice cut through the rain, laced with irritation. The green light flickered, and the electric bike moved ahead. The little girl leaned against her mother's back, waving enthusiastically at them. Li Yuheng exaggeratedly waved back until the splash of yellow vanished into the rain. "Immature," Shubai muttered as he accelerated. Li Yuheng instinctively wrapped his arms around Shubai's waist, resting his chin on his shoulder. Teacher Shubai, didn't you play clap games when you were a child? Rainwater streamed down their helmets, pooling in the cuff of Li Yuheng's sleeve. Shubai remained silent, merely increasing speed, the motorcycle leaving a trail of water on the slick road. Li Yuheng, undatarif, razumat uming. His voice weaving through the sound of the rain, drifting into Shubai's ears. What are you humming? Shubai suddenly inquired. Li Yuheng, taken aback for a moment, chuckled. Are you interested, Teacher Shubai? It sounds terrible. Unfazed, Li Yuheng leaned closer, declaring loudly, Twinkle, twinkle little star, it's my remix. As the rain intensified, it pounded against the helmet painfully. Shubai turned onto a small road, the trees lining the path swaying gracefully, shielding them from some of the downpour. Li Yuheng ceased his singing, quietly holding Shubai's waist, feeling the warmth radiating from him. In that moment, he suddenly thought that continuing on like this wouldn't be so bad. Wherever they went, as long as Shubai was there, that was enough. On a steep incline, an elderly gentleman clad in a blue raincoat appeared ahead, laboriously pedaling a tricycle laden with vegetables. Shubai slowed down, allowing the motorcycle to glide alongside the tricycle. Suddenly, Li Yuheng extended a foot, gently pressing against the rear panel of the tricycle, using the motorcycle's momentum to lend a helping push. Hey, sir, he called out, his voice rising above the rain. Your load looks quite substantial. The old man turned his head, raindrops cascading from the brim of his raincoat, squinting at Li Yuheng with a cheerful grin. Indeed, I gathered a bit more for today's market. With his foot firmly planted against the tricycle's rear, Li Yuheng maintained a delicate balance as the motorcycle and tricycle ascended the hill together. He continued, These vegetables look fresh. Did you grow them yourself? The old man nodded with a hearty laugh. Of course. Picked fresh from my own garden. He glanced at Li Yuheng and Shubai, inquiring, Where are you two young men from? Li Yuheng grinned widely, replying, We hail from the heavens. The old man erupted in laughter. What a witty lad. As they reached the summit, the path ahead sloped downwards. Li Yuheng retracted his foot and waved at the old man. Take care, sir. The descent can be slippery. The old man nodded appreciatively. All right. Thank you, young man. Shubai twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle surged forward, leaving the tricycle far behind. Li Yuheng shrank his neck, pressing his face against Shubai's back, his voice muffled. Teacher Shubai, let us hurry home. I'm freezing. Without a word, Shubai noticeably increased their speed. The motorcycle raced through the rain, navigating the wet streets, before turning onto a secluded rural path. At the end of the road stood a quaint two-story house, its white walls and black tiles gleaming in the rain. A few fruit trees in the yard sparkled with droplets. Shubai parked beneath the eaves and removed his helmet, shaking off the water from his hair. We're here. After a warm bath, Li Yuheng emerged with his hair still dripping. The hibiscus tree in the yard appeared particularly vibrant after the rain, its pink and white blossoms adorned with glistening droplets sparkling in the sunset. Teacher Shubai. Li Yuheng leaned out from the windowsill, his damp head peeking out. May I pick a flower? Shubai, busy chopping vegetables in the kitchen, replied without looking up, Help yourself. Li Yuheng dashed into the yard, crouching beneath the hibiscus tree, selecting blossoms with care. He picked up a perfectly intact flower that had just fallen to the ground. Admiring it in the setting sun, suddenly inspired, he tucked the flower behind his ear and took a selfie with his phone. In a photograph, his hair was tousled. The pink and white hibiscus flower nestled behind his ear, and he wore a radiant smile. The sunset cast a golden halo around him, even the droplets on his eyelashes sparkling. After admiring the image for a moment, he nodded in satisfaction and sent it to Jiang Wei. Cousin, am I handsome? Jiang Wei replied instantly. Are you okay? Li Yuheng retorted. Jealousy makes you ugly. Jiang Wei shot back. Get lost. Unfazed, Li Yuheng opened Weibo, crafting a post. First day of rural life, sunshine, accompanied by the selfie featuring the hibiscus flower. After posting on Weibo, he blissfully indulged in the flood of flattering comments that swiftly filled the section. Ah, hubby, kill me. What a stunning beauty. The flowers behind your ears are simply enchanting. Is the backdrop rural? Could it be that you have truly retreated to seclusion with Shubai? Li Yuheng selected a few replies. Yes, in the countryside, Doge. The flowers at Teacher Shubai's house are radiant. The comments section erupted. Confirmed. Wow, this must be an official announcement, right? The couple is indeed real. Content with his post. Yuheng exited Weibo and gazed at his phone screen from various angles. Increasingly convinced of his striking handsomeness that could astonish even the heavens and move the spirits. TSK, TSK, TSK. He shook his head in admiration, acknowledging that his features, contours, and charisma truly befit a prince of the underworld, as he was naturally blessed with exquisite beauty. The mechanical voice of 0090 echoed softly, "Your Highness, do you know how to write the word self-love?" Yuheng chose to ignore it, continuing to revel in his splendid visage. Little system, just look at this photo, the composition, the play of light and shadow. The ambience is absolutely magnificent. He lightly tapped the screen, zooming in on the details of the photograph. Even the droplets of water were captured artistically, truly deserving of my praise. 0090. Yuheng, growing increasingly pleased, decided to set the photo as his phone wallpaper. Waking up to such a handsome face every day would surely elevate his spirits. As he spoke, he walked into the room, pausing in front of the dressing mirror to strike a few poses. TSK, TSK, this body proportion, this muscular definition. What a terrestrial marvel. Shubai, hearing Yuheng murmuring to himself, furrowed his brow. What are you babbling about? It's quite noisy. Yuheng immediately dashed into the kitchen, still holding the hibiscus flower, dramatically leaning against the countertop. Teacher Shubai, do you think flowers are more beautiful or people? Without lifting his gaze, Shubai deftly sliced carrots into neat, uniform pieces. Of course. The flowers. A smirk crept onto Yuheng's lips as he suddenly reached out, tucking the pale pink hibiscus behind Shubai's ear. His fingertips inadvertently brushed against Shubai's earlobe, touching a warm patch of skin. I think people are beautiful. The flower instantly flushed red. The kitchen fell silent, leaving only the sound of their heartbeats. Thump, thump, thump. At the entrance of the chicken coop, Yuheng squatted on the ground, staring eye to eye with a proud rooster. Teacher Shubai, he called without turning around. Is this chicken mocking me? Shubai, who was busy counting the chicks with the owner, glanced over. It simply thinks you're foolish. Unwilling to accept this, Yuheng reached out to pat the rooster's comb. Hey, top-tier celebrity, cluck cluck. The rooster suddenly flapped its wings, its sharp beak darting toward his hand like lightning. Whoa! Yuheng stumbled backward, nearly landing in a pile of chicken droppings. Seeing this, Shubai immediately raised his phone, steadying the camera to capture the moment. Shubai! Yuheng clumsily circled around the feed bucket. Stop filming. Help! The rooster relentlessly pursued him, its feathers flaring like an angry dandelion. The owner hurriedly approached with a broom to intervene. Oh dear, this rooster is quite fierce, always pecking at strangers. Yuheng seized the opportunity to sneak behind Shubai, tugging at his clothing to lodge a complaint. He struck first. Shubai glanced down at the deformed hem of his garment, then raised his eyes to the camera. Taking in Yuheng's disheveled hair and trousers speckled with straw, his lips twitching slightly. Top-tier celebrity, your persona crumbles more easily than chicken droppings. The boss, chuckling heartily, handed over a basket filled with chirping chicks. First-time chicken keepers often find themselves in such a predicament. Return home and mix some garlic with the feed to ward off illness. On the motorcycle ride back, the chicken cage rested between the two. Yuheng stole another glance at Shubai. Are you really going to post a video online? I must tell you, that would be quite unethical. Very disappointing. Shubai finally couldn't suppress his laughter, the two small moles at the corners of his eyes quivering with mirth. What are you afraid of? The burden of being a top-tier celebrity? Seizing the moment, Yuheng leaned closer. Teacher Shubai, if you dare to post it, I will. Suddenly, the motorcycle came to a screeching halt, causing Yuheng to lurch forward, nearly sending the chicken cage flying. The chicks flapped about in a panic. Shubai cast a sidelong glance at him. And what will you do? Yuheng swallowed hard. I will comment every day under your Weibo post. 39 My wife is so beautiful. 39. Shubai twisted the throttle. The motorcycle surged forward, and Yuheng was thrown backward by the inertia, frantically clutching the chicken cage. The chicks erupted into another fit of commotion. Li Yuheng gazed down at the fluffy little creatures within the cage, suddenly grinning. Teacher Shu Bai. Shall we name them? Without turning his head, Shu Bai replied, Suit yourself. Li Yuheng pointed at the liveliest little yellow chick. This one is Li Xiaoyang. He then pointed to a quiet little white chick. That one is Shu Xiao Bai. Shu Bai remarked. Li Yuheng continued enthusiastically naming. This speckled one is Jiang Xiaowei. The black one is Zhao Xiaowen. And the spotted one is Yu Xiaoke. As Shu Bai listened to Li Yuheng's incessant chatter about naming the chicks, he unconsciously tightened his grip on the motorcycle handle. As the wind swept past his ears, he suddenly recalled a video in his phone's album, featuring Li Yuheng being chased chaotically by a rooster. Post it. Impossible. Shu Bai squinted, the road ahead narrowing into a fine line in his vision. That foolish sight was meant for his eyes alone. Just like the droplets of water clinging to Li Yuheng's eyelashes when he tucked a flower behind his ear, like the damp strands of hair plastered against his neck after being caught in the rain, like the silly figure of him wandering the yard early in the morning. Toothbrush in mouth and eyes still bleary. They all belonged to him. With a sudden push on the throttle, the motorcycle roared as it rounded the last bend, startling a flock of sparrows from the roadside bushes. Li Yuheng exclaimed from the back, scrambling to protect the chicken cage. Teacher Shu Bai? The chicks are going to be sick. Shu Bai's lips curled slightly, and he muttered a soft curse into the wind. Fool. The whisper was so faint that he could barely hear it himself, yet it ignited an inexplicable warmth deep within his chest. Chapter 30. The popular top-tier celebrity and the past their prime film emperor Li Yuheng lay on the edge of the bed, his body stiff as a plank. Shu Bai's steady breath brushed against his neck, one arm draped across his chest, while a leg assertively pressed down on his knee. Outside the window, the moonlight flowed like water, illuminating the serene face of Shu Bai as he peacefully slumbered. His eyelashes cast delicate shadows, and the corners of his lips were slightly upturned, a stark contrast to his usual icy demeanor during the day. Li Yuheng felt he was on the brink of collapse. Although Shu Bai's house was quite spacious, curiously, it contained only one bedroom. For countless days, he had been crammed into the same bed as Shu Bai. If it were merely a matter of sleeping, it would be bearable. However, Shu Bai's sleeping posture was worlds apart from his usual self, as he habitually clung to Li Yuheng tightly, driving him to the edge of despair. Li Yuheng stared at the ceiling, mentally reciting the calming mantra for the 108th time. Who could withstand such a predicament? Here he was, the illustrious prince of the underworld, a top-tier celebrity, reduced to this state, sleeping in the embrace of his beloved every night, yet without a title to show for it. The mechanical voice of 0090 echoed softly. Your Highness, your heart rate is elevated. It is advisable to remain calm. Li Yuheng inwardly roared, calm my foot. You try it. 0090 remained silent. Shu Bai seemed to dream of something pleasant, tightening his embrace, his nose brushing against Li Yuheng's collarbone, emitting a contented sigh. Li Yuheng instantly held his breath, feeling the blood rush to a singular point. This was perilous. He cautiously shifted away, attempting to escape this sweet torment. However, as soon as he moved, Shu Bai frowned, tightening his grip and murmuring indistinctly, "Don't move." Li Yuheng resignedly lay flat, staring at the ceiling, contemplating the meaning of life. This situation was untenable. He needed to devise a plan, either to make Shu Bai cease this unconscious seduction, or Li Yuheng squinted, mentally calculating various unforeseen possibilities. For instance, accidentally rolling over and pinning Shu Bai down, or inadvertently brushing against a particular area, or... No, that was too indecent. How could he, Li Yuheng, a man of integrity, engage in such behavior? Yet, Shu Bai's leg shifted upward, his knee pressing against Li Yuheng's inner thigh. Li Yuheng Guspat, nearly ascending to the heavens on the spot. Cunning little devil. He knew just how to entice him daily. On the day the variety show concluded, Shu Bai had mentioned considering things, yet now there was still no answer. Li Yuheng grit his teeth and called out softly, "If you keep this up, I might abandon my gentlemanly ways." Shu Bai, of course, could not hear him, continuing to sleep soundly, even burying his face into Li Yuheng's neck, his warm breath caressing Li Yuheng's sensitive skin. Li Yuheng closed his eyes, mentally reciting, "Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. By the third repetition, Shu Bai suddenly stirred, his lips inadvertently grazing Li Yuheng's Adam's apple. Li Yuheng's eyes flew open, and he seized Shu Bai's wrist, gritting his teeth. Shu Bai, were you doing that on purpose? Shu Bai woke with a start, his drowsy eyes meeting Li Yuheng's face mere inches away. Li Yuheng gazed into his hazy, sleep-laden eyes, swallowing hard. Do you have any idea how you sleep? Shu Bai blinked, seemingly not fully awake. How? Li Yuheng inhaled deeply, enunciating each word like an octopus. Shu Bai lowered his gaze to observe his current position, nearly draped over Li Yuheng, his arms encircling the other's waist, while his legs rested upon Li Yuheng's knees. With a languid motion, Shu Bai withdrew his limbs, turned his back to Li Yuheng, and spoke with an indifferent tone. Oh, then you can sleep on the floor. Li Yuheng, taken aback, stared at the back of Shu Bai's head, irritation gnawing at him. Teacher Shu Bai, is there something amiss with your attitude? Without turning around, Shu Bai replied, this is how I sleep. If you can't tolerate it, you may leave. After a moment of silence, Li Yuheng suddenly spoke. Teacher Shu Bai, my bottom hurts terribly. It feels like I might give birth. Shu Bai? He abruptly turned to face Li Yuheng. Astonishment etched on his features. Have you lost your mind? Li Yuheng clutched his stomach, his expression one of pain. I truly feel something moving inside me. It might be. He paused, his gaze sincere. Your child. Shu Bai? Do you prefer a boy or a girl? Shu Bai fixed his eyes on Li Yuheng for 3 seconds before reaching out to touch his forehead. Do you have a fever? Li Yuheng seized his wrist, pulling him closer with fervor, his gaze intense. Teacher Shu Bai, you still haven't answered me. Do you prefer a boy or a girl? Shu Bai, startled by the sudden movement, quickly recovered with a cold laugh. I prefer a mute. Li Yuheng persisted. That won't do. Our child must be eloquent just like me. Shu Bai narrowed his eyes, flipping over to look down at him. Li Yuheng, are you? Before he could finish, Li Yuheng grasped the back of his head and pressed down. Their lips hovered mere millimeters apart, breaths intertwining. Were you? Li Yuheng's voice was low and teasing. Shu Bai's eyelashes fluttered, his breath noticeably quickening. At that critical moment, cock-a-doodle-doo, a sudden cacophony of crowing erupted from the courtyard. Both froze in place. Shu Bai abruptly pushed Li Yuheng away, leaping off the bed with the agility of one escaping danger. Li Yuheng lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling, exhaling a long sigh. Shu Xiao Bai, I loathe you. In the courtyard, Shu Bai stood before the chicken coop, watching the little rooster named Shu Xiao Bai strut about with an air of superiority, the blush on its wattles lingering. He crouched down, poking the rooster's head. It's all your fault. The little rooster tilted its head, utterly perplexed. Shu Bai found his lips involuntarily curling upwards. Nonsense. He was uncertain whether he referred to the chicken, himself, or the person inside the house. When Shu Bai quietly returned to the room and lay back down, Li Yuheng, feigning sleep, immediately rolled over and pinned Shu Bai down, and they instantly became entangled in a playful scuffle. The sheets became a chaotic heap, and the blanket was kicked to the floor. Li Yuheng's arm propped up beside Shu Bai's ear, their breaths mingling, when he suddenly paused, gazing at the blush on Shu Bai's earlobes, and whispered, Teacher Shu Bai, on the day the variety show ends, you said you would think it over. Do you have an answer now? Shu Bai turned his face away. I've considered it. The answer is no. Li Yuheng squinted. Why not? Shu Bai replied, because you are foolish. Li Yuwen Shukla Tsudanli. Leaning down to whisper in Shu Bai's ear. Then this foolish one is going to kiss you. You dare. What am I afraid of? Try kissing me and see. Chapter 31. The popular star and the past prime actor Li Yuheng firmly grasped Shu Bai's wrists, their fingers interlocked, before planting a sudden kiss on his lips. Shu Bai froze in an instant, his eyes wide with shock. Li Yuheng released him, raising an eyebrow with a smug expression. What do you think? I keep my promises. Shu Bai gritted his teeth. Li Yuheng, what have you done? Li Yuheng blinked innocently. Didn't you ask me to give it a try? I did, and it felt rather nice. He tightened his grip on Shu Bai's wrist until his knuckles turned white. Shu Bai, I'm being sincere, he said, his voice hoarse. Shu Bai struggled momentarily, but ultimately surrendered, turning his head away. Let go. Not a chance. Li Yuheng leaned closer, their noses almost touching. Unless you speak the truth. Shu Bai's eyelashes fluttered, casting a small shadow beneath his eyes. What truth? Say you like me, just as I like you. Shu Bai abruptly turned his head, his obsidian-like eyes piercing into Li Yuheng's. What makes you think that? The fact that you followed me here, Li Yuheng replied, shaking his head with a teasing smirk. So annoying. He genuinely wished to avoid witnessing Li Yuheng's self-satisfied demeanor. Shu Bai closed his eyes, resigned to his fate, and began to utter a word. Suddenly, Li Yuheng sprang up, covering Shu Bai's mouth with his palm. Stop, stop, stop. Shu Bai was taken aback. Li Yuheng fumbled for his phone, his fingers tapping frantically on the screen. The melodious prelude filled the room, the tune of Take Me Hand flowing like water. All right, Li Yuheng declared, solemnly activating the recording function and bringing the phone close to Shu Bai's lips. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Please continue, Shu Bai. Shu Bai stared at the recording interface, mere inches away. Swallowing hard. Li Yuheng. Yes, I really think you should see a psychiatrist. Li Yuheng was unfazed. Instead, he pressed the phone closer. What were you about to say, Shu Bai? What? Taking a deep breath, Shu Bai suddenly reached for the phone. Turn off the music. Li Yuheng nimbly leaned back, holding the phone above his head. No way. This is a significant moment in my life. It must have a sense of ceremony. Why this song? Li Yuheng's expression turned serious. I heard someone say that when true love arrives, please play Take Me Hand. As he spoke, his eyelashes trembled slightly, revealing a rare hint of youthful nervousness. Shu Bai gazed at him for 2 seconds before tugging down on his collar. The music reached the climactic chorus, Take my hand now, hold my hand. Shu Bai's lips hovered near Li Yuheng's ear, his breath warm. I might, perhaps, maybe stay close to me. Li Yuheng held his breath. I truly like you. As the last syllable dissipated into the air, Li Yuheng suddenly lunged forward, enveloping Shu Bai in his embrace. Say it again. No, just once. I like you. Li Yuheng suddenly released him and hurriedly reached for his phone. Wait, let me see if it's recorded. Shu Bai pressed Li Yuheng's hand down, frowning. Hold on. Forget about the recording for a moment. First, clarify. Who goes on top? Li Yuheng blinked, his expression one of utmost certainty. Of course, it's me on top. Shu Bai scoffed. On what grounds? Simply because I'm a top star. Being a top star is impressive. I am an award-winning actor. Li Yuheng narrowed his eyes, a sly smile breaking across his face. Then let us compete fairly. Shu Bai regarded him warily. How do we compete fairly? Li Yuheng raised a finger with utmost seriousness. By size. Whoever is bigger gets to be on top, fair and square, no tricks. After a brief silence, Shu Bai sneered, fine, let us compete. No sooner had he spoken than both reached for each other's pants. Let go. Shu Bai gritted his teeth. You let go first. Li Yuheng stubbornly held on. On what basis? Because I'm bigger. Nonsense. The struggle between them turned chaotic. As the commotion unfolded, the device silently shut off its visual module and muted itself. When Li Yuheng emerged victorious by a mere 0.2 centimeters, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Shu Bai stared at the measuring tool, his expression shifting between emotions. Li Yuheng, resembling a mischievous mouse that had pilfered oil, sported a manic grin that he struggled to suppress, finally managing to emit a sound from his throat. Teacher Shu. Measurement error. Shu Bai abruptly snatched the tool back, insisting on a redo. Wait. Li Yuheng lunged to reclaim it, and amidst the tussle at the edge of the bed, they lost their balance and fell with a dull thud. In the moment of descent, Li Yuheng instinctively shielded Shu Bai's head with his arm. Breathing heavily, he braced himself above Shu Bai, his damp hair clinging to his skin. Shu Bai's breath was equally hurried. His disheveled hair sprawled across the pillow, his collar torn open. They locked eyes for several seconds before Li Yuheng took a deep breath, rolled onto his side, covered his eyes with his hand, and spoke hoarsely. Let us just leave it at this for today. Shu Bai turned to look at him, his brow furrowed. What? Li Yuheng swallowed hard, his voice low and raspy. For a first romance, there should be some sense of ceremony. What? Li Yuheng rubbed his face, turning away from Shu Bai, his tone unusually serious. Moreover, I haven't prepared anything. He could hear his heart pounding absurdly loud, causing his eardrums to throb painfully. This was troublesome. He had merely intended to tease Shu Bai, never anticipating the situation would escalate to this extent. On the very first day of their romance, he almost crossed the line, rendering him akin to an overeager fool. Though Shu Bai's disheveled appearance indeed tightened his throat, Li Yuheng abruptly pinched his thigh. In the darkness, Shu Bai cleared his throat. How do you know you weren't prepared? Li Yuheng turned sharply. What? Shu Bai stared at the ceiling, his tone unperturbed. The drawer in the nightstand. Li Yuheng froze for 2 seconds, then sprang up with a sudden burst of energy, fumbling towards the nightstand. The drawer emitted a soft click as it opened. Moonlight seeped through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the neatly arranged small boxes within the drawer. Chapter 32. The Popular Top and the Past the Peak Film Emperor. Li Yuqing gazed intently at the contents of the drawer, his throat involuntarily constricting. Teacher Shu Bai, when did you prepare this? Shu Bai turned slightly, his back to Li Yuqing, his tone indifferent. Use it if you wish. Li Yuqing fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. So it turns out the perverse little fellow is actually Shu Bai. He reached for a small box, leisurely unwrapping it, his voice laced with playful sarcasm. Teacher Shu Bai, you seem quite well prepared. Shu Bai ignored him. Li Yuqing leaned closer, deliberately blowing a breath of air near his ear. What is this? Are you shy now? Weren't you quite bold just a moment ago? Shu Bai suddenly rolled over, gripping Li Yuqing's wrist with a dangerously intense gaze. Li Yuqing, do you think my temper is easy to handle? Li Yuqing raised an eyebrow, unperturbed. Not all. Teacher Shu Bai's temper is notoriously fierce. Shu Bai let out a cold laugh, tightening his grip. Then why are you still so arrogant? Li Yuqing leaned forward, closing the distance between them, their breaths mingling. Because I enjoy seeing you a loss. Shu Bai stared back, his eyes darkening. After a pause, he abruptly released his grip. Do as you wish. His foot nudged Li Yuqing's ankle, the pressure neither heavy nor light, carrying a hint of provocation. Hurry up and check. I hope you're not just a pretty face. His words were succinct, his gaze straightforward as it swept over Li Yuqing. Li Yuqing's throat bobbed slightly, his eyes deepening in hue. He chuckled softly, his voice husky. Teacher Shu Bai, are you certain? Shu Bai raised an eyebrow, the corner of his lips curling into a cool smirk. What? Are you afraid? Li Yuqing narrowed his eyes, leaning in closer, his fingertips gently grasping Shu Bai's chin, his voice low and almost menacing. I fear you may not withstand it. Shu Bai scoffed. Care to test that? The next day, in the courtyard, 2 little roosters, Li Xiaoheng and Shu Xiaobai, strutted proudly, occasionally pecking at the grains scattered on the ground. Suddenly, Shu Xiaobai flapped his wings and leaped onto the fence, stretching his neck to peer inside the house, confusion filling his black bean-like eyes. Seeing this, Li Xiaoheng followed suit. The 2 chickens standing side by side, tilting their heads to stare at the tightly shut door. Cluck cluck? Shu Xiaobai pecked at Li Xiaoheng's feathers, as if asking, why haven't those humans come out to feed us? Li Xiaoheng returned the peck, indicating his own uncertainty. As the sun rose higher, the little chicks grew increasingly impatient. Circling the feeding trough, unable to contain himself any longer, Shu Xiaobai jumped down from the fence and marched to the door, tapping it with his beak. There was no response from within. Shu Xiaobai turned to look at Li Xiaoheng, his black bean eyes filled with reproach. Li Xiaoheng tilted his head and suddenly fluttered up to the windowsill, peering inside through the glass. Seeing this, Shu Xiaobai followed, and the 2 chickens squeezed onto the windowsill, their eyes wide and round. Shu Xiaobai asked, cluck cluck cluck? What is going on? Li Xiaoheng puffed out his chest proudly. Cluck cluck cluck. Isn't my dad impressive? With a swift flap of its wing, the little white chicken squawked. Cluck cluck cluck. What nonsense. My father has been bullied. Thus, the 2 chickens engaged in a scuffle upon the windowsill, feathers flying in disarray. Meanwhile, inside the room, Li Yuheng languidly leaned against the headboard, idly toying with the ends of Shu Bai's hair, a satisfied smile playing upon his lips. Shu Bai, with his back turned, was barely covered by the blanket, which only just concealed his waist, revealing a few scattered red marks upon his exposed shoulders and neck. Teacher Shu Bai? Li Yuheng leaned closer, deliberately whispering in his ear. Shu Bai ignored him, slightly furrowing his brow as he curled deeper into the blanket. Li Yuheng chuckled softly, his fingertips gliding gently along Shu Bai's spine, his tone teasing. Weren't you quite the show-off last night? At long last, Shu Bai could no longer tolerate it. He rolled over and seized Li Yuheng's wrist. His gaze icy. Shut up. Li Yuheng, seizing the opportunity, entwined his fingers with Shu Bai's, leaning down to peck his lips lightly, his smile deepening. All right, as you wish. Shu Bai stared at him for 2 seconds, then suddenly raised his hand to rub his temples, muttering under his breath. Madman. Li Yuheng took pride in this. Moving even closer, his nose nearly touching Shu Bai's. Teacher Shu Bai, who was at that first? Li Yuheng. Shu Bai swiftly covered his mouth, his ears flushing red. Dare you utter a single word? Li Yuheng blinked innocently, then suddenly extended his tongue, giving Shu Bai's palm a gentle lick. Startled, Shu Bai recoiled, his eyes wide. Li Yuheng seized the moment, wrapping his arms around him. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Does it still hurt? Shu Bai fell silent for a moment, then suddenly chuckled coldly. Hurt? With your skills? Li Yuheng narrowed his eyes, dangerously encroaching. Teacher Shu Bai, are you questioning my abilities? Shu Bai replied matter-of-factly. I merely speak the truth. Li Yuheng gazed at him for 2 seconds, then suddenly laughed. Very well. Shall we compete once more? Get lost. Li Yuheng persisted, leaning in. What? Is Teacher Shu Bai afraid? Shu Bai pushed his face away. I'm afraid you'll die in bed. Li Yuheng raised an eyebrow. That would be perfect. Dying beneath the peony. Even as a ghost, one remains romantic. Upon learning that Gong Yu and Ing Yushi, the perfect couple, had both received silver bracelets, Li Yuheng hummed tears behind bars joyfully as he watered the hibiscus flowers in the yard, swaying his hips. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out to see it was a call from Jiang Wei. Hello, cousin. He answered lazily. Miss me? On the other end, Jiang Wei's voice was unusually grave. Li Yuheng, are you in the mood for jokes? Uncle just called my dad, asking where you've been lately. Li winds buttering, pausa abruptly. Water spilling all over his feet. Oh? Jiang Wei lowered her voice. It seems they spotted your trending topic with Shu Bai. Now the whole family knows you've run off to the countryside to farm for a man. They're furious and nearly smashed their phones. They said if you don't return soon, they'll come and drag you back personally. The mechanical voice of 0090 suddenly echoed in his mind. Young master, in this world, you are the sole heir of a wealthy family. Jiang Wei is your cousin, and the uncle she speaks of is your father in this world. Li Yuheng's lips twitched as he replied in his consciousness. I know. I was suddenly reminded of my father from the Underworld, who is perpetually chasing after female ghosts. 0090. The king of hell is too busy judging the souls of the deceased to pursue female spirits. Li Yuheng, TSK, you haven't seen him after work. On the other end of the line, Jiang Wei's voice rose abruptly. Are you even listening to me? Li Yuheng finally snapped back to reality, glancing at his soaked slippers, and suddenly had a brilliant idea. Cousin, the signal here is poor. I have to hang up. With that, he hastily ended the call and turned to shout inside. Teacher Shu Bai. I slipped into the water tank. I need a kiss to get up. Shu Bai's voice floated from the room. Need a coffin lid? I can help you nail it. Chapter 33. The popular top, the fated movie Emperor Li Yuheng pouted, tossing the water bottle onto the floor, shuffling in his damp slippers towards the room. As he pushed the door open, he saw Shu Bai leaning against the headboard, engrossed in his phone, the blanket loosely draped around his waist, revealing a few suggestive red marks on his neck. A small black mole on his shoulder was currently surrounded by a ring of red bite marks, and the more prominent mole on his collarbone had not escaped unscathed, with clear bite impressions etched into the surrounding skin. Li Yuheng swallowed hard, memories from the previous night flooding back. He remembered how he had captured that mole with his mouth, the taut line of Shu Bai's neck, and the muffled sounds of his suppressed moans. Ugh, I can't think about that. If I do, I might end up in the little black room again. So, he deliberately elongated his tone, adding a hint of teasing to his voice. Teacher Shu Bai didn't lift his head, get lost. Wait, this script doesn't seem right. We've been at it every day for the past few days, yet it feels as if there's no difference between doing it and not doing it at all. According to the tropes of dramas, shouldn't the more we do, the deeper our feelings grow, the more attached we become? Why does Shu Bai still act so aloof? Could be my technique is lacking? That can't be true. Last night, he was even left with tearful corners of his eyes, biting his lip and cursing me as a lunatic until he didn't even have the strength to push me away. If my technique is lacking, then what constitutes a good one? Others' partners, tender and sweet after the act. My partner, cold and unfeeling, telling me to get lost. TSK indeed. Others' love stories are like idol dramas, while mine resembles a documentary, or perhaps a wildlife channel. Yuheng strode over and plopped down at the edge of the bed, reaching out to snatch Shu Bai's phone. Were you so engrossed in? Shu Bai nimbly dodged, checking trending topics. Yuheng leaned in to take a look, and on the screen was a trending topic about Yuheng and Shu Bai cohabiting, accompanied by a blurry snapshot of the two of them taken in a supermarket. The comment section was ablaze. Ah, it's confirmed. That silhouette is definitely them. Help. The horizontal CP is real. Yuheng raised an eyebrow in delight. TSK, the netizens have sharp eyes. Shu Bai, with a stern expression, locked his phone and looked up at Yuheng. Yuheng, tell me, did your family call you? Yuheng blinka, feigning ignoranza. Oh, did they? Shu Bai narrowed his eyes and firmly grasped his face. Yuheng, don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your thoughts. Yuheng leaned closer, their noses nearly touching. Then, Shu Bai, do enlighten me about what I am thinking. Shu Bai stared at him for a couple of seconds, then suddenly released his grip, his tone indifferent. Are your parents against our relationship? Yuheng was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Shu Bai, are you worried about us being star-crossed lovers? I couldn't care less. Shu Bai replied, looking directly into Yuheng's eyes. He articulated each word carefully. If that's the case, you should quickly pack your things and run away with me. Shu Bai casually pulled a bank card from the drawer of the bedside table and slapped it against his chest, raising an eyebrow. I have plenty of money. I could easily support 10 such freeloaders. Also, remember, it was you who slept with me, so you can forget about backing out for the rest of your life. Yuheng gazed at the bank card on his chest and suddenly laughed. Shu Bai, are you planning to keep me? Shu Bai leaped off the bed, effortlessly pulling on a t-shirt. He walked to the door but suddenly turned back, a mocking smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Regardless, if your parents are going to be upset, it will be because their son is a neurotic, shamelessly following someone into the countryside and disturbing innocent men. Liwen exclaimed. What? He sprang up from the bed, rushing over in 3 strides to embrace Shu Bai from behind. Shu Bai, that's unreasonable. These past few nights have been mutually consensual. How have I become the one harassing you? Shu Bai pried his hands away, turning to face him with an arched brow. Oh, then tell me, who was it that chased me to the airport? Who shamelessly followed me to the countryside? Who instigated things in the middle of the night? Yuheng was momentarily stumped, but soon puffed out his chest in righteous indignation. Wasn't it Shu Bai who seduced me first? Shu Bai was left speechless. Yuheng began counting on his fingers. You see, in the variety show, you intentionally clashed with me to grab my attention. During the diving, you insisted on falling into the water with me, creating physical contact, and when sleeping, you snuggled into my arms. Shu Bai's temples throbbed with irritation. Yuheng blinka innocently. Isn't that the case? If Shu Bai didn't like me, why would you let me come to the countryside? Why would you allow me to sleep in your bed? Why? Shu Bai swiftly picked up a pillow and hurled it at him. Yuheng deftly sidestepped and caught the corner of the pillow, leading to a playful tug-of-war by the bedside. Let go! Shu Bai gritted his teeth. You let go first. Yuheng stubbornly refused to release his grip. On what grounds? On the grounds that I am your boyfriend. Who acknowledged that? We've made it official several times. And who was it that held me last night, insisting on 39 more times? Shu Bai's ears flushed crimson as he abruptly released the pillow and turned to leave. Yuheng tugged at the back of Shu Bai's shirt. Hey, Shu Bai, your ability to turn your back on someone is truly remarkable. As they struggled, a sudden knock echoed from outside the courtyard. Both paused in surprise. Who is it? Yuheng called out. An elderly voice responded from outside. Is the Shu family boy here? It's Aunt Wong from next door. Shu Bai's body stiffened, and he quickly straightened his clothes, hastily making his way to the courtyard gate. Seeing this, Yuheng hurriedly followed suit. The gate creaked open, revealing an elderly lady with silver hair standing outside, clutching a basket brimming with fresh vegetables. Upon seeing Shu Bai, her eyes sparkled with recognition. Oh my, it's truly the young lad from the Shu family. I heard just a few days ago that someone moved into this house, but I never imagined it would be you returning. The chill that had settled on Shu Bai's face ebbed away, replaced by a warm smile. Aunt Wang, it has been quite some time. Aunt Wang scrutinized Shu Bai from head to toe, then turned her gaze to Li Yuheng, her face breaking into a beaming smile. And who might this be? Li Yuheng stepped forward eagerly, extending his hand with enthusiasm. Hello, Aunt Wang. I am a friend of Shu Bai. Shu Bai interjected, his tone calm. Li Yuheng pouted slightly and muttered under his breath. Boyfriend is just boyfriend. What is there to be shy about? Aunt Wang's ears perked up at this, so I thought as much. With such a handsome young man, it's clear you are not merely friends. Shu Bai felt a slight flush creeping to his ears and cleared his throat. Aunt Wang, would you like to come in for a moment? She waved her hand dismissively. No, I just came to see you. She thrust the basket into Shu Bai's hands. These are homegrown and quite fresh. You adore the eggplants I planted when you were a child. Shu Bai accepted the basket, his gaze softening. Thank you, Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang rambled on a bit more. But as she prepared to leave, she suddenly sighed. Ah, young man from the Shu family, it is good that you are back. If your parents knew you had reclaimed this land, they would surely be pleased. Shu Bai's fingers tightened suddenly around the basket, leaving an imprint on the eggplants within. Li Yuheng, keenly aware of his shift in mood, quietly grasped his hand. Unaware of their subtle exchange, Aunt Wang continued. That incident from years ago, it was all fate. Don't take it too much to heart. Living well is what truly matters. Shu Bai forced a nod. Yes, I understand. After bidding farewell to Aunt Wang, Shu Bai lingered in the courtyard, staring blankly at the basket in his hands. Li Yuheng gently touched his shoulder. Shu Bai? Shu Bai snapped back to reality, shoving the basket into Li Yuheng's hands. You wash the vegetables. Li Yuheng accepted the basket, but did not move. Instead, locking eyes with Shu Bai. Shu Bai, is this house your family's old residence? Shu Bai paused in silence for a moment. Yes. Why do you ask? Li Yuheng shrugged nonchalantly, carrying the basket toward the sink. Just a casual inquiry. He turned on the faucet, and water gushed forth, cleansing the dirt from the eggplant surface. His fingers unconsciously rubbed against the cool stream. Shu Bai stood at the kitchen door, watching Li Yuheng's back for a while before speaking up. This house used to belong to my family. Li Yuheng halted, water splashing onto his sleeve, creating a darkened patch. My parents were teachers in the county, and this was a house allocated by the school. Shu Bai's voice was steady, as if recounting a tale detached from his own life. Later, they had a motorcycle accident. They weren't wearing helmets and died on the spot. Li Yuheng spun around abruptly, the faucet still gushing water, droplets cascading from his fingertips and pooling on the floor. Shu Bai leaned against the doorframe, his gaze resting upon the hibiscus in the courtyard, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Back then, I was still in high school. To cover medical expenses, I sold this piece of land. Later, when I became an actor and earned money, I bought it back. Li Yuheng swallowed hard, the sound of water in his ears becoming particularly jarring. So that was it. Yet, why was he still a small, bitter melon in this situation? Who was the heartless individual that thrust Shu Bai into the chaotic realm of quick transmission tasks, assigning him such a troublesome identity? Li Yuheng turned off the faucet, shook the droplets from his hands, and strode purposefully toward Shu Bai. Shu Bai lifted his gaze to meet him, his brows slightly furrowed. What? Before he could finish his sentence, Li Yuheng enveloped him in a tight embrace. The suddenness of the hug caught Shu Bai off guard, and he instinctively tried to push him away. What on earth are you doing? But Li Yuheng tightened his hold, resting his chin on Shu Bai's shoulder, his voice muffled. Teacher Shu Bai from now on. I will definitely wear a helmet when riding my motorcycle. Shu Bai was rendered speechless. After a moment of silence, he abruptly raised his hand and punched Li Yuheng on the back. Let go. Rather than releasing him, Li Yuheng only tightened his embrace further, gently patting Shu Bai's back as if soothing a child, murmuring, "Be good, don't cry, your husband is here." A vein pulsed on Shu Bai's forehead. Li Weng, I see you cannot distinguish between a king and a pawn. Can you? Upon hearing this, Li Yuheng not only remained unfazed but boldly nuzzled into the nape of Shu Bai's neck, teasingly replying, "Who is the king? Of course it's me." Shu Bai narrowed his eyes and suddenly stomped down hard on Li Yuheng's foot. However, Li Yuheng reacted faster, leaping aside with his legs apart, causing Shu Bai to miss entirely. With both hands resting on Shu Bai's shoulders, Li Yuheng leaned in with a playful grin. "Teacher Shu Bai, your stealth attack skills leave much to be desired." Just as Shu Bai was about to erupt, Li Yuheng suddenly turned serious. "But rest assured, my skills are quite proficient, and I guarantee your satisfaction." Seizing the opportunity, Li Yuheng stole a kiss from the corner of Shu Bai's lips, puffing up with self-importance as he began reciting his self-admiration. "Moreover, I, Li Yuheng, a prominent figure, adept in both the halls and kitchens, skilled in both literature and martial arts, possessing both talent and charm. How could I not be a king? It is a title I truly deserve." As Shu Bai grabbed a broom, Li Yuheng instinctively leaped 3 meters away, running while provocatively glancing back. "Teacher Shu Bai, your aim is quite lacking." "Li Yuheng." Shu Bai ground his teeth, the broom slicing sharply through the air. "Stand still." Li Yuheng nimbly circled the hibiscus tree, not forgetting to make faces over his shoulder. "Teacher Shu Bai, hitting is affection and scolding is love. Just how much do you love me?" Fuming, Shu Bai's forehead throbbed, the broom cracking against the tree trunk, showering petals all around. The 2 chickens, Little Hung and Little Bai, startled by the commotion, flapped their wings and scattered wildly across the yard, feathers and flower petals swirling together. "Cluck, cluck, cluck. Let the fight begin. Cluck, cluck. Go, Dad." As he ran, Li Yuheng pulled out his phone, aiming the camera at the pursuing Shu Bai. "Hello, dear audience. We are live from the top star's rural escape. We can observe Teacher Shu Bai wielding a weapon. Oh no, a magical broom of love, engaged in an educational endeavor of affection towards me." According to our reporter, who risked life and limb for this observation, Teacher Shu Bai's facial expression has spiraled into utter chaos, a rarity in his decade-long career. Realizing the situation, Shu Bai's broom slipped from his grasp. Whoosh! The broom traced a perfect parabola through the air, hurtling directly towards Li Yuheng's face. With a swift sidestep, Li Yuheng narrowly evaded the broom, which grazed past his ear and crashed against the courtyard gate with a resounding thud. The gate swung open in response. Outside stood a middle-aged man in a tailored suit, hand raised, poised to knock. The broom struck his polished leather shoe with pinpoint accuracy. The air became thick with tension. Li Yuheng blinked, gazing at the muscular man in a suit and the 8 black-clad bodyguards lined up behind him, his lips twitching slightly. So he truly has come. The mechanical voice of 0090 echoed in his mind. "Your Highness, this is the father of your world." Li Yuheng responded with a calm demeanor, tucking his phone back into his pocket and grinning at the man at the door. "Dad, what brings you here?" Li Fu's face turned a deep shade of anger, his gaze darting between Li Yuheng and Shu Bai before settling on the latter. "Mr. Shu Bai," Li Fu suddenly bowed deeply. "My son has behaved disgracefully. I apologize for the trouble he has caused you." "Shu Bai, Li Weng." The 8 black-clad bodyguards bowed in unison. "Hello, Mr. Shu Bai." Li Fu straightened up, turning to glare at Li Yuheng. "Unfilial son. Come here and apologize to Mr. Shu Bai at once." Li Yuheng blinked. "Have you perhaps misunderstood something?" "Misunderstanding?" Li Fu scolded, pulling a stack of photographs from his suit pocket and tossing them onto the ground. "You pursued this person from variety shows to the countryside, relentlessly harassing a reputable man. And you dare speak of misunderstanding." The photos scattered across the ground, depicting Li Yuheng and Shu Bai's interactions from various programs, along with candid shots of the two at a supermarket and on a motorcycle. Shu Bai bent down to pick up one of the photos, his brow furrowing slightly. Li Yuheng leaned in to take a look and chuckled. "Oh, this one turned out rather well." Li Fu, exasperated, exclaimed, "You wretched fool. Mr. Shu Bai is a legitimate actor, not someone you can toy with that well." He turned to Shu Bai, his tones softening instantly. "Mr. Shu Bai, I shall take this wayward son home and impose strict discipline, ensuring he will never trouble you again." With that, he gestured, and the 8 bodyguards advanced, poised to seize Li Yuheng. Suddenly, Shu Bai stepped in front of Li Yuheng. Li Fu was taken aback. "Mr. Shu Bai?" Shu Bai's expression remained impassive. "Uncle Li, you may indeed be mistaken." After Li Fu departed with his entourage, Bai found himself deep in thought, holding the black card that Li Fu had thrust into his hands. Li Yuheng remained motionless, stealthily forming a spell with his fingers. A wisp of ghostly energy silently entwining itself with Bai's soul. 0090. Your Highness, you are violating regulations. The Bureau of Quick Travel strictly prohibits taskers from imposing soul marks on characters. Li Yuheng feigned ignorance, gently curling his fingertip, as that wisp of ghostly energy fully merged with Bai's essence. 0090. Your Highness, such actions will lead to penalties from the Bureau of Quick Travel. Li Yuheng was utterly unconcerned. Come on, let them seek me out. Little system, do you really fail to distinguish between the big and small kings? Bai regained his composure, frowning at Li Yuheng. What are you up to now? Li Yuheng immediately ceased his antics, grinning as he leaned closer. Teacher Bai, what is the limit on the black card my father gave you? Is it enough to support me for a lifetime? Bai scoffed, shoving the card into his embrace. Keep your selling price safe. Li Yuheng accepted the card with delight, casually slipping it into his pocket. All right, I shall consider this a gift from Teacher Bai. Bai inhaled deeply and turned to walk into the room. Li Yuheng hurriedly followed, chattering. Teacher Bai, what shall we have for dinner tonight? Shall we indulge with my father's money? Without turning back, Bai replied, You. Li Yuheng feigned shock, clutching his chest. Really? Teacher Bai, you have such a cruel heart. Bai shot him a sidelong glance. Li Yuheng, is your face made of bricks? Li Yuheng responded solemnly. No, it is adorned with diamonds. Worth a fortune. Bai quickened his pace, prompting Li Yuheng to match him. When Bai slowed, Li Yuheng leisurely lagged behind, akin to an inseparable tail. Bai, unable to tolerate any longer, abruptly turned. Ew. Li Yuheng's eyes sparkled with laughter. What about me? Bai stared at him for 2 seconds before suddenly pinching his face and pulling it apart. You are truly annoying. Li Yuheng winced but grinned even brighter. Teacher Bai, this truly qualifies as domestic violence. Bai released his grip. Domestic violence? Who are you to me? Li Yuheng rubbed his reddened cheek and suddenly grew serious. Boyfriend, fiancé, future partner. Choose one. Bai raised his middle finger and turned to leave. Li Yuheng watched his retreating figure, a smirk playing at his lips. Some individuals you think are arguing with you are, in fact, claiming you for their territory in their own way. Unyielding. Hey, Teacher Bai. Li Yuheng suddenly raised his voice. Were you just hinting at a marriage proposal? Bai spun around, his expression reflecting shock at Li Yuheng's audacity. Li Yuheng caught up, hands in his pockets, leaning against Bai as he pressed further. Is that so? No. My hearing isn't quite sharp. What did you say? If you say nothing, I'll take it as a yes. Oh dear, how embarrassing. I've actually prepared everything. Kajda, come on, hold up a finger and I'll just slip it on you. End of the World, Chapter 35. The intruder player attacks X dual body evil ghost boss receiver completed. The airplane glided smoothly at 30,000 feet. With Li Yuheng languidly reclining against the window seat, sunglasses obscuring half of his handsome face. Suddenly, he felt a gaze fixed intently upon him. He slightly lowered his head, adjusted his sunglasses to reveal one eye, and blinked at the small boy standing before his seat. The child, around 7 or 8 years old, had pale skin, slightly curly black hair, and a pair of dark eyes that resembled an unfathomable abyss, somber and tranquil. He donned an oversized school uniform, cradling a tattered little dog plush in his arms, his fingers tightly gripping its ears, knuckles turning white. Li Yuheng raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Little one, why do you stare at me? Have you never encountered a world-class, even universe-class handsome brother like me before? The boy remained silent, fixated on Li Yuheng. This sudden intruder was quite bothersome, seated in his spot, wearing ridiculous sunglasses, laughing like a fool. An unsettling thought crossed his mind. Eliminate him. It was then that Li Yuheng noticed the boy's other hand clenching a boarding pass. The seat number boldly displayed as 24A, his current position. Li Yuheng glanced at his own boarding pass, which read 24B. Ah, I must have taken the wrong seat. Yet, he showed no inclination to move. Instead, he grinned and beckoned the boy with a playful gesture. What is your name, little one? Why so quiet? The boy remained mute, his grip on the dog plush tightening. A nearby flight attendant, noticing the situation, approached and gently leaned down to the boy. "Young man, your seat is 24A, correct? This gentleman may have mistakenly taken your seat. Shall we ask him to move?" The boy slowly lifted his gaze, casting a glance at the attendant. His eyes icy enough to make her instinctively take a step back. Yuheng observed this scene with keen interest before suddenly reaching out and lifting the boy into his lap. "No worries, we can squeeze together," he said with a cheerful smile. "After all, I have long legs, there's ample room." The boy stiffened, his dark eyes widening in disbelief, as if he never fathomed someone would dare treat him this way. Yuheng affectionately ruffled his hair. "What's the matter? Are you scared? Rest assured, I'm not a bad person." The boy continued to glare at him, lips pressed into a thin line, still silent. The attendant, feeling awkward, remarked, "Sir, this does not comply with aviation safety regulations." Yuheng waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine, I'll hold him. He won't fall." Just as the attendant was about to respond, the airplane suddenly jolted violently. The cabin erupted into chaos, passengers screaming, oxygen masks swiftly deployed, and a blaring alarm pierced the air. Instinctively, Yuheng shielded the boy in his arms, frowning as he glanced out the window. Amidst the ominous dark clouds, a faint crimson fissure was discernible, as if the sky had been torn asunder. The mechanical voice of 0090 echoed in his mind. "Young prince, the plot is about to unfold. Please prepare yourself." Yuheng absent-mindedly acknowledged with a murmur, his gaze never leaving the boy in his embrace. He recognized him instantly. This was none other than his wife. Although a smaller version and clutching an odd toy, that familiar awkwardness was unmistakable. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he gently pinched the boy's cheek. "Little one, you aren't truly mute, are you? Tisk, it's quite unusual not to have anyone to banter with." Instantly, the boy's expression turned frigid, his fingers subtly tightening around the plush's neck. Seemingly oblivious to the impending danger, Yuheng suddenly spread his legs wide. The young boy plummeted unexpectedly, his pupils dilating in shock as his fingers instinctively tightened around Yuheng's collar. Just as he was about to fall, Yuheng caught him securely, mischievously tossing him upwards while laughing heartily. "Oh, little friend, why are you so light? Don't you eat well?" The boy was momentarily airborne. His dark hair tousled across his forehead, and his deep-set eyes bore into Yuheng as if trying to pierce through him. Pressing his lips together, he finally uttered, "Put me down." Yuheng raised an eyebrow. "So you could talk, huh?" The boy's expression darkened, his fingers tightening around Yuheng's collar. The small dog plush in his arms twisted under the pressure, faint tendrils of black mist seeping from its eyes. Yuheng caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, but feigned ignorance. Leaning closer to the boy with a smile, "You haven't told me your name yet." "Little friend." The boy fixed his gaze on Yuheng's face, suddenly reaching out with both hands to grasp Yuheng's neck. His voice cold and low. "Do you wish to die?" Yuheng was taken aback for a moment, but then laughed even more heartily. "Wow, so fierce. This cursed charm of mine, even children of 7 or 8 cannot resist. If they act like this upon meeting me, what will happen when they grow up?" The airplane began to plummet sharply amidst violent turbulence. The boy's fingers remained tightly clenched around Yuheng's neck, his pitch-black pupils swirling with icy malice. Despite being held, Yuheng did not flinch. Instead, he chuckled lazily. "Little friend, murder is a crime, you know." The boy glared at him, his grip tightening. "You shouldn't be here." Yuheng clicked his tongue. What should or shouldn't be was of little concern to him. He was rather inclined to go shopping. Suddenly, he raised his hand, firmly grasping the boy's wrist, effortlessly easing his grip, and pulled him closer, whispering into his ear, "Unfortunately, Big Brother has a strong constitution. You cannot kill me." The boy struggled briefly, but soon realized that Yuheng's arm was as unyielding as iron. His expression darkened as the plush dog in his arms twisted grotesquely, black mist oozing from its seams, coiling around Yuheng's arm like a living entity. Yuheng glanced down, his smile undiminished. "Oh, you can perform magic too?" The boy thought to himself that he had never encountered someone so unafraid, so nonchalant about his murderous intent. Frustration mounted. He felt compelled to kill him. At that moment, The airplane tilted sharply, the cabin lights extinguished abruptly, plunging them into darkness. Amidst the passengers' screams, Yuheng sensed the boy suddenly squirming in his grasp, followed by the cold, sharp edge of an object pressing against his throat. It was a small folding knife. The boy's voice echoed in the darkness. "Now, can you still laugh?" Yuheng raised an eyebrow in the gloom, not only refusing to retreat, but leaning closer, the blade grazing his neck and drawing a thin line of blood. "Little friend," he said with a laugh in his voice, "do you know that wielding a knife against others comes with responsibilities?" The boy froze, still processing the situation when Yuheng swiftly seized his wrist, twisting it gently, causing the knife to clatter to the ground. In the next moment, a warm palm clasped the nape of his neck, and he was pressed into Yuheng's embrace. "Be good, don't make a fuss." Yuheng's voice was languid, yet carried an unyielding authority. "The plane is about to crash. Prepare yourself. We are to be buried together." Chapter 36. The Intruder, Player Attack X Dual-Bodied Malevolent Ghost Boss Receiver. Yuheng suddenly sensed the boy in his arms becoming eerily silent, those dark eyes fixated upon him, a strange smile slowly curling at the corners of his lips. "What are you smiling at?" Yuheng arched an eyebrow. But before he could finish, the cabin fell into an abrupt silence. All passengers were frozen, as if time itself had crystallized in that moment. In the next instant, the boy abruptly broke free from Yuheng's grasp. Simultaneously, the small dog toy in his hand erupted with thick black mist, surging and spreading like a tidal wave. The eerie black vapor swiftly wrapped around the boy's body, merging completely with him, ultimately coalescing into a tall, sinister silhouette within the cabin. Yuheng's pupils constricta. It was an adult version of Shubai. He stood tall, his skin an eerie pale, black hair slightly drooping, and his deep, unfathomable eyes gazed down at Yuheng with a chilling intensity, exuding an oppressive aura that was suffocating. Yuheng paused for a moment, then chuckled. "Oh, you grown up?" Shubai remained silent, lifting a slender finger that pointed directly at Yuheng's chest. Just as it was about to make contact, Yuheng's figure suddenly blurred and miraculously vanished. Shubai's hand froze in midair, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. The plane continued its steady flight, sunlight streaming through the windows. Yuheng abruptly opened his eyes, his sunglasses still perched on his nose. Lazily removing them, he indeed saw the boy with the dog toy once again standing before him, his dark eyes fixed intently on him, the expression even more somber than before. "Hello again, little one." Yuheng tilted his head, his tone playful. "Shall we try again?" The boy's gaze suddenly turned fierce. He lunged forward, sharp nails aimed at Yuheng's throat. Just as his fingertips were about to graze the skin, Yuheng vanished once more. The boy stumbled, his fingers tightly gripping the toy's ear, nearly tearing it apart. On the third encounter, as Yuheng opened his eyes, he was met with a boy's sullen face. The boy drew out a folding knife and lunged at him, just an inch away from his heart. Yuheng's figure dissipated once again. On the fourth attempt, as the boy grasped the dining knife, Yuheng winked at him, too slow, before the words left his lips. He had vanished. On the fifth attempt, just as the boy's hand touched the seatbelt, Yuheng cheerfully waved, "Be quicker next time." After the 10th reset of death, Yuheng lounged lazily in his seat, observing the clearly agitated boy before him. "Are you tired, little one? Would you like to take a break? Or perhaps transform again?" He found himself oddly longing for an adult version of his wife. The boy's chest heaved violently, disheveled black hair sticking to his forehead. "Why can't I kill you?" He finally spoke, his voice hoarse and twisted with repression. "Ha, out of tricks, are we?" Yuheng suddenly reached out and enveloped him in an embrace. The small boy struggled violently, his nails leaving several crimson scratches on Yuheng's arm, yet he was firmly restrained. For, as Yuheng whispered softly in his ear, "I am here solely to accompany you." The boy's body stiffened. Just then, the airplane shook violently once more. Yuheng lifted his gaze towards the window, where a gaping scarlet fissure loomed larger than ever before, nearly tearing apart the sky. "So, you won't kill me this time?" Yuheng musha, looking down at the boy who had quieted and lowered his head in his arms. "Then we truly must be buried together, him?" After a moment of silence, his voice brimmed with suppressed madness. "Who exactly are you?" Yuheng smirked. "What do you think? He felt the boy's icy fingers suddenly grip his wrist, the delicate digits trembling slightly from exertion. Though his upturned face radiated joy, his eyes were as cold as ice. "Very well, then. Come accompany me. I just wonder how many lives you have left to play with me." Li Yuheng raised an eyebrow, about to speak, when the aircraft suddenly disintegrated with a deafening roar. As blinding red light engulfed their vision, the boy's fingers remained tightly clasped around Li Yuheng's wrist as if to drag him into the deepest abyss of hell. Entwined for eternity. "Welcome to the rebirth game." A clear male voice resonated through the void. Li Yuheng opened his eyes to find himself standing in an enormous blood-red hall. In the center of the hall floated a massive electronic screen, blood-red numbers counting down. 000500. "Where is this?" A middle-aged man in a suit exclaimed in terror as he glanced around. "Weren't we supposed to be on a plane?" "Indeed," others echoed in agreement. "Ladies and gentlemen," the clear voice resumed, "I regret to inform you that Flight U-1748 has crashed, and there are no survivors." A wave of screams and cries erupted from the crowd. "However, you are fortunate," the voice continued, "for you have been selected to participate in the 39 Rebirth game. Through this game, you'll gain the opportunity for a new life." Li Yuheng's gaze traversed the agitated crowd, landing on a small boy in the corner, clutching a tattered doll. "It seems we have been drawn into an intriguing game, haven't we?" Li Yuheng strolled over to the boy, squatting down to meet his gaze with a smile. The boy blinked his large, dark eyes and suddenly revealed an innocent smile before tightly wrapping his arms around Li Yuheng's neck. "Brother," he said in a soft, trembling voice, like a frightened little creature. "I am scared." Li Yuheng nearly burst into laughter. This little rascal was quite the actor. If he hadn't just witnessed the boy's 10 different methods of murder, he might have been deceived by this pitiful appearance. "Don't be afraid," Li Yuheng comforted, patting his back while deliberately raising his voice so that those around could hear. "Brother will protect you." The boy leaned in close, whispering in a tone only they could hear, "You're doomed." "Oh, how terrifying," Li Yuheng replied, lowering his voice in turn. Yet his face bore a gentle smile as he ruffled the boy's hair. "Huh, does this count as raising a childhood, sweetheart?" Chapter 37. The Intruder Player X Dual Form Evil Spirit Boss. Suddenly, a crisp male voice materialized within the blood-red hall as a tall man appeared beneath the electronic screen. Clad in a sharply tailored black uniform, he possessed a strikingly handsome visage, almost too sharp, yet his gray-blue eyes were devoid of vitality, resembling a weary wage earner who had endured a decade of relentless work. An aura of disillusionment pervaded him, as if he were reluctant to face the daily grind. "Greetings. I am your game guide, Shifeng," he announced, his lips barely moving, exuding a faint sense of lifelessness. "This game comprises 3 progressively challenging dungeons, each guarded by formidable bosses. Only by conquering all dungeons can players earn the ultimate qualification for rebirth." Mechanically reciting the rules, Shifeng's gray-blue gaze swept across the crowd. "If there are no questions, the game will commence in 5 seconds." Li Yuheng immediately raised his hand, cradling a well-behaved little boy in his arms. "I would like to inquire, what happens if we defeat the dungeon boss?" The hall fell into an instant silence, and in a corner, someone who was about to raise their hand discreetly lowered their arm. 0090. "It seems the prince has stolen the limelight from the protagonist." "What does it mean to steal the protagonist's spotlight?" Li Yuheng retorted internally, "Listen well, little system, in this world aside from my wife, there are only 2 types of people, myself and those beneath me." He paused, then added with pride, "Moreover, I am the Grand Male Lead. The actions of the Grand Male Lead are nothing short of rightful. How could it be deemed stealing?" 0090. It was rendered speechless by such audacious remarks. "Where's the original plot? Hurry and send it over." Delaying at the second world, "Little system, be cautious or I shall dismiss you immediately." 0090's voice sounded faint. "Please wait, Prince. Since you forcibly entered this world alongside Shu Bai, you currently possess an undocumented status. I must first address your identity issue." As it delayed, it rapidly scanned the original plot, growing increasingly alarmed. If the plot were to be relayed to Li Yuheng now, given his temperament, he might very well eliminate the protagonist at once. Thus, 0090 made a decision in a split second. If it could buy some time, it would. Liuan Siga, just be swift about it. Shifeng's gaze fell upon Li Yuheng, who was holding the little boy, and suddenly froze. His gray-blue pupils constricted slightly as he stared at Li Yuheng for a few seconds, the corners of his mouth twitching imperceptibly. An intriguing question. Shifeng slowly descended to the ground. You may speculate. No sooner had Shifeng finished speaking than a middle-aged man, his face a mass of flesh, lunged forward, screaming hysterically. Who wants to play this cursed game? Let me out. He charged at Shifeng, hands gripping his neck fiercely. I'll kill you first, you madman. Shifeng's gray-blue eyes remained unfaltering, not even blinking. Bang! With a dull thud, the middle-aged man's body suddenly split in two, as if cleaved by an invisible blade. Blood and entrails splattered across the floor, showering those nearby. Oh! A chorus of screams erupted. The west wind methodically smoothed out the crumpled collar of his uniform, his expression inscrutable as he gazed at the two halves of the twitching corpse on the ground. Is there anyone else who wishes to play? The crowd fell silent, as if struck mute. The west wind lethargically raised his hand. Very well, let us commence. In the blink of an eye, the blood-red hull twisted and contorted, the floor sinking as if it were melting wax. Players screamed in terror, tumbling into the suddenly materialized black vortex. This was a world ensnared in a cycle of death. All passengers aboard the aircraft had perished long ago, trapped in a brutal reincarnation game. Each time a player died within the game, their memories would be wiped clean, returning them to the moment of the plane's tragic demise. Only the ultimate victor could attain the privilege of rebirth. In the original storyline, the protagonist, Li Qiang, awakened gradually and regained his memories through countless cycles. Thanks to the halo of the main character, with a wealth of experience, he easily overcame the challenges of the first two instances. However, in the final instance, he was unexpectedly selected to become the groom of the instance's boss, Shu Bai. What complicated matters further was that this wedding might transcend mere game narrative and require him to engage in a genuine act. Having observed that the boss from the previous two instances wore masks concealing scarred, grotesque faces, Li Qiang hastily assumed that Shu Bai too must be an ugly and fearsome man. Coupled with his utter disinterest in males, he resolved to reject the marriage and flee. After all, death merely meant a chance to restart. He preferred to wait for another opportunity. Yet, this peculiar behavior only piqued Shu Bai's intense curiosity. After a prolonged struggle, Li Qiang finally seized the opportunity to slay Shu Bai, successfully shattering the endless cycle. However, upon achieving his liberation, he was engulfed in profound agony and regret, realizing that he had formed an indelible attachment to Shu Bai. Ultimately, he was left to navigate the remainder of his life steeped in the sorrow of lost love, culminating in a heart-wrenching bad ending. Within the black vortex, Li Yuheng, after absorbing the storyline, felt his teeth grind in frustration. No wonder the sinister system had initially transported him to this world without revealing the plot, waiting until the first instance commenced to present the original narrative. It turned out that in the original plot, the protagonist Li Qiang would engage in a deeply tumultuous romance with his wife. Infuriated, Li Yuheng mentally berated the system. Little system, was this intentional? If you had shown me the plot sooner, I could have dealt with Li Qiang right on the plane. Calm down, Your Highness. 0090 hastily interjected. You are currently an unregistered entity. If you recklessly eliminate the protagonist, this world will collapse. Let it collapse after I do. That would be its honor. 0090 pondered. Binding this prince may have been its gravest error. Just then, Li Yuheng felt the little boy in his arms tugging at his chin. He looked down to find the boy gazing up at him, his dark eyes glimmering with an eerie light. What are you thinking about? Li Yuheng raised an eyebrow and teasingly replied, I was contemplating how to raise you. He squinted, scrutinizing the small boy nestled in his arms. After verifying with the spectral energy, it was indeed Shu Bai, without a doubt. However, the original narrative had never hinted at Shu Bai appearing as a player, let alone in the guise of a 7- or 8-year-old child. Yet he had witnessed Shu Bai briefly transform during the flight. How could Shu Bai, the boss of the third instance, possibly manifest in a player's form here? Quite intriguing indeed. Chapter 38. The intruder player attack X dual body evil spirit boss receiver. The boy's expression suddenly soured. He was merely an embodiment of a fragment of his consciousness, unable to maintain an adult form for long due to insufficient energy. Earlier on the plane, he had been firmly embraced by Yuheng in his child form, rendering him immobile, and he had no choice but to forcibly revert to his adult form to eliminate him. Yet he had failed. Not only had Yuheng revived, but he also retained his memories. More infuriatingly, this fellow was like a dog that had fallen into a cesspool, reeking from head to toe, unable to shake off the stench. He had been killed 10 times, each time resurrecting. What? Do you not wish to grow up? Yuheng keenly sensed the shift in his emotions, drawing closer with innocent eyes and sincerely stating, "But I truly desire to." The boy's fist clenched tightly. At that moment, the black vortex vanished, and everyone found themselves in the rear garden of a medieval castle. A virtual panel materialized in the air. Current surviving players, 126. Instance name, Lady White's Tea Party. Completion condition, answer Lady White's question. Instance type, leisure. The garden was suffused with a rich fragrance of roses, and meticulously trimmed hedges adorned with pale plaster statues. Lady White sat gracefully in the center of the garden within a white gazebo. Clad in an opulent and intricate Victorian gown, her face concealed behind an exquisite silver mask that revealed only her rosy lips and elegant chin. Her elongated fingers toyed with a sharp silver dining knife, and upon noticing the collective gaze of the attendees, she paused her actions. With poise, she gently set down the knife and lifted a fine porcelain teacup, taking a sip of black tea, her demeanor composed and regal. "Welcome, everyone, to my tea party. I am Lady White." Her voice was soft and elegant, yet tinged with an eerie chill. "My rules are simple. I will pose a question, and those who answer correctly may depart. Those who answer incorrectly." She lightly tapped the knife with her fingertip, its edge glinting ominously in the sunlight, leaving her sentence unfinished. A stir rippled through the crowd as some murmured, "A charade." Lady White seemed to have heard, the corners of her lips subtly curving beneath the mask. "So, who would like to be the first example?" Several men exchanged glances, their faces displaying contemptuous smiles. Among them, a portly middle-aged man stepped forward, his tone flippant. "Madam, you are so beautiful. Why resort to such frightening theatrics?" Perhaps, before he could finish his sentence, Lady White's figure flickered, a silver flash slicing through the air. Crack! The man's head rolled to the ground, eyes wide open, seemingly unable to comprehend the abruptness of his demise. Blood splattered across the white tablecloth, reminiscent of a blooming red rose. The White Lady elegantly flicked the droplets of blood from her knife and smiled, saying, "If there are no further inquiries, let us commence the line." Yuheng stood at the end of the queue, cradling a small boy, observing the unfolding events with keen interest. The first question, the White Lady leaned slightly forward, her eyes behind a mask fixated on the female office worker at the front of the line. "If your most beloved and your most despised were to fall into a river simultaneously, and you could only save one, whom would you choose?" The office worker's complexion turned pale as she stammered, I would save my beloved." With a swift flash of silver, her head rolled to the ground, blood splattering upon the pristine tablecloth. The White Lady methodically wiped her knife, chuckling softly, "Incorrect. The right answer is that the one I despise is also the one I cherish." A heavy silence enveloped the line. Yuheng raised an eyebrow and leaned down to the small boy in his arms, saying, "I believe I would answer these questions quite well. Would you like to test me beforehand?" The boy shot him a cold glance, remaining silent. Yuheng, with a playful smile, pinched the boy's cheek. "What's the matter? Are you afraid that if I answer correctly, you want to get to see me executed?" The boy abruptly shook off Yuheng's hand, his voice icy. "Put me down." Instead of relinquishing his hold, Yuheng tightened his embrace and jostled him slightly. "Oh, just a moment ago, you sweetly called me brother when you wanted to be held. Why the change now?" The boy's pupils constricted sharply, a flicker of anger flashing in his sullen eyes. He had feigned innocence to be held by Yuheng, intending to convey a clear signal to the West Wind. Since he could not eliminate him, he wished for another to do so. Yet, West Wind seemed oblivious, ignoring his subtle hints entirely. Those cataract-like eyes appeared merely decorative, showing no reaction to the glaring uncertainties before them. Li Yuheng completely disregarded the boy's fury, which was about to ignite, and cheerfully remarked, "Do not be upset, little friend. Come, tell your brother your name." When the boy pressed his lips tightly together in silence, Li Yuheng beamed at him. "Since you refuse to share, allow me to introduce myself first." He deliberately cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. "Listen closely. For standing before you is a cosmic-level handsome man, a paragon of high-quality masculinity, Mr. Li Yuheng, who has been crowned the most desired man for 10 consecutive years." The shoulders of those in front visibly trembled, evidently stifling their laughter. "All right, little friend, it's your turn to introduce yourself." Noticing the boy's silence, attempting to appear profound, Li Yuheng suddenly had a bright idea and leaned closer to his ear, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. "Little friend, do you know? I am actually a fortune teller." The boy cast a sidelong glance at him, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Indeed," Li Yuheng asserted earnestly, "I can guess your name. If I am correct, you must call me the most handsome brother. What do you say?" The boy's lips twitched, clearly uninterested in such childish antics. Undeterred, Li Yuheng closed his eyes, pretending to calculate. I see a white character in your name." The young boy's body stiffened imperceptibly. "Ah, it seems my guess was correct." Li Yuheng exaggeratedly slapped his thigh. "Is a second character Shu?" The boy abruptly lifted his gaze, his dark eyes fixed intently upon him, his small hands instinctively clutching the ears of his doll. Li Yuheng's heart swelled with joy. Though he feigned an air of profundity, "Let me calculate again. Shubai, right? You're called Shubai." The boy's expression tightened, his countenance shadowed with gloom. "Oh dear, it appears I was right." Li Yuheng triumphantly shook his head. "Then, as per our agreement, aren't you supposed to call me the most handsome brother?" However, instead of the anticipated compliment, a business proposition materialized. The person in front suddenly turned around, eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. "Could you perhaps tell my fortune as well?" The queue progressed slowly, and Madame Bai's questions grew increasingly intricate. "If killing one person could save 100, would you take action?" Those who answered affirmatively were executed, as were those who declined. The correct response was, "I would let those 100 individuals kill him." "Would you give your life for a loved one?" Those who responded in the affirmative met the same fate as those who refused. The appropriate answer was, "I would, but only after ensuring he is more willing than I am." Before long, the garden became littered with headless corpses, the blood soaking into the rose bushes, the rich scent of rust permeating the air. At last, it was Li Yuheng's turn. He held Shu Bai in one arm, standing lazily before Madame Bai, while the other hand remained tucked in his pocket, exuding a nonchalant demeanor as if attending an afternoon tea. Madame Bai scrutinized him for a few seconds before suddenly breaking into laughter. "How amusing." Her red lips parted. "If one day you discover that everything you cherish is a fabrication, what would you do?" Without a moment's hesitation, Li Yuheng replied, "That would be splendid. If that were the case, it would mean my wife is also a fabrication, allowing me to have several identical wives at once." Madame Bai and Shu Bai both fell silent. The atmosphere grew tense. Madame Bai's dining knife hung, suspended in midair, caught in an unusual moment of hesitation. This response appeared to defy all predetermined conditions for death. Li Yuheng blinked and lowered his voice. "Actually, I have an even more standard answer. If it's false, I would turn it into reality." He paused, casting a meaningful glance at Shu Bai in his arms, smiling cheerfully. For instance, by raising a child bride. The corners of Madame Bai's mouth twitched beneath her mask. She slowly lowered the knife and cleared her throat. "Correct answer." Li Yuheng raised an eyebrow at Shu Bai, grinning with pride. "See, what did I tell you? Your brother is impressive, isn't he?" Shu Bai, expressionless, raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to his face. As the questioning segment concluded, Madame Bai gracefully rose, her skirt unfurling like delicate petals. She surveyed the surviving players, her gaze lingering meaningfully on Li Yuheng. "Time is of the essence. The tea party must conclude. Those who have successfully passed may choose a room to rest in my castle. Hot water and food have been prepared." In the garden, a heavy stench of blood permeated the air. The once exquisitely trimmed rose bushes were now soaked in crimson, their petals adorned with viscous droplets of blood, glistening with an eerie sheen in the fading light of the setting sun. 42 survivors stood amidst a chaotic pile of corpses. Some appeared pale as death, others doubled over in retching, while a few had succumbed to weakness, kneeling on the ground. Yet, an unsettling silence enveloped them all. The bloody scene from moments ago lingered vividly in their minds, rendering them motionless with trepidation. At the instant when the White Lady turned, Yuheng lazily spoke up, "Madam, it seems you have overlooked a little guest." A gilded fan unfurled in response, concealing the subtle smirk that graced the White Lady's lips. She slowly pivoted. "Oh, this gentleman is quite the enthusiast. After all, he is a child I brought along." Yuheng replied with a cheerful smile. "I cannot let him leave empty-handed, can I?" "You brought him?" The White Lady's fan fluttered gently as her gaze flitted between Yuheng and Shubai. Suddenly, she let out a light laugh, folding her fan with a swift motion and turning her attention to Shubai. "So, little one, my question is, are you a boy or a girl?" Yuheng raised an eyebrow, expecting Shubai to be offended, but the little boy merely answered, his expression devoid of emotion, "A boy." The White Lady appeared quite pleased with this answer, gently tapping her chin with the fan, a correct response. "However, little one, you seem rather displeased." Shubai shot her a cold glance, remaining silent. Yuheng smirked, observing the unspoken tension between the White Lady and Shubai, sensing a subtle yet palpable understanding between them. "Well then, since all questions have been answered, the tea party shall officially conclude," the White Lady declared gracefully. Bowing bid everyone good night. As she turned to leave, her gown swept elegantly across the ground. Ahead of her rolled a severed head, which she didn't even glance at. Raising her skirt, she nimbly kicked the hindrance away with her stiletto heel and continued her poised exit. The head rolled into the rose bushes, startling a few bloodthirsty crows. Such finesse could bring tears to the eyes of even the most skilled footballers. Meanwhile, a new message appeared on the virtual screen floating above. "Current surviving players, 42. Congratulations on clearing the first dungeon, the White Lady's Tea Party. The second dungeon will open in 24 hours. One by one, the players began to disperse, selecting their rooms within the castle. The air was thick with tension and unease. No one dared to speak above a whisper, fearful of disturbing something best left undisturbed. Yuheng cradled Shubai as they strolled leisurely down the red-carpeted corridor, casting sidelong glances at the rooms. "Little Shubai, which one do you fancy?" he inquired, his tone light, as if merely choosing a holiday accommodation. "Put me down," Shubai replied coldly from his embrace. "No," Yuheng insisted, playfully bouncing him slightly. "A little one must be held off and grow tall." Shubai's small hand suddenly tightened around his neck, his dark eyes swirling with murderous intent. "You're courting death." Yuheng, undeterred, leaned closer to whisper in his ear. "On the plane, you tried to kill me 10 times and failed. Care to get another go?" The slender, pale fingers tightened slightly, their nails pressing into Yuheng's skin. He could feel the pulsating heartbeat beneath the fingertip. With a little more force, he could elicit a reaction. Suddenly, Yuheng gasped dramatically. "To be honest, I think it's time you trimmed your nails." Shubai observed as Yuheng gradually relaxed his grip, a smirk forming on his lips, his eyes narrowing as they scanned the orderly array of doors lining the corridor. 42 rooms, 42 survivors. The coincidence was rather uncanny. Abruptly, a hesitant voice emerged from behind. "Excuse me, master?" Yuheng turned to see the man who had requested his fortune earlier standing a short distance away, a sycophantic smile adorning his face. Yuheng appraised the adoring figure before him with satisfaction, feeling a swell of pride within. "Look, little system, this is the charm of a true protagonist," he boasted silently to 0090. "I've already gathered a follower upon my arrival. I am truly exceptional." 0090 responded quietly. "Why the silence? Are you awestruck by my charisma?" It stifled the thought that this man was the protagonist, Li Qiang, and begrudgingly remarked, "The young master exudes majesty." The man approached. "Master, my name is Li Qiang. I owe my survival to your guidance earlier. Would it be possible for me to reside next door to you?" Li Yuheng smila, froza instantly. Li Qiyang. Wasn't he the protagonist who shared a tumultuous love story with his wife in the original narrative? He discreetly pressed Shu Bai's delicate face against his shoulder, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the man before him from head to toe. Is this really the case? Li Qiang was of average build, with a face that could be deemed passable at best. Yet, when compared to Li Yuheng, a paragon of cosmic allure, he seemed akin to a mere trinket beside haute couture. How could this individual possibly be the protagonist? How could his wife harbor affection for such a lackluster character? The original plot must have been blind. The more he pondered, the more incensed he became. Yet his smile grew ever more radiant, to the point of being unsettling. Master? Li Qiang felt uneasy under Li Yuheng's intense gaze, instinctively taking a step back. What's wrong? Just awakened to his memories aboard the plane. He had thought himself the protagonist of this world, only to be confronted by the unexpected presence of Li Yuheng and Shu Bai, two figures absent from his recollections. Li Yuheng, in particular, exuded an aura of undeniable superiority, practically emblazoning the title of protagonist across his visage. Thus, Li Qiang's youthful spirit ignited with fervor, since he could not be the protagonist. He would cling to the leg of the true one. Chapter 40. The intruder player protagonist X dual-bodied malevolent spirit boss Li Yuheng scrutinized Li Qiang for a few moments before suddenly breaking into a dazzling smile. Of course. My dearly. He pulled Li Qiang close, the embrace so forceful it nearly left him breathless. Come, let's have a good chat. Li Qiang was taken aback by this unexpected enthusiasm, but soon found himself exhilarated. The protagonist had initiated conversation. What a monumental opportunity. Master, please enlighten me, he exclaimed, his voice rising in excitement. Li Yuheng leaned in closer to his ear, his tone dripping with sweetness. Do you believe in ghosts in this world? Li Qiang was momentarily taken aback. Huh? In the next moment, Li Yuheng forcefully pushed him aside. Bang! Li Qiang, caught off guard, crashed through a door and tumbled heavily into a room. Inside, a woman clad in a white nightgown was brushing her hair with her back to the door. Upon hearing the commotion, she slowly turned around. Her face bore no features, only a ghastly expanse of pale skin. Ah! Li Qiang's scream echoed throughout the corridor. Li Yuheng promptly shut the door with a clap of satisfaction. Done. Wait a moment. Clap? Where's my wife? Li Yuheng glanced down, realizing his arms were empty. Shu Bai had slipped away unbeknownst to him. TSK, ungrateful little thing. Li Yuheng stroked his chin, unperturbed. The monk may run, but the temple remains. He casually pushed open another door, revealing a luxurious suite, elegantly decorated, with a warm fire crackling in the fireplace. Li Yuheng swaggered in, flopped onto the plush bed, resting his hands behind his head and crossing his legs. Little system, let us have a chat. He summoned 0090 in his mind, asking, what is going on with my wife? Your Highness, you just violated the rules again by employing ghostly powers, nearly scaring the protagonist into submission. I was merely helping him acclimate to the terrifying atmosphere, Li Yuheng retorted confidently. Besides, if he can't withstand such minor frights, how is he fit to be the protagonist? 0090, you are entirely justified. Don't divert the topic. Li Yuheng narrowed his eyes. Based on the original plot you provided, Shu Bai is the boss of the third subplot. Why is she appearing here as a player? And transformed into a child? 0090 fell silent for a moment. Your Highness, this world has already experienced data disarray due to infinite loops. Coupled with your unauthorized intrusion, the plot has completely derailed. I am at a loss for the current situation. Li Yuheng scoffed. Look at how you phrased that, as if this is my fault. 0090. Is it not? Li Yuheng languidly rolled over, propping his head with one hand. Don't pass the buck. It's clearly your incompetence. My wife, she belongs to me. What is the problem with following her? 0090. It chose silence. Li Yuheng continued. Moreover, if that Li Qiang could serve as the protagonist, it indicates that there was already an issue with this world. And I, the Grand Male Lead, Li Yuheng, have arrived to amend the narrative. 0090. It chose to remain silent. Seeing 0090's lack of response, Li Yuheng grew even more pleased with himself, indulging in self-praise within his mind. Little system. You must understand, not everyone is qualified to be the grand male lead. Firstly, in terms of looks, I'm already miles ahead. Just look at my features, my physique. My charisma. Li Qiang isn't even worthy to carry my shoes. 0090. Secondly, in terms of strength, I completely dominate. Li Yuheng tapped his temple lightly. I could be killed 10 times by my wife on a plane without batting an eye, while that cowardly Qiang would have already been terrified. 0090 could no longer contain itself. Your Highness, I have a question that has been weighing on my mind for quite some time. How do you manage to exude such unwavering confidence, regardless of his circumstances? Li Yuheng, sprawled across the bed, abruptly sat up incredulous. Is that even a question? Let me enumerate. First, I am exceptionally handsome. Second, I am incredibly charming. Third, I possess an unparalleled beauty that captivates the cosmos. With these 3 attributes, what can I not rightfully do? 0090 was momentarily taken aback by Li Yuheng's astonishing declaration, so much so that its system code momentarily faltered. After a prolonged silence, it could not help but inquire, Your Highness, is this innate confidence of yours something you were born with? Little system, do you truly perceive this as mere confidence? Li Yuheng paused, suddenly adopting a more serious demeanor, his eyes deepening with contemplation. 0090, startled by a sudden transformation, stammered, Is it not? This is a clear self-awareness. Li Yuheng chuckled softly, a flicker of ethereal flame igniting at his fingertip. I am acutely aware of my striking allure that stirs the universe, and of my formidable strength. This is not arrogance. It is an accurate assessment of objective reality. The flame danced between his fingers, ultimately coalescing into a small mirror. Li Yuheng gazed at his handsome visage within the mirror, nodding in satisfaction. 0090 realized it had erred in its inquiry. Furthermore, Li Yuheng had once again breached the limits of his supernatural powers, yet it dared not voice this. However, Li Yuheng's tone shifted dramatically, as the fiery mirror disintegrated into a shower of starlight. A true powerhouse does not assert superiority over the weak to validate oneself. Rather, it is the ability to remain steadfast in one's essence under any circumstances. I must understand profoundly who I am, regardless of how the world transforms, how the narrative unravels, whether my beloved is an adult or a child, a boss or a player, he said, a smile playing on his lips, his gaze imbued with calm conviction. I will always remain true to myself. 0090 was left in a state of astonishment. It suddenly recognized that, while Li Yuheng appeared whimsical and excessively self-absorbed, his core was astonishingly steadfast. He never doubted himself and was impervious to external definitions. This seemingly audacious confidence was not blind. It stemmed from the fact that he had long since embodied his own truth. Li Yuheng rose and approached the window. Little system, do you know why I can endure being killed by my beloved 10 times without anger? His voice softened unexpectedly. 0090 candidly replied, Is it because you are a masochist? Li Yuheng took a deep breath, choosing not to quibble with the uninformed system. It is because I know that no matter how many times she may slay me, in the end, she will always be mine. Just like in this world, no matter how many times it restarts, those destined to meet will inevitably cross paths. Those meant to love each other will, in the end, find that love. In that moment, 0090 felt that Li Yuheng shone so brilliantly that even this AI dared not gaze directly at him. Your Highness, your words carry a profound philosophical weight. Li Yuheng immediately resumed his insufferable demeanor. Of course, after all, the thought processes of handsome men are always so profound. Chapter 41. The Intruder. Player attack X dual form evil spirit boss receiving. It must have been bewitched by ghosts to think that Li Yuheng possessed any profound thoughts. The slender figure of Shu Bai traversed the dim corridor, arriving at the innermost chamber of the castle. Lady White was elegantly savoring her red tea, and upon seeing him enter, the crimson lips beneath her mask curled into a slight smile. Miss me so soon? She said sweetly, her voice dripping with honey as she set down her teacup. Shu Bai approached her expressionlessly, waving his hand, and a dark mist instantly enveloped the entire room, severing all possibilities of eavesdropping. Why not kill him? His voice was icy, a chilling contrast to his youthful exterior. Lady White blinked. Kill whom? That handsome fellow holding you? He is not a player. Oh. Lady White rested her chin on her hand, intrigued. Then who is he? Shubai glared coldly at her. An anomaly. An anomaly, you say? Lady White suddenly chuckled, fanning herself. I thought he was your little boyfriend. Are you seeking death? Now, don't be angry, she said nonchalantly, fanning herself. I just found the sight of him holding you rather harmonious. Harmonious? Shubai's voice was laced with suppressed fury. He appeared out of nowhere and cannot be killed. Lady White paused her fanning. What do you mean? I killed him 10 times on the plane. Each time, he resurrected, retaining his memories. Lady White's expression beneath her mask finally turned serious. You mean he, like us, 1T have his memories erased? Shubai remained silent for a moment. Not quite. We are the dungeon bosses. He is unknown. The room fell into silence, only the occasional crackle of the fire in the hearth breaking the stillness. How intriguing. Lady White suddenly laughed. After all these years, a true anomaly has finally appeared. She leaned closer to Shubai, her voice lowered. Little Shubai, are you not curious? If he truly can break the cycle. Shubai abruptly raised his head, a peculiar light flickering in his dark eyes. You want to use him? Mutual benefit. Of course. Lady White straightened, gently swaying her fan. Since you cannot kill him, why not collaborate? A cold smile crept onto Shubai's youthful face, incongruous with his age. Collaborate? Allow him to continue entangling with me? Lady White chuckled lightly. Isn't that rather endearing? What is wrong with a little entanglement? A surge of black mist suddenly rushed towards Lady White. She nimbly sidestepped, snapping her fan shut. All right, I won't tease you anymore. She raised her hands in surrender. On a serious note, I believe he might be the opportunity we have long awaited. Shubai retracted the black mist, his expression shifting between uncertainty and resolve. What are your thoughts? Lady White smiled mysteriously. Let it unfold naturally. Since he seems, well, so enthusiastic about you, why not allow him to stay by your side? Shubai's youthful face darkened instantly. Don't be quick to refuse, Lady White said earnestly. Consider this. If he truly can break the cycle, what is this little sacrifice in comparison? Sacrifice? Shubai scoffed. You call this a sacrifice? It was merely a matter of being embraced by a handsome man. Bai Foreign resumed her nonchalant demeanor, a tone so coveted by many. Shubai turned to leave. Wait. Bai Foreign called out to him. What are your plans for the second dungeon? Will you let him clear it? Without turning back, Shubai replied, I will handle it. Little Bai Foreign raised her voice. Would you like me to teach you a few tricks for dealing with men? The response was a door slammed shut with great force. Bai Foreign shook her head, lifting her teacup once more, a knowing smile curling at the corners of her lips beneath her mask. How intriguing. However, before her words could fully dissipate, the door swung open again. Shubai stood at the threshold, his expression inscrutable as he cast her a glance, coldly stating, Next time, do not pose such foolish questions. Bai Foreign was taken aback. Before she could react, the door slammed shut again, leaving her alone in silence. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and she chuckled softly. How many times had this cycle played out? Each time with the same question. She lightly tapped the rim of her cup, a teasing lilt in her voice. Why is it that this time, you seem to have learned to feel shy? Yet, there was no reply. Bai Foreign gently swirled her teacup, the red tea creating ripples in the fine porcelain. She gazed into the flickering flames of the fireplace, her thoughts drifting back to a time long past. In that crimson hall, back then, she was just an ordinary player, standing nervously among others, listening to Shifeng explain the game rules. However, she had absorbed none of Shifeng's words, for the melancholic beauty before her was far too captivating. Those slate blue, lifeless eyes, a disinterested expression, and that air of a reluctant wage slave were precisely aligned with her aesthetic sensibilities. Just as she was lost in admiration, she felt a tug at the hem of her clothing. A small boy had silently appeared at her side. Do you wish to become the boss of the first dungeon? His voice was chillingly devoid of humanity. Amused, she crouched down to pinch the boy's cheek. Little one, you've been watching too many cartoons. Haven to you? The boy remained expressionless, his dark eyes fixed on her. Answer me. All right. She dismissed it as child's play, replying, of course, that would be so cool. Being a boss, I could do whatever I want. She thought it was merely a jest, until the first dungeon commenced, and the boy grasped her hand in the darkness. Remember your choice, he said. In the next moment, a dining knife appeared in her hand, and the boy guided her hand, plunging it ruthlessly into the chest of the boss by foreign. Blood splattered across her face, warm and viscous. From this day forth, you shall be by foreign. The boy's voice echoed in her ears. Remember, this is your own choice. When she regained her senses, she found herself clad in by foreign's splendid gown, a silver mask adorning her face, and a bloodied silver knife in her grasp. On the ground lay her own lifeless body. Who could have anticipated that a jesting remark would lead her to become the boss of the dungeon? Later, she came to realize that all players who perished within the game would be reborn in the subsequent round, yet their memories would be utterly obliterated. Only the dungeon bosses and the game guides retained their recollections. She, once a member of the players, struggled unknowingly within this cycle, dying and living, living and dying, ad infinitum without end. That was until the emergence of Shubai. Ladyby sighed softly, drawing her thoughts back to reality. She set down her teacup, her fingertips gently caressing the edge of her mask. After a moment's hesitation, she slowly removed the exquisite silver mask. Beneath it lay a face marred by grotesque scars. These scars, varying in depth, resembled the marks left by a sharp instrument that had repeatedly cut and healed, nearly concealing her once beautiful visage. She approached the vanity, gazing at her terrifying reflection, a bitter smile curling her lips. Tan Wantong. She murmured her own name, her fingertip brushing against the mirror's surface. At 27 years old, she cherished black tea and roses, despised rainy days. This was her daily ritual, a reminder of her identity. In this never-ending cycle, memory was the most easily distorted element. She refused to lose herself, ultimately becoming a mere fragment of the game. Thus, she inscribed her name and identity upon her face in the most extreme manner. Once a piano teacher, now the first dungeon boss, Ladyby. The woman in the mirror felt her resolve strengthen. I'm not an NPC, not mere data. I am Tan Wantong. Taking a deep breath, she donned the mask once more and turned towards the window. Outside, the sanguine moonlight enveloped the castle, and the roses in the garden swayed in the night, as if silently narrating a tale. Variables, she whispered to herself, truly hoping this time would be different. Chapter 42. The Intruder Player Attack, X Dual Body, Evil Spirit Boss Acceptance. Yuheng, caught in a state between dream and wakefulness, suddenly heard a faint knocking at the door. Lazily, he turned over, burying his face in the soft, goose-down pillow, mumbling indistinctly, "Little system, go answer the door." 0090. Your Highness, I am merely a system, without a physical form. TCH, what good are you? Reluctantly, Yuheng rose, ruffling his disheveled hair, and shuffled to the door in his slippers. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the somewhat pale visage of Yuheng. He appeared to have regained his composure, though a sheen of cold sweat still lingered on his forehead. Master. Yuheng's eyes brightened. So this is where you reside. Yuheng squinted, scrutinizing the unexpected visitor from head to toe. What do you want? He questioned, incredulous that Yuheng dared to seek him out, to confront him. Yuheng took a half-step back, donning a perfectly measured smile. Oh, it's nothing, really. Just confirming which room you're in. After all, following the protagonist is never a mistake. Leaning against the doorframe, Yuheng regarded him with a bemused expression, leisurely inquiring. Confirming where I am? What? Do you intend to sneak in and ambush me at midnight? Yuheng hastily waved his hands in protest. No, master, you've misunderstood. I just find you to be a source of security. Oh, security? Yuheng deliberately scrutinized Yuheng, a hint of mockery dancing in his eyes. You a grown man. Seek reassurance from me? Have you taken a liking to me? Yuheng was momentarily taken aback, his complexion shifting from pale to flushed as he stammered. No, master. I'm straight. Oh, Yuheng raised an eyebrow. So you find me unappealing? Yuheng instantly panika. The protagonist is actually gay. Is he offering himself? But I am straight. Observing the bewildered expression on his face, Li Yuheng chuckled lightly. I was merely jesting. Li Qiang forced a laugh. Haha. Li Yuheng tilted his head, smirking in a way that suggested amusement without genuine mirth. Suddenly, without warning, he leaned closer to Li Qiang, raising his hand as if to strike. The unexpected gesture startled Li Qiang, causing him to nearly leap back. Master, he exclaimed, retreating 2 steps until his back pressed against the wall of the corridor. Li Yuheng's hand lingered in the air as he strolled leisurely over, patting Li Qiang's shoulder with a smile. Don't be tense. I merely noticed a mosquito on your shoulder. Li Qiang turned stiffly to glance at his empty shoulder, then at Li Yuheng's face, which was filled with mischief, feeling utterly despondent. This was no protagonist. He was clearly a bully. All right, you can go back now. I'm feeling tired. Li Yuheng waved lazily. Li Qiang hesitated for a moment before lowering his voice. Master, there is something I wish to share with you regarding the secret of this game. Li Yuheng paused in the act of closing the door, narrowing his eyes. Oh? Li Qiang glanced around, ensuring the corridor was empty, before whispering conspiratorially, it seems I have experienced this game many times before. Due laboraci. Each time there's a plane crash. I find myself in this game, but I die every time. However, this time, because I met you, I have survived thus far. So what do you want? Li Yuheng asked lazily. Do you wish for my assistance to complete the game? Li Qiang nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Master, you are so capable. You can surely guide me to victory. I can be your subordinate. If you instruct me to go east, I will not venture west. Li Yuheng suddenly burst into laughter, his radiant smile sending chills down Li Qiang's spine. All right, he agreed readily, but being a subordinate comes with certain responsibilities. Li Qiang's eyes sparkled as he straightened his posture. Master, command me. I am prepared to traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire. Li Yuheng crossed his arms, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. It need not be so complicated. He paused, his gaze drifting downward nonchalantly, as if discussing the weather. You must first self-castrate. Li Qiang. He doubted his hearing, his expression frozen in shock, his voice faltering. Self, what? Li Yuheng grinned, repeating cheerfully, self-castrate. He even demonstrated with a gesture, slicing through the air with his hand, his eyes sincere. Just one swift cut, and your troubles are severed, your mind cleansed, perfect for being a subordinate. Li Qiang instinctively tightened his legs, his complexion shifting from pale to green, then to purple, before he managed to utter, master this. This jest is in poor taste. Li Yuheng tilted his head, wearing an expression of innocence. Who is joking? He sighed, his tone laced with regret. It seems your sincerity is lacking. You possess so little awareness, yet you speak of traversing mountains of knives and seas of fire. Li Qiang raturta. Is this truly a matter of awareness? This is tantamount to ensuring my lineage is cut off. He chuckled awkwardly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Master, what if we were to negotiate different terms? I could serve you like a horse or an ox. Li Yuheng clicked his tongue, a look of disdain in his eyes. What use are horses and oxen? They cannot bring wealth. Li Qiang realized that this master was merely toying with him. Yet, he dared not show his displeasure. Instead, he forced a smile. Master, if you find me displeasing, I shall take my leave at once, and I will not trouble your sight. With that, he turned to make an escape. However, Li Yuheng suddenly reached out, gripping his shoulder with a force that rendered him immobile. What is your hurry? Li Yuheng's voice was airy, yet it sent a chill down Li Qiang's spine. I have not finished speaking. Li Qiang stiffly turned his neck to meet Li Yuheng's gaze, which bore a smile that was anything but reassuring, swallowing hard. You. Please go on. Li Yuheng lowered his voice, enunciating each word with precision. Keep your distance from my wife. Understood? Li Qiang blinked, bewildered. Wife? Whom? His mind raced through the women he had encountered. Could it be one of the female players from the tea gathering earlier? But Li Yuheng did not grant him the luxury of contemplation. He gently patted Li Qiang's face, his tone eerily sweet. Should I discover that you glance at her even once? His finger pointed at Li Qiang's trousers, a smile devoid of malice. I shall ensure you are pure and untainted. Li Qiang gasped, retreating 2 steps. Understood. Rest assured, master. I will absolutely not look at anyone I shoot in tea. At that moment, It was evident that even if he had to feign understanding, he must appear as if he comprehended. Li Yuheng nodded in satisfaction, waving his hand dismissively. You may leave. Li Qiang felt as though a great weight had been lifted, turning to flee, only to stumble over his own feet and crash to the ground with a resounding thud. He scrambled to his feet, too frightened to look back, hastily entering the adjacent room and shutting the door behind him. Li Yuheng chuckled softly, closing the door, and reclined onto the bed, crossing his legs with a contented sway. Little system, did you witness that? This is what we call preventive measures, he mused triumphantly within his mind, nipping any potential rival in the bud. The system observed the nearly petrified protagonist, momentarily at a loss for words. This young master truly was a canine in disguise. Chapter 43. The Intruder. Player protagonist X, dual-bodied malevolent spirit boss Li Yuheng, was deep in slumber, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips, as though he dreamt of something delightful. Shu Bai gently pushed the door open, his dark eyes fixated on the man, sleeping soundly on the bed. His gaze shadowed and complex. He slowly raised his hand, his fingertips glowing with a dim light. Dream infiltration. This was one of his abilities as the dungeon boss, allowing him to glimpse into anyone's dreams. He was determined to uncover the secrets concealed within this indomitable variable. A dark mist gradually enveloped Li Yuheng's head. As Shu Bai closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the other's dream. In the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, his small face instantly flushed crimson. You. In the dream, Li Yuheng was joyfully cradling an adult version of him, tossing him high in the air like a ball and catching him again, gleefully exclaiming, "Wife, fly." Even more outrageous was that every time he caught him, Li Yuheng would seize the opportunity to plant a loud kiss on his face, alternating from one cheek to the other, each kiss resounding with a delightful smack. "Wife, you smell so good. Wife, you're so soft. Fly again." Shu Bai, blushing furiously from the kisses, squirmed to be set down. "Put me down. Li Yuheng, are you seeking death?" Li Yuheng not only refused to let go, but held him even tighter, a radiant smile gracing his face. "I want to let go. My wife. I can hold you however I please." With that, he planted yet another resounding kiss on Shu Bai's forehead. In reality, Shu Bai abruptly withdrew his hand, the dark mist dissipating in an instant, his face etched with shock and indignation. This pervert! How dare he in a dream? Enraged, Shu Bai's hands trembled, wishing he could choke this shameless fellow to death right then and there. But upon reflection, he realized he had attempted to kill him 10 times on the plane without success. Taking a deep breath, Shu Bai forced himself to calm down. As he gazed at Li Yuheng's sleeping face, his eyes suddenly narrowed, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Since he could not kill him, then... Shu Bai's small hand once again emanated dark mist, this time directly altering Li Yuheng's dream. In the dream, just as Li Yuheng was about to steal another kiss from his wife, Shu Bai suddenly transformed into a round, pink little pig with a poof. "Li Yuheng?" The little pig, Shu Bai grunted at him, its tiny hooves patting his face. In reality, Shu Bai watched with satisfaction as Li Yuheng furrowed his brow in his sleep, a smile involuntarily rising on his lips. However, before his smile could linger for 2 seconds, it froze on his face. For in the dream, after a moment of bewilderment, Li Yuheng's eyes lit up, and he spun around joyfully with the little pig Shu Bai in his arms. "Wow. My wife has turned into a pig. How adorable." Smack! Another kiss landed on the pig's snout, pink and tender, perfect for braising. Little pig Shu Bai? In reality, Shu Bai. Enraged, he waved his hand, altering the dream once more. This time, the little pig morphed into a fierce crocodile. Li Yuheng blinked at the sudden appearance of the crocodile in his arms. Then, "Wow, crocodile wife. So cool." He embraced the crocodile, rubbing against its rough skin. "Come on, give me a kiss." Crocodile Shu Bai. Reality left Shu Bai utterly speechless. What was wrong with this person? Why could he kiss anything he transformed into? Unwilling to concede, Shu Bai waved his hand again, transforming into a hedgehog, a venomous snake, and a dung beetle consecutively. Li Yuheng's response remained consistently the same. "My wife is so special. Even pushing a dung ball looks so charming." Smack! At last, Shu Bai completely broke down, his small hand striking Li Yuheng's forehead, forcibly exiting the dream. He gasped for breath, his ears flushed, uncertain whether it was from anger or embarrassment. On the bed, Li Yuheng groggily opened his eyes, only to meet the somber gaze of Shu Bai. "Oh, little Shu Bai?" He rubbed his eyes, beaming with a radiant smile. "Did you come to find me in the middle of the night to sleep together?" Shu Bai stared at him coldly, suddenly pinching his face. "What were you dreaming about just now?" Li Yuheng, unperturbed by the pinch, replied with a smile, "I dreamed of you." When pressed for details, he blinked innocently. "Just some pure parent-child interactions?" "Parent-child?" The grip on his face tightened. "Li Wang fainat contemplation." "Well, how about watching your 72 transformations? You can go die." He released his grip and turned to leave, but Li Yuheng swiftly pulled him back. "Now that you're here, don't rush off." Li Yuheng grinned like a dubious uncle. "Let me tell you a bedtime story." Shu Bai struggled fiercely. "Let go. Not until you tell me why you sneaked into my room in the middle of the night." Shu Bai's expression froze, quickly returning to indifference. "Just passing by." "Oh, passing by?" Li Yuheng raised an eyebrow. "How did you know I lived here?" Li Wan Sudanli Leonat Cruze. "I see. You've been secretly keeping an eye on me. Haven to you? Do you like me? Have you fallen in love with me?" Shu Bai's face darkened instantly. He yanked his hand back and turned to leave. Li Yuheng, quick on his feet, pulled him back and pressed him onto the bed, wrapping him in the blanket like a silkworm. "Let go." Shu Bai struggled inside the blanket, his voice muffled. Li Yuheng rested his chin on his hand, grinning at him. "Apple you, trespassing in the middle of the night comes at a price." Shu Bai glared coldly at him. "What do you want?" Li Yuheng feigned deep thought. Let me think." His eyes suddenly brightened. "Got it. You'll be my pillow for the night, and I'll let this matter slide." Shu Bai's dark eyes brimmed with murderous intent. "You're seeking death." Li Yuheng, unfazed, wrapped him in the blanket and snuggled closer. "Wow, little Shu Bai is so soft and cuddly, much nicer than an alligator." He continued, "I just had a very special dream. I dreamt you turned into a pink little pig, incredibly adorable, and I even kissed it several times." Shu Bai remained silent. Li Yuheng added fuel to the fire. Then the little pig transformed into an alligator, a hedgehog, a venomous snake, and finally, astonishingly, into a dung beetle. The image of it rolling a ball of dung was simply adorable. Shu Bai could no longer contain himself. A dark mist erupted from the blanket. Boom! The adult version of Shu Bai burst forth, pressing both hands on Li Yuheng's shoulders, forcefully pinning him to the bed. "Has your brain been pickled in dung? Did the dung beetle in your dream not teach you to shut up?" His voice was icy, his dark hair cascading down, glinting ominously in the moonlight. Li Yuheng, however, only smiled more brightly. "Hey, you can really get angry, can't you?" He reached out to touch Shu Bai's face. "The adult version feels so much better." Shu Bai took a deep breath, reminding himself to remain calm. It wasn't he worth dying from anger at this pervert. "Who on earth are you?" Shu Bai coldly questioned. "Why can you retain your memories? Why can't you be killed? What is your purpose?" Li Tongxue, a bit shy and bashful, replied, "I am your husband." "Answer seriously." "I am being serious." Li Yuheng looked innocent, stating, "I was in the last life, I am in this life, and I will be in the next life as well." Chapter 44. The Intruder. Player attack X dual body evil spirit boss. Receiving Shu Bai's fingers suddenly tightened, his nails nearly embedding into Li Yuheng's skin. Shameless. His voice was as cold as ice, yet a flicker of barely perceptible turmoil flashed in his eyes. Li Yuheng, however, laughed carefreely. "Why bother with shame? I only need you." Shu Bai abruptly released his hand, straightening up to look down at Li Yuheng with a gloomy gaze. "Who exactly are you?" Li Yuheng lazily propped himself up against the headboard, the moonlight filtering through the curtain seams, illuminating his face and defining his sharp features. He met Shu Bai's gaze, the smile at the corner of his lips fading slightly, while seriousness crept into his eyes. "Who I am is not important," he said softly. "The crucial point is that I will always be by your side." Shu Bai's pupils constricted slightly. Li Yuheng continued, "Aren't you lonely?" This question struck Shu Bai's heart like a dull blade, slow yet precise. He was indeed lonely. In this endless game, he had killed countless individuals and had been killed countless times. Shu Bai's gaze wavered momentarily, but it quickly regained its icy demeanor. He stepped back, dark mist swirling around him, his voice low and menacing. You know nothing. Yet Li Yuheng suddenly reached out, gripping his wrist firmly. I know far more than you can imagine. Shu Bai violently shook off his hand, the dark mist surging dramatically, causing the room's temperature to plummet. Don't act so clever. Li Yuheng, seemingly unfazed by Shu Bai's anger, continued, I know that in this game, players are resurrected with their memories erased after death in the next round. I know you were once a player as well, but later killed the boss of the third instance to take its place. Shu Bai's pupils constricted sharply. I also know that you've tried to help countless people pass through, only to find them returning in the next round, devoid of memories. Li Yuheng pressed on, moreover. I know that you, along with Shifeng and Madame Bai, have been attempting to break this cycle. Shu Bai's breathing quickened. Shut up, he barked, his voice laced with a barely noticeable tremor. Yet Li Yuheng suddenly smiled, his expression gentle. That's why I say, I will accompany you. Shu Bai stared at him intently, his expression complex and difficult to describe. After a moment, he coldly stated, Are you trapped here? Li Yuheng shook his head. No. I came specifically to find you. That's a lie, Shu Bai scoffed. How could anyone willingly enter this game? I am rather special, Li Yuheng shrugged. After all, someone as handsome as me must have some privileges. Shu Bai took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within, and coldly stated, No matter who you are, do not hinder me. With that, he turned to leave. Li Yuheng suddenly called out to him, Shu Bai. Shu Bai paused his steps, but did not turn around. If this time you can really break the cycle, what is it that you wish to do most? Shu Bai's silhouette stiffened momentarily. After a brief silence, he coldly remarked, It has nothing to do with you. Before his words faded, he had already closed the door. Li Yuheng gazed at the empty room, a wry smile curving the corners of his lips. Such a hard mouth. He reclined back onto the bed, his hands cradling his head, staring vacantly at the ceiling. 0090 cautiously inquired. Your Highness, were those words you just spoke truthful? Of course they are, Li Yuheng replied lazily. Do you think I am as unreliable as you? Then how do you know? Li Yuheng turned over, his fingertips igniting a flickering azure flame, strikingly vivid against the darkness. Little system, he mused absently, toying with the flame. Do you think anyone can easily manipulate my dreams? 0090 suddenly realized. Wait, so when Shu Bai entered your dream, you read his memories in return. Li Yuheng's lips curled into a smug smile. Clever, but you've only guessed half of it. The ghostly flame at his fingertips suddenly split into countless tiny specks of light, forming a complex runic array in the air. It's not 39 reading 39, it's 39 sharing 39, Li Yuheng murmured. The moment he entered my dream, our consciousness established a bidirectional connection. 0090 was so shocked that its data stream became chaotic. How is this possible? Shu Bai is one of the top bosses in this world. How could his mental defenses be so easily breached? Top boss. Li Yuheng laughed lightly. Before me, he is merely a petulant child. He snapped his fingers, and the ghostly flame runes instantly reformed, revealing fragments from Shu Bai's memories. Beneath a blood-red sky, Shu Bai clutched a tattered doll, surrounded by contorted, deformed corpses. In the first loop, he was just an ordinary player. Li Yuheng's voice grew somber. A hapless soul ensnared in the game. But unlike others, he retained his memories. The scene shifted. Shu Bai gradually became numb through repeated deaths, his gaze transforming from terror to emptiness, ultimately crystallizing into utter coldness. Until one cycle, he turned the tide and killed the boss of the third dungeon, taking its place. 090 suddenly grasped the implication. Wait, if Shu Bai was originally a player, then the current game guide, West Wind. A glint of amusement flickered in Li Yuheng's eyes. Indeed, West Wind was also a former player. To be precise, all current bosses were once players. The ghostly flames shifted again, revealing West Wind wearing the game guide's insignia. Standing expressionless in a blood-soaked hall, his gray-blue eyes devoid of life. This game resembles a colossal meat grinder, pulverizing players only to piece them back together, again and again. Li Yuheng's voice rarely bore a hint of chill, and Shu Bai and the others are the shredded meat caught in the blades of the grinder, unable to achieve true liberation or die in earnest. 0090 fell into silence. In this infinite cycle of purgatory, Shubai became a mirror, reflecting the despair of all trapped souls. Thus, Li Yuheng suddenly reverted to his nonchalant tone, exclaiming, "Am I not here to rescue the damsel in distress?" He yawned and casually waved away the ghostly flames, stating, "All right, it's time to sleep. Tomorrow, I must accompany my wife on a quest." 0090 couldn't help but inquire, "Your Highness, how do you plan to break this cycle?" Li Yuheng had already closed his eyes, yet a triumphant smile lingered at the corners of his mouth as he replied, "Simple, just unplug the meat grinder." The next morning, the castle bells chimed. The surviving players gradually emerged from their rooms, gathering in the dining hall. As Li Yuheng strolled in, still yawning, he noticed Shu Bai seated in a corner, maintaining his youthful demeanor as he leisurely consumed his breakfast. His eyes lit up, and with hands in pockets, he sauntered over, cheerfully greeting, "Good morning, little Shu Bai." Shu Bai, without lifting his head, continued to slice his fried egg, seemingly oblivious to the greeting. Unperturbed, Li Yuheng took a seat directly opposite him, resting his chin on his hand with a smile. "Did you sleep well last night?" Shu Bai's hand momentarily paused, the knife scraping against the plate with a sharp sound. Li Yuheng feigned ignorance of the palpable tension and reached for the bacon on Shu Bai's plate, asking, "Could you spare me a piece?" Suddenly, Shu Bai shot his gaze upward, a glint of coldness flashing in his dark eyes. With a swift motion, the dinner knife embedded itself precisely a millimeter from Li Yuheng's finger, the blade sinking deep into the solid wood of the table. The dining hall fell silent, all eyes fixated on the scene. Yet, Li Yuheng remained unfazed, slowly withdrawing his finger and exclaiming, "Wow, what a skillful technique." He even applauded, "You're truly impressive. I admire you." Shu Bai, expressionless, extracted the knife and resumed cutting his egg with an air of indifference, as if the incident had never transpired. Li Yuan, Undatarat, cheerfully helped himself to breakfast from a nearby table, eating while his gaze remained intently fixed on Shu Bai, his eyes brimming with enthusiasm. The atmosphere in the dining hall gradually returned to normal, as players clustered together in small groups, quietly discussing their experiences from the previous night and the upcoming quest. "I feel the second quest will undoubtedly be more challenging than the first. Last night, the mirror in my room was bleeding. I was too frightened to sleep. What does that compare to my experience? I had something scratching beneath my bed all night." Li Yang quietly approached, attempting to sit beside Li Yuheng. Just as he pulled out a chair, Li Yuheng lifted his eyelids, casting a sidelong glance that was both amused and scrutinizing. Li Yang froze, his backside hovering awkwardly in the air. "Good morning, master," he greeted with a nervous chuckle, his voice dwindling. Li Yuheng scoffed lightly. "Sit down. Don't just hover there like you're in a martial arts dance. Are you trying to seek attention?" Relieved, Li Qiang promptly sat down, but dared not lean too close, his half-reclined posture resembling that of a quail ready to flee. Shu Bai glanced up, casting a fleeting look at Li Qiang. Li Qiang suddenly felt a chill surge from his feet to the crown of his head, leaving him utterly frozen. How could this child be even more terrifying than the faceless ghost from last night? Li Yuheng, noticing Shu Bai's gaze, brightened with a smile and playfully inquired, "What is the matter? Are you feeling jealous?" Shu Bai averted his eyes, resuming his meal with indifference. Yet Li Yuheng persisted, "Oh, don't misunderstand. He is merely a new acquaintance of mine." With a nod towards Li Qiang, he added, "Isn't that right, little Li?" Li Qiang, despite the oddity of the nickname evoking thoughts of a rather peculiar profession, concurred eagerly, "Yes, yes." At this moment, survival was of utmost importance. Shu Bai set down his utensils, coldly remarking, "That has nothing to do with me." Li Yuheng feigned heartbreak, dramatically clutching his chest. "Oh, how disheartening. Little Shu Bai, you truly do not care about my social life." Shu Bai shot him a frosty glance, his small hand tightening around the worn dog plushie in his lap. "Whether you make friends or associate with fools is indeed irrelevant to me." Li Qiang quietly lowered his head, pretending to be invisible. However, Li Yuheng only found more amusement. Reaching out to pat Shu Bai's head, "Oh, how adorable you are when you're jealous." Slap! Shu Bai swatted his hand away, his eyes darkening. "Touch me again, and I shall sever your hand." Rather than being deterred, Li Yuheng leaned in closer. Then go ahead and chop it off. I will simply use my foot to touch you. Shu Bai was left utterly speechless. Yet, he remained seated in silence, staring intently at the tattered dog plushie on his lap. His fingertips absent-mindedly rubbed its fur, his gaze clouded with a hint of confusion and bewilderment. He unconsciously tugged a small tuft of the plush's fabric, only to smooth it back down gently. A vague sense of displeasure washed over him. Why did Li Yuheng enjoy calling others by such peculiar nicknames? Meanwhile, Li Yuheng feasted heartily, devouring 5 servings of breakfast in a whirlwind, leaving Li Qiang agape. He licked his lips, exclaiming, "These grilled sausages are simply exquisite. 0090, Your Highness. Do you not realize that it was Shu Bai who took an interest in Li Qiang? What nonsense are you concocting?" Li Yuheng set down his fork. Incredulity etched across his face. "I, the illustrious Li Yuheng, am present here, and you expect my wife to find someone like Li Qiang appealing? Do you consider me a mere ornament? Use your brain, which appears to have been squished by a mouse's backside, and think. I am a cosmic-level handsome man. He is merely an average passerby. With my wife's impeccable taste, is there even a need for contemplation?" Li Yuheng shook his head in despair. "With such judgment, it's no wonder you're merely a B-level system." 0090 lamented. "Your Highness, rejecting the ginseng chicken has truly saddened me." Li Yuheng shrugged indifferently. "Oh." In a virtual space, 0090 silently mourned. "Li Yuheng, you heartless man." After exclaiming this, it suddenly paused, belatedly realizing it had somehow contracted a flair for the dramatic. This must be a consequence of spending too much time with Li Yuheng. At that moment, the central virtual screen in the dining hall flickered to life, revealing the disheveled yet handsome face of Shifen. "Good morning, players." His gray-blue eyes were half open, and his voice was lethargic. "The second instance is about to commence. I urge everyone to prepare themselves." With that, the screen vanished, devoid of any superfluous dialogue. The players exchanged glances, some murmuring, "Is the guide really this indifferent?" Li Yuheng wiped his mouth and turned to Shu Bai with keen interest. "Little Shu Bai, do you have any insider information to share about the second instance?" "You'll find out when you die." "Wow, so concerned for my well-being? How touching. You really have a knack for self-pity." Li Yuheng chuckled, his eyes curving with mirth. "Of course, given my exceptional nature, it would be a disservice to my appearance not to indulge in a bit of vanity." He even narcissistically stroked his chin. Li Qiang, observing from the side, felt his mouth twitch, nearly dropping the fork he held. He cautiously watched the interaction between Shu Bai and Li Yuheng, sensing an inexplicable and eerie atmosphere between the two. Chapter 46. The intruder player attack X dual-bodied evil spirit boss received. Li Yuheng cast a nonchalant glance at Li Qiang, his gaze light, yet sending a shiver down Li Qiang's spine. "Little Li, have your eyes developed a twitch? Why do they keep darting this way?" "I haven't." "What is it then?" Li Yuheng tilted his head, wishing to join our sweet interaction. The latter part of his sentence rose slightly, tinged with mockery, causing a cold sweat to bead on Li Qiang's back. He had no doubt that should he utter a word of desire, Li Yuheng would promptly eliminate him. Just then, the restaurant floor began to tremble violently, the surrounding walls contorting like melting wax. The players screamed in panic. Some attempted to flee, only to discover that all doors and windows had vanished. Li Yuheng acted swiftly, scooping up Shu Bai and holding him securely. "It seems the second instance is about to begin." Shu Bai struggled momentarily in his embrace, a flicker of irritation in his dark eyes. "Put me down." "Not a chance." Li Yuheng grinned, tightening his hold. "What if we get separated?" As his words faded, the entire restaurant vanished, as if erased by an eraser, plunging them into darkness. When Li Yuheng opened his eyes again, he found himself at the entrance of a dilapidated town. The setting sun cast a bloody hue over the crumbling buildings, and a stench of decay lingered in the air. A virtual panel materialized before him. Current surviving players, 42. Instance name, Silent Town. Completion conditions, complete the tasks and uncover the truth of the town within 3 days. Instance type, survival. Friendly reminder, remember your identity. Li Yuheng surveyed his surroundings, realizing all other players had vanished, leaving him alone. Little system, He called within his mind, 0090, what's happening? 0090. Your Highness, the second instance is in single-player mode. All players are randomly assigned to different locations within the town. Li Yuheng raised an eyebrow. What about my wife? Shubai has likely been randomly teleported as well. So we've indeed become separated. It seems holding on was futile. Li Yuheng let out a soft sound of discontent, casting a glance at his attire, only to discover that he had unknowingly donned a tattered work uniform. In his pocket lay a crumpled note. He unfurled the paper, which bore hasty scrawls. Identity: a reporter from afar. Mission: investigate the mysterious disappearances of the townsfolk. With a casual gesture, he crumpled the note back into his pocket. A playful smile curving his lips. A reporter? Quite fitting for someone of my intellectual caliber. 0090. It selectively disregarded its host's self-absorbed remarks, dutifully interjecting. Your Highness, this scenario is perilous. Please exercise caution. Perilous? Li Yuheng nonchalantly kicked a pebble at his feet. How dangerous could it possibly be? No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a creaking sound emerged from the shadows at the street's end. Li Yuheng looked up to see a hunched figure slowly emerging from the darkness. It was an elderly woman, her face a map of wrinkles, with sparse gray hair clinging to her scalp. Her murky eyes fixated intently on him. In a voice as grating as sandpaper, she rasped, "You should not be here." Rather than retreating, Li Yuheng boldly approached. "Good day, ma'am. I am a reporter for the Cosmic Daily and would like to ask you a few questions." The old woman appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a reaction. First, Li Yuheng inquired, producing a small notebook from seemingly nowhere. "Do you find me handsome?" The old woman remained silent. Second, he continued, "How do you think I compare to the average attractiveness of this town?" Her face twitched, a strange red gleam flickering in her murky gaze. Third, Li Yuheng completely ignored her increasingly menacing expression. "Do you know where I might find some milk tea? I'm feeling rather parched." Seeking death. The elderly woman could no longer contain her fury. Her withered fingers suddenly elongated, sharp nails lunging towards Li Yuheng's throat. Li Yuheng effortlessly sidestepped, even offering her a hand. "Careful now, ma'am. At your age, such vigorous movements could lead to osteoporosis." The old woman, enraged beyond measure. Her frail body swelled, grotesque lumps writhing beneath her skin as she transformed into a monstrous figure towering 3 meters high. "Wow," Li Yuheng whistled. "That transformation effect is impressive. What brand of skincare do you use?" The monster unleashed a deafening roar, its massive claws aimed menacingly at Li Yuheng's head. Unperturbed, Li Yuheng raised his hand, ethereal blue flames flickering at his fingertips. With a snap, he clapped his hands, freezing the monster's movements before it collapsed, reverting to the form of an ordinary elderly woman. "Have a good nap, ma'am," Li Yuheng chuckled, stepping around her and continuing on his way. 0090. Your Highness, you have once again misused your ghostly powers. Its mechanical voice carried a note of deep fatigue. This is yet another violation, and my warning log is nearing capacity. Dear System, Li Yuheng replied, for someone of my striking caliber, employing a bit of ability hardly constitutes a violation. It is merely the judicious use of one's inherent advantages. Li Wen Baoja momentarily. A smirk of arrogance curling at the corners of his lips. As I have reiterated, should you find this arrangement unsatisfactory, we may dissolve our contract at any time. He proceeded along the dilapidated street, with furtive glances darting from the windows of the houses flanking him. Yet, no creature dared to obstruct his path. Soon, he arrived at the town square, where a cluster of anxious townsfolk had gathered. They formed a circle around a young man bound with rope, who knelt in the center, while a priest clad in black robes stood before him, vociferously proclaiming something. In the name of the sacred, we shall sacrifice this heretic, beseeching the Lord's forgiveness. Li Yuheng squinted, recognizing the bound individual as Li Qiyang. The latter's countenance was pale, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Upon spotting Li Yuheng, his eyes brightened, and he opened his mouth to cry for help. Li Yuheng raised a finger to his lips, winking at him. Comprehending immediately, Li Qiyang promptly sealed his lips shut. Chapter 47. The intruder player attacking dual-bodied evil ghost boss receiving. Did you think Li Yuheng would rescue him? Such naivety. Li Yuheng adjusted his collar, donning a professional smile as he strode towards the crowd. Esteemed townsfolk, he called out, animatedly waving his hand. I am Li Yuheng, a reporter from the Cosmic Daily. Might I inquire what folk customs are being celebrated here? The townspeople turned in unison, their wary gazes piercing like daggers. The black-robed priest narrowed his eyes. Reporters are not welcome here. Oh, do not be so formal, Li Yuheng interjected, brazenly mingling with the throng. What crime has this gentleman committed? Theft of chickens, perhaps? Or a dalliance with dogs? Li Qiang. The priest sneered. He is an emissary of the demon, bearing pestilence and death. How thrilling! Li Yuheng's eyes sparkled. Is there any evidence? Perhaps horns sprouting for his head? Or a tail making an appearance? He circled behind Li Qiang, ostentatiously lifting the hem of his garment. Li Qiang. The priest barked, Sir, I must insist you depart. This is a matter of internal town affairs. Li Wen Shuja nonchalantly. Very well, very well. However, may I pose a few questions before I leave? Without awaiting a response, he hastily queried, Firstly, what brand of rope do you typically use? The quality appears commendable. Secondly, is there a buffet following the sacrificial ceremony? Thirdly, do you find me handsome? Veins bulged on the priest's forehead. Expel him. At once, several burly men closed in. Li Yuheng reluctantly tucked away his notebook. All right, I shall take my leave. He then turned with flair, waving his hand. You all carry on. I shall go enjoy a cup of tea. Li Qian. Master, you are truly leaving just like that? Were you not here to rescue him? Protagonist. Please return. Li Yuheng exited the square without a backward glance, humming a tune as if he had merely come to take in the scenery. Your Highness, will you truly not save him? Save what? Li Yuheng replied leisurely, hands tucked into his pockets. In the original narrative, did he not escape on his own? If he cannot handle such trivialities, how can he bear the weight of being the protagonist? He kicked a small stone by the roadside, languidly remarking, moreover, my wife might be secretly observing, so I must maintain my aloof persona. Li Qiang gazed despairingly at the retreating figure of Li Yuheng, his eyes closing in hopelessness. The priest raised a dagger high. Prepare for the sacrifice. Just as the dagger was about to descend, Li Qiang abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of determination flashing within them. Wait, he bellowed, I know who the true demon is. Li Yuheng hummed a little tune, strolling leisurely along the cobblestone path of the small town, occasionally pausing to admire the wildflowers by the roadside or to critique the dilapidated houses. This house has poor feng shui. The lighting is terrible. This tree grows well, suitable for hanging. This well, tossing a coin should grant a wish. Your Highness, could you take this more seriously? This is a horror dungeon, not a tourist attraction. Unfazed, Li Yuheng shrugged. Little system, you fail to understand. A handsome man of my caliber turns every place into a scenic view. Even a horror dungeon must transform into an idle drama set. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a chill creeping up his back. With a slight smirk, he turned without looking back and said, Little one, it's not good to stalk others. From the shadows of the alley behind him, a small figure crept out, cold light flickering in its dark eyes. How did you discover me? The voice remained icy, yet carried a hint of curiosity. Li Yuheng turned, crouching down to meet the child's gaze with a cheerful smile. Because of the scent you carry. The child frowned. What nonsense! Really? Li Yuheng exaggeratedly inhaled. It's that sweet yet cold feeling, like ice cream mixed with chili, absolutely intoxicating. The child decided to abandon the perplexing train of thought and directly inquired, Why didn't you save that person earlier? Li Yuheng blinked innocently. You mean little Li? Oh, he can handle it himself. No need for me to intervene. The child narrowed his eyes. Isn't he your friend? Li Yuheng feigned shock, widening his eyes. When did I ever say he was my friend? Just as the child opened his mouth to retort, he suddenly realized he was following the bizarre logic of this eccentric person and promptly swallowed his words, his expression taut. Why did you stop? Li Wang Leonat Kluze. His eyes gleaming with anticipation. He tilted slightly, the corner of his lips curving into a sly smile, as if he had already foreseen the fruit of victory. Speak up, Li Yuheng urged within himself, for once the child began to speak, he could twist the words with his silver tongue, making it seem as if the child deeply cared for him, perhaps even harbored an unquenchable love. After all, he was adept at turning black into white, calling a deer a horse, especially in such ambiguous verbal games. Yuheng narrowed his eyes, his smile deepening, already crafting his next teasing remark. "Oh, so you are this concerned about me? TSK, you care so much about my every move? Admit it." Haven't you long been? The more he pondered, the more triumphant he felt, exuding an air of assured victory. Shu Bai cast a cold, disdainful glance at him before turning to leave. Yuheng was momentarily taken aback and hurried after him, exclaiming, Hey, don't go. Let us chat about something trivial." Shu Bai maintained his pace, his petite figure moving swiftly along the stone path. Yuheng caught up in just a few strides, scooping him up into his arms, declaring, "Why run away? I'll carry you, little brother." Shu Bai struggled in his embrace, insisting, "Put me down." Yuheng, not releasing him, smiled and tightened his grip, teasing, "You haven't answered my question yet." Taking a deep breath, a flicker of dangerous light flashed in Shu Bai's dark eyes. "Do you wish to die?" Yuheng showed no signs of fear. Instead, he leaned closer to whisper in his ear, "Indeed, I particularly desire to perish at your hands." Shu Bai remained silent, prompting Yuheng to continue teasing. "What is the matter? Are you reluctant to kill me?" "No, tool.Li coldly. I'm merely contemplating which method of death would suit you best." "Wow, how considerate." Yuheng's eyes brightened. "Then I choose the most romantic one." Shu Bai's expression remained impassive. Would drowning in a pile of dung be romantic enough? Yuheng paused for 2 seconds, then suddenly burst into laughter. "All right, little Shu Bai, you've developed a sense of humor. Progress." Shu Bai turned his face away, refusing to engage with this eccentric individual. Chapter 48, The Intruder. Player Attacker X double-bodied evil spirit boss receiver Yuheng was undeterred, continuing to stroll through the small town while occasionally pointing things out. "Look at that shop sign. It's crooked. It would drive a perfectionist mad. There should be a sign by that well warning beware of falling in. Wow, that tree looks just like you when you're angry." Finally, Shu Bai could no longer endure it. "Shut up." Yuheng immediately mimicked, zipping his lips, but less than 3 seconds later, he couldn't help but ask little Shu Bai, "What is your identity in this scenario?" Shu Bai replied coldly, "None of your business." "How could not be?" Yuheng retorted with conviction. "What if you're a resident of the town and I am a reporter? We could enact a love story between a reporter and the village handsome." "I am a mayor's son," Shu Bai stated. Yuheng's eyes brightened. "Wow, a second-generation official." He exaggeratedly bowed, saying, "My apologies. It turns out I'm carrying the young master of the mayoress family." Shu Bai added, expressionless, the kind that has been dead for 10 years. Yuheng glanced down at the little boy in his arms, then up at the sky, suddenly enlightened. "So I'm strolling with a ghost?" A peculiar smile appeared on Shu Bai's pale face. "Are you afraid?" "Afraid?" Yuheng tightened his embrace and planted a fervent kiss on Shu Bai's icy cheek. "I'm delighted. A romance between a human and a ghost is so poetic." Shu Bai froze, a rare blush gracing his pale visage, soon replaced by a darkened mood. He abruptly raised his hand to wipe the spot where he had been kissed, his gaze fierce. "You." Yuheng gazed at him innocently. "What is wrong with me?" Shu Bai gritted his teeth. "Shameless." "Wow, you're using such an archaic term?" Yuheng feigned surprise. "Little Shu Bai, what books do you usually read? The Manual for Cultivating Young Ladies of Ancient Times?" Shu Bai's hands trembled with rage as black mist seeped from the doll, causing the temperature to plummet around them. Yuheng, acutely aware of the impending danger, maintained a carefree smile, exclaiming, "Oh dear, are you angry? Perhaps you should kiss me back." Shu Bai fixed a fierce gaze on Yuheng, contemplating whether to strangle him. Just as the tension escalated, a commotion of hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. Both Yuheng and Shu Bai turned to see a group of players frantically approaching, pursued by a hunched figure, the very old woman who could transform into a monster. "Help! Save us!" The leading female player screamed in terror, revealing a gaping wound on her arm, blood dripping onto the ancient cobblestones. Strangely unsettling was the fact that the townsfolk around them remained oblivious to her plight, continuing with their daily routines as if the injured girl were invisible. Li Yuheng raised an eyebrow, choosing not to assist. Instead, he gently moved Shu Bai aside, clearing a path for the fleeing group. You. The female player stared at him in disbelief, but with no time for further words, she pressed on in her desperate escape. The old woman's pace, though seemingly slow, was deceptive. In the blink of an eye, she caught up with the last male player. No, please. I didn't do anything, the male player cried out, stumbling backward and falling to the ground. I'm just a passing merchant. Suddenly, the old woman's hunched form swelled grotesquely, her skin bulging with writhing tumors, transforming her into a terrifying 3-meter-tall beast. A merchant? The creature's voice grated like sandpaper, its murky eyes gleaming with a sinister red. Merchants should be at the market, not lurking near the church. Its razor-sharp claws pierced the male player's chest, blood splattering onto the cobblestones in a vivid crimson. Li Yuheng covered Shu Bai's eyes, saying, "Little one, you shouldn't witness such a bloody scene." Shu Bai coldly brushed his hand away, retorting, "I've killed more than you have ever seen." Impressive, Li Yuheng feigned surprise. "Shall we compete to see who is more adept at killing?" Shu Bai responded as the old woman reverted to her hunched form, slowly approaching them. Upon catching sight of Li Yuheng holding Shu Bai, her wrinkled brow furrowed tightly. Shu Bai, with a blank expression, addressed her grandmother. A flicker of kindness passed through the old woman's murky eyes as she nodded gently. However, when her gaze shifted to Li Yuheng, it transformed instantly, as if she had spotted something unsightly, her features contorting in disgust. Li Yuheng scanned the exchange between Shu Bai and the old woman, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Grandmother, may I ask?" Before he could finish, the old woman swiftly turned and fled, her speed surpassing that of her pursuit moments ago, her hunched silhouette vanishing around the corner. Li Yuheng blinked in confusion, glancing down at Shu Bai with an innocent expression. "Am I truly that terrifying?" Shu Bai replied coldly. "Don't you have any self-awareness?" Li Yuheng stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Perhaps it's because I'm too handsome." The grandmother, being older, couldn't withstand such a visual shock. Shu Bai shot back, "It's quite evident." Upon hearing those words, Li Yuheng's expression transformed not into anger, but rather into one of delight. His eyes, sparkling with mischief as a sly smile, crept upon his lips. "Did I catch your attention?" "Of course. It's hard not to stand out when one radiates such brilliance." He teasingly jostled Shu Bai, leaning closer to that puffed-up little face. Shu Bai found himself momentarily speechless, taken aback by Li Yuheng's unabashed remarks. The latter, noticing this reaction, beamed even brighter and cheekily added, "What's wrong? Are you rendered mute by my charm?" Shu Bai took a deep breath, preparing to respond, when an unusual glimmer flashed in his dark eyes. Li Yuheng, keenly perceptive, sensed the temperature in his embrace plummeting, and Shu Bai's form began to blur. Is he about to transform? Li Yuheng raised an eyebrow, tightening his hold instead of loosening it. "Just so we're clear, let us avoid turning into a crocodile this time." Shu Bai shot him a cold glare as tendrils of black mist surged around him. Suddenly, Li Yuheng felt a weight shift in his arms. The once light boy had morphed into the heft of a full-grown man. As the black mist dissipated, the adult version of Shu Bai was cradled in Li Yuheng's arms in a decidedly intimate pose. At that moment, a breathless voice echoed from the alleyway, "A master! Help!" Li Yuheng turned to see Li Qiang, bloodied and leaning against the wall, his face a canvas of terror after surviving a harrowing ordeal. Upon recognizing the man in Li Yuheng's arms, he froze in shock. "Who is this?" Chapter 49. The intruder in a swift and decisive motion. Li Yuheng raised a hand to obscure Shu Bai's face, expertly flipping him around and hoisting him onto his shoulder with fluid grace. One hand steadied the man on his shoulder while the other casually found its way into his pocket. With a nonchalant air, he declared to Li Qiang, "This is my wife." His gaze was unmistakably clear. "Look at your sorry self. I truly wonder what gives you the audacity to stare my wife." Li Qiang tilted his head, undeterred, yearning for another glimpse. Despite having caught only a fleeting profile, it was undeniably a man. Li Yuheng's brows knitted in irritation, mentally cursing. "What? Still looking? Do you think this is never-ending?" With that, he swiftly shifted his body to shield Shu Bai completely, raising his chin slightly, his eyes brimming with a blend of warning and lethal intent. His voice turned frigid. Li Qiang, do you think that just because your mind is not right, you can act with impunity? Li Qiang stammered, opening his mouth but momentarily at a loss for words. Li Yuheng continued, what do you think your eyes are wandering? Keep staring, and I'll have your eyeballs pickled. In his mind, he retorted vehemently, am I panicking? No, this is self-defense. My wife is too stunning. I won't allow the likes of you to gaze upon him any longer. A voice from Li Yuheng's waist interrupted. Put me down. Li Yuheng remained unmoved, tightening his embrace with a smile playing on his lips. Not a chance. Shu Bai faced Li Yuheng's back, his eyes cast downwards, obscuring his expression from view. However, Li Qiang could distinctly feel the fabric at his waist being tightly clenched. Embarrassed, he rubbed his hands together and forced a laugh, saying, Master, I apologize. I was merely curious. What use is an apology? Why involve the police? Li Qiang turned to Li Qiang, his lips immediately flattening. Swallowing hard, Li Qiang continued, Master, I did not intend to intrude upon you and, your wife. He carefully chose his words, adding, I just happened to escape, and well, here you are. Li Qiang raised an eyebrow, his tone frigid. Oh? And what of it? Should I commend you for your exceptional escape skills? Li Qiang found himself at a loss for words, only managing a dry chuckle as he attempted to shift the topic. Master, I'm not sure what transpired, but upon entering the dungeon, I was teleported to a church. They claimed I was a messenger of some demon and insisted on burning me alive. And how did you manage to escape? Li Qiang recalled, his eyes flickering. I deceived them. I told them I knew who the real demon was. He swallowed nervously, lowering his voice to continue. I suddenly remembered a painting in the church that was covered. It depicted a figure in a black robe. So I led them there and pointed at the painting, saying, this is the true demon. Li Qiang scoffed. And that group of fools believed you? Not exactly. Li Qiang's throat bobbed. The painting suddenly began to bleed, and all the candles in the church turned green. The townsfolk screamed, he has returned, and fled in terror. Li Qiang narrowed his eyes. What is your identity? Li Qiang scratched his head, looking bewildered. Huh? What identity? Li Qiang, growing impatient, clicked his tongue, the character setting a sign to you by the dungeon. Oh, right? Li Qiang exclaimed, hastily pulling out a crumpled note from his pocket. I am a wandering doctor, tasked with investigating a mysterious illness that plagued the town a decade ago. Li Qiang nodded thoughtfully. No wonder they sought to burn you. Li Qiang exclaimed, what? In this day and age, quack doctors harm people, and the public's discernment is keen. Li Qiang, on the verge of tears, lamented, Master, I am wronged. I can't even treat a cold. How could I harm anyone? He raked his fingers through his hair in frustration, lamenting his unfortunate fate of being burdened with such a perilous identity. He sighed heavily. It wasn't until I was captured that I realized this wandering doctor persona comes with a debuff. 10 years ago, during the town's plague outbreak, a so-called doctor used bloodletting therapy to kill half the town's population. Now, whenever the townsfolk see someone in a white coat, they experience PTSD. Li Qiang was on the brink of collapse. In his awakened memories, he recalled dying in the first dungeon during prior cycles. This time, having barely survived to the second dungeon, he found himself saddled with such a disastrous identity. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of Li Qiang, a figure strikingly reminiscent of a protagonist, he would have considered ending his life to restart. After listening to Li Qiang's lamentations, Li Qiang felt no sympathy whatsoever. Rather, he laughed gleefully, his expression clearly conveying, you are truly pitiable, and yet I cannot help but find it amusing. What sort of protagonist was this? Perhaps he should simply be renamed the novice protagonist. He did not even measure up to a single finger of Li Qiang. Indeed, it was Li Qiang who truly excelled, blessed with good fortune, immense strength, and an innate ability to overshadow others. Li Yuheng contemplated this, shifting his hips and instantly radiating charm. He elongated his voice, calling out, Little Li Zi. Just as he finished, he felt a light yet firm grasp on his rear, startling him and nearly causing him to jostle the delicate Shu Bai perched on his shoulder. He turned in astonishment. Shu Bai averted his gaze, his expression impassive as he withdrew his hand, as if the previous action had nothing to do with him. Li Wing's leaps Wisha. Someone had actually dared to sneak a grab at him. How audacious! Li Qiang, looking bewildered, asked, Master, what's wrong? Li Yuheng cleared his throat, feigning calmness. It's nothing. Just suddenly remembered. He intentionally drew out his tone, casting a sidelong glance at Shu Bai. Pondering how some individuals appeared cold on the surface, yet were secretly mischievous beneath. Shu Bai remained silent. Li Qiang looked between Li Yuheng and the mysterious man he was carrying on his shoulder, suddenly feeling as though he had stumbled upon knowledge that was best left undiscovered. He chuckled awkwardly and took a few steps back, saying, Master, should I perhaps check somewhere else first? Li Yuheng waved him off. Go ahead, go ahead. In any case, if you perish, I shall not be responsible for your remains. Li Qiang turned away, tears of helplessness brimming in his eyes, his back conveying a sense of fragility and despair. As soon as he turned, Li Yuheng began to scan the surroundings, ultimately settling on a quaint two-story building that appeared relatively intact. He hurried inside, finally placing Shu Bai down, crossing his arms and regarding him with a knowing smile. Care to explain? Shu Bai adjusted his wrinkled collar and replied coolly, Slipped. Oh. Li Yuheng raised an eyebrow. Shall I give you another chance to slip? My rear does feel rather pleasant, does it not? Shu Bai turned away, refusing to respond to such an audacious question. Yet Li Yuheng was relentless, leaning closer to whisper, If you're fond of it, you can touch openly. There's no need for stealth. Chapter 50. The intruder player attack double-bodied evil spirit boss receiver Shu Bai's ears flushed crimson. He regretted his impulsive action of seizing Li Yuheng's rear when he had seen it sway. Noticing Shu Bai's embarrassment, Li Yuheng pressed on, grinning mischievously. Oh, feeling shy now? Shu Bai took a sudden step back. Be quiet. Ah, so I touch, and now I'm not allowed to speak? Li Wen feignat indignation. You're truly a case of taking everything, yet denying it. Shu Bai inhaled deeply. Just what? Li Yuheng's eyes sparkled, entranced by my alluring backside. Shu Bai fell silent, a rare flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. He bit his lip, surrendering to the moment. I don't know. Indeed, he was perplexed. Why did he feel such inexplicable impulses towards this man of unknown origin? Why did every approach evoke a blend of familiarity and strangeness within him? And why at times did he feel an unexplainable irritation? Li Yuheng was momentarily taken aback, then beamed even brighter. Wow, such honesty. He gently pinched Shu Bai's cheek, his tone unusually tender. It's all right. Take your time to ponder. You'll figure out in due course. Shu Bai swatted his hand away, his expression complex. Who exactly are you? Li Yuheng blinked. Your husband. Shu Bai sighed. Forget it. Li Yuheng immediately puffed out his chest like a proud rooster and declared, Hey, how can we just let it go? What do you want? I want to touch back. Li Yuheng's eyes sparkled, and he pretended to reach out. Shu Bai swiftly retreated 3 meters. You dare. What is there for me to fear? Li Yuheng grinned mischievously. You touch me once, I touch you once. That's what we call a fair exchange. Before he finished speaking, he had already appeared behind Shu Bai, moving so swiftly that he almost left an afterimage. Shu Bai's pupils contracted sharply. Just as he turned, he felt a warm palm land lightly on his rear. A crisp sound echoed in the empty room, amplifying the moment. Shu Bai froze, his face flushing visibly in an instant. The feel is indeed quite nice. Li Yuheng retracted his hand and pretended to rub his fingers, wearing a look of satisfaction, more perky than mine. Shu Bai slowly turned around. Li Yuheng. Yes? Shu Bai fixed a fierce gaze on Li Yuheng's playful smile, enunciating each word. I just did not hit your butt. He tilted his head innocently. Oh? So what? The last word rose in pitch, laced with a hint of playful arrogance. He just wanted to spank his wife. What is wrong with that? Spanking one's wife is simply a form of affection. It symbolizes a deep marital bond. As a prince, he is the law. Moreover, it was clearly Shu Bai who made the first move. He was merely reciprocating. Shu Bai was enveloped in a swirling dark mist, his gaze dangerously fixed on Li Yuheng. You seek death. Li Yuheng, far from being flustered, opened his arms with a grin. Come on, hit me here. Shu Bai suddenly raised his hand, a tendril of dark mist lashing towards Li Yuheng's rear like a whip. Li Yuheng nimbly sidestepped, the mist striking the wall with a resounding smack. leaving a deep mark. Wow, that's fierce. What will you use if you break it? Li Yuheng exaggeratedly widened his eyes. Shu Bai's expression darkened further, both hands thrusting forward as several tendrils of dark mist attacked Li Yuheng from different angles. Li Yuheng darted around the room like an eel, occasionally wiggling his rear playfully. Can't you hit me? Frustrated? You. Shu Bai intensified his assault, the dark mist nearly filling the entire room. Liuan's gaza flickeret. He almost forgot the main point. He was here merely to play whack-a-mole. A wicked smile crept onto his lips as he slid closer to Shu Bai, whispering in his ear, "So you want to touch my rear? Just say it." Shu Bai responded with a swift palm strike. Li Yuheng seized the opportunity to grasp his wrist, pulling him into his embrace, while his other hand firmly supported the back of Shu Bai's head, leaning down to kiss him. Did he really think the prince's rear was so easy to touch? To dare touch it, one must be prepared to pay the price. Shu Bai's pupils dilated, his body freezing in place. Li Yuheng's lips were warm and soft, carrying an irresistible force that trapped all of Shu Bai's struggles and anger within that sudden kiss. The black mist surged violently around Shu Bai. Yet it curiously came to a halt the moment it touched Li Yuheng. Shu Bai's fingers gripped Li Yuheng's collar tightly, his nails nearly piercing the fabric. But he did not push him away. Li Yuheng sensed Shu Bai's body trembling slightly, an amalgamation of anger and a deeper, more profound emotion. He chuckled lightly, retreating slightly. "What's the matter?" Suddenly, Shu Bai shoved him away, staggering back a couple of steps, his lips a striking shade. "What do you mean by that?" Li Yuheng licked his lips, grinning like a cat who had just indulged in forbidden pleasures. "Did my skills leave you dazed?" Shu Bai raised a hand, fiercely wiping his lips. As the black mist coalesced once more in his palm, "I want to kill you. Before you do, answer me one question." Li Yuheng's demeanor shifted to seriousness. "What is the truth behind this town?" Shu Bai paused, his expression subtly altering. "Is that the reason you asked?" "Of course not." Li Yuheng casually placed his hands in his pockets, his tone nonchalant, merely stalling for time, eager to observe him a bit longer. Ultimately, Shu Bai refrained from action, the black mist slowly dissipating from his palm. He shot Li Yuheng a cold glance before turning to leave. Li Yuheng called after him, "Hey, where are you going? Not going to kill me anymore?" Shu Bai replied without looking back, "It's not like I could." Li Yuheng's lips curled into a smirk as he caught up, draping an arm over Shu Bai's shoulder. "Then it can't just end like this. How about this? Give me a kiss, and we'll call it even." Shu Bai halted, the black mist swirling around him once more as his form quickly diminished. Li Yuheng felt emptiness in his embrace and looked down to find Shu Bai transformed back into a 7- or 8-year-old boy, his gloomy eyes fixated on him, clutching a tattered dog toy. Wow, Li Yuheng raised an eyebrow. "What's this? A kiss makes you regress to childhood? None of your business." Li Yuheng crouched to meet his gaze, smiling as he poked his cheek. "What's wrong? Not enough energy to maintain your adult form?" Shu Bai swatted his hand away and turned to leave, but Li Yuheng swiftly scooped him up into his arms. "Put me down." A 1T, Li Yuheng deliberately lifted him higher, tilting his head with a mischievous grin. "But little Shu Bai, how did you suddenly transform into an adult?" He elongated his tone. "I thought you could control your size, Chapter 51. The Intruder Player. Offense X Dual-Bodied Evil Spirit. Boss receives. Shu Bai scoffed softly, his small face taut with irritation. "I can change whenever I want. It's none of your concern." The next moment, he realized he was being held aloft by Li Yuheng, his tiny body dangling in the air, feet far from the ground. Shu Bai felt a wave of ominous premonition wash over him. He stiffened, struggling to kick his legs, his voice icy. "Put me down." Li Yuheng's eyes sparkled with mischief. Instead of releasing him, he hoisted him even higher, a wicked grin forming. "Put you down?" "Sure." Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly released his grip. Shu Bai's pupils dilated as his body plummeted uncontrollably. Yet, just as he was about to hit the ground, Li Yuheng caught him securely, tossing him upward with ease. "Li Yuheng." Your voice, like a delicate whisper, abruptly halted in midair, propelling your form higher, your hair erupting like fireworks. Li Yuheng laughed exuberantly, reaching out with precision to catch you. and toss you upwards once more. While little Shubai is flying, Shubai exclaimed, "This lunatic. He actually treats me like a ball." Infuriated, his cheeks flushed crimson. He gritted his teeth and declared, "You are courting death." Li Yuheng, seemingly oblivious, intensified his antics, exerting force with both hands to launch you even higher. Once more. "Put me down." All right. I will let you down," Li Yuheng responded, feigning a release, which instinctively caused Shubai to clutch at his collar in fear. Realizing the ruse, Shubai's expression darkened. "You did that on purpose." Li Yuheng blinked innocently. "Not all. I was merely concerned you might fall. This is your final warning. Set me down." Sensing the gravity of the moment, Li Yuheng cautiously placed Shubai back on the ground, taking the time to adjust his disheveled collar. Okay, no more mischief." Shubai swatted his hand away, muttering, "Lunatic." "Thank you for the compliment." Li Yuheng shamelessly bowed, adding, "But I prefer the title of cosmic-level handsome over lunatic." Shubai turned to leave, his silhouette radiating defiance, yet the blush on his ears lingered, refusing to fade. Li Yuheng remained rooted in place, a smug smile gracing his lips. Mentally addressing 0090, "Did you see that little system? This is the allure of your prince." 0090 observed Shubai's retreating figure, then glanced at its host's face, which proclaimed the most handsome in the world, momentarily speechless. Li Yuheng, lost in self-admiration, mused, "Having arrived in this world just over a day, not only have I successfully won over my wife, but I also shared a kiss. TSK. Even I am impressed by this efficiency." 0090 could not help but remind him, "Your Highness, Shubai just wanted to kill you. Are you certain you have won him over? What do you know?" Li Yuheng waved dismissively. "To hit is to express affection. To scold is to show love. Wanting to kill me is just a profound love. Besides, he didn't actually take action, did he?" 0090. "That was likely because he couldn't kill you." The prince's logic was beyond mere peculiarity. It was a marvel of its own. Li Yuheng adjusted his collar, a serious expression on his face. "Little system, do you know what the greatest vexation is for a man as handsome as I?" 0090 numbly inquired. "What?" "It is that wherever I go, someone falls in love with me." Li Yuheng gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, sighing dramatically. "Sometimes I truly wish I were less attractive, so I could spare some innocent hearts for being hurt." 0090. It decided to remain silent. Li Yuheng watched Shubai's diminutive figure vanish around the corner before withdrawing his gaze, stretching leisurely. "Little system," he called out in his mind, "please adjust the map of this small town for me." 0090. "Your Highness, have you finally remembered to investigate the truth?" "Of course," Li Yuheng, with his hands tucked into his pockets and striding with an air of indifference, thought it only fitting that someone as astute as himself should not leave a case unsolved. 0090 silently retrieved a weathered parchment map. "This is the complete layout of Silent Town." Li Yuheng cast a glance at the map, his gaze fixating on a structure at the heart of the town. This will suffice. The church perched on the high ground of the town, its spire piercing the clouds. The entrance stood ajar, shrouded in darkness, reminiscent of a gaping maw eager to ensnare its prey. Standing at the base of the steps, Li Yuheng gazed upwards at the distorted cross atop the church. "Little system, do you perceive this cross as upright or inverted?" 0090 replied, "From your perspective, it appears upright." He ascended the steps, but just as he reached the entrance, a familiar voice called out to him. "Master, what brings you here?" Li Yuheng squinted at the breathless Li Qiang, who not only had changed out his white coat, but had also procured a black mask that left only his eyes visible, resembling a bank robber in disguise. "Li Qiang?" Li Yuheng raised an eyebrow. "Your appearance is rather unique." Li Qiang awkwardly tugged at his mask. "A townsman claimed I was a harbinger of demons, so I thought I might as well play the masked hero." Li Yuheng scoffed, reaching out to tug at his mask. Li Qiang hastily stepped back. No, master. This mask helps me conceal my identity." "Conceal your identity?" Li Yuheng scrutinized him from head to toe with that furtive demeanor you could be recognized from miles away. Li Qiang swallowed hard, lowering his voice. "Master, what brings you here?" "I was just captured here. That painting is quite sinister. We should leave." "Leave?" Li Yuheng glanced at him with a smirk. Aren't you here to investigate the town's strange afflictions? The clue might very well lie within. Li Qiang's complexion paled. But, afraid? Li Yuheng patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly. Li Qiang, to be a doctor requires a spirit of sacrifice. Look at Norman Bethune, who traveled thousands of miles to heal others in China. How touching. Bethune was a proper surgeon. I'm merely a wandering physician. Close enough. We are all of the medical ilk. Without further ado, Li Yuheng pushed him toward the church. Come now, let me show you the world. Chapter 52, The Intruder. Player attack X dual body evil spirit boss recipient 18 Li Qiang stumbled, his face growing pale beneath the mask. Master. Master. Perhaps we should reconsider. Li Yuheng paid him no heed and forcefully swung open the heavy church door. Boom! The solid wooden door crashed against the wall with a deafening sound. The interior of the church was dim and eerie, with rows of benches aligned neatly, leading to a tall object covered by red cloth at the far end. The air was thick with a miasma of decay, mingled with a faint metallic scent of blood. Li Qiang felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. And master. That painting is right behind the red cloth. Li Yuheng strolled leisurely inside. What is there to fear? It's merely a painting. It can't leap out and bite you, can it? As the words fell, the crimson cloth fluttered inexplicably, slowly descending to reveal a grand oil painting. In the artwork stood a man clad in a black robe, his back turned to the viewer, amidst a sea of blood, his feet treading upon countless contorted bodies. Li Qiang inhaled sharply. It's him. I pointed at this painting and called him a demon, and then the painting began to bleed, the candles turned green, and the townsfolk fled? Li Yuheng interjected, his gaze fixated on the figure in the painting. The composition is quite striking, and the use of color is commendable, though the theme is rather dark, making it unsuitable for a living room display. Li Qiang exclaimed, is this really the time for art critique? Li Yuheng narrowed his eyes and approached the eerie oil painting. As he drew nearer, he keenly observed a fine layer of powder covering the canvas, glimmering faintly under the dim light. System, scan this painting, he commanded in his mind. 0090 promptly initiated its analysis. Young master, the canvas contains hallucinogenic substances. Contact will induce intense hallucinations. The bleeding and green candles are likely mere illusions. A sly smile curled at the corners of Li Yuheng's lips, just as I suspected. He turned to the trembling Li Qiang. Did you happen to touch this painting? Li Qiang paused, recalling, I think I brushed it while trying to lift the cloth. Precisely. Li Yuheng snapped his fingers. You've been exposed to a hallucinogen, and what you witnessed was an illusion. As for the townsfolk, they likely experienced a collective hysteria. Li Qiang looked bewildered. But master, there is indeed blood on my lab coat. Didn't you see it when you were holding your wife? Li Yuheng's gaze lingered on him for a moment. Haven't you looked down at your attire since entering this realm? Truly a novice, he thought. Victory would rely solely on reloading, it seemed. With a frown, Li Yuheng stepped back, his expression rife with disdain. He certainly did not want to catch such foolishness. Otherwise, he might not win the heart of his beloved. Li Qiang stammered as he recalled. I was transported to the church, and upon opening my eyes, I was bound, had no chance to look. Li Yuheng feigned a sigh, pointing disdainfully at Li Qiang's pant leg. Look down. Li Qiang glanced down, his face paling instantly. A large patch of dark red blood stained his pant leg, dried and blackened, as though it had seeped into the fabric long ago. This is impossible, he exclaimed in terror, patting at his trousers. I distinctly changed clothes. Where did this blood come from? Li Yuheng, arms crossed, leaned lazily against the bench. Are you certain you changed clothes? Li Qiang froze, suddenly yanking open his outer coat, revealing the bloodied lab coat underneath. But I clearly... His voice trembled. I remember changing completely. Illusion, Li Yuheng snapped his fingers. Since you touched that painting, you have never truly awakened. Li Qiang's pupils constricta violently. Cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Then I am now. You are still a part of the illusion. Li Yuheng added with a smile. Including the version of me that you see, it might also be a fabrication. Li Qiang's legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming then, what am I to do? Li Yuheng shrugged nonchalantly, just chill. Internally, he reveled in his triumph, muttering to himself, "Ha! I want to scare you to death. Who told you to sneak a peek at my wife?" 0090 inquired. "Your Highness, do you consider yourself immature?" Li Iwan snurta mantali. This is merely reasonable intimidation of a potential rival, a compulsory lesson for every exemplary male protagonist. Just then, the grand doors of the church slammed shut with a resounding bang. Li Qiang jolted in fright and scrambled behind Li Yuheng. "Master!" The door closed by itself. Li Yuheng didn't even lift his eyelids. "Oh, it's probably just the wind. What shall we do?" Li Qiang asked, panic-stricken. Li Yuheng regarded him with an expression that suggested he was dealing with a simpleton. "The door is closed. We merely need to reopen it, don't we?" He then strode towards the church's entrance, grasped the doorknob, and gave it a gentle twist. Click! The door remained unmoved. Li Yuheng raised an eyebrow, applying more force. Click, click, click. The doorknob emitted sounds of protest under the strain. It still did not budge. Li Qiang weakly remarked from behind, "Master, it seems this door cannot be opened." Li Yuheng withdrew his hand, calmly adjusting his collar. It appears to be broken." Li Qiang looked perplexed. Li Yuheng surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on the glass window beside the church. "Let us use the window." Soon after, Li Qiang stood inside the church, his jaw agape as he watched Li Yuheng effortlessly vault through the window, landing gracefully and casually brushing off non-existent dust from his clothing. "Master!" Li Qiang clung to the window ledge, anxiously calling out, "What about me?" As a man of short stature and poor athleticism, he had encountered a plane crash on his first flight to attend his ex-girlfriend's wedding, and inexplicably found himself embroiled in this so-called reincarnation game. Now, staring at the 2-meter-high window ledge, he felt utterly helpless. Li Yuheng glanced back at him, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Naturally, you should continue your investigation." With that, he turned and departed, his silhouette exuding the charm of a heartless rogue. Li Qiang exclaimed, "Master, don't leave me." Li Yuheng waved his hand dismissively without looking back. "Good luck, I believe in you." Chapter 53, The Intruder. Player attack X dual-bodied evil spirit boss receiver 0090 asked. "Your Highness, have you already deduced something?" Li Yuheng, hands tucked into his pockets, strolled leisurely, a faint smile playing on his lips. "I'm not certain, but I have a bit of a lead." "What do you mean?" Li Yuheng let out a light snort. "I'll say whatever I wish." He paused, feigning a dramatic shake of his head, his tone laced with sarcasm. "I wonder which system it is that requires the host to clear the subworld on their own, providing only the original plot without any hints whatsoever." 0090 rolled its eyes silently in the virtual space. If it had a physical form, it would surely be giving Li Yuheng the finger right now. It felt frustrated, thinking, if it weren't for this prince forcibly intruding into this world, would I be this flustered? Moreover, it is merely a B-grade system. Achieving the original plot is quite a feat. Wouldn't you agree? The system, 0090, felt increasingly agitated, finally retorting with a hint of indignation. "Your Highness, can I be blamed for this? If anyone is to be held accountable, it should be those antiquated officials at the Quick Transition Bureau who steadfastly refuse to approve my upgrade requests. Every time I submit a report, they claim that system resources are strained, insisting that a B grade is sufficient and that we must conserve expenditures." As it continued, its fervor grew. "I can't even secure a physical skin." Meanwhile, the neighboring S-grade system has already transitioned to its 3rd limited edition skin. Li Yuheng raised an eyebrow. "Oh, so you've simply given up?" 0090 protested. "That makes no sense. It truly doesn't. Your Highness, let us focus on the task at hand." Li Yuheng skufa. What a cowardly display. However, considering that this small system had barely managed to grasp a fraction of the art of deflection that he, the illustrious, valiant, and exceptionally charming prince, embodied, he decided to bestow a small favor upon it. With a disdainful curl of his lip, Li Yuheng summoned a flicker of ethereal blue flame at his fingertips, tracing an elegant arc in the air. "Little system," observed keenly, he drawled languidly. "Today I shall unveil to you the nature of a prince's grace." Before 0090 could comprehend the situation, it felt an overwhelming surge of energy infiltrating its core program, causing its data streams to bubble with fervor. Warning: unknown energy intrusion. The system firewall is on the verge of collapse. The piercing alarm resonated throughout the virtual expanse. 0090 watched in horror as its code was rewritten layer by layer, core permissions forcefully breached, and the entire system architecture was reconstructed and upgraded at a breathtaking pace. "Your Highness, what are you doing?" 0090's voice quivered in pitch. Yuheng yawned nonchalantly. "Just upgrading you. No need for alarm." The ghostly flames at his fingertips splintered into countless tiny runes, diving into the void and precisely rewriting module after module of the system. A-level permissions unlocked. S-grade function modules loading. Physicalization program implantation complete. 0090 stared in disbelief at its rejuvenated control panel, where once unattainable S-grade functions now glowed with green lights. And several special modules it had never encountered before appeared. "This is impossible," 0090 stammered. "The Quick Transition Bureau has stringent regulations. System upgrades must be approved by headquarters. And unauthorized upgrades are a grave offense." "Regulations?" Yuheng arrogantly lifted his chin. "I am the regulation." No sooner had he spoken than 0090's virtual panel began to flash erratically, with the blaring alarms echoing throughout the system space. "Warning: unauthorized upgrade behavior detected." "Warning: System 0090 has breached B-grade limitations without authorization." "Warning: the headquarters of the Quick Transition Bureau has intervened. All is lost. Your Highness, we have been discovered." 0090 exclaimed in a frenzy. Yuheng waved his hand dismissively, and the ghostly flames coalesced into a bold proclamation in the air. "Mind your own business." Yuheng flicked his fingers, and the letter shot through the void, racing towards the headquarters of the Quick Transition Bureau. Within moments, the warning sirens ceased abruptly. At the bureau, the director stared at the letter in his hand, engulfed in a profound silence. Finally, he abruptly covered his face and slammed his fist onto the table, exclaiming, "I have been ensnared." In retrospect, he realized he should not have indulged so much at that banquet. That night, the superior, known as Yin Wang, had unexpectedly approached him with a bottle of wine. As they exchanged toasts, Yin Wang, with an unsteady arm draped over his shoulder, drunkenly proposed, "My friend, I have a troublesome child. Could you possibly take him in for a while?" "No problem," the director boasted. "I excel at managing mischievous children." Yin Wang's eyes sparkled with delight. "Then let us sign the agreement now." Looking back, the director lamented his youthful naivety, stroking his bald head as a long sigh escaped his lips. 0090 finally comprehended why Yuheng was destined for greatness. This audacity transcended mere arrogance. It bordered on lawlessness. Yet what astonished it further was, "Your Highness, how do you possess the authority to rewrite system permissions? Is that difficult? Is it even a question of difficulty?" This is the core technology of the Quick Transition Bureau. Not even S-class systems can upgrade themselves, let alone elevate others. Seeing that 0090 remained silent for too long, Yuheng impatiently urged, "Hey, little system, have you completed the upgrade? Don't tell me you can't even handle this amount of energy." Only then did 0090 awaken from its stupor, hastily checking its new functionalities. "Upgrade complete. Current system level, S. Long live your Highness. Wishing you and your wife Shu by a harmonious union, forever intertwined." Yuheng responded with a cool HM, his lips poised to form a smile that combined aloofness with a hint of mockery. Instead, his mouth inexplicably twisted into a grin reminiscent of the Nike logo, precisely the arc of the latest Air Jordan. He continued to saunter through the town as streets, as if he had merely discarded a piece of trash, rather than forcibly elevating a B-class system to an S-class. 0090 buzzed with excitement. "Your Highness, I can now scan the entire town, detecting Shu by approximately 50 meters to your right rear." Instantly, Yuheng's demeanor shifted, his posture morphing from leisurely stroll to a display of flamboyance. Even his hair seemed to dance in the breeze. He flicked his non-existent bangs with pride, reveling in his thoughts. "Little system, what did I say upon entering the instance? My wife must be observing me from the shadows. Your Highness, Shu Bai is banging her head against the wall. What? Li Yuheng's legs propelled him toward that direction, but he halted abruptly after a few steps. Straightening his collar, he feigned profundity, clearing his throat. Oh no, 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 I cannot go. Li Yuheng suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, meticulously observing the pedestrians on the street, his fingertips gently stroking his chin as his gaze flitted between the townsfolk and the players. As several townsfolk passed by the old woman, they did not even lift their eyelids, as if she were utterly non-existent. In stark contrast, a few players in the distance skirted around her in fear, clearly perceiving the hunched figure. This vivid juxtaposition elicited a playful smile at the corners of his lips. It appeared that the design of this dungeon was more intriguing than he had anticipated. He withdrew his gaze, momentarily reflecting on the previous topic, and resumed his enigmatic demeanor. It is essential for Xiao Shu Bai to learn to approach me proactively. This is strategy. Do you understand? Love, you see, is akin to flying a kite. One must maintain a delicate balance between tension and slack. If I were to rush over now, he would surely revert to his hedgehog persona. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently drifted back to the old woman, whom the players avoided with great fervor. Much like the relationship between NPCs and players, the lines between visibility and invisibility often lie within the whims of the rules. Chapter 54. The Intruder Player Attack X Dual-Bodied Evil Spirit Boss Receive 0090. Your Highness, I have sufficient authority. Shall I disclose the completion method for the second dungeon? Li Yuheng resolutely declined. No need. A protagonist must see things through to the end. It has been quite some time since I exercised my intellect. While abstractions are one thing, I cannot allow anyone to perceive me as a simpleton. 0090. Before long, Li Yuheng stumbled into a dilapidated tavern. The wooden door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit interior reeking of substandard alcohol mingled with mildew. A few townsfolk were huddled around a wooden table in the corner and cast wary glances in his direction upon his entrance. Li Yuheng swaggered to the bar, rapping the weathered wooden surface. Bartender, a glass of milk, please. The tavern owner, a burly man with a face marked by rough features and a black eye patch over his left eye, slowly raised his head, his single eye brimming with incredulity. This is a tavern, he grunted. Li Yuheng blinked. I know, but I adhere to a principle. Smoking and drinking detract from my looks. A cosmic-level handsome man like me must exercise strict self-discipline. The owner, a few suppressed snickers emanated from the corner. Li Yuheng feigned ignorance and continued. So, milk, please. Warm, with honey and no cream. The owner's solitary eye twitched, and the veins in his muscular arms bulged. We don't have that. What about juice? We don't have that either. Soy milk? None. Surely you must have plain water? Li Yuheng sighed. Your service attitude is appalling. I shall lodge a complaint with the Consumer Association. The owner slammed his hand on the table, causing the glassware on the bar to clink alarmingly. This is a tavern. We only serve alcohol. If you don't want to drink, get lost. Li Yuheng pursed his lips and retrieved his press credentials from his pocket. Waving them slightly, reporter Li Yuheng from the Cosmic Daily, here to ask a few questions. The tavern fell into an immediate silence. The expressions of the townsfolk shifted subtly, with some quietly inching toward the door, seemingly ready to flee. The owner's single eye narrowed, his voice dropping to a low growl. A reporter? Investigating what? I heard there was a major disappearance incident in the town 10 years ago. Li Yuheng leaned on his chin, a harmless smile gracing his face. I wish to learn more about the specifics. Crash! A glass shattered on the floor. In the corner, a gaunt old man suddenly rose, his murky eyes brimming with fear. No, do not mention that matter. Li Yuheng arched an eyebrow. Why should it not be spoken of? The old man trembled, pointing toward the window. He will hear it. He will return. Li Yuheng followed the direction of the man's finger and, through the grimy glass, caught sight of the distant spire of a church. Are you referring to the figure in the painting, the one clad in black? The tavern erupted into chaos. Townsfolk whispered in terror, some even beginning to inscribe strange symbols in the air. The proprietor seized Li Yuheng by the collar, his single eye gleaming with menace. Listen, outsider. Some matters are best left uninvestigated. Finish your drink and leave this town post-haste. Li Yuheng glanced at the empty bar. But I have yet to order any drink. The proprietor released him, retrieving a dusty bottle of spirits from beneath the counter and slamming it down before Li Yuheng. Now you have. Li Yuheng scrutinized the bottle, which appeared as if it could serve as a chemical weapon, and leaned back in distaste. Will this render me blind if consumed? The proprietor scoffed. You will be blind if you do not drink it. He flexed his fist, which resembled a sandbag, the knuckles cracking ominously. With a sigh, Li Yuheng slowly produced a small notebook. Very well, let me pose a different question. Were those who went missing once guilty of insulting the divine? The atmosphere in the tavern became instantly suffused with tension. The proprietor's face drained of color, his eye widening in shock. How do you know? Li Yuheng closed his notebook with a knowing smile. Just a guess. He stood, adjusted his collar, and added, "Thank you for your cooperation. The interview is concluded." As he turned to leave, he paused at the threshold and glanced back. By the way, I suggest you consider a new name for your tavern. The proprietor was taken aback. What? The Silent Tavern is rather cliché, Li Yuheng mused. How about the Blind Proprietor's Den of Poison? More fitting. With that, Li Yuheng exited, and 0090 could not resist asking, "Your Highness, how did you deduce that those townsfolk were the individuals missing for a decade, and that they had indeed insulted the divine?" Li Yuheng plucked a blade of grass to chew thoughtfully, narrowing his eyes. Isn't it quite evident? Shu Bai is the mayor's son, deceased 10 years ago, and the foreign doctor who practiced bloodletting arrived a decade past. Such a conspicuous timeline is easily connected. He spat out the grass stem with a disdainful laugh. Moreover, the moment I mentioned 10 years, their faces turned as pale as if they had seen a ghost, which only corroborated my hypothesis. A full decade has passed with people vanishing from this town, yet the townsfolk not only refrain from searching, but also shroud the matter in silence. Li Yuheng crushed the dried leaf beneath his foot, his expression growing somber. They speak of gods and demons, clearly indicative of a collective hysteria induced by religious fanaticism. A breeze danced across his lips, which curled in a mockery. In my view, the true terrors of this world are not the phantoms or monsters, but the demons nurtured within the hearts of men. Suddenly, he gazed toward the distant church spire, contemplating as he stroked his chin. Little system, do you think those missing individuals might not have disappeared, but rather chosen to leave of their own accord? 0090 exclaimed. How astute of you! Before the 0090 organization could formulate their thoughts, Li Yuheng remarked, "Never mind, you need not reveal the answer. Allow me the pleasure of guessing." Well, it's getting late. Let us discuss our deductions tomorrow. The 0090 pondered. This young prince's thought process is truly inscrutable. He could easily obtain the answer. It insists on engaging in a game of deduction. At that moment, Li Yuheng suddenly turned and cheerfully regarded Shu Bai, who had appeared behind him unannounced. "Ah, little Shu Bai, have you come to seek me out to sleep as the night falls? You think too much." Shu Bai slulia bruka liwen. The latter keenly sensed an unusual expression on Shu Bai's face. His dark eyes swirled with complex emotions, more somber than usual. Instead of his customary playful demeanor, he chose an uncharacteristic silence. The two walked side by side, their shadows, one large, one small, intertwining and separating on the cobbled path. The evening breeze stirred the dry leaves, swirling at their feet. In the distance, the church bells chimed several times, startling a flock of crows that took flight into the crimson sky. Shu Bai suddenly spoke, his voice so soft it risked being carried away by the wind. "Li Yuheng, you should leave." Li Yuheng paused. "Leave? Where to?" "Depart from this game." Shu Bai's tone was calm and resolute. "Since you can force your way in, you must have a way to exit. There is no need for you to remain trapped here." Li Yuheng turned to look at Shu Bai, but did not respond immediately. Shu Bai, seemingly oblivious to Li Yuheng's gaze, looked into the distance. After many cycles, I finally understood that this game is in fact a forsaken world, neglected by all. He then glanced down at the worn-out dog plush in his arms, fingers caressing its ears, and continued, "There is neither an exit nor a true victor here." Suddenly, Li Yuheng reached out and playfully flicked Shu Bai's forehead, producing a resounding thud. "Really? Is this what you meant after bumping into walls all afternoon?" Shu Bai instinctively covered his forehead. "You, what about me?" Seeing your forehead so red, I thought you were preparing to cosplay as a little fireman. I'm serious. Li Yuheng abruptly subdued his jovial demeanor, his gaze intensifying as he looked at Shu Bai. He bent down, resting his hands on his knees to meet Shu Bai's eyes. His voice deep and resolute. I'm serious too. Shu Bai momentarily froze, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features, quickly overshadowed by gloom. Li Yuheng sighed softly and gently rubbed Shu Bai's reddened forehead, his tone unusually tender. Little Shu Bai, do you realize your acting skills are rather poor? If the hard approach doesn't work, do you resort to the soft? A wry smile graced his lips. What are you afraid of? Li Yuheng's gaze sparkled with anticipation, fixating on Shu Bai. You do not know. Shu Bai finally began, his voice low and hoarse, tinged with suppressed madness. I've already lost my mind. Li Yuheng raised an eyebrow. Oh. Shu Bai lifted his head, his gaze dark and hollow. It was during one of the many cycles that I realized I had lost my sanity. In the depths of despair, one often conjures up non-existent entities to provide solace. Li Yuheng quietly observed him, refraining from interruption. Shu Bai continued. On that occasion, I encountered a figure. He claimed he could lead us away from this place. I felt a surge of hope, believing salvation had finally arrived. However, I soon discovered that only I could perceive him. So did you kill him? Yes, Shu Bai replied coldly. I eliminated that illusion. His obsidian eyes locked onto Li Yuheng's, and he confessed, I have seen him many times since, and each time I would eliminate him immediately. After all, once killed, he would vanish. Shu Bai's voice grew quieter, but you are different. Li Yuheng chuckled lightly. In what way am I different? Is it because of my striking handsomeness? Shu Bai ignored the jest, pressing on, I cannot dispose of you, and Shifeng and Lady Bai can also see you. He stared intently at Li Yuheng, as if attempting to pierce through his exterior. I am uncertain whether my madness has intensified or if you truly exist. If you are but an illusion, and I cannot eliminate you, then please just vanish. Li Yuheng fell silent for a couple of seconds before suddenly reaching out to grasp Shu Bai's cheek, pulling it gently. Does that hurt? He asked with a playful smile. Shu Bai pushed Li Yuheng's hand away, his expression darkening. Do not jest. Li Yuheng shrugged. You see, the fact that you feel pain indicates this is not a dream. Shifeng and Lady Bai can see me, which confirms I am no mere illusion. Little Shu Bai, you are not insane. I am simply rather extraordinary. Shu Bai pressed his lips together, a flicker of uncertainty passing through his dark eyes. Yet he quickly regained his icy composure. How can you prove it? You cannot even articulate who you are. Li Yuheng blinked innocently. How would you like me to prove it? Should I shatter stones with my chest, or wash my hair while standing on my head? Shu Bai remained silent. Li Yuheng feigned a dramatic sigh, extending a hand before Shu Bai's eyes, lifting one of Shu Bai's small hands to rest upon his own. Let us do this, he said, lowering his voice in a mock-serious manner. My hand will slowly withdraw. If you do not grasp it, I shall truly disappear. However, think carefully. A fine young man like me is hard to come by these days. Shu Bai's small hand was icy, enveloped by Li Yuheng's warm palm, rendering it particularly fragile. The young boy furrowed his brow, a flicker of hesitation glimmering in his dark eyes. Childish, Shu Bai remarked coldly, yet he did not retract his hand. Li Yuheng's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Then pay close attention. Suddenly, he jerked his hand back. Shu Bai's pupils constricted, and almost instinctively, he tightened his grip on Li Yuheng's fingers. His small hand unleashed an astonishing strength, his nails nearly embedding themselves into Li Yuheng's skin. Shu Bai fixated on his grasp of Li Yuheng's hand. A voice in his mind, screaming frantically, let go, let go. Yet that hand seemed to possess a will of its own, gripping tighter and tighter. Li Yuheng chuckled, a glimmer of amusement in his voice. Gripping so tightly? It seems you are reluctant to let me go. Shu Bai remained silent, his head bowed. Dark hair cascading down to obscure much of his face, leaving only a taut jawline exposed. The small hand gripping Li Yuheng trembled slightly, but did not let go. He believed, regardless of whether Li Yuheng was real or merely an illusion. He chose to believe, for he had no alternative. It was akin to a drowning individual clutching the last piece of driftwood, acutely aware that it might just be a mirage, yet still holding on with unwavering tenacity. Go ahead and kill me. Li Yuheng's smile froze on his face. What? I'll kill you 10 times, and you'll return the favor tenfold. Shu Bai's voice was eerily calm, a semblance of fairness. Little Shu Bai, have you banged your head against a wall? Shu Bai disregarded the jest and continued, rest assured. This is merely a manifestation of a part of my consciousness. Even if you kill me, I shall not truly perish. He paused, a peculiar smile curling at his lips. And in the astonished gaze of Li Yuheng, Shu Bai's hand suddenly plunged into his own chest. There was no blood, no wound. His hand seemed to delve into a thick, swirling black mist. Look, Shu Bai whispered, slowly retrieving a pulsating, translucent heart from his chest. The heart throbbed weakly in his palm, emanating a strange dark red glow. Li Yuheng's pupils constricta abruptly. Shu Bai, you. With no hesitation, Shu Bai crushed the heart. In an instant, his body shattered like a broken mirror, transforming into a swirling mass of black mist. The mist spiraled in the air for a few moments before swiftly condensing, reassembling into the pale, frail boy. Do you comprehend? The reformed Shu Bai tilted his head, his tone as calm as if discussing the weather. I used to do this often. It doesn't hurt much. Li Yuheng's expression darkened profoundly. He seized Shu Bai's wrist. Who taught you that? Shu Bai blinked innocently. No one taught me. In the countless cycles, one must find something to occupy themselves. He attempted to withdraw his hand, but Li Yuheng remained steadfast. Release me. You haven't answered my question. Answer what? Whether or not to kill you. Yes. Shu Bai nodded. That is the most, Li Yuheng scoffed. Stop. Why should I listen to you? Shouldn't I be the one to decide? Shu Bai momentarily froze, a flicker of confusion flashing in his dark eyes. He hesitantly inquired, how would you like me to repay you? Li Yuheng stared at Shu Bai with an impassive expression. Since you previously attempted to kill me 10 times in one go, you shall repay me in kind, all at once. Agreed. But with what? Yuhaven T specified. Suddenly, Li Yuheng let out a cold laugh, leaning closer to Shu Bai's ear, his voice deep and menacing. You'll find out when the time comes. Shu Bai frowned slightly, instinctively sensing an air of danger. Yet before he could ponder further, Li Yuheng straightened up, his face once again adorned with a nonchalant smile. Let us go. Night is approaching. Li Yuheng naturally took Shu Bai's small hand, seeking a place to spend the night. Shu Bai glanced down at their clasped hands, then up at Li Yuheng's profile, ultimately saying nothing. As the two individuals traversed the cobblestone path, Li Yuheng hummed a cheerful tune, as if the peculiar dialogue that had just transpired had never occurred. When shall we proceed? Shu Bai inquired abruptly. So eager? I simply dislike being in debt. Oh, how long can you maintain your adult form? 10 minutes. That is insufficient. We shall discuss it upon reaching the third sub-instance, where I can see you in person. Will it take long? Oh, is there something you cannot disclose at this moment? I cannot. Why not? Just cannot. Is it because you're upset? Partially. Oh, is it because you perceive me as too small and weak, lacking the utility of an adult form? No. Then why the smile? Silence, still smiling. I simply smile. Oh. 0090 cautiously observed Li Yuheng's expression within the realm of consciousness. Although the young lord maintained a carefree facade, something felt amiss. Young lord. 0090 hesitated before mustering the courage to ask, Are you angry? Li Yuheng, holding Shu Bai's hand, wore a nonchalant smile and softly replied in his mind. Instantly, 0090 felt a surge of tension. Is it because of what Shu Bai just said? Li Yuheng interrupted, adding, but the anger has dissipated now. 0090 was perplexed. This emotional shift is rather abrupt, isn't it? One moment you're brooding, the next you claim to be at ease? Li Yuheng seemed to sense 0090's confusion. What? Do you think I'm capricious? 0090 quickly denied it. No. Young lord, you are wise and formidable, with exemplary emotional management. It seems that after your upgrade, little system, your flattery skills have indeed improved. Now go, find me a residence worthy of the supreme male protagonist and his wife. Certainly, young lord. Shu Bai glanced up at the villa, which was distinctly more opulent than the surrounding structures. then turned to Li Yuheng. This is the mayor's house. Li Yuheng raised an eyebrow. And thus, Shu Bai stated expressionlessly, this is my house. Li Yuheng's brow arched. Even better. As co-owners, I have the right to reside here. The mayor, an elderly gentleman with graying hair and a kindly visage, stood on the porch, squinting at Li Yuheng. Young man, who are you? The mayor's voice was gentle, tinged with curiosity. Li Yuheng beamed and bowed slightly. Greetings, I am Li Yuheng, a reporter for the Cosmic Daily, seeking a place to stay for the night. A reporter, you say? The mayor sighed. In truth, there is little of note in this town, just a collection of unfortunate souls. Li Yuheng feigned astonishment. How could that be? I find the scenery exquisite and the local customs quite charming. It is the perfect setting for a piece on small-town charm. The mayor smiled wryly, shaking his head. Young man, you're unaware. Never mind, come inside. He stepped aside, allowing Li Yuheng to stride in hand with Shu Bai. Shu Bai's hand was firmly grasped by Li Yuheng, rendering any attempt to escape futile. Let go. It's hot, Shu Bai murmured in a lowered voice. Li Yuheng pretended not to hear, gripping the hand of the other even tighter, deliberately shaking their clasped hands. Xiao Shu Bai, this is your home. Should you extend some hospitality? The mayor, unable to hear Shu Bai's voice, observed Li Yuheng speaking to thin air, his expression immediately shifting to one of concern. Young man, who are you conversing with? Li Weng blinka innocently. Huh? No one, I was just practicing my interview lines. The mayor, half convinced, nonetheless led him to a guest room on the second floor. You can stay here. I'll have someone bring dinner. Thank you, Mayor. Li Wim Biamat. You are truly a kind person. The mayor shook his head and turned to leave. Once the footsteps faded, Shu Bai withdrew his hand, stating, you did that on purpose. Li Yuheng feigned innocence, raising his hands. What do you mean on purpose? I am a person of integrity. How could I harbor ill intentions? He can't see me. Yes, I know. Because your identity is that of a ghost, the townspeople cannot see you, just like that old woman. However, players like me can see you. Thus, the premise of this scenario is that the townspeople are oblivious to the presence of spirits, whereas players are aware. Shu Bai fell silent for a moment, a peculiar glimmer flashing in his eyes. How much have you deduced? Rather than respond directly, Li Yuheng approached the bed and patted the space beside him. Come sit. Let us have a chat. Shu Bai hesitated, his eyes filled with caution. What are you afraid of? Li Yuheng raised an eyebrow. I want tea bite. Clutching a worn-out dog plush, Shu Bai slowly made his way to the bed and sat down. Li Yuheng tilted his head, observing him before asking, Xiao Shu Bai, do you have the energy to transform now? For what purpose? It's crucial. Li Yuheng's expression turned serious. Transform first, and then we could discuss. Shu Bai scrutinized him with suspicion for several seconds before finally enveloping himself in a veil of darkness. In an instant, the form of the young boy elongated, and as the black mist dissipated, an adult version of Shu Bai, with a stoic expression, sat by the bed. Can we speak now? He inquired, his voice low and tinged with impatience. Li Yuheng's eyes darkened momentarily before he lunged forward with lightning speed. Shu Bai's pupils dilated, and before he could react, he found himself pinned against the bed, Li Yuheng's warm lips pressing down upon him. Shu Bai's eyes widened in shock as his hands instinctively pushed against Li Yuheng's chest. Anticipating this, Li Yuheng firmly grasped Shu Bai's wrists, securing him to the bed. Just 9 minutes, he murmured amidst their entangled lips, his tone leaving no room for refusal. I'll keep track. Shu Bai's struggles suddenly ceased. His eyelashes fluttered as he resignedly closed his eyes. The room fell silent, save for their breathing. Li Yuheng silently counted in his mind, and when the clock reached 8 minutes and 30 seconds, he gradually withdrew, ending the kiss. Shu Bai opened his eyes, his dark irises glistening with moisture, yet his voice remained frosty. Time isn't up, Li Wen Shukulat, wiping the moisture from the corner of Shu Bai's lips with his thumb. Save 30 seconds for next time. Shu Bai abruptly shoved Li Yuheng away, who fell back onto the bed, lying on his back with a satisfied grin. Shu Bai sat up, demanding, what is this important matter? Li Yuheng rested his hands behind his head, lazily tilting his head. So what is your task? Shu Bai fell silent for a moment, then responded with an impassive expression. just wandering around. Upon hearing this, Li Yuheng exaggeratedly widened his eyes. Wow, there's a reward in the dungeon. I think I'm done playing. What are you rambling about now? Ignoring him, Li Yuheng continued in a teasing tone. It seems you're quite close with several dungeon bosses. Huh? Mrs. by ST party is a breeze. And Silent Town is just a stroll in the park. TSK, TSK. Such treatment. Are they all your exes? The veins on Shubai's forehead throbbed slightly. They are merely my companions. Companions? Oh dear, that makes it even more perilous. Don't you understand that feelings develop over time? Proximity breeds affection, you know? Shubai could no longer tolerate it. What on earth is going on in your head? Why help them become bosses? Oh, and what about that game guy named Foam? They assisted me. Li Yuheng raised an eyebrow. Oh. At that moment, Shubai paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts. I had just become a boss and was still quite naive. He lifted his head, a hint of self-mockery flashing in his eyes. I thought helping them escape their player identities was a good deed. Li Yuheng quietly observed him. Not interrupting, Shubai continued. Shifeng was the first. He saved me during a cycle, so I granted him the identity of a game guide. And Mrs. Bai? She offered me a piece of candy when I was at my most desperate. Shubai's voice was soft, almost absurd, right? Just for a piece of candy. Not absurd. Shubai tugged at the corner of his mouth. Later I realized, rather than maintaining consciousness as a boss and reliving the same cycle over and over, it was better to be a player, oblivious, living and dying in ignorance. He paused. At least they won't remember how many times they have died. The room fell into silence for a moment. Li Yuheng suddenly reached out, gently placing his hand over Shubai's. Do you regret it? Shubai was silent for a moment before nodding. Li Yuheng squeezed his hand. Then let us not dwell on it for now. He turned to sit up, stretching lazily. The priority is to clear this dungeon, and then meet your true self in the third dungeon. Shubai frowned. You still haven't told me how much you've guessed. Li Yuheng tilted his head in thought. Probably from A to Z? Shubai. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Li Yuheng gently slipped out of Shubai's embrace, placing a pillow in its stead. Shubai frowned slightly in his sleep, but soon fell back into slumber. Li Yuheng quietly left the room and encountered the mayor in the hallway. Good morning, mayor. Li Yuheng greeted with a bright smile. The mayor responded with a warm smile. Up so early? Li Yuheng lazily leaned against the wall. Yes, couldn't sleep. Wanted to have a chat with you. About what? Those townsfolk who went missing 10 years ago. Li Yuheng gazed directly into the mayor's eyes. They must have left on their own, right? The mayor's smile instantly froze, his fingers unconsciously tightening around his cane. He forced a chuckle, his gaze flickering. Young man, what are you talking about? You must be hungry. I shall prepare breakfast for you. Li Yuheng extended his hand to stop the mayor, smiling as he said, Do not be in such a hurry to leave, mayor. You were fully aware that I am a journalist when you specifically arranged for me to stay in this house last night. Surely you intended to convey something to me? The tactic of feigned restraint was a game that Li Yuheng reserved solely for his beloved wife. As for the current NPC in this scenario, he deemed it unnecessary to engage. If no words were spoken, alas, he would be left to converse with phantoms. The mayor sighed, his gaze growing complex. Young man, some knowledge serves no purpose. Li Yuheng raised an eyebrow, asserting whether it is of use or not is for me to determine. After a moment of silence, the mayor slowly began to speak. You are correct. Those who went missing left of their own accord. Leaning on his cane, he gradually approached the window, gazing at the distant steeple of the church. A decade ago, this town was struck by a plague that was merely a common avian flu. Yet being situated at the border of two nations, help was long delayed. The nation was engulfed in panic over the epidemic, and no one paid heed to our humble locale. The mayor's voice grew somber, imbued with profound weariness, just when despair reigned supreme. An outsider claiming to be a doctor arrived. He brought forth a divine mandate, promoting bloodletting therapies, asserting that salvation was attainable through fervent faith. Leaning against the wall, Li Wen Listanatintanli. Initially, a few of us discerning townsfolk vehemently opposed allowing this doctor into our community. Yet as more succumbed to belief, they clung to him as if he were a final lifeline, recklessly harming themselves. The mayor's voice trembled. Thus, over half the town perished. Turning away, tears glistened in his murky eyes. Simultaneously, my son contracted the plague. Being too young, he succumbed before help arrived. Eventually, assistance did arrive, the plague was contained. But the trust of the people was irretrievably lost. Authorities sent investigators to look into the deaths of the majority of the townsfolk, and I was summoned for cooperation. The mayor chuckled bitterly. During my absence, that devil returned. He compelled the townspeople to construct a church, hanging divine images there, and by the time I returned, it was too late. Officials apprehended the doctor and sent teachers to enlighten the populace, declaring the situation occult. The mayor shook his head. Yet those who believed were already ensnared. The skeptics had seen through it all, and ultimately, even the teachers abandoned their posts. He pointed towards the distant church. That painting remains untouched. Others have dared to approach it, claiming to have witnessed horrifically terrifying visions. Some have even taken their own lives. Yuheng raised an eyebrow. So they covered it with red cloth? Indeed, the mayor nodded. Yet even so, its influence persists. Peculiar occurrences abound in the town. Some assert they have seen the spirits of their deceased loved ones, and even that god. The clear-minded townsfolk could no longer bear the atmosphere. One by one, seeking my consent to leave. What could I do? I could only acquiesce to their departure. The air suddenly fell silent, save for the faint whisper of the wind outside. After a moment, Yuheng inquired, "And what of you? Why do you not leave?" The mayor sighed, his gaze drifting towards the dilapidated streets outside. "I grew up here as an orphan, nurtured by the kindness of the townsfolk who fed and cared for me." His fingers gently traced the carvings on his cane, marks left by the passage of time. "They have shown me such grace. I cannot leave." Yuheng raised an eyebrow. "So you remain here, watching over this deserted town alone?" "Not alone." The mayor shook his head, a hint of tenderness flashing in his murky eyes. "There are also the elderly residents who refuse to depart. We look out for one another." He paused, his voice dropping to a somber tone. "Moreover, I always feel my son is still here." Yuheng's gaze shifted slightly. "Can you see him?" The mayor offered a wry smile and shook his head. "No, but at times I sense his presence. For instance, the books in my study seem to turn their pages on their own, and the dishes in the kitchen mysteriously change their positions." He looked up at Yuheng, his eyes glimmering with a flicker of hope. "Young man, as a journalist well-versed in the world, do you believe in ghosts?" Yuheng's lips curled into a knowing smile. "Who can say? Perhaps your son simply longs for you too dearly to leave." The mayor paused, then smiled with a sense of relief. Indeed, he cannot bear to depart. Yuheng's gaze drifted past the mayor to the small figure standing at the doorway. Shubai stood quietly, staring intently at him, clutching a tattered dog plushie. "Thank you for sharing these stories, Mayor," Yuheng said, redirecting his attention and smiling brightly. "I find myself a bit hungry now. Would you mind preparing some breakfast?" The mayor nodded eagerly. "Of course, I'll arrange it right away." He slowly made his way towards the staircase, his figure hunched and solitary. Once his footsteps faded, Yuheng strode towards Shubai, crouching to meet his gaze. "How long have you been eavesdropping?" Shubai bit his lip, not answering the question, but instead stating, "You were probing for information." "That's called legitimate information gathering," Yuheng replied, ruffling Shubai's hair. "What is this? Are you feeling sympathy for your father?" "He is not my father." "Oh." Yuheng raised an eyebrow. "Then who are you?" "I am Shubai." Yuheng playfully shook his finger. No. Suddenly, he scooped Shubai in his arms, supporting him securely, and grinned mischievously. "You are my wife." Shubai was taken by surprise, instinctively wrapping his arms around Yuheng's neck. Realizing what had happened, he immediately protested, "Put me down." Yuheng feigned ignorance, watching Shubai's bare feet, his smile widening with delight. My wife must be so enchanted by me that she forgot to wear her shoes when she came to find me. This charming allure is indeed a sweet burden." He jostled Shubai playfully, a triumphant look on his face. "Little Shubai, is it true that you long for me so much that you forgot to wear your shoes?" "I was simply too lazy to put them on." "Oh, is that so?" Yuheng arched an eyebrow, his eyes sparkling with understanding. "You're just shy," he added cheekily, "but don't worry, I get it. A universally handsome guy like me is undeniably hard to resist." Shubai took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to strangle Yuheng, and expressionlessly reiterated, "Put me down." In response, Li Yuheng tightened his embrace, deliberately rubbing his chin against the top of Shu Bai's head, his tone affectionate. No way. The ground is cold. How can my wife's feet touch it? That would be beneath her dignity. Shu Bai's temples throbbed with irritation. Who is your wife? Li Yuheng blinked innocently. You, who else could it be? Shu Bai scoffed. In your dreams. Unperturbed, Li Yuheng chuckled. Oh, my dear Shu Bai, you're so adorably contrary. Shu Bai resolved to abandon all attempts at communication with this eccentric individual, turning his face away in a bid to avoid further confrontation. Witnessing this, Li Yuheng's amusement only grew. As he carried Shu Bai into the room, he boasted silently to the system 0090. Little system, did you see? My wife is so enchanted that she refuses to walk, insisting I carry her. 0090. Observing Shu Bai's murderous expression, refrained from shattering its host's delusions, reluctantly commenting. The prince's charm knows no bounds. Li Yuheng proudly shook his head. Of course, just look at who I am. Chapter 58. The Intruder, Player Attack, X-Dual Body, Evil, Ghost Boss Receiving. The morning sun filtered through the mist, casting a gentle, golden hue over the eerie little town. Yet, not all parts were gentle. Li Yuheng, stop squeezing. Do you wish to break my arm? Shu Bai's voice emerged through gritted teeth. His slender arm was caught in Li Yuheng's grasp, kneaded back and forth as if it were dough. Shortly after leaving the mayor's residence, Li Yuheng had once again lost his senses. Li Yuheng seemed oblivious, chuckling as he continued to squeeze. Hey, this is so much fun. It's soft and squishy. Even better than Play-Doh. Shu Bai's face darkened, and he yanked his arm away, glaring at Li Yuheng. Are you out of your mind? Only then did Li Yuheng snap back to reality. Huh? What did you say? I was daydreaming. I said, are you out of your mind? Li Weng blinka inusanli. Not at all. I'm perfectly healthy. He patted his chest, flaunting his 8-pack abs. I'm in great shape. Shu Bai could only sigh in exasperation. He had never felt this frustrated before. Meanwhile, Li Yuheng delighted in watching Shu Bai's indignant form, feeling as if a joyful little rabbit were bouncing within him. He trailed behind Shu Bai, musing, how dull must life be for those without a wife? Waking up in a morning with no one to tease, merely staring vacantly at the air, walking with empty hands, unable to squeeze anything, just posing coolly with hands in pockets when anger strikes. There's no one to pacify them, only self-repression. How pitiful. Unlike him, he had Shu Bai. Shu Bai would glare at him, scold him, and become so enraged that his ears turned crimson. He would even reach a breaking point, taking action against him, and this part omitted for brevity. A life with a wife is truly a fulfilling life. The more Li Yuheng contemplated, the more he reveled in his thoughts, nearly bursting into triumphant laughter to proclaim to the world, I have a wife. Do you? Regrettably, Shu Bai was striding ahead with a cold demeanor, completely ignoring him. Li Yuheng stroked his chin, quickening his pace to approach Shu Bai and tilting his head to inquire, Little Shu Bai, are you hungry? Allow me to treat you to breakfast. Shu Bai retorted, Are you a pig? We just had a meal at the mayor's house. Li Yuheng pressed on, Do you not wish to eat breakfast? Shall I carry you? Shu Bai, unable to endure any longer, turned around and glared at him. Could you possibly be quiet? Li Yuheng feigned innocence. I cannot. My wife has yet to acknowledge me. Shu Bai exclaimed. How annoying. How infuriating. How utterly exasperating. Suddenly, Li Yuheng's eyes brightened as they locked onto the exquisite straw hat perched on the head of small boy nearby. The brim was adorned with charming yarn flowers, a delightful combination of colors. Little friend, he dashed over in strides, crouching down with a smile. Your hat is truly lovely. Where did you acquire it? The little boy, around 5 or 6 years old, with rosy cheeks, gazed up at Li Yuheng with eyes sparkling like stars. It was given to me by Grandpa Xiang. He is incredibly talented and makes the most beautiful hats in the world. Upon hearing the shop's name, Li Yuheng raised an eyebrow. He thanked the boy casually and turned to leave, only to be halted by the boy's sudden call, Big brother. The boy looked up, his eyes shimmering. You are so handsome. Li Yuheng paused, a smile spreading across his face, and he elegantly turned around, lightly brushing aside the hair falling across his forehead, and feigned seriousness. Little friend, you possess a keen eye. The boy eagerly asked, When I grow up, Can I be as handsome as you? Yuheng pretended to ponder before shaking his head. No. The boy's expression instantly drooped, his small face falling. Seeing this, Yuheng crouched down with a grin, patting the boy's head. Do not be disheartened, dear friend. He earnestly explained, for I am a cosmic-level handsome man, a singular presence in this world, never to be replicated. The boy blinked in confusion. Then what about me? Yuheng solemnly replied, you can aspire to be a national-level handsome man. The boy's eyes lit up. Really? Yuheng nodded emphatically. Indeed, being a national-level handsome man is quite impressive. The boy immediately brightened, bouncing away while shouting, I want to be a national-level handsome man. Shubai stood at a distance, observing the scene with a cold gaze, his lips twitching. You even deceive children? Yuheng stood up. How can that be called deception? I am merely encouraging the next generation. Shubai, weary of engaging with this narcissist, turned to continue walking forward. Yuheng swiftly caught up, grinning mischievously. Little Shubai, are you feeling jealous? Shubai shot him a frosty glance. You are insane. Yuheng persisted. Oh, come now, are you embarrassed? Do you feel that I am too tender with others, creating an imbalance in your heart? Shubai halted, his dark eyes fixed on him as he articulated each word. I only wish to kill you. Instead of being daunted, Yuheng beamed even more brightly. Wow. Is it love that breeds hatred? Love, unrequited? A deep, torturous romance? Shubai inhaled deeply, turned, and walked away, his silhouette brimming with an aversion to conversing with a fool. Yuheng leisurely followed behind, humming a cheerful tune that reflected his buoyant mood. 0090 could not help but comment, Your Highness, are you not concerned that you might provoke Shubai to leave? With unwavering confidence, Yuheng retorted, Leave? Where could he possibly go? He squinted at Shubai's puffed-up figure, chuckling softly. If he truly wished to flee, he would have done so by now. Though Shubai possessed the ability to vanish in an instant or dissolve into a wisp of black mist, he chose not to. Instead, he advanced step by step, even slowing his pace as if awaiting someone. Yuheng's smile deepened. He quickened his steps, catching up to Shubai, gently entwining his fingers with his, and whispered, Come, I wish to take you somewhere. Shubai furrowed his brow. Where to? Yuheng, with an air of mystery, winked playfully. You shall find out once we arrive. Although Shubai initially intended to refuse, Yuheng unceremoniously pulled him toward the other end of the town. His grip was warm, and neither too forceful nor too gentle, ensuring Shubai felt neither coerced nor the option to decline. Shubai pressed his lips together, ultimately choosing not to shake him off. Chapter 59. The Intruder Player Attack, X Dual Form, Evil Spirit Boss Recipient Yuheng led Shubai through the wooden door of the Jinxiang clothing store. The wind chimes above the door, emitting a crisp jingle. The elderly shopkeeper, adorned with a painted fox mask, glanced up from his sewing machine and greeted them warmly. Welcome. How may I assist you today? With a cheerful smile, Yuheng surveyed the shop, his eyes dancing over an array of clothing and accessories. Let's browse a bit. He replied. The shopkeeper nodded amiably. Of course, please take your time. Seizing the moment while Yuheng turned his head, the shopkeeper discreetly glanced at Shubai, giving a playful thumbs up and mischievously tilting his head with a wink. Yuheng scanned the store and observed that, beyond clothing, the shelves were adorned with a dazzling assortment of accessories. From exquisite straw hats to extravagant feathered masks. There was even a bandit-style black mask akin to one worn by Li Qiang. With a slight grimace, he pointed at the mask and inquired, How well does this one sell, my good sir? The shopkeeper quickly retracted his hand, glancing at the mask Yuheng indicated, and replied with a hint of pride. We just sold one yesterday. Yuheng raised an eyebrow, responding with an amused "oh" as he surveyed the array of masks on the shelf, contemplating that it was likely only Li Qiang, that foolish lad, who had purchased one since they had been displayed. The shopkeeper, sensing Yuheng's thoughts, cleared his throat awkwardly. This customer certainly has a discerning eye. This mask is rather, shall we say, niche? Yuheng nodded earnestly. I understand, after all, not everyone possesses the courage to cosplay as a bank robber. The shopkeeper, taken aback, could only respond with a non-committal sound, leaving the shop enveloped in an odd silence. Yuheng chuckled lightly and waved his hand dismissively. Just a jest, merely a jest. He picked up a finely crafted straw hat, twirled it in his hands, and suddenly asked, "Good sir, may I try this on in the fitting room?" The shopkeeper blinked in surprise. Try on a hat? It was the first time he had encountered someone who wore a hat and specifically sought out a fitting room. Li Yuheng nodded with an air of nonchalance. Indeed, I am rather conservative. Such an intimate act as try on a hat cannot be conducted in the presence of the public. The elderly shopkeeper, though perplexed, respected this sentiment. Very well, the fitting room is over there, and there are mirrors inside. He gestured towards a small door nestled in the corner of the shop. As the shopkeeper observed Li Yuheng leading Shu Bai towards the fitting room, a sudden realization struck him. He chuckled softly to himself. That explains why my wife returned home in such a foul mood yesterday. What are you doing? Shu Bai gazed at Li Yuheng with confusion as he was pulled into the fitting room. Why was Li Yuheng dragging him into this? Transform. Transform. Li Yuheng whispered taxitally, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Shu Bai was taken aback, his gaze drifting momentarily to Li Yuheng's lips, his ears subtly flushing. Was he going to kiss again? After a brief moment of hesitation, Shu Bai succumbed to the black mist enveloping him, his form gradually elongating. When the darkness dissipated, the adult version of Shu Bai stood with a stoic expression in the cramped fitting room, his tall frame nearly brushing against Li Yuheng. Without delay, Li Yuheng thrust the straw hat into Shu Bai's hands. Try it on. Shu Bai glanced down at the hat, then back up at Li Yuheng, his brow furrowing. You want me to wear it? Not to kiss. Li Yuheng blinked in confusion. What else do you think I intend to do? Shu Bai, maintaining his impassive demeanor, accepted the hat and lightly grazed his fingertips over the brim. He shot a sidelong glance at Li Yuheng before donning the hat in front of the mirror. He then turned to Li Yuheng and asked, "Is this all right?" Li Yuheng burst into laughter upon seeing the hat worn upside down, the brim facing backward, resembling an inverted winnowing basket. "What are you laughing at?" Shu Bai inquired, a hint of annoyance in his tone. Li Yuheng stifled his mirth, reaching out to adjust the hat. "You're wearing it wrong." His fingers brushed gently through Shu Bai's hair, the action tender and practiced. Shu Bai remained still, allowing Li Yuheng to adjust the hat. "There we go." Stepping back, Li Yuheng admired his handiwork, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Shu Bai gazed into the mirror. The straw hat perfectly obscured his somewhat brooding demeanor, rendering him much softer in appearance. He pressed his lips together and murmured, "Boring." Li Yuheng, leaning in with a playful grin, inquired, "Not to your liking? Shall we try another one?" Shu Bai turned his face away. "Whatever." A mischievous smile crept across Li Yuheng's lips as he leaned closer, whispering conspiratorially, "Little Shu Bai, were you thinking something improper just now?" "What nonsense are you spouting?" Shu Bai retorted. "I was not." "Really?" Li Yuheng teased, drawing out his words. "The way you looked at me just now, tut tut tut." He trailed off while suggestively licking his lips. "Surely you didn't think I wanted you to transform here for other reasons?" "I did not." "Is that so?" Shu Bai replied with a nonchalant hum, his tone tinged with impatience. Li Yuheng tilted his head, a glint of mischief dancing in his eyes. "All right then," he elongated his words, suddenly drawing near. "Perhaps it is I who wish to kiss you." Before the last syllable had left his lips, he had already grasped Shu Bai's neck and leaned down to capture his lips in a kiss. As Shu Bai's breath momentarily faltered, his fingers instinctively tightened around Li Yuheng's collar. Yet he did not push him away. When Li Yuheng reluctantly withdrew, Shu Bai's lips had turned a stunning shade of red, his dark eyes glistening with moisture, his breath slightly unsteady. "Time's up," Li Yuheng chuckled, declaring it a perfect 9 minutes and 30 seconds. Shu Bai inhaled deeply, forcing down an inexplicable restlessness, and coldly remarked, "Boring." Li Yuheng, undeterred, continued to admire Shu Bai adorned with a straw hat, growing increasingly pleased. "You look splendid. You should buy it." Shu Bai lifted his hand to remove the hat. "Not necessary." "Oh no, you've already put it on." Li Yuheng firmly pressed down on his hand. "It suits you perfectly. Just look at the color and style. It seems tailor-made for you." Shu Bai frowned. "I have no need for such things." "I do," Li Yuheng retorted, unabashed. "How could my beautiful wife not possess a proper hat?" Shu Bai realized that reasoning with Lai Yuheng was a futile endeavor. Consequently, despite reverting to his youthful form, he was compelled to try on several other hats of varying styles. The elderly shopkeeper watched them throughout with a warm smile, his gaze as gentle as that of a grandparent observing their grandchildren. Lai Yuheng waved his hand grandly, exclaiming, "I'll take all these hats." However, the shopkeeper shook his head with a smile, wrapping each hat carefully and placing them into a beautiful paper bag. "No payment necessary. They are gifts for you." Lai Yuheng raised an eyebrow. "Is that appropriate?" Despite his words, he sincerely accepted the bag. The shopkeeper smiled mysteriously. "Consider it a gift to commemorate our meeting." "How generous of you. On my way here, I encountered a little boy who mentioned you gifted him a hat as well." "Special individuals deserve special treatment," the shopkeeper replied. Suddenly, Lai Yuheng leaned closer to the shopkeeper, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "May I ask why you wear a mask?" The shopkeeper touched the fox mask adorning his face. "Ah, it's because I am far too handsome. I fear I might frighten the customers." Lai Yuheng assessed the shopkeeper's stooped figure and graying hair, his lips twitching. "Your modesty is truly admirable." To his surprise, he realized there existed someone in this world even more confident than himself. What a revelation! Inwardly, he rolled his eyes. "Little system, this is called confidence, not narcissism. Understand?" The shopkeeper seemed amused by Lai Yuheng's expression. "Young man, in my youth, I was renowned as a handsome figure for miles around." Lai Yuheng nodded solemnly, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, saying earnestly, "I am humbled. It seems I am in the presence of a predecessor." Though he spoke respectfully, he inwardly scoffed. No one could be more handsome than I. Nevertheless, he decided to indulge him, adhering to the traditional virtues of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. The shopkeeper, observing Lai Yuheng's pretentious seriousness, couldn't help but chuckle again. "Young man, you truly are amusing." He shook his head, his tones suddenly softening. All right, I shall no longer jest with you. In truth, there's indeed a scar beneath this mask. I was inadvertently burned by fire in my youth, and I feared it might frighten others, which is why I have worn this mask all along." As he spoke, he raised his hand to gently remove the fox mask, revealing half of his face, marred by burn scars. Those scars, weathered by time, had turned pale, resembling the cracked bark of a tree, sprawling across the right side of his cheek in stark contrast to the unblemished skin on the left. "See, look here," the old shopkeeper said with a cheerful smile, his expression calm as if he had long ceased to care about his appearance. Li Yuheng's demeanor became serious as he attentively regarded the old man's face and softly remarked, "Shopkeeper Xiang, your scars are not frightening in the least." After a brief pause, he broke into a sincere smile, giving a thumbs up and adding, "In fact, they resemble medals, chronicling your extraordinary life experiences." The old shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. Li Yuheng continued, "Moreover, true charm has never resided in mere appearances." He gestured to his own face, stating, "Though it is indeed rare to find someone like me, who is both refined in spirit and form." The old shopkeeper could not help but laugh again, the wrinkles on his face easing into a smile. "Young man, your words are quite the flattery." Shu Bai, standing nearby, gazed at Li Yuheng's unusually serious profile, a trace of barely perceptible amusement glimmering in his eyes. Suddenly, Li Yuheng shifted the conversation, smiling as he looked towards the old shopkeeper. "Shopkeeper Xiang, considering my discerning eye, should I not be deemed to have passed the test?" The smile on the old shopkeeper's face faltered slightly before he resumed his amiable demeanor. "Pass the test? I'm merely a vendor of garments. I did not comprehend your words." Li Yuheng lounged lazily against the counter. "Is that so? If I am not mistaken, you must have an old companion?" Just as he finished speaking, a melodious voice wafted in from the entrance. "No way, no way, no way. Boss." Li Qiang stood at the doorway, his eyes wide as saucers above the black mask, trembling fingers pointing at the old shopkeeper. You are the boss?" His voice, tinged with terror, pierced the tranquility of the shop. The old shopkeeper leisurely donned his mask once more, smiling at Li Qiang. "Young man, one may indulge in reckless eating, but one should not speak carelessly." Li Qiang swallowed hard, instinctively taking a step back until his back pressed against the doorframe. When he had visited the shop the previous day to purchase a mask, he had observed the old shopkeeper wearing a mask, causing a pang of unease in his heart. The last boss, Lady Bai, had also wore a mask, yet at that time, the old shopkeeper had been kind and amiable, not only refraining from charging him, but also gifting him the black mask and accompanying attire, leading him to believe the old man was a good person. One cannot simply conclude that someone is a boss just because they wear a mask, right? Furthermore, the old shopkeeper wore a fox mask, entirely different from Lady Bai's silver mask. But now, Li Qiang's gaze was fixed intently on the scars revealed when the old shopkeeper removed his mask. Those grotesque scars bore a striking resemblance to those on Lady Bai's face that he had seen the night he first entered the dungeon. That night, unable to sleep, he had wandered through the castle and happened upon Lady Bai standing by the window. She removed her mask, revealing a face marred by scars. Though the distance obscured the details of these blemishes, they appeared particularly terrifying beneath the moonlight. Li Qiang was so frightened that he nearly soiled himself, desperately covering his mouth and scrambling back to the doorway of Li Yuheng's room, where he remained in a state of shock for the entire night. Now, however, the old shopkeeper also bore scars upon his visage. Li Qiang's voice trembled like a leaf in the wind. "You are the boss." The old shopkeeper sighed and shook his head, remarking, "Young man, an overly vivid imagination is not always a virtue." Li Yuheng, arms crossed, leaned lazily against the counter, watching the scene unfold with an amused expression. "Li Qiang, must you always be so easily startled?" It was then that Li Qiang noticed that both Li Yuheng and Shu Bai were present in the shop, and he clutched at this newfound hope, exclaiming, "Master, run. He is the boss." Li Yuheng calmly dug at his ear, replying, "I am aware." Li Qiang's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. You know? Li Yuheng nodded nonchalantly. "Indeed." Li Qiang was utterly flustered. "Then why are you still?" Li Yuheng raised an eyebrow, seemingly enjoying the banter. "Li Qiang nuda farbanli." Li Yuheng scoffed lightly and strolled over to Li Qiang, saying, "Your courage is remarkably lacking." He then continued earnestly, "As a man, one must remain composed in the face of danger. Do you understand? No wonder he cannot measure up." TSK, TSK, TSK. Li Qiang glanced between the unruffled Li Yuheng and the grinning old shopkeeper, suddenly feeling like a fool. "Master." Li Qiang swallowed hard and whispered, "Do you have some sort of plan?" Li Yuheng smiled mysteriously. "Of course." Li Qiang's eyes brightened. "What plan?" "Li Wing, Rublia. I shan't divulge." The old shopkeeper, overhearing their hushed exchange, could not suppress a chuckle. "Youngsters, what are you conspiring about?" Li Yuheng turned, smiling brightly, and said, "Oh, nothing much, just discussing how lovely your mask is." The old shopkeeper touched the fox mask on his face, saying with a knowing glance, "Is that so? Perhaps I should get you one as well?" Li Yuheng waved his hand dismissively. "No need, no need. My handsome face is quite enough. Wearing a mask would be unfair." The old shopkeeper, Shu Bai, Li Qiang, the old shopkeeper cleared his throat, shifting the conversation. "Speaking of which, have you found the truth?" Li Yuheng raised an eyebrow. "Are you hinting at something for us?" The old shopkeeper smiled without answering. Li Yuheng shrugged. "Very well. Then I shall offer you a hint as well." Chapter 61. The Intruder, Player Attack, X Dual Body, Evil, Ghost Boss Submissive. Since you wish to play the NPC, dear shopkeeper, you ought to fully commit, Li Yuheng remarked, casting a pointed glance toward Shu Bai. "Stop throwing flirtatious glances at my child." After 2 days of observation, Li Yuheng realized that the NPCs in the town could not perceive the players, who were in a ghostly form. For instance, the townsfolk were entirely oblivious to the female player who darted past Li Yuheng while playing Temple Run, and both the mayor and the little boy on the street regarded Shu Bai with indifference. Although the shopkeeper had deliberately avoided looking at Shu Bai since she entered the store, he discreetly greeted her when Li Yuheng turned his head. However, when Li Yuheng pulled Shu Bai into the fitting room to try on hats, the elderly shopkeeper's gaze remained fixed on the two, his eyes clearly reflecting their figures. This detail further convinced Li Yuheng that the shopkeeper was no ordinary NPC. He not only recognized Shu Bai, but could even perceive players in their ghostly state. In this game, few could interact with Shu Bai, and the shopkeeper's unusual behavior undoubtedly revealed his identity as one of the bosses of this instance. Upon hearing this, the old man in the fox mask twitched the corner of his mouth. When did I ever flirt? Li Yuheng immediately exaggeratedly mimicked the shopkeeper's previous demeanor, flashing a peace sign, winking, and playfully shaking his head. When did I ever flirt? After completing this performance, he quickly dropped the silly expression, widened his eyes, and innocently retorted, "Isn't that so?" The shopkeeper chuckled softly. Li Qiang, unable to contain his laughter, quickly covered his mouth and bowed his head. He desperately recalled the saddest moment of his life to suppress his amusement, ultimately remembering the time he attended his ex-girlfriend's wedding by plane, only to encounter a tragic accident, which rendered him unable to laugh, his face falling in dismay. Shu Bai turned away, the corners of his lips involuntarily lifting into a slight arc. But upon realizing his expression had softened, he immediately tightened his face. Lowering his eyelids, his long lashes cast a shadow beneath, perfectly concealing that fleeting smile. Li Yuheng caught a glimpse of Shu Bai's brief smile, and a wave of warmth enveloped his eyes. He turned back to the shopkeeper, continuing his playful antics. "Shopkeeper, why don't you say something? Are you speechless in the presence of my handsomeness?" The shopkeeper shook his head in resignation. Yet the eyes behind the fox mask sparkled with kindness. "Young man, in all my years, I've never encountered anyone quite like you." The shopkeeper suddenly faltered, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Li Yuheng interrupted him, proudly lifting his chin. "Of course, I am one of a kind." The shopkeeper, momentarily at a loss for words, turned to Li Qiang with a smile, seeking to amuse him first. "Sir, does your mask fit well?" Li Qiang stiffened, stammering, It's okay." The shopkeeper nodded. "That is good to hear. By the way, I forgot to mention yesterday that the mask has a special function." Li Qiang's eyes brightened. "What function?" The shopkeeper lowered his voice mysteriously. "When you wear it, others won't recognize you as you." Li Qiang responded with confusion. "Isn't that just stating the obvious?" Li Yuheng burst into laughter. "Shopkeeper, your sense of humor is quite unique." The shopkeeper, smiling as he stroked his beard, replied, "You flatter me. Indeed, this one-of-a-kind customer is correct. I am certainly not an NPC. I am a master of this narrative, and you may refer to me as Mr. Xiang." However, he cast a meaningful glance at Li Yuheng, acknowledging that although you are aware of my status as the master, you have merely fulfilled your duties as a journalist without uncovering the true essence of this quaint town. Have you not? Li Yuheng remained unfazed, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Who says I have not found it?" He leisurely strolled to the counter, fingertips gently tapping the surface. "Is not the truth right here?" He deliberately emphasized the character Xiang, gazing intently at the elderly shopkeeper, his eyes brimming with unwavering certainty. The elderly proprietor, Mr. Xiang, momentarily faltered in his smile before swiftly regaining his cheerful demeanor. "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Li Yuheng leaned forward, placing both hands on the counter, lowering his voice. "The conditions for completing this narrative require one to fulfill the task and uncover the 39 truths of the town within 3 days. My role as a journalist is inherently linked to the town's truths, yet upon completion, the system did not deem it a success. Moreover, the phrase 39 truths is purposefully enclosed in quotation marks, indicating it alludes to something beyond mere facts or concepts." He paused briefly before continuing. "Furthermore, the guide known as Win mentioned that every narrative is guarded by a formidable boss. Yet in this instance, the boss has yet to reveal themselves. You just acknowledge your role as the boss, and your surname Xiang, alongside the name of this establishment Xinxiang, leaves much to ponder." Li Yuheng fixed his gaze upon him, his tone resolute. "Thus, I surmise that there are 2 bosses in this narrative, the other being your wife, Jean, the one who can transform into a monstrous old woman. Together, you 2 embody the true truth of this town." He raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Am I correct, Mr. Xiang?" Li Qiang, standing nearby, was left utterly speechless. "So the truth is merely a combination of the 2 bosses' names?" Mr. Xiang nodded in approval. "Precisely so." However, he swiftly shifted his attention to the masked Li Qiang. "Unfortunately, you cannot complete the narrative. As far as I am aware, your task as a wandering doctor remains unfinished. Li Qiang reluctantly departed from the clothing store, glancing back 3 times, his eyes pleading with the master to watch over him. Li Yuheng waved him off. Off you go. Remember to drink plenty of warm water. Once Li Qiang had distanced himself, Mr. Xiang lowered his voice. Young man, who exactly are you? Li Yuheng blinked innocently. Me? A universal handsome man. Mr. Xiang shook his head. In my long life, I have never encountered someone as exceptional as you. The elderly shopkeeper finally found the right adjective. Exceptionally handsome? Exceptionally shameless. Li Yuheng retorted. Listen, old man, I take back my earlier compliment. Shu Bai, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter before quickly adopting a serious expression. Chapter 62. The Intruder Player Attack X Dual-Bodied Evil Ghost Boss receives 28. Li Yuheng scooped up Shu Bai in one arm, while the other held a paper bag filled with hats, winking at Mr. Xiang. Mr. Xiang? Since I have uncovered the truth, could you grant me passage? I have pressing matters to attend to. The eyes beneath the fox mask of boss, she curved slightly as he leisurely stroked his beard. An urgent matter? What urgency? Li Yuheng Roblia solemnly. A significant event in life. Shu Bai struggled momentarily in his embrace, coldly stating, Put me down. Li Yuheng feigned ignorance, tightening his hold. Don't fuss, be good. Boss, she observed the pair and couldn't help but chuckle. Youngsters, the outcome of the challenge is not solely in my hands. And it typically takes until the 3rd day to reveal the results. Li Yuheng raised an eyebrow. Oh, then who holds the authority? My old partner, boss, she replied. Li Yuheng smirked. TSK. Young man, you have quite the snap. Quite impressive, world class. He humbly responded. Truly amusing. The old woman snorted, her gaze shifting to Shu Bai, her expression softening instantly. Shu Bai stood beside Li Yuheng, clutching a tattered little dog toy tightly, a flicker of complex emotions passing through his eyes. The old woman sighed, shaking her head. Very well, I shall not put you in a difficult position. She had noticed Li Yuheng, a variable never before seen in the cycle, holding Shu Bai, whom she regarded as her own grandchild. Intentionally, she had separated them to opposite ends of the town, only to find Shu Bai proactively seeking out Li Yuheng. Thus, she hastened to test Li Yuheng before Shu Bai arrived, only to discover that he was not only unfazed, but also quite chatty. His incessant chatter was maddening. Just as she contemplated taking action, she was knocked unconscious by a snap of his fingers. Proceed with the challenge, the old woman rasped, waving her hand. You may take Xiao Bai and depart. Consult him for directions. He knows the way. Li Yuheng offered a thumbs up. Grandma, you are magnanimous. The old woman let out a cold huff, turning to leave. Suddenly, Shu Bai spoke up. Grandma. She paused, turning back to him. What is it, Xiao Bai? Shu Bai bit his lip. Thank you. The old woman, momentarily stunned, soon displayed a warm smile. Silly child, there is no need for formalities with me. Her stooped figure gradually vanished around the corner, leaving only the faint sound of her footsteps. Li Yuheng looked down at Shu Bai. Little Shu Bai, will you miss her? Shu Bai turned his face away. No. Li Yuheng chuckled softly, suddenly bending down to lift him. Let us go to the 3rd challenge to meet your true self. Shu Bai struggled in his arms. Stop carrying me. Put me down. Not a chance. Li Yuheng. In a void of darkness, Shu Bai's small figure transformed into a swirl of black mist, streaking through the emptiness like a shooting star, merging with the distant tall figure. Li Yuheng remained in place, a playful smile gracing his lips as he watched the adult version of Shu Bai slowly turn around. Li Yuheng pretended to survey his surroundings. Where is this? It doesn't seem like the 3rd challenge. This is my domain. Shu Bai's voice, now deeper than in his child form, replied. Because you completed the 2nd challenge early. The 3rd challenge cannot be activated yet. Oh, so you brought me here. Indeed. Li Yuheng isa smila widanat. Shu Bai cast him a cold glance. Don't overthink it. It's merely the game's designated resting space. Li Yuheng glanced around, realizing that this so-called domain resembled a small lounge enveloped in darkness. In a corner, there sat a seemingly comfortable sofa. He swaggered over, placed the bag containing his hat beside him, and plopped down, deliberately bouncing a couple of times. Oh, quite soft. Was this made just for me? Shu Bai's brow twitched slightly. That belongs to me. Isn't yours mine as well? Li Yuheng chuckled, patting the space beside him. Come, sit down. Standing must be exhausting. Shu Bai remained unmoved, crossing his arms as he regarded him. What exactly do you intend to do? Li Wing Shuzhe. What can I do? Wasn't I dragged into this little dark room by you? He feigned surprise, like a damsel abducted. Could it be that Lord Shu Bai has ulterior motives towards me? Shu Bai inhaled deeply and turned to leave. Then you can stay here alone. Hey. Li Yuheng sprang from the sofa with a nimble leap, blocking his path with long strides. Don't go. I was just joking. Shu Bai lifted his gaze, his eyes clearly conveying a warning. You better have a reason. Li Yuheng stroked his chin, eyes narrowing slightly. If I'm not mistaken, we have a day and a half, correct? Shu Bai responded with a curt HM, exuding impatience. So, what exactly do you want to do with me 10 times? Speak quickly. Li Yuheng suddenly leaned closer, a knowing smile gracing his lips. What to do? Well, he deliberately elongated the last word, gently tapping Shu Bai's shoulder. Food. Shu Bai blinked in confusion. What food? Without warning, Li Yuheng swept Shu Bai off his feet, striding toward the sofa amidst Shu Bai's astonished gaze. No need to worry. I'll teach you. Shu Bai found himself pinned to the sofa, their breaths mingling, warm and hurried. Is cooking akin to intimacy? Not just that. What are your hands doing? Shu Bai exclaimed. Li Yuheng abruptly restrained Shu Bai's restless hand, his ears reddening as his voice turned hoarse. Is this what you call cooking? Li Yuheng blinked innocently, though a mischievous grin lingered. Indeed, just preheating the pan. What? Do you wish to back out? Of course not. Then release my hand. That's more like it. In the darkness, Li Yuheng lifted Shu Bai effortlessly, positioning him on his lap. With one hand firmly supporting Shu Bai's waist, he retrieved a beautiful little hat from the paper bag, waving it before Shu Bai's eyes. Pajda. He intentionally altered his voice, adopting an exaggerated tone. Dear family, when do you suppose this hat will fall off? Shu Bai, startled by his sudden antics, felt his breath quicken, his voice tinged with rasp. What madness are you up to now? Nothing, Li Yuheng replied, his eyes sparkling with mirth as he gently placed the hat upon Shu Bai's head. His fingertips brushed lightly against Shu Bai's ear, a triumphant smile emerging in the shadows. Why do you have to? No particular reason. Chapter 63. The Intruder. Player Attacker, X-Dual Body, Evil Spirit Boss, Receiver, 29. That's enough. We've already done it 3 times. What? Honey, can't you count? There's still 7 times left. You lunatic. He chuckled. That's the 8th time now. Xiao Bai struggled to turn and glared at him, her eyes slightly reddened. You are being unreasonable. Li Yuheng seized the opportunity to kiss her, declaring, I am the reason. He gazed quizzically at the hat atop Xiao Bai's head, perplexed. Why hasn't this hat fallen off yet? I specifically chose a style that is unstable. Xiao Bai, barely able to muster strength, retorted, You're a creep. Thank you for the compliment, he replied. Focus. There's still 6 more to go. 6, great luck. What a propitious number. Shut up. Li Yuheng gently caressed the 2 moles beneath Xiao Bai's right eye. Just 3 more. Xiao Bai suddenly opened her eyes wide. Just kill me. When the 10th was finally accomplished, Xiao Bai could barely lift a finger. Li Wen ambrasa Xiao Bai contentedly. How about my culinary skills? He squinted, a smug smile gracing his lips as he began to boast internally. Exceptional technique, extraordinary talent, self-taught, remarkable stamina, resilient and enduring, effortlessly proficient, leaving my wife utterly captivated, spellbound, and completely overwhelmed. Ah, truly, he is remarkable. A true leading man. With her last ounce of strength, Xiao Bai delivered a kick. Get lost. No more compliments, he thought, having praised himself enough already. Li Yuheng caught Xiao Bai's limp leg and enveloped her entirely in his embrace. Sleep well, my dear wife. In the darkness, several forgotten hats lay quietly beneath the sofa, bearing witness to a sweet revenge. The hunched figure of the real grandmother entered the shop. The shopkeeper, lifting his gaze from the sewing machine, smiled beneath his fox mask. You're back. The grandmother scoffed, walking straight to the counter and sitting down. That boy has passed the test. The shopkeeper stroked his beard, replying with a grin. I have my suspicions. The grandmother slammed her hand on the table, her voice hoarse. You should have seen the way he held Xiao Bai. He looked just like a dog with a bone. The shopkeeper couldn't help but chuckle. Young people are just enthusiastic. It's a good thing. A good thing. The grandmother widened her eyes. That boy is smooth-tongued. He clearly isn't a good character. The shopkeeper leisurely poured a cup of tea and pushed it toward her. Calm down. I find that boy quite interesting. At least he has courage. The grandmother took the cup, gulping down a large sip and wiping her mouth. Courage? That is just him being foolish. You should have seen him staring at my teeth when I transformed into a monster, as if counting how many I had. The shopkeeper finally burst into laughter. Ha, that's amusing, truly amusing. The grandmother rolled her eyes, but then suddenly lowered her voice. However, that boy is indeed extraordinary. They exchanged glances, both falling into silence. Yuheng was the unpredictable variable in this endless cycle. From Xiaobai, they learned that he not only could not be killed, but also retained his memories, like an anomaly that had appeared out of thin air. Yet, the most crucial aspect was that he could make Xiaobai approach him willingly. The shopkeeper sighed softly. Regardless, as long as Xiaobai is happy. Besides, isn't the purpose of our quest to test the player's observation and empathy? Only those who genuinely care about the history of the town and are willing to listen to the stories of its inhabitants can uncover the truth. The gaze of the shopkeeper deepened. While those who were solely focused on escaping and turned a blind eye to the suffering of the townsfolk would forever remain unable to complete their quest. After speaking these words, his expression returned to a tranquil state. It suffices for us to perform our duties diligently. The old woman fell silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. They had once been players themselves, and by a twist of fate, had slain the original boss of the game's first instance, subsequently becoming the masters of the second instance. Amidst the splattered blood, they suddenly grasped the most poignant metaphor of this game. The Dragon Slayer would inevitably reside in the lair of the wicked dragon, caressing the scars of yesteryear with newly formed scales. Compared to the pale, they had earlier glimpsed the cracks behind the crystal ball. The initial terror had long since transformed into an almost tender numbness. That young man might indeed break this cycle. The old woman murmured. The shopkeeper smiled faintly. Who knows? Perhaps this is the arrangement of fate. Yuheng wandered through the town the entire day, and this time no one attempted to apprehend him. Yet every townsfolk, upon seeing him, would retreat at a distance. As night fell and darkness enveloped the surroundings, it was curious that he felt no pangs of hunger. As he strolled aimlessly, he noticed a house ahead with an open door, a townsman emerging with clothing to hang out to dry. Upon catching sight of Yuheng, the man's face changed drastically, and he quickly retreated inside, slamming the door shut. Yuheng paused for a moment, then suddenly understood. The townsfolk had mistaken him for a robber. However, upon reflection, a robber was certainly preferable to a harbinger of evil. He continued to walk without purpose, only to suddenly spot a man standing on the bridge, whose silhouette seemed familiar. After a moment's hesitation, he approached. As he came closer, he recognized the figure. It was the cloaked priest from before. Yuheng swallowed hard, his fingers instinctively brushing against the black mask on his face, confirming it was still in place. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his courage and walked towards the shadowy figure by the riverbank. Excuse me, priest? He called cautiously from a safe distance of 5 meters, his voice muffled beneath the mask. The priest did not turn, merely standing quietly at the river's edge, his dark robe fluttering slightly in the night breeze. Yuheng stepped a few paces closer, tentatively calling, "Priest?" Suddenly, the priest leaped into the air, silently plunging into the inky waters below. My goodness! Yuheng gasped, startled. Someone has jumped into the river. Chapter 64. The Intruder. Yuheng stood on the bridge, helplessly watching as the priest's figure was engulfed by the dark water. The surface quickly settled into calmness, not a single bubble rising. Desperately stamping his feet in agitation, he hesitated to plunge into the water. As a quintessential otaku, he could not even swim a dog paddle. Help! Someone has jumped into the river, he shouted, his voice piercing the stillness of the night. Yet, the surrounding houses remained shrouded in darkness. Not a single light was illuminated, nor did anyone emerge to investigate. Do not exert yourself calling out. He shall not perish. A raspy voice suddenly emanated from behind. Yuheng swiftly turned around to find a stooped old man standing a short distance away, clutching a dimly lit oil lamp. Its feeble glow illuminating the myriad wrinkles etched upon his face. "Who are you?" Yuheng inquired cautiously, instinctively retreating a step. The old man coughed twice, slowly raising his frail finger pointing towards the river surface. "I'm a resident of this town. As for that priest," he paused, his tone eerily calm, "he jumps into the river once a week. You need not worry, he can swim." Yuheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "What? Such a person exists?" The old man sighed, the light of the oil lamp flickering in his murky eyes. "This town has long since descended into madness. Follow me." A chill wind swept past, causing Yuheng to shiver. After a moment's hesitation, he took a step forward, trailing behind the old man's figure. Seeing Shu Bai seemingly asleep, Yuheng ignited a flicker of ethereal flame at his fingertips, gently flicking it, causing the flames to transform into countless tiny specks of light that danced around him and Shu Bai like fireflies. Wherever the lights passed, clothing tidied itself. The disheveled sofa regained its composure, and even the scattered little hats flew back into the paper bag. Shu Bai seemed to sense something, slightly lifting his eyelids. The corners of his eyes tinged with a faint blush. He furrowed his brows, gazing at the floating, glimmering lights. "What is this? A little magic exclusive to handsome fellows. Are you envious? Show off." Yuheng chuckled and leaned closer, pinching his earlobe. "This is what we call 39 considerate, you understand?" Shu Bai swatted his hand away. Yuheng Undatarat tightened his embrace around Shu Bai's waist, resting his chin on his shoulder and nuzzling. "Oh dear, so heartless to discard me once you're done." Shu Bai inhaled deeply, unable to endure it further, and raised his hand, a swirl of black mist abruptly slapping onto Yuheng's face. Yuheng reeled back slightly, yet his smile only grew brighter. "Wow, my wife is giving me a facial mask." Suddenly, Shu Bai grasped Yuheng's cheek, though fatigue weighed heavily on his eyelids. He mustered the strength to glare at him. "Tell me, who taught you to cook?" Yuheng blinked innocently. "Is there a need for teaching? I was born with this talent." Shu Bai scoffed, applying pressure with his fingers. "Speak the truth." "I'll be gentle." Yuheng exaggeratedly gasped. I'll tell you." Shu Bai relaxed his grip, awaiting Yuheng's response. To his surprise, Yuheng earnestly declared, "You are the domineering wave, and I am the wave's master." Shu Bai's hand fell limply, his fingertips trembling slightly as he closed his eyes. Yuheng, alarmed, seized his wrist. "What is wrong? Your hand isn't broken, is it?" He frantically checked Shu Bai's arm, squeezing from fingertips to elbow, while muttering incessantly, "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have made you hold on for so long. Let me see if your bones are all right." "Be quiet." Yuheng immediately fell silent, yet his hands continued their careful examination, delicately mobilizing Shu Bai's wrist joint. Once he confirmed that the bone was unharmed, he let out a long sigh of relief, gently rubbing his pale hand against his face. "You scared me. I thought you were truly going to transform into Yonghua." He paused, shaking his head. No, I should bandage you up." With an earnest expression, Yuheng began to gesture toward the air, as if gripping one end of a bandage, carefully wrapping it around Shu Bai's wrist. "Don't move," he insisted, pressing down on Shu Bai's wrist with a serious demeanor. "This bandage is specially made. It can promote blood circulation and alleviate bruising." Shu Bai watched him with an impassive face as Yuheng's fingers danced in the air, occasionally tearing the imaginary bandage with a sound as if he were genuinely tending to a wound. "All done." Yuheng triumphantly tied a perfect bow and admired his handiwork. "What do you think? Am I skilled?" Shu Bai glanced at his empty wrist, his lips twitching slightly. "Where's the bandage?" "Oh, this is the latest model of invisible bandage. Yuheng explained earnestly. Only a cosmic-level handsome guy like me can see it." Shu Bai merely observed him in silence. Suddenly, Yuheng raised his hand to cover his face. His voice muffled as he said, "There is no one else, just you." Shu Bai was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, he softly replied, "Oh." Yuheng abruptly removed his hand, his eyes wide in disbelief. How can that be?" He looked utterly incredulous, as if he had suffered a great injustice. his mouth pouting like a child who had lost their candy. Shu Bai lazily lifted his eyelids, giving a faint, indifferent Is 10 times not enough? Li Weng Musha. But upon seeing Shu Bai's weary demeanor, he chose not to press further. He carefully sat up, gently lifting Shu Bai's legs and resting them on his own. Shu Bai's knee became a natural pillow, and Li Yuheng leaned his head against it, his eyes fixated on him. Shu Bai murmured with his eyes closed, "What are you staring at?" His voice carried a heavy fatigue. Li Yuheng did not answer. Instead, he reached out, applying a moderate pressure as he began to massage Shu Bai's calves. His technique was surprisingly adept, starting from the ankle and gradually working his way up, effectively alleviating the muscle soreness. As the massage progressed, Shu Bai's brows began to relax, and his breathing grew steadier. Just when Li Yuheng thought Shu Bai had fallen asleep, Shu Bai suddenly spoke softly. "No matter who you are, your voice, almost like a sigh, must not disappear." Li Yuheng's hands paused momentarily before resuming the massage, a gentle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "I promise I won't," he replied softly, his tone imbued with an unprecedented sincerity. Shu Bai seemed to drift into deeper slumber, offering no further response. At that moment, the voice of 0090 echoed in Li Yuheng's mind. "Your Highness, when will you unplug the power?" This is already the third instance. Li Yuheng lazily replied in his mind. "What are you in such a hurry for? A protagonist must allow things to unfold naturally." 0090 retorted, "Naturally? Why didn't you say that when you were cooking?" Chapter 65. The intruder player attacks the dual-body evil spirit boss receives little system. What do you suppose is the power source of this meat grinder? Li Weng in Kita Tavrupli. 0090, preoccupied with data organization, paused momentarily. Did you not mention wanting to unplug the power source? Li Yuheng scoffed lightly. That was merely a metaphor. Do you grasp the concept of rhetorical devices? 0090. It chose tonight's Cambridge. The essence of this cyclical world is, in fact, quite simple. It is fear itself. 0090. Fear? Indeed, the fear of all players, the fear of all bosses, and even that which is called the wind's fear. The fear of death, the fear of oblivion, the fear of endless reincarnation, and the fear of hope. These negative emotions constitute the energy that sustains this world. Thus, a wicked smile crept upon Li Yuheng's lips. Once the power source of fear is severed, the world will inevitably crumble. What do you intend to do? Li Yuheng's gaze fell upon the slumbering profile of Shu Bai. It's quite simple, really. I shall ensure they no longer harbor fear. 0090. Is that truly simple? Fear is humanity's most primal instinct. How could it be so easily eradicated? Li Yuheng seemed to sense 0090's skepticism and chuckled softly. Little system, you are far too rigid. What is the antithesis of fear? 0090. Courage? Incorrect. Li Yuheng languidly corrected. It is familiarity. When a person becomes accustomed to fear, it ceases to be fear. Just as with Shu Bai, he has become accustomed to death, accustomed to slaughter, and even accustomed to suffering. Thus, these have lost their potency as threats. After a brief pause, Li Yuheng continued, "What I truly aim to achieve is to help them gradually acclimatize to the existence of hope. In a certain sense, this plan has already begun to bear fruit." 0090. Your Highness, how do you perceive that they have grown accustomed to hope? Li Yuheng gently toyed with Shu Bai's hair, leisurely recalling, "Little system, your powers of observation leave much to be desired." He narrowed his eyes, reminiscing. "When the west wind's dead fish eyes beheld me." His pupils dilated in shock. What was he astonished by? The emergence of my variable. Lady Bai was even more transparent. She forgot to fan herself. The gaze she cast upon me resembled that of a dog, starved for 3 days, upon sighting a bone, both wary and yearning. As for old Granny and Basyang, Li Yuheng chuckled. That was even more evident. 0090 fell silent for a moment. Is that all it takes? TSK, what do you understand? Li Yuheng proudly shook his head. The eyes are indeed the windows to the soul. 0090 could not help but press. What Shu Bai? Has he grown accustomed to hope? Li Yuheng chuckled softly in his mind. He is preparing to reopen the third instance. 0090 was taken aback. What does that signify? Li Yuheng's fingertips lingered at the corner of Shu Bai's eyes, where two small black moles resembled traces of tears. In previous recollections of Shu Bai, he had witnessed that after becoming the boss of the third instance, he discovered that even if players succeeded in passing through the third instance, they would not truly attain rebirth. The so-called qualification for rebirth was merely a deception. Upon realizing this, Shu Bai closed the third instance. Henceforth, all players would perish upon completing the second instance, their memories wiped clean, and a new cycle would commence. He paused momentarily, but now, he was poised to reopen the third instance. What could this entail? Shu Bai felt a sense of anticipation. Even if there existed merely a 1 in 10 million chance, he was determined to explore it. The variable of Li Yuheng might indeed shatter this ceaseless cycle. 0090 remained silent for a long while before cautiously inquiring, "Your Highness, what do you intend to do in the third instance?" Li Yuheng smirked, a glint of mischief flickering in his eyes. Of course. He deliberately elongated the last word, marriage. 0090. Li Yuheng asserted confidently, in the original plot, the protagonist was chosen as Shu Bai's groom. Such a fortunate opportunity cannot be squandered on another. It must be me. 0090. The thought process of this prince was perpetually beyond its comprehension. Li Yuheng lowered his gaze upon Shu Bai and softly stated, "Moreover, the setting of the third instance is a wedding. The antithesis of fear is familiarity, and at the end of familiarity lies love." 0090. Your Highness, you are correct. While Shu Bai and the other bosses may acclimatize to hope, well, the players, some among them have already perished, yet others remain alive. How do you intend to alleviate their fears? In this game, only when all players had perished would the game completely erase everyone's memories, rebooting the entire experience and returning all to the moment of the initial plane crash. Players who died first would not restart individually, but would be archived at the moment of their demise. Their consciousness would be ensnared in chaos, akin to being frozen within the data stream, unable to act or perceive. This state would persist until all players had perished, at which point the game would trigger a rollback mechanism, resetting all players to the beginning of the cycle. Little system, have you heard of the collective unconscious? 0090. Are you referring to the psychological concept proposed by Yuheng? Quite similar. In this game, the consciousness of all players is interconnected, like an immense web. Li Yuheng paused before continuing. As long as one player breaks free from the shackles of fear, this transformation will ripple outward, influencing others. 0090. Partially grasping the concept. So your implication is? My implication, Li Yuheng said mysteriously, is that I am already in the process. 0090. Li Yuheng ceased his explanations, merely grinning with a sense of pride. Li Qiang followed the elder through the dimly lit alley. The glow of the oil lamp casting flickering shadows upon the cobblestone path. Turning a corner, he suddenly beheld the stooped figure of an old woman blocking the way. "Stranger, who are you?" The raspy voice of the old woman pierced the night with a jarring intensity. Li Qiang's heart raced, instinctively glancing at the elder beside him, only to find that the elder continued forward, seemingly oblivious to the woman's presence. It dawned on him with sudden clarity. The elder could not see this old woman. Alas, it seems I have encountered yet another formidable adversary, as foretold by the master. He must not perish now. He must accompany the protagonist to victory. Indeed, he must maintain his composure, just as the hero does. He is capable of this. As the protagonist wisely advised, he must remain unflappable in the face of danger. In a flash, Li Qiang recalled the warm reminder from the beginning of the game. Remember your identity. He swiftly moved beside the elderly man, his voice masked in darkness. Feigning calmness, "I am a wandering physician. This elderly gentleman is unwell, and I am here to attend to him." Raising his voice deliberately, he continued, "Madam, do you require medical attention? You appear somewhat under the weather." The elderly woman's murky eyes narrowed slightly, as if pondering his words. The night breeze tousled her silver hair, casting an eerie aura under the flickering oil lamp. After a moment of silence, she uttered nothing and turned, disappearing into the shadows of the alley. Li Qian agzaladepui. Only then realizing his back was drenched in perspiration. The old man regarded him curiously. Young man, whom are you speaking to in the air? Have you lost your mind as well? No, no. I am merely slightly nearsighted and mistook that utility pole for a person. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Li Qiang replied, "Let us continue, old man." Chapter 66. The intruder of the night was as dark as ink, thick and impenetrable. At the end of the alley, a crescent moon hung from the eaves, resembling a cold cake that had been nibbled at, emitting a pale, bluish glow. Li Qiang followed the old man further, his heartbeat gradually steadying. He looked up at the sky and suddenly noticed that the stars shone particularly brightly tonight. How had he not observed this before? Those twinkling points of light were densely scattered across the night sky, as if someone had accidentally spilled a box of silver powder. How peculiar, he muttered softly. The night sky in this game is rather realistic. The old man, without turning his head, chuckled. Young man, what a curious thing to say. The sky is simply the sky. What does it matter if it is real or not? Li Qiang was taken aback. The night breeze caressed his cheek, carrying the scent of earth and grass. In the distance, a few dogs barked, while nearby, crickets chirped from the crevices of the walls. Everything felt astonishingly real. He suddenly realized that he had never truly observed the details of this world before. Each time he entered the game, his mind was consumed with thoughts of impending doom, wondering how to follow the protagonist, where the boss was located. The glow of the oil lamp flickered on the cobblestone path, illuminating a few wildflowers that had sprouted through the cracks in the bricks. Li Qiang crouched down, inexplicably drawn to pluck a small white flower. The petals were soft and cool, damp with the night dew, trembling gently at his fingertips. "What are you doing, young man?" the old man inquired. Coming. Li Qiang said, tucking the little flower into his pocket as he hurried to catch up. For some reason, he felt something within his chest stir quietly, as if a long-pressed stone was slowly crumbling. Turning a corner, a joyous melody from a flute suddenly filled the air. To his astonishment, Li Qiang beheld a red lantern glowing at the end of the alley, where several children frolicked in the open space. The scene, incongruous with the eerie and terrifying village setting, inexplicably warmed the heart. "Ah, tonight the town is celebrating a joyous occasion," the elder explained. "The daughter of the Bai family is to be wed." Li Qiang's eyes widened in astonishment. Are there truly festivities within the game? At that moment, a little girl with pigtails came bounding over, thrusting a wild chrysanthemum into Li Qiang's hands, exclaiming, "For you, the new big brother." Li Qiang stood frozen. The girl's hands were warm, and the dewdrops on the flower shimmered softly under the lantern's glow. Suddenly, he was reminded of his younger sister in the real world, who would often gift him a flower picked from the roadside each time he left home for university. Thank you," he stammered, his voice choked with emotion. The little girl giggled and dashed away. Li Qiang remained rooted to the spot, gazing at the wild chrysanthemum in his hand, an unusual feeling swelling within him. The fear lingered, yet it seemed no longer suffocating. The night breeze caressed him, carrying the cheerful notes of a flute and the laughter of children far and wide. Unbeknownst to Li Qiang, at that very moment, a player cowering from a menacing grandmother suddenly looked up. Another player, on the brink of exhaustion from pondering over a task, blinked in surprise, and yet another, on the verge of surrendering hope, clenched their fists. Like a pebble cast into a tranquil lake, ripples began to extend silently from him. Meanwhile, within the invisible data layers, an anomaly prompt abruptly emerged in the game. Warning, player emotional fluctuation value has breached the threshold. Reassessing world stability, no response. Reassessing world stability again, no response. Ignoring warning, continuing operation. Li Yuheng surveyed his surroundings and noticed a faintly flickering translucent display screen in a dark corner. He rose quietly and approached the screen, gently touching it with his fingertips. The screen illuminated, presenting several options. Shifeng, Game Guide. Madam Bai, First Dungeon Boss. Mr. Xiang, True Grandmother, Second Dungeon Boss. Without hesitation, Li Yuheng selected Shifeng. The screen flickered a few times, and Shifeng's disheveled yet handsome face materialized on the screen. His slate blue eyes, half open and vacant, widened slightly upon seeing Li Yuheng. then returned to calm as he asked nonchalantly, "What is it?" Li Yuheng raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you surprised to see me?" Shifeng yawned. "Spit it out. I want to get back to sleep." Li Yuheng narrowed his eyes. "When will the third dungeon open?" "Today marks the third day, the final day." Shifeng rubbed his eyes. "It won't open until tomorrow noon." Li Yuheng's lips twitched. "Your game operates with such inefficiency." Shifeng's lifeless eyes regarded him. "Do you think I want this?" "It's how the system is set." Suddenly, Li Yuheng leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "Hey, old buddy, can I ask you something?" "Old buddy?" Is he addressing him? Shifeng asked warily. "What? Is it enjoyable being a game guide?" Shifeng's slate-blue eyes briefly flashed with exasperation. "What do you think?" Li Yuheng stroked his chin while scrutinizing him. "Looking at those dark circles under your eyes, you seem rather unwell." Shifeng sighed. "You already know why ask." Li Yuheng spoke earnestly. "Old Dong, have you ever considered changing jobs?" Shifeng looked at him with suspicion. "First of all, I'm not called Old Dong. My name is Shifeng. What does that even mean?" Li Yuheng smiled mysteriously. "How about this? Once I clear the level, I'll take you out for a wild time." Shifeng's gaze flickered slightly, but soon returned to its previous lifelessness. "Stop joking. This game has no exit." "Who says there is none?" Li Yuheng raised an eyebrow. "It's just that you haven't found it yet." Shifeng fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, "Who exactly are you?" Li Yuheng grinned widely, revealing 8 shining teeth. "Guess." Shifeng replied, "Hey Dongfeng, don't you have 3 brothers as well?" Shifeng's gray-blue eyes widened slightly, and the usual dull expression on his face showed its first crack. "How do you know that?" Li Yuheng beamed with pride. "Just a guess. You're called Dongfeng. So there must be Shifeng, Nanfeng, and Beifeng, right? That makes a perfect mahjong table." Shifeng's lifeless eyes twitched slightly. "I'm called Shifeng. My 3 brothers are called Zisha, Shiyu, and Shishuan." Li Yuheng burst into laughter, unable to contain himself, quickly covering his mouth as his shoulders shook like a sifter. "Zisha? Shiyu? Shishuan? Did your family name you based on the weather?" Shifeng regarded him with an expressionless face. His gray-blue eyes filled with the sentiment that this person might just be a fool. Shifeng prepared to hang up. "I'm going to sleep." Li Yuheng shouted after him. "Consider my offer. Meals and accommodation included, plus 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, not to mention annual leave." The screen had already gone dark. Chapter 67. The Intruder Player Attack X Dual Body Evil Spirit Boss Receive. Current surviving players. 5. Congratulations on clearing the 2nd instance. Silent Town. The 3rd instance is about to begin, in the Blood-Red Hall. 5 players stood before a massive virtual screen, the atmosphere tense. Li Yuheng had his hands in his pockets, lazily leaning against the wall, seemingly lost in thought. Yet in reality, he was engaged in a long-distance call with a Black Wu Chang. "Hey, old Black, what have you been busy with lately?" The voice of Black Wu Chang carried a hint of respect. "Reporting to your Highness, I am currently handling a batch of newly arrived souls. Unfortunate individuals who met untimely deaths despite having a long life ahead." "How coincidental. I've encountered a group of unfortunate souls as well. By the way, I have a question for you." "Your Highness, please proceed." "Do you want a disciple?" "I've found a promising candidate, gray-blue dead fish eyes, a natural corporate drone, particularly suited to learn soul reaping from you." Black Wu Chang's voice was tinged with reluctance. "Your Highness, there are rules and regulations for recruiting in the Underworld." Li Yuheng interrupted him. "Which rule established by my father states that your Highness cannot recommend talent?" Black Wu Chang fell silent. Seeing Black Wu Chang's silence, Li Yuheng pressed on. "Besides, don't you always complain about your heavy workload? Bringing this kid on as an assistant will surely double your efficiency." Black Wu Chang continued to remain silent. Li Yuheng unleashed his trump card. "The key is, this kid is quite handsome, not inferior to the one recently recruited by Bai Wu Chang." After a brief pause, Black Wu Chang replied decisively, "Fine. Very well. While you're at it, please take care of my unfortunate companions as well. Let me explain in detail. Some individuals you." Li Qiang nervously rubbed his hands, fixated on the floating drawing tube before him, mentally repeating, "Please, do not let me be the unfortunate one. Players, please draw your character cards in turn." The somber voice of the west wind echoed. Trembling, Li Qiang reached for the tube and withdrew a yellowed piece of paper. Cautiously unfolding it, his face paled instantly upon reading the bold letters. Boss's groom. Can I draw again? Li Yuheng stammered. The west wind cast a fleeting glance at him from his gray-blue eyes. No. Li Yuheng swallowed hard, his voice quaking. Is the boss of the third dungeon male or female? The west wind replied impassively, male. A male spouse? Li Yuheng's legs biakanat, nearly causing him to collapse. His mind raced with a singular thought. It's over, it's over, it's over. He was terrified of homosexuality. Perhaps it will be better to die and restart. After all, the protagonist might not necessarily succeed this time. Flee. Run away now. If death is inevitable, so be it. Just as despair engulfed him, a shadow suddenly loomed over him. A voice like celestial music resonated beside his ear. Li Yuheng looked up in bewilderment, meeting the expressionless face of Li Yuheng. The west wind let out a soft sigh, just as Li Yuheng began to doubt his senses. Li Yuheng surged forward like a wild dog deprived of its meal, his face contorted in a snarl, and coldly squeezed out 2 words. Give it here. Oh. All right. Li Yuheng snapped back to reality, flustered as he handed over the paper. Watching Li Yuheng take the note, a sudden realization washed over him, and his eyes brimmed with tears. It turned out that the master was trying to save him. The master must have sensed his fear and willingly took on this dreadful role. A warm current surged through Li Yuheng's heart, nearly bringing him to tears. Was this the essence of a protagonist, willing to sacrifice oneself to protect the weak? Trembling with gratitude, he was about to express his thanks when he noticed Li Yuheng's hand approaching. Li Yuheng swiftly dodged to the left. Li Yuheng smiled faintly, retracting his hand, only to suddenly swing from the other side. Li Yuheng quickly shifted to the right. Thus, Li Yuheng alternated his movements, while Li Yuheng dodged left and right, enduring this back and forth for 18 rounds. Master, what is wrong? Are you fighting the air? Li Yuheng cheerily replied, before turning away. Li Yuheng stood in place, utterly perplexed as he watched Li Yuheng's departing figure. The other 3 players were equally bewildered. 0090. Your Highness, were you just demonstrating the 18 dragon-subduing palms? Li Yuheng responded in his mind. What? Is that not acceptable? I was teaching him the importance of being flexible and adaptable. Dodging is a fundamental survival skill. 0090. You are absolutely right. It silently observed the prince's audacious demeanor, inwardly musing. It was you who forgot to manipulate the lottery during the phone call, resulting in Li Yuheng drawing the role of the boss's groom. Now, displeased, you are venting your frustrations on him, aren't you? The third dungeon was a sinister ancient Chinese mansion, adorned with red lanterns that emanated an eerie crimson glow. The courtyard was plastered with the character for double happiness, yet inscribed on black paper, resembling a grand, ghostly wedding. Players were transported to the entrance of mansion, where the sound of the west wind echoed in the void. Dungeon name, Ghostly Wedding Feast. Completion condition, complete the wedding ceremony. Dungeon type, unknown. Friendly reminder, please enter the mansion promptly. Li Yuheng glanced down at his bright red wedding robe and then at the other players. Grinning, oh, how festive. The groom's attire ought to be worn by the male lead. That is truly appealing. Li Yuheng and the other 3 players exchanged pale glances. Li Yuheng swallowed hard, looking down at his dark red long gown, an outfit befitting a best man. The other 3 players were dressed as the wedding matron, the accountant, and the sedan chair bearer. Master Li Yuheng quietly inquired, what should we do now? Li Yuheng adjusted the large red silk flower on his chest. Naturally, we must proceed with the wedding. As he spoke, he reached for the door, only to be halted by the player portraying the wedding matron. She was a woman in her 30s, a professional, who, despite her pale complexion, maintained a calm demeanor. Wait. This dungeon is too eerie. We need to devise a plan first. The young man, playing the accountant, adjusted his glasses, based on our experiences in the first 2 dungeons. The completion of this wedding ceremony will undoubtedly contain traps. The sedan chair bearer, a robust middle-aged man, rubbed the goosebumps on his arms, remaining silent. Li Yuheng shrugged. Fine. You all can have your strategic meeting here. When the ghostly bride lifts her veil and discovers the groom has fled, you will serve as substitutes. Not a chance. No one should entertain such thoughts. It took all of Li Yuheng's persuasive skills to convince Shu Bai to accompany him in getting married here. With a forceful push, he opened the heavy vermilion door, which creaked ominously on its hinges. Li Yuheng strode across the threshold, his red robe billowing in the chilling wind. His demeanor as carefree as if attending a mundane wedding feast. "Master, wait for me." Li Qiang gritted his teeth, steeling himself to follow. The remaining three exchanged anxious glances, reluctantly stepping into the ancient mansion. The door slammed shut behind them with a resounding thud. Chapter 68. The Intruder's Player Attack X Dual-Bodied Evil Spirit Boss Acceptance. Li Qiang's gaze darted among the three players before he finally chose to quietly ask the wedding matron beside him, "Sister, what do you do for a living?" "I'm a psychological counselor." The wedding matron took a deep breath, now needing to engage in self-psychological preparation. She scrutinized Li Qiang and, lowering her voice, questioned, "How did you end up giving that person's identity as the boss's groom? Are you two acquainted?" Li Qiang responded with a hint of embarrassment. "Well, it's not that we are particularly close. He saved me once before." "You're quite generous, then, to relinquish the identity of the groom to him. Isn't having a wife preferable?" Upon hearing this, Li Qiang hastily shook his head. No. I am straight. Besides, that person is quite impressive." The bride's mother, nodding thoughtfully, remarked, "That explains his apparent confidence." At that moment, a chill breeze swept through. The once eerie courtyard suddenly transformed. Adorned with vibrant red lanterns, and jubilant music resonated from all directions. Scores of guests stood in neat rows along the crimson carpet, their faces adorned with stiff smiles. "The groom has arrived," a high-pitched voice announced. Li Yuheng squinted, realizing that these guests were merely paper figures, their pale faces painted with exaggerated features, and the joints revealed traces of bamboo strips. Master Li Qiang approached, trembling slightly. "These are rather eco-friendly." Li Yuheng casually patted one of the paper figures on the shoulder. "Recyclable materials, a low-carbon wedding, commendable." The paper figure's head abruptly spun 180 degrees, its hollow eyes fixating on him. Unfazed, Li Yuheng calmly turned its head back. "Stop it. Today is my joyous day." The paper figure remained silent, while the onlookers observed with a peculiar expression. Li Yuheng continued to stride along the carpet, embodying the role of the groom. Li Qiang and the other three players followed closely, trembling at the thought of the paper figures suddenly springing to life. Strangely, however, these figures stood silently, wearing eerie smiles as they watched the procession. Master Li Qiang lowered his voice. "Do you know something?" Without turning back, Li Yuheng replied, "Indeed. He is getting married. Can you share more with us?" "No." Li Qiang was taken aback. Suddenly, Li Yuheng halted, turning to face them with a serious expression. "Ladies and gentlemen, today is my grand day. As guests, shouldn't you express your goodwill?" The four players exchanged glances. Li Yuheng sighed. "Never mind. I cannot rely on you." He turned and continued forward, muttering, "Can't even afford a red envelope, yet they dare to come for the feast." At that moment, a chill wind blew again, and the music quickened. From the hall ahead, a tall figure emerged slowly, clad in a black wedding robe and adorned with a bright red silk flower on his chest. The figure was handsome yet brooding, an adult version of Shu Bai. The bride's mother gasped, discreetly tugging at Li Qiang's sleeve, whispering, "Look, that must be the boss, your wife." Li Qiang, bewildered, repeated, "This is my wife?" His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just right for Li Yuheng, who was ahead, to hear clearly. Li Yuheng abruptly halted, slowly turning his head. "Could you repeat that?" It occurred to Li Yuheng that he should have arranged for Black Wuchang to provide Li Qiang with an 18 layers of hell experience during his earlier long-distance call. Li Qiang's face turned ashen as he frantically waved his hands. No. She is not my wife." "Master, please let me explain." Li Weng skinta, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, not your wife? You seem quite disappointed." No. Li Qiang exclaimed, sweat pouring down his face. "I'm not disappointed at all. Truly, I have a profound fear of homosexuality, a very intense fear." At that moment, Li Qiang finally recognized the man before him. The profile was identical to that of the person Li Yuheng had prevented him from seeing that day. It turned out that the wife Li Yuheng spoke of was none other than this very boss standing before him. Goodness, as expected of the protagonist. Daring to engage in a romance with the boss, Li Yuheng snorted coldly, turning to stride towards Xu Bai, donning an expression of first-time encounter. This must be the bride, right? A pleasure to meet you. Xu Bai, somewhat speechless, played along with the act. You are the player who drew the groom's card? Indeed, that would be me. Li Wen Agzajarataliwua. May I have the honor of knowing the bride's name? Xu Bai. What a lovely name. Li Yuheng clapped in admiration. Is perfectly suited for my wife. The crowd watched as Xu Bai gazed at Li Yuheng's flamboyant performance with an impassive expression, though a flicker of indulgence glimmered in his dark eyes. Li Yuheng grasped Xu Bai's wrist, cheerfully leading him to the front of the hall. He bowed dramatically to the empty space. Heaven and earth bear witness, today we are wed. From this day forth, in heaven and on earth, I shall be the most handsome, and my wife shall cherish me above all. Xu Bai maintained his stoic demeanor, yet did not resist his grip, coldly replying, "Bow if you will, but spare me the chatter." As they prepared for the second bow, Li Yuheng glanced around. Xu Bai cast a fleeting glance and remarked, "There is no grand hall, we bow to the air." Immediately, Li Yuheng pulled him to bow towards the vacant seats, mumbling, "Fear not, father and mother-in-law. I will cherish him. Though I'm stunningly handsome, my heart holds space for him alone." Silence. Xu Bai interjected. For the third bow, Li Yuheng turned with a smile. Standing face to face with Xu Bai, purposefully leaning in to whisper, "Wife, it's not too late to have second thoughts, you know." Xu Bai raised his eyes, reaching out to grip the back of his neck and pushing down. Bang! Their heads collided with a forceful thud. Xu Bai gazed at the slight curve of Li Yuheng's upper lip, softly saying, "If breaking the cycle occurs, my greatest wish is for you to remain by my side." Li Yuheng paused, his smile widening. "That is a must. Not being with you would be a tremendous loss." Xu Bai fell silent. He was well aware that all aboard the plane had perished. Even if the cycle were broken, they would merely exist as wandering souls. Let this serve as an answer to Li Yuheng's earlier question. It is unrelated to life and death, to reincarnation, to reality and illusion, and to beginnings and ends. Chapter 69. The intruder player X, the twin-bodied, evil spirit boss Li Yuheng snapped his fingers in his mind. "Little system, it's time for you to get to work." The mechanical voice of 0090 brimmed with excitement. "Young master, the system has successfully connected to the game's core and is establishing links with all bosses." Previously, within Xu Bai's domain, Li Yuheng had discreetly enabled the system to infiltrate the game's core program through a display screen. Now, the moment had finally arrived to pull Shifeng, Madame Bai, the true mother-in-law, and Boss Xiang into the third dungeon. In truth, Li Yuheng's initial plan was far more straightforward and forceful. He intended to directly employ ghostly powers to forcibly relocate all the bosses. Even after his conversation with Shifeng, this notion remained unchanged. However, in a state of half-sleep while embracing Xu Bai, the echoes of 0090's complaints resurfaced in his mind, lamenting that its warning logs were overflowing. An epiphany struck Li Yuheng, prompting him to temporarily alter his strategy. He resolved to adopt a more circuitous approach, one that would not only test 0090's upgraded capabilities, but also provide this little system with an opportunity to shine. He understood, well, that to compel the system to exert itself willingly, mere authoritative commands would not suffice. It needed to experience the sweetness of success, to feel a sense of participation and achievement. Only then would it be more proactive and enthusiastic in assisting him. After all, true effort arises only when emotional value is satisfied. This was the art of the great protagonist in commanding systems. In an instant, the entire ancient mansion trembled violently. The paper guests turned in unison, their hollow eyes fixating on the center of the hall. The roof of the mansion was suddenly lifted by an invisible force, revealing a sky stained with crimson. For figures descended from above, landing gracefully in the hall's center. Shifeng's dull, gray-blue eyes widened in rare surprise, while the White Lady's silver mask tilted askew. The true old lady and the owner of the Xiang stood hand in hand, their expressions bewildered. "Where's this?" The White Lady adjusted her mask, her voice laced with astonishment. Shifeng scanned the surroundings, his gaze ultimately landing on Li Yuheng. "Did you do this?" Li Wen Shuja nonchalantly. It's quite apparent. A voice tinged with amusement emerged from beneath the fox mask of the owner of the Xian. Young man, are you planning to dismantle the house? Li Yuheng grinned widely. What do you think? Li Qiang and the three players stood dumbfounded, watching the four bosses descend, their minds completely blank. The voice of joy trembled. What is happening? The accountant's glasses slipped to the tip of his nose. Mechanically, he pushed them up, his voice ethereal. Are these four bosses appearing together to annihilate us? The bearer murmured, it's over, I'm done for. Li Qiang, fixado en esa silueta, suddenly had a flash of insight and blurted out, Master, are you planning to take on all four bosses alone? Li Yuheng glanced back at him, the corner of his mouth twitching. Silence. The white lady regained her composure and glanced at Shifeng, elegantly adjusting her skirt. Little Bai, what are you planning to do? Li Yuheng stepped forward, a smile gracing his features. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks a joyous occasion for Shu Bai and me, and we have specially invited you to partake in the celebration. Shifeng, with a lackluster tone, responded, So? Li Yuheng's smile deepened with significance. So, since everyone is gathered here, why not jointly dismantle this wretched game? The four bosses fell silent simultaneously. After a brief pause, the true old lady's hoarse voice broke the quiet. Young man, do you comprehend what you are saying? Li Yuheng languidly leaned against Shu Bai. Of course I do. This game is but a ceaseless loop. How long have you been trapped here? 10 years? 20 years? Or perhaps even longer? Li Qiang observed the bewildered expressions of the bride and the other three players, and felt an obligation, as the self-proclaimed sidekick of the protagonist, to elucidate the current situation. Clearing his throat, he lowered his voice. Ladies and gentlemen, the circumstances are as follows. The accountant adjusted his glasses. You appear to possess considerable knowledge? Li Qiang puffed out his chest, feigning profundity. Indeed, I have traversed this journey alongside my esteemed master. He gestured towards Li Yuheng. Do you see that individual? He is my master, a cosmic-level handsome man of unparalleled strength, capable of charming even the boss. The sedan bearer scratched his head in confusion. What? He charmed the boss? Li Qiang nodded mysteriously. Indeed, have you not realized? That boss clad in a black wedding robe is none other than my master's wife. The bride gasped. So we truly are here merely to attend a wedding? Precisely. Li Qiang slapped his thigh. Moreover, my master just declared that he intends to dismantle this game. The accountant furrowed his brow. Dismantle the game? What does that mean? Li Qiang lowered his voice. This game is, in truth, an infinite loop of a death trap. We have all perished, our memories merely reset repeatedly. My master seeks to shatter this cycle. The sedan bearer looked shocked. We are all dead? Li Qiang nodded gravely. Yes. We succumbed when the plane met its tragic fate. Suddenly, the bride interrupted. Wait, if what you say is true, and we are all dead, what will happen once the cycle is broken? Li Qiang was momentarily at a loss for words. Well, he stealthily glanced at Li Yuheng, who was observing him with an enigmatic smile, and he instantly shivered. Master, Li Qiang exclaimed, grasping at a lifeline, what will happen to us once the cycle is broken? Li Yuheng lazily dug at his ear. We will be reincarnated. What else? Remain here for the new year? The four players. The pale blue eyes of Shifeng moved slightly. Are you certain you can break the cycle? Li Yuheng raised an eyebrow. What? Do you doubt me? Shu Bai suddenly spoke. I believe in him. The four bosses simultaneously turned their gaze toward Shu Bai, their expressions complex. Lady Bai spoke first. Young handsome man, how do you intend to break this cycle? Li Yuheng abruptly lifted his gaze towards the virtual screen overhead, a playful smile gracing his lips. Have you never considered simply smashing this contraption? The true mother shook her head. That is virtual. How can one smash it? Li Yuheng pointedly remarked. Fear is also virtual. Have you not believed in it? He casually picked up a small stone from the ground, twirled it on his fingertip, and suddenly hurled it towards the virtual screen. Crack! The stone struck the center of the screen with precision, creating a minuscule fissure in the virtual interface. What? Li Qiang exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. The four bosses simultaneously looked up, astonished at the sight of the crack. Blood-red skies seeped through the fissure. akin to blood flowing from a wound. This is impossible, Shifeng murmured. How could the virtual interface be struck by a physical object? Yuheng clapped his hands. What is impossible about it? You have been trapped here for too long, forgetting even the most fundamental laws of physics. He cast a sweeping glance around, his gaze traversing the faces of each individual. Fear is but an illusion, and so too is hope. Yet you have chosen to embrace the former while casting doubt upon the latter. Shu Bai stood beside him, an unusual glimmer flickering in his dark eyes. He raised his hand, and a mass of black mist coalesced into a tangible form, morphing into a jet-black dagger. Yuheng accepted the dagger, weighing it in his hand, and suddenly broke into a grin. Shall we all join the revelry? He turned to face the four players, extending the dagger towards Li Qiang. Li Qiang, would you care to give it a try? Li Qiang swallowed hard, trembling as he took the dagger. Can I really do this? Indeed, replied Li Yuheng, arching an eyebrow. Remember, what you hurl is not merely a dagger, but the fear that you have grown accustomed to. Li Qiang inhaled deeply and forcefully threw the dagger towards the screen. Crack! The fissure widened slightly. Xinyang suddenly stepped forward, removing the ornamental hairpin from her head. I shall partake as well. She hurled the hairpin with fervor, and it transformed into a streak of light midair. The accountant adjusted his glasses, retrieving an abacus from his sleeve. To hell with this ridiculous game. The abacus struck the screen, producing a crisp, shattering sound. The sedan bearer scratched his head, unexpectedly pulling out a wine flask from his bosom. I too shall join. The flask traced an arc through the air, its contents spilling forth, corroding a small hole in the virtual screen. Shifeng's gray-blue eyes widened slightly. After a moment of silence, he removed the game guide badge from his chest. To hell with a 996. The badge shot forth like a bullet, leaving a perfect circular hole upon screen. Madame Bai elegantly removed her silver mask, revealing a scarred visage for freedom. The mask whirled towards the screen, akin to a silver moon colliding with a blood-red sky. Granny Zhen and Ba Xiang exchanged glances, simultaneously removing their wedding rings. For a new beginning, the two rings clashed in the air, erupting in dazzling sparks. And the fissure on the screen instantaneously spread to its edges. Shu Bai stood beside Li Yuheng, the shattered sky reflecting in his dark eyes. He raised his hand, revealing the small dog plush. To no longer feel alone, the plush settled in the center of the screen. Boom! The virtual screen erupted with a thunderous blast, countless fragments raining down, yet upon touching the ground, they transformed into twinkling starlight and dissipated. The blood-red sky began to collapse, revealing the ominous void behind it. Li Yuheng seized Shu Bai's hand, turning to shout at the others. Run! The group, awakening from their stupor, followed Li Yuheng towards the exit. The ancient mansion began to crumble, the paper guests turning to ash, and the red lanterns extinguishing one by one. Li Qiang ran breathlessly, glancing back. Master, where are we to run? Without turning back, Li Yuheng replied, just run forward. But there is a wall ahead, and we shall crash through it. Gritting his teeth, Li Qiang closed his eyes and charged toward the wall. The anticipated pain did not arrive. He opened his eyes to find himself standing in a pure white space. One by one, the others passed through the wall, arriving in this peculiar realm. Shifeng surveyed the surroundings, a flicker of light igniting in his previously lifeless eyes. Where is this place? Surrounding them were countless luminous screens, each displaying a myriad of distinct scenes. There were images of the airplane cabin prior to the crash, a bloodstained hall, the castle of the White Lady, a silent town, and that eerie, ancient mansion. These were fragments of memory. Li Yuheng elucidated that the memories of all players and the experiences of every boss were preserved here. The White Lady trembled as she reached out to touch one of the screens. Is this my first cycle? The screen revealed her image as a player. The young Tan Wantong, standing terrified in the bloodstained hall, listening to Shifeng explain the game rules. The true grandmother and Ba Xiang found their memory screens too, embracing each other in tears. Shu Bai stood quietly to the side, his dark eyes profound. Li Yuheng approached him, whispering, Aren't you going to take a look at yours? Shu Bai shook his head. No need. I remember all too clearly. In a whirl of motion, they suddenly found themselves back in the 10 seconds before the plane crash. The cabin was violently shaking, oxygen masks falling down in a flurry, and the passengers' screams resonated in a cacophony. Li Yuheng sat in his seat, reaching out to Shu Bai, who stood in the aisle, a familiar mischievous grin gracing his lips. "Little Shu Bai, why are you staring at me? Haven't you ever seen a brother as cosmically handsome as me? But this time, I haven't taken your spot." Shu Bai glanced down at the outstretched hand, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his dark eyes as he slowly placed his hand upon it. Li Yuheng tightened his grip, laughing heartily. "Fear is just like gas. The more you hold it in, the more it stinks. Just let it out," Shu Bai retorted. "Must you say this at such a moment?" On the other side of the cabin, Li Qiang, tears streaming down his face, grasped Li Yuheng's other hand and Shifeng's wrist, wailing, "I will never fly again." Shifeng, with his gray-blue, lifeless eyes, rolled them for once, but did not shake off Li Qiang's grip. "Finally, it can come to an end." Tan Wantong let out a soft laugh, also clutching Shifeng's hand. "Little Shifeng, after we get out, I'll treat you to milk tea." Jin Ning and Xiang Yuwei clasped their fingers together, their wrinkled faces glowing with a relieved smile. The remaining players were also in tears, one after another taking the hands of those beside them. The alarm in the cabin blared sharply, and the red warning lights flashed frantically. "Attention, all passengers. The plane is about to—" The announcement was abruptly cut off. They rushed towards death, in the boundless despair. The only glimmer of hope lay in the trusting hands of one another. End of World 2, Chapter 70. New Appointment S-Class Guide, X-Attack, X-Allergy-Prone S-Class, Sentinel Receiver, completed. My non-typical Guide Sentinel, in an era ravaged by interstellar warfare. Humanity waged a protracted survival battle against the insectoid race. Amidst this brutal conflict, a portion of humanity unexpectedly awakened after experiencing genetic mutations, acquiring extraordinary abilities that transcended the ordinary. These individuals were known as Sentinels or Guides. Sentinels possessed exceptional combat, intuition, and physical prowess, while Guides wielded formidable mental perception and emotional regulation abilities, their roles being complementary and equal in stature. In the emergency meeting room of the Central Military Base, at the end of the long table, General Peng pushed a dossier marked as top secret into the center of the table. The Zerg army looms ominously, threatening the fragile human defenses, and there is an urgent need for the S-Class Sentinel Shu Bai to return to the battlefield. The general's voice reverberates within the enclosed space. However, his mental state is exceedingly unstable, displaying severe allergic reactions to any mental guidance from the conduits. And he has even attacked the mental landscapes of the Guides on multiple occasions. According to the latest decree from the tower, you two newly promoted S-Class Guides will be dispatched to the Third War Zone to attempt to establish a mental link with him. The Third War Zone is a unique area situated deep within the mountains, a stronghold located far behind the human front lines, completely isolated from the Zerg activity zones by multiple energy barriers. It serves as the final refuge for problematic sentinels withdrawn from the battlefield, equipped with the most advanced medical facilities and mental stabilization devices. The personnel composition in this war zone is quite exceptional. 55 are injured sentinels from the battlefield, 20 are medical guides, and the remaining 25 are a heavily armed guard unit. Despite its rear position, the zone experiences an average of one sentinel rampage incident each month. Thus, it is classified as an S-Class danger zone. Ling Xian furrowed his brow as he flipped through the files, his slender fingers pausing on a page of injury reports. So unstable? Suddenly, a bony hand snatched the file away. "What a coincidence. I rather enjoy instability," Li Yuheng remarked, his gaze fixed on Ling Xian with a nonchalant intensity. "Bullshit. Your wife, and you still picked her," he thought. "Such audacity." The pages rustled as Li Yuheng's attention shifted to a white background photograph. Shu Bai, S-Class Sentinel, 24 years old, height 185 centimeters, his mental entity a snow leopard. The man in the picture bore a stern visage, his features sharply defined. Two small black moles adorned the area beneath his right eye, resembling ink splashes or perhaps marks etched by fate itself. His pitch-black eyes stared directly into the lens, the moles becoming more pronounced as he slightly squinted. adding an air of dangerous allure. His gaze seemed capable of piercing through the paper, striking directly at the hearts of those who met his eyes. This wife is delightful. Li Yuheng snapped the file shut. When do we depart? General Peng replied now. Although Ling Xian felt a pang of reluctance, he concealed it well, silently rising to express his compliance. Military orders are unassailable. He never questioned them. The military transport aircraft navigated through the clouds, the red warning lights casting erratic shadows across Li Yuheng's face. He lounged with his legs crossed, his mind buzzing with thoughts and the system's chatter. The mechanical voice of 0090 conveyed fatigue. Your Highness, I have set you as an S-class guide as per your instructions. This is the pinnacle configuration in this world. Li Yuheng clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. Little system, have you cut corners? As a prince, I should at least be an SSS class, right? Why am I on the same level as Ling Xian? I refuse to accept it. The data stream of 0090 became chaotic, Your Highness. The strongest sentinels in this world are S-class. There is no SSS class designation. I told you before, if it doesn't exist, then create it. Have you not upgraded to the S system? Is such a trivial task beyond your capabilities? Are you truly that ineffectual? 0090, but wouldn't this disrupt the balance of the world? Balance? Li Yuheng Skufa. The moment I stand here, this world has already lost its equilibrium. Suddenly, the cabin jolted violently, interrupting the cordial exchange between Li Yuheng and the system. Ling Xian grasped the handrail tightly, furrowing his brow as he gazed out at the roiling clouds beyond the window. It's an interference projectile from a Zerg. Those damn Zerg again. His knuckles whitened from the pressure, a shadow of gloom flickering in his eyes. No one loathed the Zerg more than he did. At the age of 12, he had witnessed the brutal dismemberment of his ordinary human parents by the Zerg, blood staining the entire living room. Just as those ghastly mandibles were about to pierce his chest, a passing sentinel had come to his rescue. Outside the cabin, several ghastly green streaks suddenly erupted from the pitch-black clouds, resembling pus oozing from a festering wound. A pale blue energy shield unfurled instantaneously, isolating the residual shock waves of the Zerg's interference projectile. Though the aircraft shook violently, its internal systems remained operational. Report. Engaged by Zerg interference projectile, initiating emergency evasion procedures. The pilot's voice, tinged with suppressed anger, crackled through the communicator. Immediately, the military transport aircraft veered sharply through the clouds, its wingtip grazing a ghastly green streak. The protective shield emitting a piercing hum as it narrowly evaded a second wave of attack. Entering the airspace of the Third War Zone, activating cloaking mode. Landing anticipated in 3 minutes. A dim red light enveloped the cabin as the transport glided like a specter into the mountain canyon. Outside the window, military installations were scattered across the terrain, encircled by a pale blue energy barrier. With a slight tremor, the transport landed smoothly on the helipad. As the cabin door opened, a brisk mountain wind swept in, carrying the metallic scent of disinfectants. A squad of fully armed guards quickly surrounded them, and the leading officer saluted them with military precision. Guides Li and Ling, welcome to the Third War Zone. I am Safety Supervisor Zhao Rui. Zhao Rui's gaze swept between the two, finally resting on Li Yuheng. As per protocol, we need to conduct a mental stability assessment for both of you. Li Yuheng lazily raised his wrist, allowing the scanner to take a reading. Are you that concerned? Afraid we might go berserk upon entry? The scanner emitted a soft beep, displaying a green light. Zhao Rui's expression eased slightly. It's not a matter of concern, merely that the situation with the Sentinels is unique. The scanner for Ling Xian also lit up green. He retracted his wrist. His voice steady, understood. Please, lead the way. Zhao Rui gestured, and the guards split into 2 teams, escorting them through a series of security checkpoints. The corridors of the Third War Zone were exceptionally spacious, the walls lined with specialized mental energy dampening material, with a red emergency button every 10 meters. Li Yuheng strolled with his hands in his pockets, seemingly indifferent as he meticulously observed every detail. The mental energy field here is quite chaotic, Ling Xian remarked suddenly. Zhao Hui nodded. Indeed, this facility houses sentinels who have returned from the battlefield, Their mental energies have been, to varying degrees, contaminated. Chapter 71. The newly assigned S-Class Guide and the allergic S-Class Sentinel Zhao Rui halted before a formidable metallic door, its electronic screen flickering with the inscription Guidance Room 3. Inside, the white-clad Sentinel awaited. As Zhao Rui entered the code, his fingers trembled slightly on the keyboard. I must remind you both that his mental fluctuation has reached a critical threshold today. The moment the metal door slid open, a bone-chilling gust of air rushed forth. The walls of the guidance room were adorned with a silvery buffering layer, and at its center floated a mental stabilization device, emitting a soft blue halo. The white sentinel stood in the middle of the room, his tall figure outlined sharply by the azure light. He slowly turned, his snow leopard spirit companion pacing at his feet, its golden eyes watchfully fixed on the newcomer. Liwen's Bratisha. The photograph had failed to capture even a fraction of this sentinel's grandeur. The two small moles beneath his right eye appeared strikingly vivid under the cold light, quivering gently with his frowning expression. The black combat attire enveloped his slender waist, and the wrist that was exposed bore a mental suppression ring, glowing ominously in red. Another two have been sent. The sentinel's voice was laced with venom. Will you manage to endure 3 minutes this time? A standard sharp retort. Zhao Rui swallowed hard, his voice instinctively lowering. Sentinel Shubai. These two are the S-Class guides dispatched by headquarters, Li Yuheng and Ling Xian. Shubai fell into silence. Since arriving at the third combat zone, headquarters had never sent a guide to assist him with mental guidance, let alone a rare S-Class guide. After all, S-Class guides were exceedingly precious, often taking years to cultivate. Until now, medical guides from the third combat zone had made hesitant attempts at providing him with guidance. Initially, Shubai held a glimmer of hope, but gradually, he saw through the futility of their efforts. Thus, he had to resort to the sharpest of words to drive away the persistent medical guides, compelling them to abandon their endeavors entirely. 6 years prior, Shubai had been a spirited S-Class sentinel, pledging before all instructors at the graduation ceremony of the tower to eradicate the insectoid menace and reclaim the stars for humanity. At that time, his mental prowess was rated exemplary, and his combat intuition was astonishingly keen, leading even the chief sentinel to predict that he would become a trump card on the battlefield of the next generation. Fate, however, is often steeped in irony. That occasion marked his first proximity to the battlefield, and, regrettably, it also became his last. Tasked as a trainee with clearing the aftermath of conflict in Zone 4, he unexpectedly encountered a lurking insectoid while rummaging through the ruins. It had concealed itself within the home of an ordinary family, and by the time he arrived, the parents had met a tragic fate, leaving only a child behind. The insectoid's menacing mandibles were poised to pierce the child's chest. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed forth to save the child. Yet, when he next regained consciousness, he was informed that his mental landscape had suffered irreversible damage. Worse still, his mental energy now exhibited a violent aversion to guidance from all sentinels, causing him immense suffering while also unconsciously attacking the mental landscapes of the guides. Consequently, he was deemed a problematic sentinel, barred from returning to the battlefield and dispatched to the third war zone. Shubai's gaze swept over the two guides before finally settling on Li Yuheng's face. Undeniably, Li Yuheng possessed an imposing countenance. It was not a harsh sense of oppression, but rather an almost flawless elegance that rendered it difficult to avert one's eyes. Throughout the years, Shubai had never encountered a guide as remarkable as Li Yuheng. Noticing his scrutiny, Li Yuheng's lips curled into a slight smirk, and he playfully raised an eyebrow and winked. Shubai's jaw tightened momentarily, his habitual icy demeanor instinctively resurfacing, attempting to mask the brief moment of distraction. Yet, his gaze lingered on the other S face for a few seconds longer, even capturing the glimmer of mischief in Li Yuheng's eyes. A fleeting flicker of emotion passed through his inky black pupils, almost imperceptible, but quickly obscured by a re-established frosty barrier. S-Class? He scoffed, a low, cold laugh escaping him. After 6 years, the headquarters finally remembers me? Shubai's tone was deep and frigid, laced with a hint of derision, though he swallowed back the harsher words he had intended to utter. He could not speak ill of Ta. not out of loyalty, but because the old sentinel who had once pulled him back from the battlefield was also sent to the third war zone, grasping his wrist tightly in his final moments. His murky eyes filled with a plea. Shubai, do not harbor hatred for Ta. They did their utmost. He could not detest Ta, yet he found it impossible to feel gratitude. Li Yuheng's lips curled into a playful smile as he stepped forward. I heard you have injured quite a number of guides. 17, Shubai replied candidly, 5 of which were Class A and 12 Class B. The longest record was 30 seconds. Ling Xian furrowed his brow slightly, instinctively tightening his mental barrier. However, Li Yuheng's smile only grew brighter. What a coincidence. I relish the challenge of breaking records. He then turned to Ling Xian, his expression devoid of emotion. I shall go first. My wife, do you dare to touch? Ling Xian imperceptibly frowned. He took a step back and gestured for Li Yuheng to proceed. You first. Ling Xian was indeed indifferent. As an exceedingly rational guide, he prioritized efficiency and safety. In his eyes, a sentinel should embody the strength, stability, and reliability of the one who had saved him in the past. That was the ideal partner on the battlefield. Li Yuheng turned his head, his face instantly lighting up with a radiant smile as he enthusiastically beckoned Shubai. With a lively stride, he took a seat on the sofa in the guidance room. Between the two sofas was a low table, upon which Li Yuheng placed one hand, tilting his head slightly, using his gaze to invite Shubai to sit across from him. Shubai stared at that outstretched hand with long fingers, well-proportioned and exuding a jade-like sheen under the cold light. His Adam's apple moved slightly, yet he did not act immediately. The process of mental guidance primarily consists of 2 forms. One is shallow guidance, typically achieved through physical contact between the guide and the sentinel, with the most common method being the touching of hands to establish a preliminary mental connection and provide basic emotional comfort. Another method involves profound guidance, applicable solely to those guides and sentinels who have already achieved a harmonious bond, requiring both parties to establish a deeper spiritual resonance. In simpler terms, this form of guidance is akin to cooking, signifying a closer interaction and integration. How? Li Yuheng tilted his head, apprehensive. The snow leopard spirit suddenly arched its back, emitting a menacing low growl. Shubai's expression sharpened, his right hand instinctively pressing against the mental suppression ring on his left wrist, the red light now blaring a vivid crimson. Shubai the sentinel, Zhao Rui, retreated nervously by half a step. I am aware of your mental fluctuation levels. Shubai coldly interrupted, yet still took a deep breath. Forcing himself to relax, he stepped toward Li Yuheng, the sound of his combat boots striking the ground, creating a chilling rhythm. As he settled across from Li Yuheng, their knees nearly brushed against one another. Shubai could detect the unique, refreshing scent of the guide essence emanating from the other, momentarily soothing the throbbing nerves at his temples. Hand, Li Yuheng prompted, leaning forward slightly. Shubai lowered his gaze, gradually placing his palm atop Li Yuheng's. The instant their skin made contact, both experienced a jolt. A subtle current coursed through Li Yuheng's fingertips, and Shubai's skin felt cooler than he had anticipated. He scratched his brow with his other hand, ultimately forming a fist to prop up his chin, striving to suppress the impulse to exclaim, "How chilly!" It was their first encounter in this world, and maintaining composure would be preferable to being perceived as unhinged. Although engaging in abstraction was his daily amusement, this particular experience was better reserved solely for Shubai's observation. Shubai's fingers curled slightly, as if scalded, but he quickly compelled himself to relax. He raised his eyes to meet Li Yuheng's smiling gaze, his brow instinctively furrowing tighter. "Don't be nervous." Li Yuheng's voice carried a teasing lilt. "I want to devour you." However, whether it was early or late, he would be the one to consume. "No rush," Shubai snorted dismissively. "I am curious to see how long you can endure." No sooner had he spoken than Li Yuheng felt a torrent of turbulent mental energy surging along the skin where they touched. That force was akin to icy blades in a blizzard, sharp and frigid, piercing directly into his mental landscape with a powerful sense of repulsion. An ordinary guide would likely find their mental barriers shattered in the face of such an assault. Yet our esteemed male protagonist, Li Yuheng, merely raised an eyebrow. the smile at the corner of his mouth deepening. "Is that all?" he remarked nonchalantly, simultaneously releasing his own mental energy, weaving a flexible net that enveloped the sharp ice blades, neutralizing them. Within the guidance chamber, the blue light of the mental stabilization device suddenly brightened. As the apparatus emitted urgent beeping sounds, the values on the display fluctuating wildly. Zhao Rui anxiously glanced at the readings. "Mental fluctuation levels have breached the critical point. Guide, please cease immediately." "No need," Li Yuheng interrupted without turning back, his gaze remaining fixed on Shu Bai's face. "This is what makes it interesting." Shu Bai's pupils dilated slightly, clearly unprepared for the ease with which the other could absorb his unconscious mental attack. What astonished him even more was that Li Yuheng's mental strength not only did not waver, but instead permeated his mental landscape with an undeniable presence. The sensation was peculiar. Unlike the previous guide's mental guidance, which often bore an air of deliberate soothing and flattery, Li Yuheng's mental prowess resembled an equal exchange, tinged with a hint of provocation. Shu Bai's voice, somewhat hoarse, resonated within him as he felt his mental landscape being gently caressed by a warm force, an experience both strange and familiar, akin to long-lost sunlight breaking through a frozen lake surface. Li Yuheng's mental realm unfolded as a vast starry sky, with countless stars swirling within, beautiful and profound. As his mental energy connected with Shu Bai's, those stars suddenly accelerated in their rotation, emitting a dazzling brilliance. In contrast, Shu Bai's mental landscape appeared as a desolate plain shrouded in blizzards, with the biting cold wind howling through, stirring up a flurry of snow. Deep within this wilderness, a snow leopard silhouette could be faintly discerned, vigilantly watching the intruder. "Wow, how beautiful!" Li Yuheng exclaimed sincerely, feeling the immense power embedded in Shu Bai's mental landscape, chaotic yet undeniably pure. This world was intriguingly mystical. Shu Bai abruptly withdrew his hand, his breath coming in quick bursts. "That's enough." Zhao Rui stared dumbfounded at the scene before him. "This is simply incredible. Previous mental guidance sessions lasted at most 2 minutes. Yet you managed 10 minutes and 7 seconds. Ling Xian suddenly spoke up, having been silently timing on the side, marking a new record. Shu Bai's chest rose and fell rapidly, a rare flicker of uncertainty passing through his ink-black eyes. He glanced down at his palm, still warm from Li Yuheng's fingertips, a strange sensation spreading within him, unlike anything he had experienced before. He had never encountered such a comfortable mental guidance session. Previously, each session felt akin to a scorching iron being forcibly pressed into his mental landscape, whereas this one was akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing a frozen expanse. Li Yuheng, seemingly unfazed, lounged lazily on the sofa and winked at Shu Bai. "So what do you think? Are you satisfied? When the main character takes action, you can tell the outcome. Is it good? Where's the applause?" 0090 immediately joined in. "Bravo! The young master is truly remarkable." Li Yuheng's heart swelled with joy. The blue light in the guidance room gradually stabilized, yet the air still lingered with the remnants of mental energy, reminiscent of the smoke left behind after a silent confrontation. Shu Bai's spiritual entity, the snow leopard, had unknowingly padded to Li Yuheng's feet, its fluffy tail brushing against his military boots, golden beastly eyes flickering with complex emotions. "Wow, your spiritual entity is quite adorable," Li Yuheng remarked, leaning down as if to stroke it. "Don't touch it." Shu Bai suddenly sprang to his feet. However, the snow leopard unexpectedly did not shy away. Instead, it lifted its head and sniffed at Li Yuheng's fingertips. This action caused Shu Bai's ears to flush a delicate shade of red. The spiritual entity shared a connection with its master, allowing him to distinctly feel the warmth radiating from the other's fingertips, akin to sparks falling on a frozen ground. Ling Xian abruptly stepped forward, according to protocol. At that moment, Li Yuheng's smile vanished. He swiftly withdrew his hand, rose to his feet, and inadvertently kicked over a low table with his military boots, causing the stabilizing device's light screen to shake violently. Oh dear, his legs were too long, and he had accidentally kicked it. He offered a half-hearted apology and turned to Ling Xian, flashing a smile, suggesting that due to the equipment malfunction, they would have to conclude their activities for the day. Should? Should what? Should nonsense. Should you? This was his wife, Yuheng. How could there be any should? Did he think they were queuing up for free eggs here? Zhao Rui hurried over, steadying the trembling apparatus. This is not in accordance with the regulations. Regulations are meant to be broken. The record has already been disrupted, hasn't it? Zhao Rui nervously glanced at the tightly closed door of the guidance room, lowering his voice. What does this mean, Li? Supervisor Zhao. We were sent by the higher-ups precisely to resolve the mental guidance issues with the Shubai Sentinel, right? Li Yuheng lightly tapped his temple with his fingertip, a harmless smile gracing his face. The issue has been resolved. I am able to establish a stable connection with him. ISNT that's sufficient. However, the headquarters ordered that both guides must attempt it. Ling Xian's gaze lingered briefly between Li Yuheng and Shubai, a flicker of understanding passing through his eyes. He withdrew his gaze and promptly addressed Zhao Rui. Since Guide Li has successfully established a preliminary connection, according to the principle of prioritization, the subsequent guidance tasks should be entrusted to him entirely. He spoke in an official tone, yet his fingers subtly relaxed beneath his sleeves. In truth, Ling Xian felt a sense of relief. Finally, he would not have to deal with that volatile human weapon. He had never wished to forge a mental link with Shu Bai. Since Li Yuheng had willingly taken on this burden, Ling Xian was more than happy to let things unfold naturally. After all, for him, this emotionally charged contest was laughably immature. A sentinel ought to be as stable and reliable as a tool, not treated as a coveted treasure to be fought over. Li Yuheng nodded, smiling as he turned to Shu Bai. So, what is the opinion of Sentinel Shu Bai? Shu Bai stood to the side, his austere expression betraying no emotion. Yet his pitch-black eyes narrowed slightly, the two small moles beneath his right eye becoming faintly visible with the movement. My opinion? His voice was low and icy. For 6 years, who has cared about my opinion? Upon hearing this, Li Yuheng's lips curled into a slight smile as he stepped toward Shu Bai, the sound of his military boots creating a distinct rhythm on the floor. He halted just a step away from Shu Bai. Ikare. So, Sentinel Shu Bai, what is your choice? Chapter 73. The newly assigned S-Class Guide X the S-Class Sentinel with guidance allergies. The air in the guidance room seemed to thicken. Zhao Hui swallowed nervously, while Ling Xian leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, appearing indifferent. Shu Bai lifted his gaze to regard the audacious guide before him. Li Yuheng's eyes sparkled under the cold light, filled with unabashed expectation and confidence. What gave this person such certainty? Shu Bai suddenly felt a surge of irritation. He was accustomed to being feared, isolated as a dangerous entity, even pitted. Yet, the way Li Yuheng looked at him felt as if he were observing an ordinary person. No, even more than an ordinary person. In her gaze lingered a bold curiosity and an eagerness to engage. Casual, Shu Bai finally uttered in a dry manner before turning to leave. That was an agreement. Li Yuheng's voice resonated from behind, imbued with the satisfaction of a victor. From this day forth, I shall be your dedicated guide, Shu Bai the Sentinel. Shu Bai's steps faltered imperceptibly, yet she did not turn back. However, all present beheld the peculiar sight of her snow leopard spirit entity circling Li Yuheng, its tail gently brushing against his calf before it scampered after its master. Zhao Rui wiped the sweat from his brow. So, it is settled then? Of course, Li Yuheng yawned. Now, leave me my new dormitory, preferably one in close proximity to a certain sentinel. Ling Xian could no longer contain himself. Are you serious? His mental fluctuations could spiral out of control at any moment. Li Yuheng turned, his smile radiant. What is there to fear? I am an S-rank guide. His gaze subtly indicated toward Ling Xian. Besides, some people are eager for me to handle this troublesome Shu Bai, aren't they? Ling Xian's expression stiffened before he regained his composure. Li Yuheng was indeed correct. Ling Xian ceased further discourse and addressed Zhao Rui with an official tone. Director Zhao, please expedite the reporting of this situation to headquarters. Given that Guide Li has successfully established an initial connection with Sentinel Shu Bai, I hereby request the termination of this temporary deployment and immediate return to the Central Tower to await orders for deployment to the First War Zone. His voice was steady, devoid of any emotion, as if the recent harrowing mental guidance session had merely been an inconsequential interlude. For him, achieving the optimal resolution to the task meant no further waste of resources, including his own time and energy. He had no desire to linger in the Third War Zone, rife with instability. The front line, where earnest battles against the Zerg awaited, was his singular focus. Zhao Rui paused, seemingly taken aback by Ling Xian's abrupt withdrawal. Yet he quickly nodded. Understood, Guide Ling. I will prepare the report immediately. At this, Li Yuheng's lips curled into a smirk, neither a smile nor a frown. As he refrained from comment, he welcomed this turn of events, eager for the originally intended protagonist to vanish from his sight. In the original timeline, there was no S-rank guide Li Yuheng appearing out of thin air. Indeed, our young prince was once again a shadowy figure. Yet not entirely, for under the auspices of the S-System 0090, Li Yuheng had successfully transitioned from shadowy existence to one of legitimacy. In the original narrative, only the newly appointed S-rank guide Ling Xian was dispatched to the Third War Zone to attempt a mental link with Xu Bai and provide guidance. At that time, Ling Xian was consumed by a profound hatred for the Zerg, his heart set solely on revenge at the front lines, thus harboring immense expectations and affection for the so-called strong, stable, and reliable sentinels. His resistance to being assigned to take over the notorious Xu Bai was intense. Yet military orders were paramount, and he had no choice but to comply. Upon their first meeting, Xu Bai greeted him with a chilling demeanor and an aggressively potent mental force. Nevertheless, Ling Xian was, after all, an S-rank guide, endowed with formidable and resilient mental power. Despite the arduous nature of the process, he ultimately withstood the initial mental assault from Xu Bai, persevering for an impressive 5.5 minutes. This duration far surpassed that of all prior guides, capturing Xu Bai's attention and eliciting a subtle tremor of surprise. For 6 years, he had encountered no one capable of truly enduring his subconscious attacks, and Xu Bai himself yearned to return to the battlefield more than anyone else. In a subsequent series of forced mental guidance attempts, Ling Xian, with his formidable strength and a rationality bordering on the cold, repeatedly navigated the tumultuous and chaotic mental landscape of Xu Bai. This endeavor was torturous for both parties. Xu Bai endured the pain of unconscious backlash, while Ling Xian regarded it merely as a daunting task to be accomplished. Yet, unbeknownst to them, this unique and rigorous mental connection began to weave a distorted but profound bond between them. Although Ling Xian still disdained Xu Bai's instability, he could not deny the astonishing power lurking deep within his mental landscape. For the first time in his life, Xu Bai encountered a guide who not only could withstand him, but also exhibited neither fear nor excessive pity. During one particular guidance session, Ling Xian inadvertently caught sight of an old scar on Xu Bai's left forearm, a jagged triangular mark left by xenomorph's mandibles. This revelation struck him like thunder, as the scar's shape mirrored the wound on the arm of the sentinel who had once saved him. This discovery completely transformed Ling Xian's mentality. He shifted from initial resistance and a businesslike demeanor to actively engaging with Xu Bai, approaching him with a complex and urgent desire for affirmation. However, the process of confirmation was fraught with challenges. One was cold and coercive, while the other was sharply resistant, leading to misunderstandings and injuries on both sides. Yet, the deeper they became entangled, the more profound their mental link grew, catalyzing a painful and twisted emotion. After enduring a series of trials, misunderstandings, and mutual harm, Ling Xian ultimately confirmed that Xu Bai was indeed the one who had rescued him years ago. Overwhelmed by guilt and emotional turmoil, Ling Xian realized he had fallen in love with Xu Bai, gradually shedding some of his hardened exterior and attempting to genuinely approach him. Under Ling Xian's companionship and guidance, Xu Bai's mental state began to stabilize, with his emotional fluctuations returning to the average level of a sentinel. Eventually, they set forth to the first battle zone, becoming a formidable pair of partners and companions. After Ling Xian's departure, Li Yuheng, under Zhao Rui's guidance, proceeded to the dormitory assigned to him. The corridor lights were cold and uniform, casting a chilling glow on the metallic walls. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Yuheng appeared to leisurely survey this area deemed an S-level danger zone. Yet his mind was incessantly whirring. Little system, he languidly spoke within the sea of consciousness. Do you think this original plot is overly melodramatic? Based on extensive data analysis, it has been observed that the emotional transformation pattern of a life-saving benefactor being misunderstood occupies a significant 178 share in the emotional narratives across various microcosms, indicating a certain audience base, 0090, attempted to elucidate through data. Stop right there. Yuheng interjected with disdain. 178? Does that mean the remaining 822 think this plot is utterly absurd just because of a scar? My goodness, is Ling Xian some sort of police dog, identifying people by scent? Oh no, is he falling in love merely because of scar? It's utterly laughable. His exasperation grew as he recalled how previously Shu Bai had appeared to him as a volatile troublemaker, someone he wouldn't even touch for fear of soiling his hands. And now, just by looking at Scar, he transforms into my savior, my life, the sole light in my cold heart. This emotional shift is swifter than interstellar travel. Where's the logic? Has it been devoured by the Zerd? For the sake of the plot, it's an emotional catalyst. 0090's voice trailed off. Catalyst my foot. Yuheng retorted without mercy. This ISNT catalysis, it's degradation, it's insanity. Just because he discovered he was a life-saving benefactor, all previous instability, danger, and difficulty in coexistence are magically gilded. Pain and torment have morphed into a unique bond. This filter is more intense than my father's selfie videos. The absurdity only deepened in his thoughts. So, whether Shu Bai is worthy of love is irrelevant. What truly matters is that he did a good deed 6 years ago. Without that scar, Shu Bai would mean nothing to Ling Xian. What kind of love is this? It's merely a self-indulgent obsession with gratitude combined with a severe case of Stockholm Syndrome. Ling Xian, in his mind, harbors nothing but hatred and the desire for repayment. He does not love Shu Bai as a person. He adores the symbol of a savior, reveling in the satisfaction of being able to rescue another for some form of spiritual redemption. Selfish, twisted, and yet he believes himself to be romantic? Ugh. Yuheng feigned a dramatic retch, relieved that no one was around to witness it. Shu Bai is far better. Not only is his mental landscape beautiful, but his awkwardness is also charming. Unlike that lunatic whose inner drama could fill 800 episodes of an ethical drama. And he dares to play the protagonist? Does he even deserve it? 0090, disregarding all else, unconditionally supported him. Your Highness, you are absolutely right. Splendid. Yuheng Skufa, determined to shatter this distorted narrative with his own hands. It is my duty to rescue my wife from peril. Chapter 74. Newly assigned S-Class Guide X-Allergy-Resistant S-Class Sentinel Zhao Rui led Yuheng to a heavy metallic door, marked S1. This is your room, Guide Li. Next door, S0 is the dormitory for Sentinel Shu Bai. Currently, only the two of you are assigned to this level. Zhao Rui inputted his access credentials to unlock the door, his tone laced with a barely perceptible tension. The room is equipped with an independent mental stabilization device and an emergency call system. Additionally, I advise you to avoid leaving the room at night unless absolutely necessary. If you hear any unusual sounds, please activate the indoor protective barrier and immediately notify the guards. Yuheng raised an eyebrow, glancing around before his gaze settled on the tightly shut door next door. Unusual sounds? Such as? Zhao Rui's expression grew increasingly rigid, reminiscent of the roars of an uncontrollable spiritual entity or the alarms triggered by an overloaded suppression ring. Understood. You do your thing, and I shall do mine. Each operates within its own domain, completely independent. Yuheng nodded, stepping into his new dormitory. After a brief wash, he lay on his bed, fully clothed, his hands resting behind his head as he stared at the ceiling. The night in the Third War Zone was extraordinarily silent, amplifying every subtle sound in the stillness. The low hum of the ventilation system, the occasional distant clatter of machinery, and the nearly imperceptible, yet strikingly clear, Sound of breathing from the adjacent room resonated in his heightened awareness. Li Yuheng turned over, the soft mattress doing little to soothe his frayed nerves. The silence from next door was palpable, gnawing at his restlessness. What was Shu Bai doing now? Was he asleep? Or was he awake like Li Yuheng? Was that snow leopard spirit lying at the foot of his bed, or was it attentively listening for any disturbances from this unexpected guest next door? With a long sigh, Li Yuheng abruptly sat up, the loneliness of his solitary pillow making sleep elusive. He crossed his legs and began tracing circles on the bedsheet with his fingers. No, he needed to do something. It had only been a short while since the mental guidance session. Knocking on the door again might lead Shu Bai to perceive him as a nuisance. While Li Yuheng was confident in handling it, scaring his partner was not ideal. He needed a more natural excuse, one that wouldn't appear intrusive. Perhaps something to capture his attention? An idea sparked in Li Yuheng's mind, and he snapped his fingers. Yes, the spiritual entity. Since arriving in this peculiar world, he had yet to truly observe what his own spirit looked like. An S-class guide spiritual entity should be quite impressive, worthy of his princely status. Perhaps it could even serve as a stunning display. He closed his eyes, immersing his consciousness deep into the spiritual realm. In the vast sea of stars, countless celestial bodies spun serenely. He sensed a warm and proud consciousness resting behind a dazzling star. Hey, don't sleep. Rise and make an appearance. Li Yuheng gently prodded that consciousness. The star flickered slightly, a hint of languor and nobility emanating from it, as if it were complaining about the disturbance. Hurry, make a good impression for your master. Your future male owner is next door. The first impression is crucial. You must dazzle. The consciousness seemed to grasp the words male owner and stirred with curiosity. In the next moment, Li Yuheng felt a subtle shift in the surrounding space, a soft white light coalescing in the area before him. As the brilliance faded, an extraordinarily elegant creature emerged. With a long, graceful neck and pristine, flawless feathers shimmering with a pearlescent sheen, its long tail trailed on the ground, subtly displaying iridescence even in the dim light of the room. It was a white peacock. He tilted his head slightly, his obsidian-like eyes scrutinizing Li Yuheng with a hint of disdain and superiority, as if to ascertain whether this master was worthy of his exquisite beauty. Li Yuheng stroked his chin, gazing up and down. Well, he seemed acceptable, just barely fitting the status of a princely heir. Though he spoke nonchalantly, his eyes sparkled with satisfaction. The white peacock was noble, elegant, and beautiful. Indeed, quite remarkable. Yet, he pondered with a mischievous smile. Will you spread your feathers? Can you perform now? Over there, yes, that wall. Come on, entice that big cat next door. The white peacock appeared momentarily taken aback by this crude command. It cast a disdainful glance at Li Yuheng, turning elegantly to present its back, its long tail feathers demurely folding, showing no inclination to display its plumage. Hey, you've quite the attitude, don't you? Li Yuheng chuckled, just like me, full of personality. I like it. A thought flickered through his mind. Although the peacock refused to fan its tail, it could still serve a purpose. No need to spread your feathers then. How about a little stroll? Just a saunter by the wall, the door, or near the window. Let know we're here, and that we're quite stunning. The white peacock remained resolutely turned away, its tail feathers barely twitching. Whether in agreement or disdain was unclear. Nevertheless, Li Yuheng took it as consent. All right then, off you go. Little white. He waved his hand with the grandiosity of a parent sending a child off to a match. The white peacock gracefully unfurled its body, a soft glow enveloping it as it became increasingly translucent, resembling an elegant specter. It silently slipped through the tightly shut metallic door, vanishing into the corridor outside. Li Yuheng immediately held his breath, focusing all his attention on his hearing and mental perception, keenly monitoring the activity next door. Success! The plan was in motion. Next door, in the S0 dormitory, Shu Bai indeed remained awake. He lay flat on his bed, arms crossed over his forehead, obscuring his eyes. Yet the taut line of his jaw betrayed his tension. The suppression ring on his wrist still emitted a faint red glow, indicating that his mental sea remained in a state of active instability. The events of the day had been too sudden. Li Yuheng's smile had been too radiant, his gaze too direct, and his mental power too overwhelming and peculiar. Remarkably, he had withstood Shu Bai's onslaught unscathed, even inducing an unprecedented sense of looseness in his mental landscape. It felt as though a frozen wasteland was being gently scorched by sunlight. A sensation so unfamiliar it made his heart race. The snow leopard spirit at his feet suddenly lifted its head, emitting a faint rumble. Its golden eyes alertly fixed on the doorway, ears twitching with acute sensitivity. Shu Bai immediately lowered his arms, opened his eyes, and focused sharply. What is wrong? The snow leopard did not issue a warning growl, but continued to watch the doorway intently, its nostrils subtly flaring, seemingly puzzled. Shu Bai furrowed his brows, concentrating to sense the atmosphere. Something was amiss in the corridor outside. A pure, serene, yet subtly ostentatious ripple of spiritual energy lingered in the air, faint, yet undeniably present. It was non-threatening, albeit somewhat flamboyant. Chapter 75, Newly Assigned S-Class Guide Top X Allergic S-Class Sentinel Bottom. Shu Bai quietly rose, approaching the door, not to open it, but to peer through the tiny observation hole. The corridor was dimly lit. A completely white peacock, its feathers shimmering with iridescence, strolled gracefully past his door. It even exaggeratedly flicked its long, resplendent tail, sending a beautiful arc of rainbow hues glimmering through the subdued light. Then, it paused at Li Yuheng's door, tilting its head as if to preen non-existent feathers beneath its wings, a posture both modest and proud, as if showcasing its unparalleled beauty. Shu Bai felt a barely perceptible twitch in the muscles of his face. This was evidently the spiritual entity of the newly arrived guide. What a peculiar sight. A peacock parading the corridor at such a late hour. Was this some avant-garde form of spiritual therapy, or perhaps a peculiar quirk of an S-Class guide that he could not fathom? The snow leopard spirit had also made its way to the door, peering curiously through the observation hole at the flamboyant white bird. Its tail twitched instinctively, drawn in by the shimmering tail feathers. Shu Bai felt a surge of curiosity emanating from the spirit, along with an impulsive urge to leap forward and play. His temples throbbed as he firmly grasped the restless snow leopard's head, yanking it back with force. Quiet, he commanded softly, his tone laced with a hint of barely detectable embarrassment. The spirit let out a disgruntled growl, settling back down, though its eyes could not resist glancing toward the door. Shu Bai glanced once more through the observation hole. The white peacock seemed to have completed its display, returning with elegant, exaggerated steps to Li Yuheng's door before disappearing inside. The corridor fell silent again, as if nothing had transpired. Only the air retained a trace of that guide's crisp essence and a lingering wave of what could only be described as ostentation. Shu Bai stood in place, enveloped in silence for a full minute. The two small moles beneath his right eye appeared even more pronounced in the darkness, as if accentuated by his speechlessness. Ultimately, he said nothing, returning expressionlessly to his bed, pulling the covers over himself, even tucking his head in. In the darkness, his ears seemed to bear a hint of barely noticeable warmth. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Li Yuheng, sensing the return of the white peacock and believing he had flawlessly executed his display, lay back contentedly. Perfect. The seeds had been sown. It was merely a matter of waiting for them to blossom. He thought with delight, surely my beautiful bird has astounded my partner. With this gratifying sense of self-approval, Li Yuheng finally drifted into a deep and blissful slumber. In a dream, a majestic snow leopard is chasing a resplendent white peacock beneath the starry sky. Meanwhile, Li Yuheng and Shu Bai sit nearby, amusedly observing the scene. The first night in the third combat zone quietly passes amid someone's unilateral display of the peacock's feathers, which ultimately fails in another person's silent slumber. As dawn breaks, the wake-up call in the third combat zone is not a jarring alarm, but rather the gentle sounds of birdsong and flowing streams, aiming to rouse the tense sentinels and guides in a more soothing manner. Li Yuheng awakens almost instantaneously with the call, his eyes sparkling with vitality, showing no signs of discomfort from being in a new environment. He nimbly rolls out of bed, already formulating plans for unexpected encounters that day. "Good morning, my beautiful bird," He greets the white peacock, which is preening its feathers within his mental imagery. The peacock casts a haughty glance his way, offering no response. Unfazed, Li Yuheng hums a tuneless melody as he swiftly freshens up and dons the guide uniform issued by the base. The deep blue combat attire enhances his tall stature, shedding some of yesterday's languor while adding a touch of sharpness. He opens the door, and almost simultaneously, the metallic door next door slides open. Shu Bai stands at the threshold, seemingly prepared to step outside. He is still clad in an entirely black combat uniform, and the mental suppression ring around him emits a faint orange hue, indicating a state slightly more stable than the previous night, yet still far from safe. He appears to have had a restless night, with subtle shadows under his eyes accentuating the two small moles on his face. Their gazes meet, and the air momentarily thickens. Shu Bai's eyes linger on Li Yuheng's face for a split second before he expressionlessly averts his gaze, as though he had not noticed the peacock flaunting itself at the door last night. Yet, Li Yuheng keenly perceives the briefest hint of tension in his demeanor. "Good morning, Shu Bai." Li Yuheng greets him with a radiant smile, as if they were longtime friends. "Did you rest well last night? This place is quite peaceful, perfect for sleeping." Shu Bai's jaw tightens for a moment, and he does not respond, instead striding forward. Li Yuheng seamlessly falls into step beside him, asking, "Which way is the cafeteria?" "I'm new here and unfamiliar with the layout. Shall we go together?" Shu Bai continues walking, coldly responding with 3 curt words. "I don't know." "Oh." Li Yuheng raises an eyebrow, deliberately elongating his tone. "Then it's perfect. We can look for it together. Who knows? We might even encounter your spirit entity along the way. I believe it has quite the fondness for me, or rather, for my spirit entity." His words carry an implication. Shu Bai's pace falters imperceptibly as he glances at Li Yuheng. "Li, we are not acquainted." "Then we shall get to know each other better," Li Yuheng replies, undeterred by Shu Bai's frosty demeanor. He leans in slightly, lowering his voice. "You see, I am your exclusive guide now. Isn't that close enough?" His breath brushes against Shu Bai's ear, prompting him to instinctively step back, creating distance between them, a faint blush creeping to his ears. "That was a unilateral decision by the tower. I never consented." Li Yuheng raises his hands in a gesture of surrender, "But you didn't oppose it either. Isn't whatever an acceptable stance? Am I interpreting this correctly?" Shu Bai appeared to be momentarily silenced by his opponent's forceful rhetoric, his countenance darkening as he resolutely sealed his lips and quickened his pace, attempting to shake off this persistent individual. Yet Li Yuheng followed closely, his words incessantly flowing. "Don't walk so fast. Let's chat, shall we? What do you like to eat? Where would you prefer to have your mental guidance session? In a room or a specialized counseling chamber? Perhaps somewhere with a more picturesque view? I believe that cliff at the back mountain would be splendid, with a broad vista, perfect for fostering relationships." "Slow down. I can hardly keep up." Despite his claims of lagging behind, his steps were light and leisurely, always lingering half a pace behind Shu Bai, admiring the subtle rigidity of his silhouette and the faint blush upon his ears due to vexation. Other sentinels and medical guides they encountered in the corridor gazed at this scene with wide eyes, instinctively edging against the walls to avoid the spectacle, as if witnessing something extraordinarily terrifying. How could that fearsome Shu Bai allow someone to approach him so playfully, and without being mentally assaulted and sent flying? What manner of newcomer was this S-Class guide? Chapter 76. Newly assigned S-Class Guide X Allergic S-Class Sentinel. The dining area was spacious and brightly lit, yet the atmosphere was anything but relaxed. Most sentinels sat alone in corners, maintaining a wary distance from one another, with only a few accompanied by medical guides, engaging in hushed conversations. Upon Shu Bai's entry, the already tense ambience plummeted further. Many sentinels instinctively halted their movements, casting cautious glances in his direction before quickly averting their eyes, as if merely looking for an instant would invite calamity. Shu Bai had long since grown accustomed to such treatment, walking straight to the serving area without a sideways glance, procuring a standard ration of high-energy nutritional paste and water, before retreating to the most secluded corner, turning his back to everyone. Observing this, Li Yuheng also selected the same items and cheerfully followed, unceremoniously seating himself opposite Shu Bai. "Is this all you're having?" Li Yuheng prodded at the bowl of paste with his spoon, scrunching his face in distaste. The unappetizing sight certainly did little to whet the appetite. "The base logistics department is lacking. Perhaps I should whip you up something special another day?" Shu Bai did not lift his head, focusing, or rather, feigning focus, on the tasteless nutritional paste, treating Li Yuheng as if he were air. Undeterred, Li Yuheng continued to eat slowly, while fixating his gaze on Shu Bai, tracing the contours from his thick eyelashes to his straight nose, then down to his tightly pressed lips and sharply defined jawline, finally resting on the two faint moles that shifted slightly with each chew. His gaze was unabashed, filled with pure admiration and intense curiosity, as if it were a tangible force resting upon Shu Bai's visage. Shu Bai's pace of eating noticeably slowed, his fingers gripping the spoon with increasing pressure, knuckles whitening. He could feel the two nearly scorching gazes from across the table. Just as Li Yuheng presumed Shu Bai would remain silent, Shu Bai suddenly set down his spoon and lifted his eyes. His dark orbs held an unfathomable depth, issuing a chilling warning. "Have you seen enough?" "Not nearly," Li Yuheng replied swiftly, his smile innocent yet resolute. "Why not gaze upon something beautiful? You're not someone to be hidden away." Shu Bai found himself utterly unable to communicate with the guide. The other person's thought process seemed completely alien, impervious to reason or persuasion. Suppressing an inexplicable agitation within, he resolved not to waste any more words and lifted his tray, preparing to leave. "Hey, don't go." Li Yuheng reached out, almost brushing against Shu Bai's wrist. Shu Bai reacted with lightning speed, retracting his hand as if scalded, causing the cup on his tray to wobble and spill a few drops of clear water. His gaze suddenly sharpened, and a minuscule wave of psychic energy flickered around him, only to be forcefully suppressed. Li Yuheng swiftly withdrew his hand. "Calm down. The color of your suppression ring has deepened." Shu Bai shot him a cold glance, his expression inscrutable, ultimately saying nothing as he strode away with a nearly untouched tray in hand. Li Yuheng observed his hasty retreat, stroking his chin, not deterred, but rather smiling with an air of intrigue. Such a strong reaction, he murmured to himself. It seems he's not entirely unresponsive. As long as there was a reaction, he thought, it was preferable to the alternative of being an impenetrable block of ice. Nevertheless, the primary reason surely lay in his overwhelming charm as the male lead. At precisely 9 o'clock in the morning, during the routine mental therapy session, Zhao Rui personally came to summon Li Yuheng, looking even more anxious than the previous day. "Guide Li, Shu Bai the Sentinel is already in room 3 for therapy. His morning monitoring data indicates that his mental fluctuation value has increased by 5 percentage points compared to yesterday, possibly due to inadequate rest last night. You must exercise caution." 5 percentage points higher? Li Yuheng raised an eyebrow. "Understood, I will be careful." Upon entering the therapy room, he found Shu Bai standing in the center once again, much like the previous day. The snow leopard spirit entity was restlessly pacing at his feet, emitting a low, indistinct growl that was unclear whether it was a warning or something else. Shu Bai's complexion was even colder than during breakfast, his jawline taut with evident agitation. "Good morning. Nice to see you again," Li Yuheng greeted with a smile as he casually took a seat on the sofa. "It seems we are quite fated, meeting thrice in a single day." Shu Bai disregarded his banter, directly taking a seat opposite him. He extended his hand, his voice unyielding. "Let's begin." He exuded an air of businesslike efficiency, eager to conclude the session quickly. Li Yuheng readily placed his hand over Shu Bai's palm. This time, Shu Bai's hand was not as frigid as the previous day. Instead, it bore a subtle warmth. The moment their psychic connection was established, a torrent of chaotic mental energy surged forth, more tumultuous and piercing than before, imbued with impatience and restlessness, akin to a cornered beast driven to fury. Li Yuheng's mental landscape trembled slightly, the celestial bodies swirling with increased velocity, yet he steadied himself against the onslaught. "Quite fiery, aren't we?" he jested. "Who has upset you? Tell me, and I'll help you deal with them." Shu Bai, eyes tightly shut and brow furrowed, beads of sweat forming at his temples, was evidently straining to control his instincts to lash out, yet he unconsciously resisted Li Yuheng's psychic intrusion. He forced out 2 words through clenched teeth. "Shut up. All right. I shall remain silent." Li Yuheng, ever accommodating, exhibited no inclination to silence his mental prowess. His spiritual energy had shifted from the equal yet provocative probing of yesterday to a more tenacious entanglement. It enveloped the desolate expanse of the stormy wilderness like warm, viscous sunlight, akin to a relentless stream that patiently wrapped around and permeated the landscape. Rather than attempting to forcefully quell the blizzard, he skillfully navigated around the sharpest, icy edges, gently caressing the frozen earth, even deliberately teasing the vigilant spirit of the snow leopard. Shubai trembled, suddenly opening his eyes in disbelief, breathing heavily. Just moments ago, he distinctly felt a warm, mischievous energy gently scratch the chin of the snow leopard in his mental landscape. The sensation was so vivid and jarring that he nearly sprang from the sofa. "What is happening to me?" Li Yuheng feigned innocence, blinking his eyes. "I haven't done anything. Perhaps your mental imagery yearns for me too much, leading to hallucinations?" Though Shubai sensed it, he could not definitively accuse Li Yuheng of any wrongdoing. The feeling was too fleeting and subtle, more akin to his own delusion. He could only glare at Li Yuheng with intensity before closing his eyes once more. The mental guidance continued in this peculiar state of one party endeavoring to provoke, while the other desperately sought to maintain control. The readings on the instruments fluctuated erratically, the alarm lights teetering on the brink of turning red, only to stabilize under Li Yuheng's adept management. Zhao Rui, observing from outside, was filled with trepidation, cold sweat soaking his back. Time passed minute by minute. 15 minutes. 20 minutes. They surpassed the duration achieved the previous day. When Li Yuheng finally concluded the session and released his grip, Shubai instinctively withdrew his hand, his chest heaving as though he had just emerged from a grueling battle. His hair damp with perspiration. Li Yuheng appeared somewhat fatigued, yet his eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brightness, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Shubai's spiritual power was even more formidable and delectable than he had anticipated. Although the process felt akin to defusing a bomb, each successful penetration brought immense gratification, particularly upon witnessing the other's vexed yet helpless demeanor. Today's results were quite commendable, Li Yuheng remarked with a smile. Your mental imagery is significantly more vibrant than yesterday, which is a positive sign. Vibrant? Shubai clenched his jaw, unwilling to engage in conversation. Li Yuheng stood up. All right, our intimate interaction for today has concluded. Shubai the Sentinel. Same time tomorrow. We shan't miss each other, shall we? Shubai watched Li Yuheng's retreating figure, humming a tune, and for the first time, a strong impulse to confront his designated guide arose within him. The snow leopard's spirit approached, nuzzling against his calf, emitting a soft purring sound, seemingly reluctant to depart. Shubai glanced down at his spiritual entity, his expression complex. He distinctly felt that after the recent ordeal, the nerves that had been taut to the point of pain seemed to have loosened ever so slightly, despite the discomfort of the process. The outcome, he irritably rubbed his brow, refusing to delve deeper into his thoughts.